Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Morris has it left wing. Forbes comes over, flashes to the ball. Ball goes to Jokic. Deep in the left corner. Dribbles on Looney. 3 seconds down to 2 seconds with one. Ball over to jumpers up. It's good by Morris. It's a three at the buzzer, and the Denver Nuggets have come back and won. Jokic had such poise to not hurry the play. When the Warriors are stunned, the Nuggets have to come back on the floor in case they put time back up on the clock.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's how we go into the All-Star break. The Golden State Warriors blow a 16-point lead. Denver crawls all the way back. They outscored the Warriors 39-30 in the fourth quarter, and they still won at Chase Center. Warriors have lost 6 games at Chase Center. Nuggets have 2 of the victories. What a loss for the Golden State Warriors as they limp into the All-Star break at 42-17, and they've lost 4 of their last 5. We're going to do some grades here over the first 59 games. As I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shift, getting ready for work, Twitch and YouTube. Roasters, what is happening on the Comcast Business Text line? Langford and Curly, what is up? And Joe Shasky III. What a night at Chase Center. Not the ending we wanted, but boy, that Joker is one bad dude.
Bonte, he's a stud. He's an absolute stud. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, the second that they hit that shot, I turned the television off. You know I love you. I'm one of your biggest fans. I normally would watch pre- and post-game all the way through. Last night, they lose that game. I just turned it off. And then I woke up this morning, and I know, look, the sky's falling. Everyone hates Steve Kerr. They're mad at Steph Curry for even walking a step over in the direction of Jokic. They're mad GP2 didn't play in that game. They're mad Looney didn't hit a free throw. But then the Trey Lance videos from practice started surfacing on my timeline. It's hard for me to be angry this morning because you got to have perspective in life. Not only do the Trey Lance videos make me happy when it comes to football, but in basketball, look at the record. And I'm not glaring over the loss. We can dive deep into this one. But I'm just looking at the first half in its totality. They're much farther along than I wanted, than I hoped, and they look really poised for a deep playoff run, and really that's what this is all about.
That's what it's all about, getting these reps here, playing in close games. Look, Steph Curry hits the three-point, had the three-point play there late in the game. He took a bad three. Monty Morris gets a long rebound, gets the layup. Denver takes a lead with 15 seconds left. Curry comes out, hits a tough jumper, gets the and one, and the Warriors are up 2, and you're thinking, boy, they could steal this game, get out of here and escape. But then Jokic, he goes across the lane. He was going to hit the sky hook, but it just shows how unselfish he is. Steph helps off of Morris. Wide open 3, boom, dagger. Nuggets celebrate. Look, they got to find their way. They turned the ball over a little in the second half. They only had 3 turnovers in the first half. They had 7 in the second. It got a little sloppy. And then, we were talking before the show, Shasky, about Andrew Wiggins, 4-12, 9 points, 1 of 5 from three-point line. Look, I love what I saw from Kuminga. Didn't have a shot in the second half. Liked what I saw from Jordan Poole. Couple blunders, but 15 points, 5 assists off the bench. I'll take that all day long. I thought Otto Porter Jr. was solid yesterday with 10 points and 7 rebounds. But you got to reignite Andrew Wiggins here, who finished with 9 points yesterday, 4 rebounds and 4 assists. Solid defense, but they need that 18-20 from Andrew Wiggins, Shasky.
Yeah, he just needs to get it going. It seems like since Clay has come back, it's been spotty for him in terms of trying to find his rhythm, trying to find his flow within the offense. And I would also file it under, dude, his legs are probably tired as well. I mean, this is a guy that plays just about every single game, and he plays on both ends, and that's going to drag you. And he's going to his first All-Star game. He's a father. There's a lot going on. So, final play, though, B. Let's just talk real quickly about the final play, because I'm seeing a lot of people lose their minds on it. Should GP2 have been out on the court? Okay. Probably, in retrospect, yeah, probably. I have a hard time yanking Curry from any game situation, just in general. But on a final possession like that, you do want to be able to have your best defensive lineup out there. And GP2 is probably part of that, given who was healthy yesterday.
No doubt.
Secondarily, we don't know. I don't know what their principles are when Jokic catches the ball at that spot on the key, where he's got 1 foot in the key, 1 foot out, a little below the elbow. What have they told these guys going into that game? Hey, do you send that double at him every single single time, no matter what? I don't know. Natural inclination for me, even though, Curry's got to honor the three. They're up 2 in that situation. You don't want to give Jokic the little turnaround baby hook, which he's so good at. You don't want Looney, who's been getting cooked in the final couple minutes by Jokic, leaving him out on an island there. I understand taking 2 steps toward Jokic in that situation. Just credit Jokic and Denver for making the high IQ pass to the out and them hitting a 3. It's a 1-in-3 shot that they're going to hit it, and they hit it.
They hit it. Monty Morris hit it. I thought Bryn Forbes off the bench for the Nuggets quietly with 22 points was really good yesterday. Good. Really, really, really good. So, look, Denver, they're no punks. All this tells me, Shasky, is that the Warriors have 23 games left, and once we get to the postseason, it is going to be on. It's going to be an all-out war in both conferences. We keep talking about the Eastern Conference, right? Bulls in first place, half game over Miami. You got the Bucks, you got the Cavs, you got the Sixers, you got the Celtics, you got the Raptors quietly at 32-25. You got the Nets. We know that's going to be a brawl in the Eastern Conference. But we can't sleep on West Coast basketball, man. The Western Conference here are starting to get reinforcements. Yeah. Dallas is playing better. Utah's starting to go. We know about the Memphis Grizzlies. The T-Wolves are in 7th. And the Nuggets, without Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., when you got the MVP on your team, a guy who can control the game. Jokic is one of like 4 or 5 players in this league that can control a basketball game. Every single possession, ball in his hands. You want to double him? Well, he'll pass it out. I thought the Warriors did a good job in the first half of just making Jokic a score, and he carried the Nuggets. 16 points, 15 rebounds in the first half alone. But in the second half, he got the passing game going, and that's what you got to eliminate something, Shasky, when it comes to Jokic. Are you going to eliminate the scoring? Are you going to eliminate the rebounding? Are you going to eliminate the passing? Well, he had all those things cooking in the second half, and he nearly finishes with a triple-double. So you double him, he's got guys on the perimeter who can burn you.
Yeah, and their hack-a-loony strategy absolutely worked. I mean, Bonte, you got to give credit where credit is due sometimes, and if Looney hits a free throw, we're going to overtime at bare minimum in that situation, and they probably run a different play if we're being honest. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Jokic is outstanding, and there's no question. What is it about these Denver bench players, Will Barton, Bryn Forbes? How do these guys just turn into superstars when they play the Warriors?
Will Barton has always been a Warrior
right?
killer, but yesterday he only had 2 points. He struggled.
But historically.
But historically, no doubt.
Yes.
Bryn Forbes coming over from San Antonio. Remember, he won a championship with the Bucks. 22 points off the bench, 4 threes. 4 threes. I thought Austin Rivers had some tough finishes there in the second half for the Denver Nuggets. And you know what? They were just the Warriors. Here's the difference in the game, Shasky. The difference in the game is simple. It's a 3-point shooting. Wow. Whenever you shoot 29% from beyond the arc, you don't have a lot of margin for error. Warriors 10 for 34 last night, and it was Steph Curry again. This All-Star break. I know he's going to do the All-Star game or whatnot, but this break couldn't come at a better time for him. 1 of 7 from the 3-point line. He had the outlier game against the Clippers where he goes 8 of 13, but against the Lakers he struggled and only hit 1 3. Was 1 of 8 in that game, so Curry needs to break because he's shooting at a career low from the 3-point line. A lot of guys are tired here, but you know what? In the first half of the season, I give this team an A-. I give them an A-, Shasky. I thought they'd be a top 4 team in the Western Conference. They're going to be a top 3 team in the Western Conference.
I mean, Bonte, this is a team that fought tooth and nail just to get into the play-in game last year. Like, the reality is they're much farther along than I anticipated. Like, let's just talk. Is Steph Curry still a superstar? Yes. Not his season that he had last year. It's a tiny dip down, but he's still a superstar. Klay Thompson is way farther along than I thought. All right, so that's a bonus for me. Andrew Wiggins is an all-star. Now, it hasn't been great the last 2 weeks or so, I would say. It's been hit and miss, but he'll find himself, and he is an all-star, and I think that's an accomplishment in itself. Draymond Green, before the injury, was outstanding. So the top dogs.
Wait, hold on. Draymond Green, an all-star as well. Don't forget that. Don't forget that one.
You're right. Great clarification. But before the injury, was outstanding. Right. Absolutely. So your 4 top-paid players, right, were all playing at normal or expected or higher than expected levels, right?
Yep.
That to me, check.
Yep.
Boom. Now let's look at all the role players, B. Otto Porter Jr.? Has that been a great acquisition?
It's been a great move. Great move for the Warriors.
I mean, come on. Is Kevon Looney having a career year? The last 5 minutes notwithstanding of last night.
Gary Payton II and Looney.
Come on.
Gary Payton II yesterday tried a career high with 6 steals. Best game in weeks.
And I liked having him start yesterday and having Kuminga come off the bench. I like the Kuminga pool kind of bench thing that they got going. That, to me, is something I'm going to monitor in the second half, especially if Draymond Green returns. Kuminga, who we bring into, have they given an opportunity to the rookies here and there, not to exclude them from winning, but giving these guys just enough taste of the development at the NBA level while working with them on the side? Check, check. Has he flashed? Check, check. Like, everything that I've wanted to happen has come through. Does Iguodala still have something left in the tank? For sure. Does he need to get healthy for the playoffs? Absolutely. But he has more left in the tank than I thought. I thought he was cooked, B.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I mean, so to your point of the A-, every little check mark, benchmark, whatever you want to call it, they have hit or exceeded. What is the one negative that we have right now? James Wiseman hasn't played, and we don't know where Draymond Green's at.
Yep, that's it.
I'll take it.
That's it. And we're going to get a report on Draymond Green after the break. Warriors sent out a press release. Look, he's starting to, I'm not going to say ramp it up, but slowly but surely start his rehab. He's doing some on-court activity. Draymond Green, that is, could be back. You know, I was listening to Fitz yesterday with Steiny Guru, said that Draymond Green could be back by the time the Warriors are, what do they have? When it's about 10 games left in the season, 10 to 15 games left in the season, to get everybody together and get a bit of a rhythm into the postseason. So Wiseman, he's going to be a roller. He's going to play with that second unit. And there's minutes for James Wiseman. There are minutes for James Wiseman because Bielitsa right now is struggling. He's got to find whatever he has because you know what? Steve Curry, you kind of got a glimpse of what the playoff rotation will look like. Damian Lee and JTA Watson Anderson didn't play a second yesterday. That was surprising to me to not see D. Lee and JTA in a game where, you know, you're playing the Nuggets. It's before the break. I thought Lee's been playing better. JTA is a guy who gives you a lot of energy, a rugged guy. Steve Kerr basically said, these are my top 9 tonight. These are my top 9 tonight. And you know what? JK has kind of catapulted JTA in the rotation. Damian Lee, if Jordan Poole's playing like that, Damian Lee's probably not going to play much, especially with Klay Thompson back. So I thought Kurt gave us a glimpse there. Were there errors yesterday? Absolutely. Was there bad shots yesterday? Absolutely. Was there some bad IQ plays down the stretch? Absolutely. But as you said, Shasky, this is good for this team. They've slumped the last 2 years. The last 2 years have been rough, all right? These guys are getting experience. Only concern I got about, again, Draymond Green and Wiseman. Well, and then can you reignite Andrew Wiggins? Yeah. I need the Wiggins that we saw for the most of the pre-All-Star stretcher.
Well, and I think the one misnomer about the Golden State Warriors, this unit has been together for a long time, and they know how to win. And well, Steph knows how to win, and Draymond Green, who's not playing right now, he knows how to win. Klay Thompson hasn't been on the court for 2 full seasons. Now, I still give him the benefit of the doubt of knowing how to win, but there's a learning curve for him with Curry, you know, to kind of reimagine how they've played together. Andrew Wiggins has not been in these high leverage situations, and he has not been the third wheel in terms of an offense down the stretch. You know, last year he was the number 2 guy, right, when it comes to late game situations. And I do think that matters. And having these late game situations for Otto Porter, for Kevon Looney, Kevon's been around, so maybe not him necessarily, but definitely GP2 and Kuminga and some of these guys. There's just a learning curve. There's a learning curve here. Now, look, losing right here before the break, B, from a coaching perspective, I actually don't mind it because it gives me an area of things to work on, and guys will be heightened when it comes to their focus because you lose. I think sometimes when you win, you gloss over these things, and when you lose and you come in sputtering into the break, I think it's going to galvanize the group heading forward.
No doubt. I think Wiggins will feel good as well moving forward here. He'll get the All-Star break. He'll get around there and see all the festivities and feel good about himself. But his last 7 here, averaging 13.7 points a game, just 3.5 rebounds and 2.5 assists. 3-point percentage down to 39%, and then the field goal percentage down to 43%. When he shot at a career high clip, 48 for the most part. So Andrew Wiggins, look, I'm not picking on the guy. I'm not pointing it out. This is not a blame game. I don't know what goes on the internet because I'm on TV right after the game. So I don't pay attention to TweetDeck. Then I'm at home. Then we do the show together. So I don't know what's going on the internet. I don't know what some of the criticisms are. I'm sure people were pointing the finger at Curry, Wiggins. Who knows? They're 42-17. They're second in the West right now, and they've got a great shot to win the championship. Now, they need reinforcements, no doubt, but they're in this thing. And as a Warrior fan, that's all you can ask for, Shasky, right now at this point. Do you have a shot to be in contention for a championship? And I think the answer is yes.
Well, the one thing also that I've recalibrated on is, when you exert all of your energy throughout the regular season, it doesn't necessarily correlate to some successful postseason.
No.
So, really, the end game is what it's all about. To go Avengers on you, Bonte, but it's all about the playoffs. And the reality is that this team is good enough to have put himself in a position where a loss against Denver heading into the break, although it sucks and I didn't love it, there's a lot to pick apart at a coaching level and at a player execution level. It's not the end of the world. It's just not. And that's the luxury of having built the good record that they have. I would like to see them put Wiggins on the block more offensively to force feed him the ball, A, to slow down the tempo for this team at times, and B, just to get him as that primary scorer to get him feeling good again. And I also think that he can contribute as a passer off that split action once he's in that post.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that. They got to figure out a way to get him to be aggressive and not just watch it and stepping aside
Floating.
for Klay Thompson. Just, and I get it. We knew there would be an adjustment there. So, the Warriors come out of the break. They got the Portland Trail Blazers next Thursday in the Pacific Northwest. Don't look now, but the Blazers have won 4 in a row. These teams are starting to turn up. Warrior fans. So, 888-957-9570 through the first 59 as we go into the All-Star break. What would your grade be? What would your grade be as we hit the All-Star break for this basketball team? Again, I'm giving the Warriors an A-. Development of Kuminga. Development of Jordan Poole. Moses Moody getting experience in the G League. All right? Check. Andrew Wiggins, All-Star. Check. Steph Curry. We're not used to him shooting this slow with the percentages, but you know what? A lot of NBA players will take his percentages right now. It's not the norm for Steph, but it's the norm for the NBA.
Where is he at in terms of scoring, just points per game in the rest of the league? He's got to be top 20, right?
He's top 10. He's averaging 25.8 points per game.
What are we doing?
6.3 assists. He's ninth in the league in scoring per game. Ninth. All right?
Is it me or has he been unlucky? And I mean that sincerely. I swear to God, I feel like I have never seen more in and out or down and literally the ball is going around the toilet bowl and then somehow pops out. He has been so unlucky this year. He could be averaging 31.
It's a career low at field goal percentage right now, 42.7. It's a career low at three-point percentage, 37.9. Previous career low for Steph and Curry when it came to three-point percentage, 41.1 back in 2016-17. So he's low. Not 81.9, but look, he's giving you 25, basically 26, 6, and 5. All right, 26, 6, and 5. It's a Hall of Fame stat line for a lot of guys.
Come on, man. It'd be, one of the things that I don't think that we talk enough about in sports is synchronicity. Like everyone being on the same page at one time for a team to do magical things, right? We talk about the San Francisco Giants run. Oh my God, it's so magical. Think of all the things that went right at the exact same time to put them on that trajectory to winning games.
Yep.
And I just look at what the Warriors are doing right now. One game, Curry goes off, they don't play any defense. Nobody else goes off with him. Yesterday they played good defense for the most part, and they couldn't hit a three.
Right.
They're just off in terms of synchronicity right now, and I believe in those things. They will get on the right track. I want them playing their best ball over the last couple of months, not at the beginning of the season like they were earlier. I'm okay with a little sluggishness right now.
No doubt. I got no problem with it. I don't want them peaking right now as I look ahead at the schedule here. Again, what's your grade for the Golden State Warriors through 59? What would your grade be, Shasky, as we head to break?
I'm going to tease it on the other side, but I will say this. There are some things in terms of late game situations for Steve Kerr that I'm glad they're experimenting with and working through because it has not been good. And I'm the biggest Steve Kerr supporter right now in terms of seeing all the slander that comes his way. But I think he is also going through a learning period, and hearing his post-game comments, I'll give you my grade after the break.
First 5 after the break for the Warriors at Portland, at home against the Dallas Mavericks. Then they head on a road to Minnesota, Dallas. Then they play the LA Lakers on a Saturday night. Then they've got Denver twice. This week coming up, the week of March 7th. They got Denver twice in the same week. Remember the game that was postponed earlier this season at Denver. Then you got the Clippers sandwich in between that. And then you got the Milwaukee Bucks. So, look, the schedule's going to turn up. The NBA's turning up right now. We're going to stretch drive now, folks. We're going to get a little break, catch our breath. We're going to come back and reset next Thursday, and then it is on and popping, baby. Hey, if you're scared, go to church. No time to be scared right now, Warrior fans. It's going to be all right. They're 42-17, 26-6 at home.
There's a line drive between now and the end of the season, and it looks like a Kuminga 3 ball with no arc on it whatsoever.
Oh, dude, it's going to be one of those seasons. It's base sports. Would we expect anything differently? You think about the Giants and the Niners and the way these seasons go down. Dude, it's going to be a roller coaster ride. Buckle up, folks. It's going to be a lot of fun.
People are spoiled from the Kevin Durant era where if you do not walk into 65 wins and smoke teams by 20 every single day, it's not acceptable.
Oh, man. What's coming up in the game brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Butcher Boy will give his grade of the Warriors' first 59 games of the season. I'm giving them an A-. I'm giving them an A-. Did we really expect them to be 42-17 at this point in the season? I don't think a lot of people had them at 42-17 right now, so we'll discuss that. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. Let's help make you some money. You want a sneaky good bet? Look no further than the Oklahoma City Thunder. No one has told them that they're supposed to be tanking because despite...
for a week, Shasky. I swear it feels like a Friday. Feels like a Friday, but it is a Thursday here at 95.7 The Game, and we are reacting to the Warriors' loss against the Denver Nuggets. Also, we will get back into Trey Lance. I mean, look, I know people are fatigued with football, but the laziest narrative so far in 2022 is Trey ain't ready. Trey ain't ready. That headline and narrative is starting to make the waves. So we'll get into that. We'll really break down whether or not Trey ain't ready to play quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. Got some thoughts on that. But first, before we get Butcher's Grade here on the Morning Roast, it's time for Taking Them to School, presented by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California.
Gets the ball to Jokic. Jokic pump fake. Hand off to Forbes. Doubled. Back to Jokic. Guarded by Payton. Takes him in. Shot blocked. Payton blocked it. Knocked it out of bounds. It's going to be Denver ball as it went off Otto Porter Jr. Payton does a couple of push-ups on the floor before he gets back up. Wow.
That was pretty good.
Warriors have found their answer for Nikola Jokic.
Gary Payton II. He's only 6'2". Dude plays like he's 6'9". Got the start yesterday. 12.6 steals, 4 rebounds in just 25 minutes. He looked fresh. He'll get the All-Star break to rejuvenate. Better believe Gary Payton II will be in a rotation moving forward. That was Taking Them to School, which happens the morning after every game, paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. We'll get some grades from the fans in just a second. 888-957-9570. But the floor is yours, Shasky.
Just give me 1 second here before I give you my grade. There's a reason that I probably sound a little different this morning. I'm broadcasting from home today. Bonte, it's your last day, and today we're saying goodbye to my grandfather who passed away, and so thank you for allowing me to stay home today and still work. My grandfather was 94 and a half years old, lived a freaking great life, one of the most holy men I've ever met in my entire life, even though he was an atheist, and for the majority of his life was eventually baptized and whatnot, and we're gonna lay him down today, and I just wanted to say thank you, Grandpa. I love you. You just taught me how to show up and grind every single day and come to work, and that's why this morning I can't be angry at the Warriors. Like, of all the things in real life that I can get upset about and all these things, like, I can't come on here and scream and yell about the final possession of a Golden State Warrior Denver Nugget game when sometimes life is bigger than sports, and I love sports more than anyone, and so I just wanted to say I love you, Grandpa, and I appreciate everything you did for me, and you leave along a great legacy. It's a World War II vet. We don't make humans like this anymore. This era of men and women, they survived the Depression, born in 1927. They fought the Nazis. They helped overcome in the Cold War. I mean, think of all of the great men and women out there, and this generation of people is passing left and right now, which is sad, but lived a great life, and I just want to say I love you, Grandpa, before I give you my silly little Warriors grade. Thank you, Bonte, for allowing me that second to spiel that.
Yeah. Art, rest in peace to Grandpa Porter. Rest in peace to him. He sounds like a great man. Can't imagine what the family's going through, Noreen and your pops and everybody out there. So condolences go out to him as you go lay him down today at a funeral, Shasky. And of course, you viewed the body yesterday, so no, it's been tough on the family there. So rest in peace to Grandpa Porter. There it is, bigger, and like you said, who's getting mad over a mid-February regular season
I just
NBA
can't.
game?
I
Look,
can't.
We can talk about it if you want to kick and scream and point the finger at Steve Kerr. That's fine. You can call us 888-957-9570. I'm not doing that with an NBA regular season game. I'm not going to be irate.
No.
The effort was there. The execution wasn't. They got time to work on the execution.
Yeah.
Got 23 games left, and in the postseason, that's when it's time to turn up. But right now, I'm not going to get mad over a game winner by Monty Morris.
No, I'm 100% with you. And if there's one thing that I learned from my grandfather, it's you got to just show up and grind every single day. And that's the big takeaway that I have for the first half of the Warriors. And I'm dead serious here. This team is a very consistent winning team. I don't know if they're like a full championship squad, but seeing what they were the last 2 years and then seeing what they are now after all of the offseason chatter, are the vet minimum guys going to stay healthy? Well, Otto Porter Jr., it feels like they've squeezed the lemon for every drop on him. Can the young guys show flashes that they made the right picks and then help this team win in the short term? I feel like they've done that, and then
no doubt.
Are the big pieces where they need to be? And I think all of those are true. You referenced the Steph Curry numbers. So for me, it's an A-. Now, here's where I would, in terms of overall body of work, it's an A-. I think an outright A would have been the number 1 seed in the West.
Right.
And that would have been, everything. Clay is much farther along, Bonte, than I thought he would be.
No doubt.
Here's the big unknown here. The big unknown is the Draymond Green injury. That could catapult this thing or derail this thing down to like a B-, C+ when it's all said and done and leave us disappointed. But if Draymond Green can come back, this is a championship level squad. I don't know if they're going to get the championship, but I think they're a Final Four team in terms of making the Western Conference Finals. And really, at the end of the day, if that's what I told you all summer, hey, you're going to be a Final Four team in the Western Conference.
You take
Sign
it.
me up.
You take it. You take
Sign
it.
Me up.
You take it. K Diesel 4 on Twitter. K Diesel 4. Good morning. Tweeted B-. Why B-? Suns get an A+. Grizzlies grade is an A+. Jazz get a C+.
Is that because of the preseason expectations for Memphis? They're exceeding them?
I think so.
Aren't the Warriors exceeding their preseason expectations?
Look, 901 says Warriors A+, near perfect first half.
Right.
And you think about all the different lineups, all the injuries, COVID protocols, youngsters trying to break the rotation. When do you see Kuminga really for the first 25, 30 games? Didn't see him at all. Didn't see Poole. He was in the starting lineup, and Jordan Poole played really, really well in that first half. It's going to get lost. Andrew Wiggins is an all-star starter, folks. An all-star starter in the Western Conference. I got to give him an A-. Turnovers is a problem. Size is a problem. You got out-rebounded here. There's some sloppiness here and there.
Yeah.
But look, they haven't suffered one 3-game losing streak all season.
And think about it, it's not like everything is gone in their favor. Klay Thompson missed so much time before the season even started. Iguodala's been in and out of the lineup. Jordan Poole, a young player, unproven, who's only had a couple of months of success before this season, is getting yo-yoed from the starting lineup back to the bench. Kevon Looney is an undersized center having a career year. There are a lot of things that haven't gone their way, Bonte, and I feel like they've made the most of it. Now, late game strategies for Steve Kerr, he's going to have to learn and figure out what the best lineups are. And when you lose a game the way they did last night, criticizing GP2 not being on the floor, totally valid. Totally valid. Sometimes the coach just has to wear it, and I think he will. But I'm looking at who's having career years. Otto Porter Jr. hit the fountain of youth.
No doubt.
He's getting a multi-year not big time, but he's getting a multi-year.
He's getting a nice deal. He's getting a deal.
Right?
He's getting some money.
All right,
Kevon
Looney is going to get some money this offseason, right?
No doubt.
Andrew Wiggins is trying to get himself another extension. Klay Thompson, I was thinking it might be one of the worst contracts in Bay Area sports history. Now he comes back and you're like, maybe there's some salvaging on the final 2 years of this deal in terms of this team getting into the playoffs and having those moments. So I'm just looking at the big picture, and then Kuminga and Moody and what they've done with those two young players, picking and choosing their spots and having these guys flash. They're not busts.
No.
Can we write that and just move that off?
Bust. I don't think James Wiseman is a bust either. Real quick, let's go to Antonio.
Yeah.
Antonio, before the break, what's your grade for the Warriors through the first 59?
I would say probably a B-, because I want that number 1 seed, and I am a little disappointed in that loss last night because, I don't want to have to face Phoenix and Memphis in the playoffs. I just want to face one of them. So that's why that number 1 seed is important. I don't want to look back later in the season and say, oh, man, that Nuggets game. But anyway, man, we were going at Jokic, man, like he was like teams went at Josh Norman, because Jokic is Josh Norman on defense. He's great on offense, but he's Normanish on defense, and we picked him in the first half. But, I'm disappointed, but I love the Warriors, man. At the end of the day, we're number 2 seed. Let's keep on riding.
No doubt about that. We're going to break here. Don in Hayward will get you on the other side. 888-957-9570. What's your grade for the Golden State Warriors through their first 59 games of the season? That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Damon Bruce is a staple.
build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Morris has it left wing. Forbes comes over, flashes to the ball. Ball goes to Jokic. Deep in the left corner. Dribbles on Looney. 3 seconds down to 2 seconds with one. Ball over to Jumpers up. It's good by Morris. It's a 3 at the buzzer, and the Denver Nuggets have come back and won. Jokic had such poise to not hurry the play. And the Warriors are stunned. The Nuggets have to come back on the floor in case they put time back up on the clock.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Well, that right there is reigning MVP Jokic killing the Warriors with a pass out to Monty Morris, who hits a 3 as Steph Curry is trying to slide over late. But that's not really the story of this morning, because right now I was notified of some audio yesterday from Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto discussing yours truly, not me, no, Bonte Hill and his suit game. I guess yesterday on Damon and Ratto, they were discussing, Bonte, your attire and your suit game, and here is the exchange that they had on these airwaves on 95.7 The Game.
Anyone else notice that Bonte's suit game has absolutely taken a step forward? Anyone else noticing this?
Not me.
Oh, trust me.
I'm going to be honest with you. The last thing I think about when I'm thinking about Bonte Hill is what he's wearing.
Oh, well, you got to see him on this. First of all, he's up there with 2 former NBA players who made millions and have tailors. Bonte, he's in radio, so he's still off the rack, just like us. But he's looking good. Bonte, if you're listening right now, this isn't my assessment of you. My wife turned to me and she said, "Ooh, I really like Bonte's shirt." He was kind of wearing like a maroon... possibly mauve jacket, and then kind of a pastel shirt underneath. It was smart, Ray. Looked good.
You literally lost me at Bonte.
You lost me at mauve. I don't know what that means, but also I think it's all Anna. It's all his girl.
No doubt. No, you don't live your life as Bonte Hill and then all of a sudden, boom, start dressing like that.
You live your life as Bonte Hill. You're spending a lot of your days crying in despair.
No, come on. He's got a great job. He gets to wake up at 2:30 in the morning to come to work every day. And then he gets to hang out till 11 o'clock at night. If there's somebody who needs a good night of sleep, it's Bonte. Plus the kid. Can we get Bonte some Xanax?
Yeah, because that's what you need. He needs to be doped up.
Anyways, looking good.
Bonte. So there's so many levels to this. Number one, they were discussing your Joker coat, which I called the Joker coat.
I called it Nick Saban.
No, I love the coat. I absolutely love the burgundy. He said maroon, burgundy, whatever, whatever you want to call it. I was actually at Men's Warehouse yesterday looking at different colors and whatnot, and I saw some, I would say pink, like a pink blazer, and I'm like, man, you got to have a lot of swagger to rock something like that. And for you to pull off the burgundy Joker look, hey, kudos to you, and they are not wrong. You are dressing fly, and your boy does need sleep. I'm going to be real with you. You've been contentious the last couple of weeks. I feel like you've limped into the All-Star break as well as the Warriors.
I've been all right.
I love you. I'm just teasing.
No, that was great stuff. Ray Ratto with the line of the day. I don't think the last thing I think about is Bonte Hill in fashion. David with the shout out there. That was pretty funny. You don't become Bonte Hill. You don't live as Bonte Hill, then boom, all of a sudden start dressing well. He ain't lying there. And it has a lot to do with the way I'm looking this year. We've got to step our game up, man. You got Festus up there looking dripped out, who, by the way, Festus Zvili will join us at 8 o'clock today. He's going to come back on the morning roast. Festus doing a great job on TV. D. Wright joined us yesterday. D. Wright is always fly. Always fly. You know, what happened yesterday, actually, in the Chase Club. So some lady, she's with her husband. She comes by. She sees us.
Did she know you and you didn't know her?
No, she didn't know us because she goes, "Are you guys famous?" And we're like, "No, we work here at Chase Center. Like, we're here at Chase Center." Yeah, I mean, no. I mean, yeah, they are. I'm not.
No.
Thank you.
Not famous at all. So she's like, "Oh, you guys all look good." And then she looks at me and goes, "Well, hon, I don't know about you in that tie. maybe it's a little too skinny. And she said she was a designer for Nicole and Joe Lacob, right? Oh. Well, I said, oh, well, you know what? My girl picked out my outfit. I think I'm straight. She goes, then she felt all bad or whatnot. But then, Darrell's, I was like, bro, you good, dude. Who the hell is this lady? So there was one person last night who had a problem with the way I dressed, to make a long story short.
Well, the last thing I think about when I'm thinking about Bonte Hill is what he's wearing.
You lost me at Bonte.
Isn't art, in the eye of the beholder, right? Like
Absolutely.
what you determine to be beautiful, I might not determine to be as beautiful depending on what it is. I mean, everybody has what they like and what they don't like. You have a palette, if you will. And so I'm not here to tell you right or wrong. Like some people think Russell Westbrook dresses properly. I think that the safety cone look that he goes for from time to time isn't necessarily one that I would like to wear.
Yeah, you know what? Look, there's 23 games left, plus the playoffs. Probably gonna have to step up my suit game even more.
What?
23 games left plus playoffs. Everybody's gonna be watching. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying, Shasky?
You literally lost me at Bonte.
Hey, man, I'm going to have to step it up a little bit more, man, but I appreciate the shout-out by David Bruce. That means a lot there, that they're paying attention out there to the suit game. His wife said it. Jillian. What's up, Jillian?
Well, now I have a question for not just you guys, because you're in TV, so it's a little different, but just the guys in general, because like I said, I went to Men's Warehouse yesterday. I do not own a black suit. I've only had a couple of suits in my life, and I don't own a black suit. And so, of course, when you have something, like a funeral or something to go to, like I have to wear the darkest suit that I have available, and you don't want to be too festive, and you don't want to be too this, too that. So now my question is to Curly and Langford, because they're younger guys. When I was their age, I owned 0 suits. I mean, for my wedding, my mother-in-law bought me the suit for myself, which was my only suit that I owned up until that point in my life. So do they own a suit? And if so, is it mandatory that every man has a black suit in their closet? Because that's what the sales rep at Men's Warehouse said to me. And I thought to myself, I was like, well, he makes a lot of sense, but is that just the sales pitch, or is there truth to this?
I personally don't have a suit. I have nice dress shirts. I got a sport coat. I got pants, but I don't have like a suit that's all come together. I try and make it work as opposed to having just one suit. I do.
So you're mix and matching it.
Yeah, I'm a mix and match guy,
which is fine. I'm not saying that you don't. That's the other thing. You could look good mixing and matching.
No, you
know
can.
What I mean?
You can. That was my look for a long time. Like I would try the cheap blazer, button up with some jeans or some khakis. That was my look for a very long time. Hell, it was my look 2 years ago when I started that gig. I mean, I didn't have a suit. I had one suit for a wedding that I had, a charcoal gray one. But other than that, I've never owned this many suits in my life.
You get yourself a blazer, you get yourself some nice dress shoes, you're all good. Then you can wear just a white shirt and jeans and then dress shoes and a sport coat. You know, that's where I'm at.
I call that the Joe Fortenbaugh. Have 17 different coats, and then it doesn't matter what kind of pants you're wearing because it looks really cool. No, but that's the move that
he does the pocket square too.
And the pocket. I was going to say the pocket square there. You got to get the pocket square, and you got to get the design. Then you post it to social.
Let me ask you guys before we get to Curly. Do I need to go pocket square now?
No.
Do I need to step it up and go pocket square?
No. Not everyone. It's like the guy who wears the suspenders, you know what I mean? Or the bow tie.
I agree.
Stick to what your lane is. You don't want to do too much. Like some people are cufflink guys, right? Like I'm not a big cufflink guy.
Yeah.
I don't even own a watch, right?
Yeah.
I'm not a watch guy. I have a wedding ring. Some people like jewelry. So stick to what your wheelhouse is. I think when you do too much and you're inauthentic, then you're not yourself and you're not comfortable.
Curly, where are you at with suits? I guarantee you Curly has about 4 suits in his closet.
I do actually have 4 suits. That's the magic number. I got a black one, charcoal one, light gray one, and a blue one.
Wow.
The blue one's the cleanest by far. Because you got to go with the shoes on top of it.
Yeah. Well, brown shoes go with everything. Yeah.
Brown shoes do go with that. I had the brown shoes on yesterday. Yeah. Got a couple pair of brown shoes, some burgundy shoes, some black shoes. Brown shoes do good. It makes it pop.
It does.
Brown shoes make it pop.
I'm with you on that.
Ernie Cocker, remember when Bonte would wear flannels? I still got the flannels, Ernie. But when we're in the studio this early, we don't have to dress up.
No.
I mean, I get to wear every T-shirt I own now. I got the Clay T-shirt on now. I haven't wore a button-up like a flannel or a polo in a very long time.
When I come in and I'm wearing a sweater at any level, what does everybody on the YouTube and the Twitch app say? They all say the same thing in the chat. Oh, Shesky's going golfing later today.
Right.
And it's like I could be going to meet some client, or I could be going to go have lunch with somebody, and it's like, oh, Shesky's going golfing. Like they just assume it's golf attire.
650 Comcast Business text line. I was taught that you have to have 3 suits: light gray, a navy blue, and a dark gray black suit. That's Drake from Mountain View, and I kind of agree with that. I got a couple dark blue, navy blues, couple blacks, couple grays. Keep that in rotation, but I am looking for a tan/brown suit. Kind of just, I'm trying to just have the entire color palette there, so I can just bring it out here and there. But no, he's right there. The basics: gray, black, blue. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, I'm with him on that one. And when it comes to, like, if you get a nice pair of, like, whether it's tan, beige, khaki colored dress slacks, you can rock any color blazer with that and pull it off, whether it's black, blue, gray, red. You can pull off a lot of different colors, and to me, that's still a classy look.
No doubt. How much laundry does Bonte generate in a day? Poor Ed, and that's from the 510 Comcast Business 6. By the way, let me ask you guys this. So, you know, when I do those Cisco WebEx things, and we'll get the Anthony and Don.
Yeah, when you look like you're in a hostage situation and you're sending a video out.
Yeah, in a bomb shelter or something like that.
This is Bonte Hill, and you're listening to the Cisco WebEx, and just after the game, me and Festus are going to throw it to a Steph Curry interview from 7 days ago. I love you. You know I'm just teasing.
Shots fired.
I'm just teasing. Fired.
So we do these. I always go, you know, come up after the game, blah, 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 blah. Now back to Fitz and Buki.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. That's
back
funny
to Fitz
stuff.
and Buki.
Hey, we're running those Grant Liftman promos all day long,
I would
baby.
too if I interviewed Steph Curry.
So much. 707. Well, you are listening to sports this morning. We just ventured off for the last 5 minutes about suits. It's all good. Don't worry. We're getting back into the Warriors.
We'll get back to center.
Hey, 707. Comcast Business Text Line. What is your grade for the Golden State Warriors through 59 games? All right. We'll get back to sports in just a second.
Should Tom Brady come out of retirement?
Guy goes, Bonte, man, I love you, dog, but I'm going to keep it real with you, man. You got to stop calling Buki Buki. You can't call a grown man Buki. Wait, what are you talking about? It's Fitz and Buki.
Yeah,
what do you want me to say? He goes, you got to say Fitz and Uki. No, I'm not saying Fitz and Uki. He's basically saying I can't call a grown man Buki. Like, I disagree with that.
Am I missing something?
Yeah, we always called him Buki. Remember when Papa used to do the Buki? Like, you got to do Buki.
And Papa's known for being a little over the top at times, so that's his thing. And I'm glad that you do your thing, and you got to be authentic to yourself. Again, if you're not a bow tie guy, don't rock a bow tie.
All right. Let's do this. 888-957-9570. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. What is your grade for the Golden State Warriors through 59 games? Let's take a call real quick, Shasky.
Yeah, because I have a thought on Jordan Poole and Kuminga off the bench.
No doubt. Let's go to Don in Hayward. Don, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
What's up, Don?
I give the Warriors a B. You know, none of us were expecting them to be this good before the start of the season, so I give them a B, and I'm not worried about the struggles right now because I know that when Draymond comes back, he's going to fix all the issues. I mean, imagine when he gets the rebound and go for a fast break, all Curry has to do is run the corners, and Dre will find them, you know. And now we got Klay Thompson back, so I think we're going to be okay.
A B, huh? A B. B. That's a B from Don, and I believe the Warriors will be okay as well. I do. But the only concern I have is the health. Health, just like the 49ers. Are they going to be healthy by the time the postseason comes around? For the most part, they were, but the quarterback wasn't healthy. Are the Warriors going to be healthy? Is Draymond going to be healthy? How many minutes can Wiseman give you in that Dirker spot? There's a lot of passes that Looney catches in the post, and he doesn't finish because he can't get up like Wiseman. He doesn't have the athleticism like a James Wiseman. Wiseman's in that spot. He's dunking all over your head. So, look, I think they're in a great spot. They're number 2 in the Western Conference. Jordan Poole is starting to fight it off the bench. Kuminga's a star in the making. You know what I'm saying? They just got to reignite Andrew Wiggins, and they need the Splash Brothers to have that game together where they both go off. We still haven't seen that yet.
Well, or like a stretch of games where they go off. You know what I mean? Like 2 or 3 of those, and you'd feel a lot different right now. There was a dunk from Kuminga last night that was like, just, I mean, he does
the reverse over Jokic.
Oh my God.
His hand almost hit the rim.
Bonte.
I mean, it was just like, we just got to like,
Tell me we have that highlight.
Dude, we probably do have that highlight. We'll play some sound, too.
It was ridiculous. I jumped off the couch.
I mean, like, it's like a Steph 3. Like, you know, when we got immune to Steph Curry dropping 40, and we're just like, ho-hum, Steph Curry just dropped 40 and hit 7 threes. That's what a Kuminga dunk is starting to feel like. This guy's windmilling in game.
Yes.
The reverse against Jokic on the back cut. He catches Jokic sleeping and just throws it up over his head so effortlessly. And by the way, Jonathan Kuminga has been added to the Rising Stars game.
Yes.
Adam Silver ain't no dummy. He knows. He got this JK kid with the Golden State Warriors, 19 years old. It's time to groom the next great Golden State Warrior. Get this guy in the Rising Stars Challenge. Any minor injury, we're pulling the rookie. We're getting JK in there. And I wonder what his odds are for MVP. Hey, Langford, you hear me? Jonathan Kuminga, MVP, Rising Stars Challenge. May have to sprinkle something on that. Man,
B, like the Kuminga thing is very interesting. I was one of the people saying, man, maybe you start him and you play him alongside all these other great players and whatnot. Now I'm thinking about it, and I liked what they did yesterday. So they start GP2, and Kuminga comes off the bench, right? And when he's playing against second units, the majority of the people on second units for other teams, when he would be playing against them, are going to be one-dimensional players. They're either a defensive stopper or maybe they're an offensive player that doesn't play a lot of defense. But it allows him to go up against weaker players, like straight up, and build his confidence and feast on them. Simultaneously, it gives them a dunker. It gives them an attacker with that second unit, which they don't really have. Right. And then it also allows him to grow with Jordan Poole. And I feel like they can play your turn, my turn in terms of ball movement and who gets it. And I really like that one. I didn't even see that one coming. Kuminga and Jordan Poole playing together off the bench. But I think that's the duo to me. If they really want to get where they want to go, clearly Draymond's important. Kuminga and Poole in that second unit?
And then wait for Wiseman. Wait for Wiseman to roll there with those three. I really love that. By the way, you want that dunk? Here's the dunk yesterday.
It was so sick.
Kuminga goes backdoor on Jokic and an over-the-head dunk flying to the rim.
God, makes it look so easy.
Oh, he's a very good cutter for a rookie.
Yes.
I mean, Tim Roy's just like, hold on, Tim Roy.
Kuminga goes backdoor on Jokic and an over-the-head dunk flying to the rim.
God, makes it look so easy.
Oh, he's a very good cutter for a rookie.
Yes.
Tom Tobert's just like, man, he just made it look so easy. 209 here to Comcast Business Text Line. Don't jinx him. Please don't whisper his name into the microphone. We would not whisper Jonathan Kuminga because everything he does is loud. So we would not be whispering
his name into the microphone. We will not do that.
Let's go to Sean in Oakland. Sean in Oakland, what's your grade for the Golden State Warriors here in the morning? Ross on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, I give them a solid. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I give them a solid. A minus. If you would have told me October 30th or October last year that they would be 42-17 at the break with a 2 seed, we would all be excited with that. So solid A minus. The only thing that's preventing them from being a solid A, say there's probably 3 or 4 games, tough losses like last night, and health and size. But otherwise, these guys are doing fantastic. A minus, and we're gonna bring the chip home this year.
I like it. A minus. That's my grade. That was Festus's grade. That was D. Wright's grade. A minus. Well. It's your grade because, I mean, again, we talked about it before the season with all the trade rumors and the unknown with the rookies. The Warriors are in one of the most unique situations in NBA history where you have a core group of Steph, Clay, Dre, Iguodala, Looney that's won championships. Then you got the young studs, the young stallions in Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga and Moody waiting in the wings, and we'll see what happens with James Wiseman. You got a vet in Otto Porter Jr. It's a crazy, you're developing talent and winning at a high clip at the same time. It's never happened before in NBA history.
No, and I just like where they're at. And I know that we're going to criticize Steve Kerr for late game strategies, not having a big on the roster, whether it's him, Bob Myers, who helped put the roster together.
No doubt.
Just look at who's having career years, right? Let's just take a step back, and this is Jordan Poole's best overall season. I know people don't want to say that, but look at the body of work. It was up and down until this point in his career. He's been very consistent.
Well, think about where he was at when he got, I don't even want to say demoted, but when he got sent to the G League last year to the Orlando bubble. Since then, he's averaged double figures for his career. Since that moment, when he came back last year from Orlando, he averaged 15 the rest of the season. So his development started last year, and he's carried that over into this season.
And that he deserves tons of credit for that. But doesn't the coaching staff get love for that?
Absolutely.
So
that's what I'm saying.
All the criticism on Steve Kerr, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Looney's having a career year, played more games than anyone. Andrew Wiggins, it's his best season, right? He's an all-star this year. He's being rewarded as such. So just go around the roster. Otto Porter Jr. What was the number one knock on Otto Porter Jr.?
Health.
Okay. Have they maintained his health properly? Have they strategized the calendar and made the most of the minutes that Otto Porter Jr. has been on the court?
Don't play him in back-to-backs. Casey Johnson, NBCS Chicago, told us today Otto Porter Jr. side, he's a steal if he's healthy. Don't play him all back-to-backs, fine. Guess what? In the playoffs, there are no back-to-backs. He's going to play in every single night, so in every single game. So,
right?
I mean, they've managed the minutes there with Otto Porter Jr. Andre Iguodala, you put him in bubble wrap. Don't need to see him into the playoffs.
No.
Don't need to see him into the playoffs, right?
And then like GP2, like the emergence of GP2 and the way they've used him as a weapon. Now, look, I'm sitting here saying, hey, I would have had him on that final defensive possession last night, and that's part of the the live and learn from the head coach as well. He's going to have to figure out how to best maximize him. What did he play? 30 minutes last night. Had the 2 blocks on Jokic were sick. I mean, I just love GP2, but like, do they not get credit for identifying and developing GP2 and then maximizing him?
25 minutes last night for GP2. 25 minutes, 5 of 8 from the floor. 12.6 steals, 4 rebounds. He was cutting to the basket, and he's hit a lull over the last couple of weeks. It was good to see Gary Payton II have a solid game going into the break. He rolled his ankle, but he came back in and played at a high level. Yeah. Let's go to Tamir real quick, and we'll get to Tsunami on the other side. Tamir, what's happening, man? What's your grade for the Warriors through 59 games?
For me, it's an A because, like I said in the beginning of the season, coming from last year, you're coming in as a play-in contender, and now you're the top 2 seed. You can't get less than an A than that because you were at the bottom. And then I just figured that they'll be here. You add Draymond and Wiseman and come in here, and you're still top 2 seed. We can't complain about that. And I see fans. I used to always criticize Kerr, but I'm not that no more. You just got to sit back and enjoy the ride. We don't know how long this is going to last. He's doing what he's supposed to do, tweaking the rosters at the first half of the season. Man, Bonte, your drip is good. Don't listen to any of the haters out there. Keep doing you, bro. The suit is clean. You know what I'm saying? I don't wear the basic color suits. I like to do the colors that other people can't do because I swag out like that with my shoes and
stuff. There you go.
So,
there you go.
Keep doing you, bro. Yep.
Appreciate you, Tamir, man. Always appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend there. Hopefully,
you know what they're calling you?
Well. What are they calling me?
The rumor is that the internet's been calling you Buttery Bonte.
The last thing I think about when I'm thinking about Bonte Hill is what he's wearing.
Me too, Ray. Me too.
I want to see someone Photoshop you on the cover of the Orville Redenbacher's box because you're dipped in butter.
Well, it's going to happen since you put it out there. I mean, there's a lot of people listening. That graphic will be up probably by 8 a.m. Guaranteed. Tsunami will get you on the other side and get your grade. 888-957-9570. What's your grade for the Golden State Warriors through 59 games? They're 42-17, 26-6 at home, but they've lost 4 of 5 going into the All-Star break. They've limping in like your boys limping into this show. What's your grade for the Golden State Warriors here through 59 games? And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by AC and Transit. Find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love.
Mount Westmore is coming to Oakland Arena on May 27th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in to the Morning Roast each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win tickets.
Have not scored since the 2:11 mark. Poole will bring it up. Now he gets it over to Curry in the backcourt. Curry comes across. Here we go. Across the timeline. Between the circles. Thompson the screen. Curry blasting right side. Pulls up for a two. It's good! And he got fouled! Curry! Standing ovation for Steph and Curry, but there's time on the clock. 5.9 to go in the game.
Back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
We thought that was the game winner. Tim Roy on a call for, of course, 95.7 The Game, the longtime voice of the Golden State Warriors. We thought that was the game winner. 3-point play, tough shot by Steph Curry, who finished with 25.6 assists, 10 and 19 from the floor, but only 1 and 7 from the 3-point line. Monty Morris, Steph Curry helping off of Monty Morris. Jokic coming through the lane, one-on-one with Kevon Looney. Curry goes up there doubles. And what do you know? Monty Morris with the buzzer beater. And the Nuggets still want to chase under. They rallied from a 16-point deficit. Really, they had their first lead with 15 seconds left in the game. Warriors led that game throughout, man. And they blow it at the end. Tough one for them as they go to 42-17 again, 26-6 at Chase Center. But listen, for your chance to win 2 tickets to see Mount Westmore on May 27th at Oakland Arena, coming up around 7:30. When you hear this sounder.
When I enter the turf, when I pull up, what happened? People gather around me like an ice cream truck.
No cap. Be the 5th caller to contest line, 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. And don't forget, starting next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Langford and Chasky giving you a chance to win a framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It will be a text-to-win contest. You will have opportunities to qualify throughout each show, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So tune in Monday and Wednesday next week for your chance to win. And Shasky, before we get to Tsunami, just want to show everybody the Klay Thompson jersey I'm talking about. As you talk here about to go to St.
Yeah, show it to me.
I'm going to show it to you right now.
All right, Bonte is now leaning over into the studio, and he's grabbing a giant framed Klay Thompson jersey. It's on the YouTube channel right now. It's on Twitch. It is a blue jersey with white stripes on the side. It is I guess now they wear those at home as well, but it's the primary one with the bridge, and it's backwards, and obviously you got the 11 with Thompson. It's signed right over the second one, and there's, Klay with pretty decent size hair, so it's probably 2 years ago, the 2 pictures on the side.
I guarantee that.
It's authenticated, and it's framed, and it is absolutely glorious. I mean, anybody who wins this Klay Thompson jersey, this is something, whether you want to gift it to someone else, whether you want to hang it in a man cave, whether you want to put it in an office, it is going to look classy. It is going to look incredible. I mean, are you sure I can't have that Klay Thompson thing? Because that would look really good next to my Steph Curry one with the 3-pointer record.
You can't have it. It's for the fans. It's for hopefully a roaster. I want a roaster to get this jersey.
There's no emotion on my face because I know.
Oh, okay, wait. Before we go any further, Klay Thompson pregame. Okay. So there was a video circulating that you had retweeted from NBC Bay Area.
The stretching.
Of him stretching. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this individual, but Miguel Angel Jimenez is an OG golfer who has long hair.
He won a major before.
Yes, he did, and he's a Ping staffer, so I'm a big fan of his. Ping is a brand of golf clubs, so I've been following his career for quite some time. And he is an eccentric European who smokes cigars on the golf course and, has long hair and a ponytail. He doesn't look anything like a normal golfer, and I love him. He is very, very, very boisterous, and he's just a great character of golf. And he does this thing with his knees as he's doing his pregame stretching, and it's always like people laughing at him, and he goes, "This is literally how I stretch to get ready for golf." And Klay Thompson was doing the exact same stretch in pregame yesterday, and I think people were making fun of it, and I'm like, hey man, whatever you do to let you be you, do it. Like Ozzie Smith used to come out and do the cartwheels, right?
The backflip.
The backflip, right? Like, do you, dude? Like, I have no problem with it. And I swear to God, Clay did it exactly the way Miguel Angel Jimenez did it. And so I posted the video over the video. You can check it out on my timeline on Twitter. But that was great, B. Were people loving the Clay Thompson stretch?
I think people love Cannon running on the court more than the Klay Thompson stretch.
How cool is that?
So
Pre-game,
Bob Myers comes out pregame. Of course, the Warriors always do this before the All-Star break. They honor their All-Stars with the jersey. Bob Myers gives a jersey, and he gave one to Andrew Wiggins, who's going to his first All-Star game in his career. Draymond Green, his fourth All-Star, and Steph Curry with his eighth. And their kids came out. Andrew Wiggins' beautiful daughter, Draymond Green's beautiful daughter, and, of course, Cannon Curry, the youngest of the Curry clan. He comes out to give Steph his propers, and he's running around the floor. He didn't want to leave the floor. As the kids leave the floor, and Steph's like, yeah, Raymond Ritter grabs him. Cannon's like, nah, I'm going back to midcourt. I want to jump for tip ball. I want to play. It was great. Raymond Ritter couldn't handle him. Cool. It was really cool to see Steph grab his son. He's fast too. He's a quick kid, man.
The other part of this, B, is just for Draymond and Steph. I mean, you've seen these guys go from boys to men, and that's the reality of it. Like, I remember when, oh my God, David Lee's our first All-Star, and that was a novelty in itself. And then Steph Curry finally, got his All-Star bid, and he was a boy. I mean, he was not the man that you see today, and now he has children and everything. And it's just, I don't know. I felt a certain way, and I kind of saw my own mortality through the lens or the prism of them, having their children come out, right? And I mean, how special is that? Bonte, if your daughter were to run out and give you a Marconi or whatever, pick the television award, I don't know, that would be pretty special for you. And I just thought that was a really cool, touching moment. You want to talk about doing things first class?
Oh,
that's what Joe Lacob and the Warriors do.
They do it first class all the time. Bob Myers right there. I mean, the kids out there. Steph Curry has 3 kids now. 3 kids. Draymond's a daddy. You know what I'm saying? It's just Wiggins. I didn't even know he had a daughter, man. It's just pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
So those were some bright spots yesterday. Warriors lose to the Nuggets. Let's go to Tsunami in San Jose. What's your grade on the Golden State Warriors through 59 games, Tsunami?
Hey, what's up, big fellas? How you guys doing, man?
Can't complain.
Doing good.
Right on. That's great. Hey, I got a few takes on my grade. I got to give them an A, man. At the beginning of the year, you guys had people call in and say, hey, where do you think they're going to fit in, or where do you think they're going to slot in the Western Conference? And, they've met my expectations, which were high, and that was coming at least in as a second seed. I thought they'd get 50 wins as a great year this year, and they're going to eclipse that easily. So I got to give them an A. I have a couple other quick takes, though. The second one is, I know, Shasky, you've been saying a lot during this broadcast this morning about hitting up Kerr on his late game strategies. He's got to get better, though. He really does. The fact that he's got Curry in there at the end of the game, I know Curry's improved defensively this year, but he should not be in the game at the end defensively. That should be GP2. That should be Kuminga. Someone that's more defensive oriented, man. And that's burned us about 3 times this year. That's lost us a game. My last take, guys.
It's a great point.
I'm fired. I'm fired up about this All-Star break because it lets me focus on the high school basketball playoffs. Man, CCS playoffs starts this Friday.
Yeah.
Open division.
Yep.
City Monarchs, number 1 seed in the boys, number 1 seed in the girls.
It looks like they're doing pool play. They're doing pool play this year. I saw a bracket where it's like Pool A, Pool B. So it looks like they're switching up the entire format, Tsunami.
I kind of like it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing that because in the past with the Open, what would happen is if you're in the Open division of CCS, you're guaranteed to get a seed in the NorCal playoffs. And what happens is if you lose in the Open in the first game, you're off and haven't played for about 2 weeks before NorCal. So what they wanted to do was eliminate that and have more games for these teams, even though you lose 1 or 2. Keep you fresh for the NorCal playoffs.
No doubt.
So that's the reason. It'll be interesting. First time they've done this.
Yeah. I saw some brackets yesterday where Reardon was a top seed in Pool A, and I was like, they're doing it by pool play. And then Pool A versus Pool B will play to go to NorCal or whatnot. Very interesting.
And B, just to double up on this in terms of the best program that I've seen this year, top to bottom. In my estimation, now again, I'm just freshman JV varsity is the women's midi program. Carondelet is fantastic this year. Pinewood's been very, very, very underrated.
Pinewood's always good.
They're very, very good. To me, though, in terms of coaching and the depth and talent across the board and the synergy and the way that they've played, I am so impressed with the midi women's basketball program. They have it so buttoned up and dialed in.
Yeah.
And I just want to give them their love. We don't talk enough, because you and I love high school sports.
Right.
I'm so impressed. I've seen them 3 times this year, up close and personal.
Midi's good.
They're
Their
so
women's program's
talented.
really good.
The coaching staff has done a great job. They've got great girls there that are playing. It's team basketball. I love watching them play.
Hey, shout out to Lick Liberty, though. They won the BCL West Counties Championship over San Domenico at Keysar last Saturday. So I love girls basketball in general. Midi's good. Lick Liberty's good. San Domenico's good. You brought up Carondelet and Pinewood. They're always powerhouses. Carondelet's always a powerhouse.
Really
good. Always ballers. They always ball up there, out there in Concord. So shout out to the high school teams, man, getting ready for the state tournament, section tournament. This is a fun time of the season, man. It's turn up time. High schools, March Madness, the NBA, of course. Let's go to T in the South Bay. T in the South Bay with the grade here, Shasky. What's happening, T? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to give the Warriors a B. I think, personally, the thing that's winning this game primarily is their system. I think, passing and moving and cutting and getting open and things of that nature, I think their habits and their behaviors offensively and defensively are winning them games. I think I just wanted to address the size thing that I always talk about, and I know Shasky, amongst others, disagree to an extent. To clear that up, I do think we need size. I just don't want it to be in the form of somebody that plays with their back to the basket. I think the best player in the league right now is Giannis, and Giannis scores in the post. He is a post player, but he starts from the three-point line. He starts with momentum. He's able to get the ball out on the break and attack the rim. But him and LeBron and guys of that nature, they've always scored from the paint. So we do need a guy that's big enough to defend in the paint, along with Draymond. But I just don't want to see them traditionally starting down there.
No, you just need somebody for some. You need somebody for some spot duty. Like, for example, last night's a great example. Would have been nice to, let's just say, hypothetically, to have a Robin Lopez type that you could throw on Jokic in that late game situation. I mean, again, this is hypothetical.
But you know what, though? Nobody's stopping Jokic.
No, he's the MVP of the league.
Nikola Jokic, watching him up close and personal yesterday, he's strong. He's so physical. You look at his body. You look at his body. You're like, man, how is he just punishing people in the post? He's smart, high basketball IQ. His handle's really, really good. There's no stopping Jokic. So you try to take away something. Do you take away the scoring? Do you take away the passing? Well, you took away the passing in the first half, and you're up at the half. You're up at the half by 9. Jokic got going with the passing game, and the Warriors had no choice but the double, so I don't care if it's Lopez, Wiseman. I mean, the best of the best is not going to stop Jokic, so you got to live and die with something. You got to live and die with something, man. Pick your poison when it comes to the Joker.
You're not, but just in the particular situation they were in last night, because Kevon was just getting bodied by him late, and because it's such a mismatch it's a bad matchup for a lot of guys, but specifically for Kevon, right? Like, for everyone in the league, it's a bad matchup, but specifically for Kevon, I think you're more inclined to send the double there, or as a teammate and you're on the court, you're gonna go over to try to help him. I don't fault Steve Kerr in this situation. The other thing, I think it's easy for everyone to say, put Steph Curry on the bench. I think when you're the coach of the team, it is so much more difficult to remove the best player on your team.
Yeah, but you know what?
Even in a defensive situation like that, and I understand that's not his strength. It's just hard. It's easy to say. It's hard to do, to actually remove your best player and put him on the bench.
You know what, though? They've done it this year.
I know they have.
They've done it at times. They've done it a few times. We've seen it over the past few years. They do it where they take out Steph for a defensive possession. I think we'll see it a little bit more this year. It's not a bad strategy. Not a bad strategy at all. It's Steph over helping there on Jokic at the end. Monty Morris with the game winner. Let's hear from Steph Curry on giving up that final shot of the game.
Yeah, they ran, post entry to get Jokic the world to figure out what he wanted to do. I took the bait, made a dumb read. It was a step late, thinking the clock had run down enough where it was only his opportunity to shoot, and he made a great pass. And then I realized where I was and tried to make a play on the ball and contest a shot, and Monty made a clutch bucket, and I gave it to him. So the last thing you can do in that situation is give up a 3. I did that.
And here's what Steph Curry added for all the people who are negative about the Golden State Warriors. They actually won 10 out of the last 14.
We were playing offer for a while. And like you said, we won 9 in a row and had a couple of tough losses. One good win, last 5. I choose to say we've won 10 out of the last 14 and keep it moving.
Boom, there it is, 42-17.
And this is why he's the leader of the team. I mean, in my estimation, just playing and watching basketball my whole life, you want to crush Curry on that play. It's such a boom, boom play. He's like, again, he's telling you right there, clock is winding down. He thinks that only Jokic is going to be able to shoot it. Warrior fans, did you even know who Monty Morris was yesterday? I mean, and he's hitting a 3. Like, if you can live and die with Monty Morris hitting a game-winning 3, like, I'm okay with it. It's not the worst thing in the world. And it's not like he was wide open.
Right.
Steph, he closed out. He was a step late. The guy hit a bucket. It's the NBA. Like, if Looney hits a free throw, we're talking about a totally different sequence of events at the end of that game. So, one play never does you in. We can talk about who was on the court, Steph taking too many steps toward Jokic. Like, all in all, like, man, it was a great play by a great player in Jokic, and Monty Morris hit a 3.
No doubt.
Sometimes that happens. The other team gets paid too.
No doubt. Here's what Jonathan Kuminga had to say about trying to defend Nikola Jokic.
I mean, with the rotation we always get with the players you got, especially being one of the biggest players on the court, you got to do what you got to do. You got to go out there and guard the biggest guy on the other team. So it was a little tough. He's going to get whatever he wants to, but you just got to make it a little harder for him.
Kuminga also said that he got called for some questionable foul calls there in a very subtle way. He's getting a rookie treatment. He's getting a rookie treatment so far when it comes to defense there. But look, Curry taking accountability. I like that a lot. Monty Morris has hit a big-time shot. He hit a big-time shot yesterday for the Denver Nuggets to help the Warriors limp into the All-Star break here. So just a tough loss here, a tough stretch here for the Golden State Warriors, losing 4 of their last 5. But I like the accountability that Steph Curry took. Hey, it's on us. Looney, though. Looney, that's where I wanted to get to. Missing 2 of his last 6 free throws down the stretch as the Nuggets try to hack a Looney. Something to bookmark, Shasky. Something to bookmark against the good teams.
And I thought that Jokic did a smart thing by fouling him on the high screen, when he went to go set the high pick, even though it was under 2 minutes. In a normal hack-a situation, it's free throws and you get the side inbounds, if I'm not mistaken, if it's under 2 minutes, right? Isn't that how it goes? Mm-hmm. But because he's setting a screen or whatever, it's in the action of the play. They allow it to go. It was actually a great strategy by Mike Malone. And I wish the Warriors at times would implement these kinds of strategies, because you're playing a numbers game and you're asking a guy who's not a great free throw shooter to hit free throws. My dad's biggest issue with the Warriors right now, Wiggins isn't a great free throw shooter, and Kevon Looney at times can struggle from the free throw line. And we know the charity stripe is how you win games.
They weren't good against the Lakers. They missed 9 free throws against the Lakers Saturday night. Yesterday, 16 and 24 from the free throw line. It's not good enough. It's not good enough.
What's Wiggins? When I enter the turf, when I pull up, what happened? People gather around me like an ice cream truck.
All right, be the 5th caller to the contest line. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME to go see Mount Westmore, Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, Too Short, D40 at the Oakland Arena, May 27th. Be caller number 5 right now. 844-999-GAME. You bring up Andrew Wiggins here, free throw shooting.
Yeah, what is it?
Dipped to 66%.
It's not good enough.
Last year was 71.4, 66%. It's got to be better from the free throw line. Got to be better here.
And it's not like he doesn't have a nice form. It's not like he's an awful, perimeter shooter to begin with. Like, so I just don't get what the free throw thing is for him. Like, I know it's mental, it's repetitions. It's like you always hear all the different people. There's a psychology to it. It's like being a great putter, and I don't get it because his form is really good.
No doubt. Let's go to Chris and Concord. Chris and Concord, you're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's happening, Chris?
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for the call. So just wanted to kind of get your opinion a little bit more on the way that they kind of hacked Looney at the end of the game last night. I get it was a numbers game, and they're playing within the rules, but, man, it rubbed me the wrong way. And at a certain point, I was like, we should just take Looney off the floor.
Well,
so just a quick take. Just want to get your opinion.
I mean, it's a smart strategy to get back in the game, and Mike Malone afterwards said the Nuggets were desperate, so they tried to do anything there. It's a smart strategy. We've been saying it since Hack and Shaq. Bad free throw shooters are going to get fouled. Do you pull them? I guess you could play offense for defense, defense for offense, but then you get into the timeout game. You need your timeouts at the end of the game. Gotta have you expect Looney to make a couple there. You expected it. Looney was hard on himself for missing those free throws. So, look, the Warriors missed 8 free throws. They shoot 29% from the three-point line. They had some great looks down the stretch that it just did not make.
No doubt. And here's the reality is because of the roster construction, and this goes back to the whole, you got JTA and Damian Lee, not playing, and you just don't have another big, right? What are you going to throw, Bielitsa on Jokic?
Right.
You're going to throw Kuminga, who's already in foul trouble, on Jokic? In those situations, you just don't have a lot of options to go to if Looney comes off the court right there.
No doubt. Looney's shooting 63% from the free throw line. Game's on right now. Warriors were up 103-95 with 5 minutes left in the game.
103-95.
Thought they had that one in the bag. Nuggets outscored the Warriors 39-30. Jokic has the ball right now. Posted up Looney. Double team. Three-pointer. Bryn Forbes. I mean, he took that game over. Nikola Jokic, man. He was special last night.
And Bryn Forbes hitting buckets, B.
Buckets.
I mean, it's
buckets.
We didn't talk about another midi boy who was playing in last night's game. Aaron Gordon.
His family was there. I saw his family. I saw his pops. His pops is wild, man. Been knowing his pops for quite some time.
Apparently, Aaron Gordon went to one of the midi games this last week.
Senior night. Yep.
Yeah, which was really cool. Big fan of Aaron Gordon just in general. I feel like he hasn't added any layers to his game right now, and I'm frustrated on his behalf because I know he can do more, and I want him to do more. It just feels like he's just kind of getting up and down the court, and he's not really putting his imprint on the game.
Yeah, 10 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists yesterday, but 0 for 3 from the three-point line. He's always trying to develop that three-point shot. He's not a natural three-point shooter. He wasn't at midi. For a season there in Orlando, he had a really good year from the three-point line, good year by his standards, 35% in 2018-19 when he averaged over 16 points and 7 rebounds. But that's who he is. He's a guy who's going to do a little bit of everything, not necessarily light up the scoreboard. So, yeah, I'm with you there. As I saw, his folks had a nice little box seat, there, right there at midcourt. Pops is always
like
up.
A good dude.
Dude, his dad is hella cool. Yeah, one time Pac-12 tournament when he was at Arizona.
His freshman
they had
year,
lost his freshman year. His only
Yeah.
year. They lost the Pac-12 championship to UCLA. And I remember saw his pops stumbling around in the MGM Grand. Pops is cool. I know his pops.
Business out there.
I know his pops. His pops don't know me. He was having a good time in Vegas. I go, man, what's up? Aaron Gordon leaving? He goes, hey, buddy, we did what we had to do, baby. NBA, here we come. And he started playing in the Pro-Am. His pops is really cool, man. Really cool dude. Mr. Gordon, I believe. And he should be a baller as well. Let's go to Kirk in Oakland.
I'll forever root for them.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll get to Marco. Then we'll transition for a second to the 49ers here. Brad Gilbert,
Hey,
8 o'clock.
guys?
What's up, Kirk? What's going on?
Hey, I wanted to touch the Steph Curry sub him out situation. In that situation, Denver's known for getting quick hitters. They had about 5 seconds left. Say they score 1.5, 2 seconds. Warriors had no timeouts. You have 3 seconds left. You want Steph Curry on the floor to try to get a last shot at.
Thank you.
No doubt.
And let's say they tie the game there, all right, and it's in with 2 seconds. Boom, they hit a layup, just hypothetically, because you got to think about all the different scenarios as a head coach. They hit a layup. Now you're inbounding the ball with no Curry on the court and trying to go the length of it with one of the most deadly long-distance shooters of all time.
No doubt.
I don't know. Some people just foul Jokic in that situation right there. I think you just got to play straight-up defense, and it's just tough because, again, if Draymond's there, I think Draymond's the one on Jokic in that situation, don't you?
And he's disrupting him. He maybe puts it on the deck, and Draymond gets a deflection. That's tough because Jokic with the hook shot. What if he goes with the hook shot?
Well, that's what I thought he was going to do when Steph started to come toward him. I thought he was going to do the little turnaround. That's what I thought was coming, which I can live with. And again, you're talking about it with 5 minutes to go. What was the strategy from the team? Is it he puts it on the ground and we're collapsing on him, or we're collapsing on him immediately? Like, we don't know what their strategy is because of the analytics or maybe the tendencies that they saw in pregame. I kind of trust the coaching staff that they know what they were, what strategy they were going to implement. We can't praise Ron Adams and then all of a sudden crush him for a late game situation.
It's on Mike Brown, really.
He's forgotten more about basketball than I'll ever know.
Well, it's on Mike Brown, and Mike Brown's the D coordinator here, and plus you got Kenny Atkinson, but Ron Adams is there at every game, and he's writing notes. So, again, we said this in the first segment. You said it, Chasky. I'm with you here. These are good experiences for the Golden State Warriors moving forward. I'd rather suffer this loss in Game 59 than, say, Game 4 of the second round in the Western Conference playoffs. Good to get it out the way now. Let's go to Marco in San Francisco. He's here in the city. Marco, what's happening, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys. Good. Hey, I'm not worried about the Warriors. 25 games over 500. We're, in that second slot. And that was a good game last night, right? It was
Very good game.
NBA back and forth. Jokic is amazing to watch. Just for young kids out there to watch a big guy who's not very athletic, but knows how to use his body, has great footwork. It was a fun game, and I got to say, Looney missing the free throws, I'm not mad at him because, if we do have Draymond, you hack a Draymond, where's he at from the free throw, right?
It's true.
Like the 70, right? So, look, Looney's playing his butt off, and his defense at the end in that last series was great. It caused Jokic to have to pass out.
Exactly.
Right? And they just happened to have a guy open. Steph was a second late, so I'm not mad at them. They're playing fun basketball, and they've been down, had people out, hurt, Clay's getting his rhythm back. I think we're in a good spot. And, who knows, what the Wiseman factor is going to be, if anything. But, there's a lot of good things lining up, and they get a rest right now.
Yep. Draymond Green, real quick, and great call, Marco.
Great call. Call again.
Draymond Green, 59.7% from the free throw line. So he hasn't been great either from the free throw line. That's one thing that's been an Achilles heel here for the Golden State Warriors.
Turnovers and free throws.
Yeah, turnovers and free throws.
And then I think that the turnovers will not erase the rebounding deficit, but will ease some of the issues on the defensive rebounding because when you have just slightly better free throw shooting, think of how many games, Bonte, they've left on the table because they've missed 8, 9, 12, 14 free throws.
That's what they did yesterday. Missed 8 free throws. Nuggets go 17-21 for the free throw line. 81%. Warriors go 16-24. Also, the Nuggets made 4 more threes than the Golden State Warriors. That's a plus
and Clay
12.
was off.
Yeah, Nuggets 14-36, 39% from 3. That's a plus 12 from the 3-point line. Warriors 29.4%. Again, plus 12 from the 3-point line. Nuggets go plus 1 from the free throw line. That's a plus 13. You lose by 1. Hey, there's some areas you could have cleaned up there. You gave that game. Warriors gave that game away.
They absolutely did. And the part of basketball that I just don't think a lot of people understand is like sometimes you can play the best defense in the world, great offense, or just a guy hitting a bucket can supersede the best of the best of the best defenses.
In the NBA,
it does.
Great offense beats great defense all day long.
In that sequence, like, oh my God, how dare you take a step toward Jokic and Monty Morris? Steph still collapsed out on Monty Morris and got a hand up in him. Dude hit a shot. I don't know. People losing their mind over these things.
Wow, Warriors were up 8 with 2:57 left.
Was that what it was? I knew it was like 3 minutes they were up 8 or 9.
Yeah, 111, 103. They were up 8 with 2:53 left in the game. Wow. Malik in Oakland. Malik, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you guys doing, man?
Good, man. How you doing, Malik? How you doing, Malik?
I'm first time caller, man. Big fan of you guys' show, man. Thank you, man.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate that.
Okay, yeah, I want to see, man. Sometimes the Warriors, man, I think they act a little bit too arrogant or something like that. I think, and everybody kind of knew they needed a big man. I know Thompson is gone now, but everybody knew he was going to be on the buyout. I think they should have contacted because he gets a lot of offensive rebound. He can a little bit of jump shot, putback, and alley-oop. So I know they miss McGee, man, since I was a big fan of McGee. I wish they had him. But they need a big man, especially in a playoff, in a 7-game series. If they see, like, any of the big team, even Phoenix, Milwaukee, they can't hang with Milwaukee, man, to be honest. Even Phoenix, man, is going to be a dog fight.
We'll see Milwaukee in a couple weeks. Look, the schedule tightens up. Schedule tightens up here. You got a week in a few weeks here. You're going to have the Denver Nuggets on a Monday night in Denver. You come back home to play the Clippers on a Tuesday to back-to-back. Then you go back Thursday to play the Nuggets, and then you play the Bucks on Saturday at Chase Center. That stretch is coming up in the week of March 7th, so they're going to have to tighten some things up here. No doubt about that. Shasky, let's transition to Trey Lance for a second before we get Brad Gilbert and get back over to the Warriors. Do want to talk some Trey Lance stuff. Jay Glazer, Fox Sports Insider, had this to say about Trey Lance.
I've heard great stuff about him behind the scenes. They love him. They're enamored with him. He does some things in practice make you go, oh my goodness. But he's young. I think they did the right thing. I think halfway through the season they were almost getting tempted to go with him. But then Jimmy just started playing better and better and better and better and better. And I think they lucked out by him getting hurt, so they couldn't force him in earlier.
That's Jay Glazer there. The 49ers love Trey Lance, and we're starting to see some practice videos from last year circulate through the internet.
How do you think those got out?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I have a hypothesis on this. First off, the Jay Glazer sound was from the 49er Talk podcast with Laura Britt and Matt Mayoko.
Was that on there? Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know
where Jay Glazer sat down with them. I just want to give them
no doubt.
credit.
I didn't know. I didn't see anything about that.
No, my bad. And then Jay Glazer, Jay Glazer's tapped in with John Lynch. They're very good friends from their Fox days because John Lynch was obviously a broadcaster on Fox. So my estimation, and I'm just connecting the dots here, Glazer's getting this info directly from John Lynch, right? Like they're clearly tapped in on what's going on with the 49ers.
Maybe that is the case. Maybe that is the case. But again, a lot of people will just call people idiots for saying that Trey Lance should have played in week number 1 and Trey Lance is not ready. Again, the laziest narrative so far in 2022 is Trey Lance ain't ready to play quarterback. He ain't ready to play.
Why is that a lazy take, Monte?
I'll tell you why it's a lazy take. I'm hearing a lot of that Houston game, Trey and the offense started off so slow. They only scored 3 points because of Texans. We're acting like Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have slow starts with this 49ers offense. Green Bay game, they're down 17-0 until Trey Lance ran in the touchdown for a quarterback power at the end of the first half. The Philadelphia Eagles game, they did diddly-poo in the first half until the last drive when Jimmy Garoppolo threw it to Deebo Samuel, who was lined up in the wrong spot. All right, and then they scored to final in the last 9 seconds of the first half to go up 7-6. What about the Seattle Seahawks game at home where the Seahawks go 3-and-out on 5 straight possessions, yet the Niners could only muster a 7-0 lead? Why? Because the offense was sputtering in the first half and they lose that football game. You want to talk about the Colts starting off slow? When they go off and score a touchdown, they're up 9-0, and then diddly-poo the rest of the first and second quarter. Diddly-poo, all right? You want to talk about slow starts? I got more slow starts for you when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo. This whole thing about Trey's not being ready, and it's year 2. Oh, it's year 2. He's going to struggle. What were people saying about, and I'm not comparing Trey Lance to Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes played 1 game as a rookie. Did they say, oh, man, she's going to take a step back, man. He ain't ready. All he did was go out there and win the freaking MVP award. Justin Herbert, nobody thought he was ready. And next thing you know, Tyrod Taylor gets a bad shot, punctured lug. Herbert goes in right before kickoff and plays against the Kansas City Chiefs. Has a rookie year to remember. People didn't think he was ready. What about Josh Allen? Huh? We could keep going on and on and on. Trey Lance, with the supporting cast that he has, and you're telling me he's not ready? He can't play well? He can't play just as well as Jimmy? We acted like Shasky that Jimmy Garoppolo set the world on fire. The same Jimmy Garoppolo that didn't lead the 49ers to a touchdown in the fourth quarter against the Dallas Cowboys. The same Jimmy Garoppolo who missed Brendan Ayuk wide open when he could have gone for the throat. The same Jimmy Garoppolo who threw a pick that changed the game against the Dallas Cowboys and made it a game. Talking about the same Jimmy Garoppolo that didn't lead the offense to a touchdown against Green Bay. The same Jimmy Garoppolo who basically wet the bed in the second half. That one, and you want to say Trey Lance ain't ready? Again, I'm saving receipts. Folks. When Trey Lance comes to play next year, I don't want to hear from people saying, oh, we all knew Trey Lance was ready to go. Been on this from day one, dude. Trey is going to be a superstar. Mark my word.
So last night, I fell asleep right after the Warrior game, and I wake up this morning, and all of a sudden, I'm just seeing all this 49er practice footage circulating over the internet. And I want to give a proper a credit here. Javier Vega, who covers the 49ers on the 4th and Gold podcast, somehow got his hands on practice film. And it's been leaking all over the internet. I mean, he's got like 170, 180,000 views on some of these practice plays. And it's Trey Lance against the 49er first-team defense. Bonte, there's a play. He rolls to the left. He looks like Derek Jeter, Brandon Crawford, Alex Rodriguez in baseball, going up the middle, contorting his body, and throwing an absolute frozen rope 20 yards down the field to a wide receiver. There's like 3 quarterbacks in the league who have the footwork, the athleticism, and then the arm strength to be able to make some of these throws. And it's there's like 4 different plays. And I don't know how Javier got the videos. Thank you, Javier, for posting them.
Thank you for sending them to me. I woke up to the DMs from Javier, and he's got 5 videos. And I'm like, okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, and now everybody's like, oh, maybe Trey is ready. And my favorite part of the video, because everyone, practice, people are losing their minds. This is against
practice.
The first team defense. Okay, number one. Number two, there's a spot where Jimmy Ward is in coverage and Trey makes this throw. And you just see Jimmy Ward kind of slump his shoulders like, damn. Like, he didn't have to say anything.
Man.
I didn't have to see his face through the face mask and the helmet. And you could just see from the body language, he was like, wow. And I'm telling you, there are 3 or 4 quarterbacks who can make some of the throws that he has from these practice videos.
Yep.
To me, it's 49er offseason pornography. I am so excited by seeing these videos. This is going to be the longest offseason in 49er history. I'm here really to say it right now.
I wish training camp started tomorrow. I really do. I was ready to run through a wall, hearing some of the takes I was hearing yesterday on the roadways, on the airwaves. I heard some things yesterday that really bothered me. And don't worry. I'm keeping tabs of everybody. The Scott Zolaks, the Randy Muellers, a lot of people here at the station.
How about Bill Simmons? Bill Simmons is out here with his frozen takes from 1997. Trey's not ready. He's not ready.
Okay.
Would you let Bill Simmons teach your kid how to throw a baseball?
Yeah. 49er Oos. Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy tried to tell us during camp that Trey Lance was the truth.
I mean,
that's a comment from one of the videos that Javier Vega posted. Our boy King Shannon, baby. What up, King? His dad, Bill, knows football. He's been coaching football his whole life.
Yes.
Son Josiah was at SI, now gray-shirted at City College in San Francisco, one of the best backs to play at SI. His dad was at training camp, and young Shannon was like, yo, my dad was telling me at the training camp that Trey was lighting it up. So now I guess everybody's an idiot. Nobody knows what they're watching in practice. Robinson Bruno told us over and over and over incessantly in August. Man, I've been to 6 training camp practices. Trey Lance looks good. We were at the practice, Shasky. We walked off the field. The voice of the 49ers, Greg Popple's walking around. Trey, here he goes.
He said it was the greatest practice in the history of him going to practices for 30 years. He said it was the greatest throwing practice he's ever seen.
Shasky? But we're idiots.
That's what the voice of the Niners said.
Not to be this guy, but we're idiots. We don't know what we're seeing out there. Okay. We're gonna see week 1 next year. I'll tell you that much.
And Bonte, here's the funny thing, because I hear a lot of people, it's just practice. And are there guys who are practice players and some guys are gamers? Mm-hmm. Jeff Garcia was considered a guy who was a gamer and not a great practice player. I would say this: no sport is obsessed with practice more than the NFL.
Yep.
Tom Brady says, if you're not addicted to practice, you will never be a good football player.
Mm-hmm.
That's Tom Brady, the greatest player of all time. No sport practices more and plays actual games less than the sport of football. If you do not showcase these skills in practice, you're not going to just all of a sudden magically showcase them in games. Now, and I get it. Some guys are a little more gamer than they are practice player, and some guys play better in practice and for whatever reason don't rise to the occasion. But you have to do it on the practice field against the number ones. And
no doubt.
B, you and I saw it. Debo Samuel, Fred Warner, the stars of this team, and the way they looked at that player, it was real. Like Jerry Seinfeld, the episode.
Yep.
They're real and they're spectacular.
I'm hearing a lot of foolishness. Why can't Trey be ready? Why? He's down in SoCal right now working with Beck. He's got Quincy Avery. He's studying the playbook. He's got an entire offseason to get ready to roll again. You got Brendan Ayuk, Debo Samuel, George Kittle coming back. You're getting reinforcements offensively. Why can't Trey Lance be ready to go? Why can't he lead this team to the playoffs? He made the same mistakes that Jimmy Garoppolo made, and Jimmy Garoppolo's been in the league for 8 years. I mean, what? What are we doing here, folks? Really? Are we really want to die on this hill? And here's the cold part about everything, Shasky. A lot of people who were saying Trey ain't ready were the same people last year saying, boy, I think Trey's got a shot to start week 1. Boy, you know what? It's really close, man. He should probably play over Jimmy Garoppolo. Everybody's doing the Homer Simpson, and they're backing up in the bushes. They're scared. Ain't no time for fence sitters, folks.
The best part about the video that you and I put out the day we went to practice, and everyone lost their minds. They were ready to crush us all year. My favorite part is now looking back at that video, everything that we brought up in the video,
oh my gosh.
Forget the quarterback for just a second. We talked about who flashed, Bonte? Artie Key flashed. DJ Jones flashed. Were we concerned about Mike McGlinchey?
Yep. And what happened?
All those things came to fruition. Okay, every single one of those things came to fruition. So I know people think we don't know what we're talking about, but you can go back. That video is going to stand the test of time because Arden Key was, when Walt Push was scuffed, DJ Jones and Arden Key, were those two of the best players on the 49ers?
They balled out.
And was the defensive line the
and you know
strength
what's
of the
funny?
team?
It's funny. People mocked us for that. Arden Key, these guys saying Arden Key looks good. Arden Key's a bum. Well, he's one of your best pass rushers by the end of the season. And guess what? Arden Key's probably going to get a nice little contract for himself. Probably got himself some money. So, again, we are keeping receipts. It's only February 17th. We got a long way to go,
It's
folks.
the longest offseason in 49ers
We got
history.
a long way to go.
August can't come quick enough.
And look, I'm going to try not to be insufferable this season.
No, you already are.
Yeah, I am. Because we act like Jimmy Garoppolo's lighting the world on fire. Stop it. Trey won a playoff game for the damn Niners. The Texans game was a playoff game. You lose, you're done.
Steven, let's get the book now. Get Curly on it. We're going to produce Bonte Hill's personal record book. Trey, 1 playoff win. Same amount as Alex Smith in a 49er uniform.
Oh, man. The practice video looks good. We're keeping receipts. And a lot of people, you better keep the receipts. And I am calm, folks. I am calm. I just hope you guys keep calm when Trey Lance is lighting the NFC West on fire next season. Y'all better keep calm because I'm going to be here, Bodie. I'm going to be here. Brad Gilbert coming up on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. It's KWIG. It's K-Wig bringing it to you. Soft, warm, and gentle. 5 of 10 from the floor. Knocked down a couple threes. You can't remember when they happened. 13 points and a -12 as the Clippers rolled over the Warriors. Keep it locked. Remember, send love to those close to you and try not to go to the hoop too hard. It's K-Wig.
Catch Willard and Dibs anytime, anywhere with the Odyssey app.
Your roof. It takes a beating from our heavy rain and sunshine. Replacing a roof is a major undertaking, but Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help make it easier for you.
Varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It is my Friday. I'm going to be out for a week. Shasky and Langford will hold it down. That's right. Nice guy, Steven. Joining the Morning Roast. Let's go, Steven. Let's go, baby. He'll be here all next week. They're going to give out a Klay Thompson jersey. Don't forget, starting next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're giving you a chance to win a framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It will be a text-to-win contest, and you will have opportunities to qualify throughout each show, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So tune in Monday and Wednesday next week, Monday through Wednesday next week, for your chance to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Good morning to everybody out there, getting off graveyard shifts, getting to work. Roasters on YouTube and Twitch, keeping it lit. Comcast Business text line as well. Langford, Curly, and Shasky. We got our main man on the line, and I want to get a grade right off the rip from the one and only Brad Gilbert, of course. He's a tennis analyst on ESPN. He's been a tennis coach. He's helped guys win majors. Brad Gilbert, one of the biggest Warrior fans I know. BG, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Good morning, buddy. Good morning, Joe. How are you? And you know what? My coffee of choice, it's a no-brainer. Little Nest espresso. You just throw the pod in there, and you can just double, triple up on espresso. But that was needed this morning. I was disheveled after last night. The old coach in me was tossing and turning after that one.
So before we get into last night's game, overall the Warriors are 42-17. They're the number 2 spot in the Western Conference. Probably not catching Phoenix. Want to see them hold off the Memphis Grizzlies. But a lot of people had the Warriors, John Hollinger had them winning 39 games. A lot of people said, the Warriors may be a top 7 team. What would your grade be for the first 59 games of the season as we head to the All-Star break, BG?
I had them winning about 53-ish games, somewhere between 2 and 4. And the grade would have been an A++ for the first 30 games. But as we've seen the last, 30, that's caused a little concern. So I will give it a B+.
Are you concerned at all with the Draymond Green injury situation? I mean, you're a guy that's been around high-level athletes for your entire life, and I'm sure a bunch of them have suffered back injuries at some level. Because I'm worried about what could happen with Draymond Green, or what might not happen in terms of him returning to the court, or maybe returning and then re-aggravating it. What's your level of concern with Draymond?
Did you see the movie War Games, 1984, like DEFCON, so I'm going, you almost got to figure that if you get him back, it's going to be, touch and go. Mm-hmm. Maybe if he comes back, hopefully he comes back, let's say, the last 10 games of the season. How weird is it the All-Star break comes so late? The All-Star break should come somewhere around, a little bit after halfway. The All-Star break comes after 3/4. So let's say 10 games, he'll be on a minutes restriction, and then your fingers crossed best case scenario is he's back healthy for the playoffs. But probably if I was given a percentile that he'll ever be healthy this season, 90% is healthy, but I'd give it probably a 67.3% chance that he doesn't get much more than 50-60% healthy the rest of the year.
Wow, that's a lot of percentages.
Wow.
I got to do the math in my head. I'm not good at math there.
Not this early in the morning, BG. Not this early in the morning. I usually took math class around 1 o'clock.
Graveyard, buddy, to early morning. So you better get your power nap in there in the middle of the day. God bless you for the turnaround.
Oh man, it was a tough turnaround last night. Let me tell you, the shock in watching the Warriors lose that game. They were up 8, BG, with a little bit over 2 minutes left. Now, the Joker just took the game over the second half. He's a load, 35, 17, and 8 assists last night. I mean, you see why he won the MVP last year. But as they wait for Draymond Green and as they wait for James Wiseman, this break is so much needed because losing 4 or 5 before the break, they're getting out-rebounded. The free throws, they missed 8 free throws last night, BG. They missed 9 against the Lakers Saturday night. Only 29% from the three-point line. They're just slumping, but I don't think we want them to peak right now. We need them peaking around mid-March, late March there when you get the band back together.
Sometimes a loss, you need a crescendo loss. Last night's loss, has been a theme now for a while. And I think it's going to take a little bit, sometimes, of crashing that, like, all year long. Obviously at the beginning it wasn't, but our free throw shooting is woeful, and our three ball is just, we become, I think our shot selection, especially when we're ahead, we're just shooting too many threes. If we were consistently making threes, but we have too many guys that are being left wide open and they're missing threes. So I think that they got too many good players that I hate the analytics. I'm sure my boy Mully is flipping out of his chair.
Oh, he hates
it. They tell you, keep shooting threes. Take a 2. It's a 3-on-2, 2-on-1, take a 2. Like last night, when they were making that comeback from 111 to 103. Besides, I can't believe Coach Curry, the reason why I can't believe that he didn't take Looney out. And what was Looney thinking after under 2 minutes when they can't foul you? It's an intentional foul. You get one in the ball. He sets a screen to get
I know.
that. So wasn't thinking, but they need, they took 2 threes. Take a good shot and get an easy 2. If there's no other shot, take a 3. But we're playing kind of like Houston played, when they had Harden.
Right.
Just bomb too many threes. We have better ball movers and layups, and, Curry's been shooting incredible on 2s.
Yeah.
3 or 2s.
Yep.
Especially that little tweener dribble in, the floater with the one hand. I mean, he's been nailing that one. BG, I do want to squeeze in a Djokovic question in a second, but Kuminga, you identify talent at a young age. That's like what you do. I mean, BG, that's what you're known for. And this kid on the basketball court, he is something special. I can't remember a Warrior player this freakishly athletic. And B keeps saying, is it Chris Webber? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know if there is anyone who is as talented physically as the kid that they drafted in Jonathan Kuminga, and you're seeing the development in real time. What are your early impressions of the kid?
Now it's all about coaching. And coaching, when you're coaching a young person, I hate sometimes when somebody is, he's young, he's got to be given time to blah, blah. So as the rotation probably towards the end of the season in the playoffs completely shortens. Last night we didn't see Lee play. We didn't see JTA play. If the rotation goes to 8 or 9, this kid's minutes have got to go up. Whether or not it does sacrifice some things this year, but he's going to get a lot better, and I expect maybe by even next year, kind of how it was D. Lee to Green, maybe it'll be Green to Kuminga taking his starting spot, and Green will have to come off the bench. The kid was a great find, and he's just going to need to play a lot more minutes. But one of my pet peeves, though, guys are getting left wide open. Mully will tell you this all the time. Guys get left wide open for a reason. And that doesn't mean you have to, shoot a lot when you're left wide open. So keep playing. So for the rest of this year, I think the most importantly is for that kid to really focus on his rebounding, defense, and keep getting to the hole. Don't shoot so much from the outside.
Right. Brad Gilbert here on the Morning Roast. Brad Gilbert here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game helped Andre Agassi win 6 of his 8 Grand Slams. Find him on ESPN, who was just at the Australian Open. A lot of wild things going on in the world of tennis when it comes to vaccination. I'll let Shasky get that question in here. What's the realistic expectation for James Wiseman? I think BG, 10 to 15 minutes a game, play that dunker spot, roll with Jordan Poole coming off the bench here. He can help because a lot of passes Looney gets down to the paint. Looney's played his ass off this year, but you could tell he just can't finish quite as well as James Wiseman. What should be the realistic expectation for James Wiseman as he makes his return?
Every once in a while on a beautiful piece of artwork, it starts as a blank piece of canvas. That's exactly what Wiseman should be, a blank piece of canvas, because we don't know. He was playing last year. I felt like they were using him, to be a scorer, and he was shooting too much from the outside. Let's say if he plays like the center at Phoenix, where he's playing no more than a few feet from the basket, and guys are driving, he's getting catch and dunks, and for the Warriors to win this year, they are not going to win with Looney as their starting center. They are just not. And the more that if this kid can come back and be the starter and play what he needs to, and then Looney plays the backup, and then he plays some clutch defensive minutes, then the Warriors will get a lot better. He's played his ass off, Looney, but that doesn't mean that he can beat some of these bigger guys. That's why we're getting crushed on the boards. So I think they do need to find out if Wiseman's okay. Heck, he should be playing 30 minutes. And he should be no more. He should have to drop and do push-ups if he's further away from 4 feet from the hoop. What's the farthest the guy from Phoenix shoots from?
4 feet. Yeah, 5 feet. DeAndre Ayton.
Okay, so that's it. So he should have the 5 feet rule. Everything is 5 feet in. Like the guy in Atlanta who's just a catch and dunk. He never shoots more than 2 feet from the hoop. So until he's got his sea legs, let's see that, rebound, and just, do that. And then I think he could be effective. But a lot of, him, he was shooting too much from the outside last year, being left wide open.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We got tennis legend with us, Brad Gilbert. Brad, Chris Mullin's one of his best friends, texting him nonstop, FaceTiming him, is what Bonte basically says. But
don't
Brad,
put me under. Don't throw me under the bus, man. You can't tell the people.
He's as great of people, Joe, as you ever meet.
Bonte is jealous because I think Mully is more of a Butcher fan than he is a Bonte fan. I think that scares him, and he's a little insecure, but that's okay. Now, Brad, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you a tennis question, because right now, you're the tennis legend, right? And right now, the number one player in the world, Novak Djokovic, is going through a lot of criticism, not just in this country, but worldwide, regarding his stance on the vaccine. And he basically came out in the last couple of days and said, I'm willing to forego playing in tournaments because I do not want to get the vaccine. For people out there that aren't paying attention, kind of explain to the people what this means for the world of tennis, because this is huge worldwide news.
Well, first of all, I just did a hit the other day on NBC News, and he did clarify one thing.
What he said?
He's not an anti-vaxxer. He said he was vaxxed as a kid. He's a little bit like Aaron Rodgers, is that he's anti-putting something in his body. Okay, that's his choice. Aaron Rodgers can still play football. He's not traveling internationally, and he can play all of his games. Kyrie Irving's decision is affected him and the team for home games. Now, everywhere that Novak goes, he's going to be subject. So like in the States, in March, we have 2 huge tournaments in Indian Wells and Miami. But right now, as an unvaccinated person, you can't get into the States. So some EU countries he can get into. But it's pretty crazy that he's willing to forego, his chance at the GOAT because of his belief. He also owns a small company that he bought kind of under the radar like 2 years ago that's working on some sort of remedy for COVID. He bought I think it's some small Belgian pharmaceutical company working on something, but that's neither here nor there. But I am pretty amazed that he can be, but people say the same thing about Kyrie or Aaron Rodgers. What do you think Aaron Rodgers' stance would be if all of a sudden the NFL said you can't play? Does he forego not playing, or the same for Kyrie if he can't play any game?
Right.
So he's going to get to play a few places, but I just think that he's drawn his line in the sand, and now it'll be interesting the next few weeks. If he misses more huge tournaments, will all of his sponsors that he's paid zillions of dollars decide to say, you know what, I'm going to stay with you? Because Aaron Rodgers didn't lose any of his sponsors, but he's able to play the games. Djokovic, potentially might miss the French, might miss Wimbledon, might miss the U.S. Open. His ranking will fall. And the thing that probably, fellas, that disappoints me more than anything is that he's got, 15 million followers.
Yeah.
And then if he's got some devout followers and then they don't want to get, vaccinated, because I just think that it's one thing to say that you don't want to put anything in your body, but not everybody's like you. And if they follow you, that's why the pandemic is still going after 2 years.
Right. Brad Gilbert here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Always good to hear from BG as the Warriors head into the All-Star break at 42-17. Number 2 team in the Western Conference. 23 games left. Should be a lot of fun. We'll see when Draymond gets back. We'll see when Wiseman gets back.
Refresh yourself. You need to regroup.
Hey, BG.
You need to, what are you going to do on this vacation? You're going to work out hard. You're going to chill. And they got that WebEx thing that I see on the TV. It's like, can't they give you a better little profile on that WebEx thing?
Oh, yeah.
You in at the end, 2 minutes before the end of the game?
Looks like I'm in a bomb shelter, huh? Looks like I'm
it looks like you're a submarine.
I'm going down to San Diego, then LA for a couple days, get some nice Southern California sunshine off of Twitter, off of Instagram. I'm going to be chilling, BG, but you better believe next Thursday when the Warriors play the Blazers, it's time to turn up again, baby. We do it all again.
You know what I'll do for you tonight, buddy?
What's that?
I'll have a couple of cervezas for you, and then I'll get you ready for your vacation.
I love it. Please text me, BG. You're the man.
See you later, fellas.
All right,
Thanks, Brad.
Brad Gilbert here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. He's always bringing the heat. And I guarantee you, Shasky, he didn't get much sleep over that loss last night.
No,
a lot of Warrior fans didn't. When you're up 8 with just some 2 minutes and change, and you have Steph Curry, Klay Thompson on the floor, it's a bad loss. It's a bad loss, and they go into the break losing 4 or 5, man. It's not a good look.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And were you aware, and we'll get back right into the Warriors, because I know we're going to have Festus join us in a little bit, and just asking Warrior fans where they're at right now this morning as we conclude the first half. It's been incredible. Were you aware of the Novak Djokovic situation?
Absolutely. I'm a big tennis fan. I bet on tennis a lot.
I didn't know that.
Oh, dude. I bet on Australian Open for years. Because you know what's so fun about it? I was actually talking to Lucas, the producer for Damon Ratto, about this the other day.
Gambler. Yeah.
Hey, man, when you bet on the Australian Open and those matches start at midnight, you go to sleep and you wake up to the money, baby. You wake up to the money. It's a beautiful feeling. And the Djokovic, he's going to go down as the greatest of all time. He's about to catch Federer for most majors all time. And that rivalry with Federer and Nadal, Joker is nasty.
Yeah.
Nasty.
So right now, if you're just looking at the number of Grand Slam victories, Nadal has 21, Federer has 20, Djokovic 20, right?
Yep.
And so if he doesn't play in these majors, I guess the equivalent would be LeBron has an opportunity to catch Michael Jordan in terms of 6 championships, even though that's not the most of all time, but that's the player that everyone determines to be the greatest player of all time in Michael Jordan in the modern era. So that would be him basically saying, you know what, I'm not gonna play in these because I don't want to get the vaccine, and I'll just miss games because my stance is so strong. And we're seeing this with Kyrie Irving. We're seeing this with Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
You see this probably in your own family. I'm sure within the fabric of certain families, some people are all in on the vaccine, some are out, some are hesitant. So we're not escaping this as a society. And I think that it's tough to talk about because people are so entrenched in their position one way or the other. We can't even have friendly discourse.
Yeah, no, the Joker is, man, he is an amazing, amazing player. Tennis, man, is in a great spot right now. You got some great players, especially the women's circuit. The women's circuit is really, really good. But no, I love me some good old tennis. Let's go to Bay Rob real quick in the city. Bay Rob.
What's up, Bay Rob?
It's been a while, man. Bay Rob. He's out of hibernation after the 49ers lost to the Rams a couple weeks ago in the NFC title game. What's up, Bay Rob?
Y'all, fellas, I've been listening to y'all and everything, but I'm going to keep it 100. I've been kind of butthurt because of Shanahan. That was our Super Bowl, bro. You guys knew it too, and y'all feel the same way. And Cincinnati gave it away just like the 49ers gave it away. But back to Shanahan, bro. Our eyes, and y'all feel the same way. We own Shanahan helmet right now. It's his job to get Trey Young ready. He better be in coordinates with Trey Young. That's what needs to happen. You know what I'm saying? Go get us a deep threat weapon. We do not have one. We ain't had one in a long time. Third thing is stop playing scary, Shanahan. We don't play scary as 49er fans. So I'm definitely on Shanahan helmet. As far as the Warriors, guys, we need a big man. You see everybody loading up for big man. Even Phoenix went got Bimbo, because they got pounded last time by Milwaukee.
Yep.
And they remember that. And guess what? Ain't nobody outscores, but if we don't go get a big man, them third and fourth opportunity that teams go get, that's why they go beat us. That's why we don't lost these last couple of games. New York, Denver, Clippers, all these games is because these dudes getting these extra rebounds and they just pounding us on the board. I'm concerned about Draymond too, just like y'all. If Draymond's straight, Wiseman straight, we still need another big man. We need one, and y'all know we need one.
Hey, Rob.
I don't know who we gonna
I can't argue.
Yeah,
I don't know who we gonna get on the buyout, but we need somebody.
And we talked to Bob Myers. Thanks for the call, Bay Rob. Good to hear from him. He's on Shanahan's helmet, man. I don't even want to relive the NFC Championship game.
I think a lot of Niner fans, everybody I've run into is like, oh, I couldn't even watch the Super Bowl. Everybody said the same thing. It's so hard to watch.
What's hard to watch is Cincinnati going for it on fourth down on their opening possession, and the Niners having a 4th and 2 at the Rams' 43, 42-yard line, and they go with the fake hut, motion.
I hate
hut. Oh, let's take the delay game. Like, that bothers me. Will that happen with Trey Lance? I bet you your ass it doesn't. I bet you Shanahan going to be going on fourth down with Trey Lance. That's for sure. Better believe that. But whether or not the Warriors need a big, look, they got pounded on the glass again last night, 48-38. Jokic controlling the boards with 17. Aaron Gordon with 9 rebounds. Teams are beating the Warriors up inside. It's no question. It's no secret here. So they lose 4 or 5 going into the break. They're still in a great spot. I don't want to lose perspective here. But is there a little concern? They're not clicking. They have some flaws here. They have some flaws they need to clean up here if they want to go out and win a championship.
I have one area where you should be very, very excited regarding the Golden State Warriors, and I'm going to tell you on the other side.
And plus Festus Ezeli. Coming up here, former Warrior center, NBA champ, now a co-host on Warriors pre- and post-game live on NBC Sports Bay Area. He's going to join us coming up, and that is brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Don't miss a second of Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
It's not Wiseman's show.
It'll be his
That's
show.
What I mean. It's Curry's show. It's Clay's show.
One delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Mount Westmore is coming to Oakland Arena on May 27th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in to the morning roast each day this week around 7:30 for your chance to win tickets.
Morris has it left wing. Forbes comes over, flashes to the ball. Ball goes to Jokic. Deep in the left corner. Dribbles on Looney. 3 seconds down to 2 seconds with one. Ball over to jumpers up. It's good by Morris. It's a 3 at the buzzer, and the Denver Nuggets have come back and won. Jokic had such poise to not hurry the play. When the Warriors are stunned, the Nuggets have to come back on the floor in case they put time back up on the clock.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors lose to the Nuggets 117 to 116. They lose 4 of their last 5 going into the All-Star break. Jokic with 35, 17 rebounds, and 5 assists. Warriors still second in the Western Conference, but now 26-6 at home. They got some things to clean up there. You missed 8 free throws last night. You get outscored on the 3-point line by 12. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's gonna sting during the break.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And you know, B, I have a question for you, and you can tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. I just want to know. Guru hits me up yesterday. Okay, Guru hits me up during the middle of his show and says, "Hey, what's your Twitch login?" I go, "My Twitch login?" He goes, "Yeah, I like to log in as you, but I tell the commenters that it's me, and I want to use your login so I can log into Twitch." And I didn't even respond to him. And I think he was mad at me. And I think he's logging into Twitch using my login information so that he can comment to Twitchers.
As Butcher Boy?
Yes.
During his show?
Why can't he just create his own Twitch?
So he wants to... So it makes it look like you have no life and you're just listening to the show all day long and comedy nonstop.
Now, he's notorious for, when we share computers in the studio, he's notorious for, like, someone doesn't log out of Twitter. He'll, like, go in and use their Twitter login like he's in high school, and he'll be like, "Guru going off right now. He a beast," from my Twitter account. Right. He does that all the time. Wow. And I'm like, you're going to use my Twitch login? Why doesn't he just create his own Twitch login? Am I the wrong one, or is he the wrong one?
No, he's the wrong one. And Guru's notorious from texting the text line from his old phone, saying that we're still a takes. And was like, "Hey, Guru, that's Guru's number." Wait a minute, that's Guru's number right there.
I looked at the text line.
Yeah, I know, he always does. But I love Guru.
Is that his rundown, the comment section?
Don't do that. Guru Shasky said that. Not me. Coming up in 15 minutes.
You know I'm on one.
The Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a Flex moment of the show. Steiny Guru getting into it yesterday over Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. That was pretty funny.
What they say?
Different.
I don't. You know, I don't even want to go there. Don't even want to go there about Trey Lance. Don't even want to go there. Real quick, before we get back to the Warriors.
Monte, help me.
Did you see the attendance for the LA Rams championship parade?
I did.
So, always said, like, if the Clippers were to ever win a championship in LA, if there was more than 50,000 people at that parade, that means there's about 25 fraudulent Clipper fans. Well, at least the city of LA is, like, not claiming to be LA Ram fans. How many people were there? Like 3,000? It was nobody at that parade.
There were more security guards and police officers than there were actual people attending the parade itself. But Bonte, I mean, maybe I'm in the minority. I'm not huge on the parade. I like the organic celebration the night of when you win a championship. Right. And I understand the parade is for a lot of people to gather, reflect, bring their families. Like, there's more to a parade. Like, I get all that.
Right.
most of the time, if you're sitting on the corner as the parade is coming through and you see the 5 or 6 buses or whatever, it's not that great. Like, yeah, you cheer, and then they go past you, and you're gone. Like, the Warrior one was awesome. The weather was beautiful. It was like one big party.
Yeah, but
I went to 2 Giants ones that were in the rain, and they just weren't that great.
The first one for the Giants was
incredible.
Amazing. It was a beautiful day.
Of course.
We're sitting there with all the Giants fans. It was a big party. I love that parade. Yeah, the second one was raining a little bit. I got to walk in that parade. It was kind of cool to walk down Market Street and see all the fans.
You had your own Bonte Hill float.
Hey, and didn't have my own float. That's for sure. I had to walk by foot. I was a low man on the totem pole back then.
And what about that action, boss?
The first Warriors
parade.
Were
you throwing rose petals in front of Marty Lurie as he was walking down the
I
parade?
I should have, though. He had his own float. He had his own float. Marty Lurie, Marty the Party, baby. Oscar and EPA. There are more people inside a Costco on a Saturday than there was at that parade yesterday in L.A. The Rams parade, of course, was just nobody there. And that's what makes it more disappointing that they won that Super Bowl championship. And I tried to tell you over the weekend, you guys are freaking out in the text thread about Aaron Donald retiring and Sean McVay retiring. They're coming back. They're coming back, dog. They're running it back. So Aaron Donald, he's in the prime of his career. Sean McVay, the youngest head coach to ever win a Super Bowl, why not try to double up? The NFC is wide open. Wide open. Why would they just back? You know what? You got an owner who's spending all kind of money. You got playmakers all over the place. Why not run it back? Why not?
Yeah, they're probably going to run it back, and Cooper Kupp's going to try to replicate one of the greatest wide receiver seasons we've ever seen. And yeah, I mean, I would too. And they've got a lot of uncertainty too, though. You know, does Whitworth come back? Does Odell Beckham get re-signed? Does he miss the entire year? You know, how does Robert Woods look like coming back from the ACL injury? I don't know. There's a lot. It's really hard to repeat in the NFL. I thought that the Seattle Seahawks were the most primed, ready to go team. They had a young quarterback on a rookie deal, Marshawn Lynch in his prime, the Legion of Boom, and they went to the doorstep of going back to back and lost to Tom Brady. Like, it's so hard. Look, think of how great the Chiefs are. We all agree. The Chiefs are one of the most dangerous teams the NFL's ever seen. They've been on the doorstep of championships ever since Patrick Mahomes got on the field as a starter. And yet they've lost in the AFC Championship game to Brady, and we're a throw away from beating them, a D4 offsides away from beating them, I guess, essentially.
Right.
We're losing to the Niners and found a way to win with 6 minutes to go. They went back to the Super Bowl. They got blown out, but they got back to the Super Bowl, which was really, really difficult. And then this year, losing overtime to the Bengals, like, it's just hard to get back there.
It is hard to get back there. And will the 49ers get back there to that point next season? Will they get back to that point next season with the new quarterback at the helm? The Brady rumors aren't going anywhere. The Brady rumors are not going anywhere. But Jay Glazer said that Niners are enamored with Trey Lance. They better be. They traded all those picks for Trey Lance. They better love him. Real quick, I want to go around the association real quick.
Did you see the Anthony Davis injury last night?
It was nasty. It was nasty. But MRIs were negative. I thought he broke his ankle. I thought it was a wrap. It bit so down. I can't watch it.
Did you hear him screaming?
Yeah. I didn't hear it with the sound off.
He was like screaming, like yelling, like he was in pain. It reminded me of Bryant Young. We've talked about Bryant Young getting the Hall of Fame, where like the player is like yelling, like that's how bad I think it was.
Well, the Lakers win over the Jazz. LeBron James 33 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Russell Westbrook was 17, 7, and 6. Lakers get the win over the Jazz. That was nasty, but the highlight of the night was the New York Knicks blowing a 28-point lead against the Brooklyn Nets at the Garden, Madison Square Garden. The Nets come back. They've all of a sudden won 2 straight. It's a big deal. No Ben Simmons, no Kevin Durant, no Kyrie Irving. And then you had this Stephen A. Smith rant, because we all know he's a big-time New York Knicks fan. New York Knicks in the house. Here's Stephen A. Smith.
They are trash. Horrible. No KD, no Kyrie, no Ben Simmons, and you lose a 28-point lead courtesy of a rookie by the name of Cam Thomas, who's decent, probably good. 16 points in the fourth quarter. The New York Knicks are trash. Spike Lee shouldn't even show up for the rest of the season. Tracy Morgan, don't go. Don't go. Nobody goes. You're horrible. I'm so done with this team. You just stink. All the excuses. Brooke, I am officially embarrassed that there is video out of me last year talking about New York stand-up. I am embarrassed. I'm not finished, Jalen.
Tom Thibodeau's going to get right out of town. Julius Randle could do no good. New York Knicks, they've blown like 3 15-point-plus leads in the last week and a half. They blew one to Portland in Portland last Saturday. They were up like 18 or something in that game. They blew a lead to OKC. The Thunder win in overtime. And, of course, last night against the Brooklyn Nets. Man.
They are trash.
They are trash. They are trash.
Can I just play a sound clip that we've played multiple times on this show? I think Kenny Smith is going to have to walk back his comments from December 1st.
Fans were the most delusional, but I think the Golden State Warrior fans might have them. Because, shout out to, the Williams families, the Newport family, and the Scholes family, who they are unconditional. I mean, even when they're up 18, they're still arguing with the refs.
Knicks fans thought they had a championship after beating the Nets in the opening game of the season.
How about they danced in the street after one playoff win?
I know.
Bong!
And they got beat in 5 games by the Hawks. The whole bing bong thing. I never got that one. Bing bong. Bing bong. Knicks fans are desperate. They're thirsty. Thirsty.
They are trash.
I've won championships since the early 70s, man. Damn.
Bonte, we talk a lot about the NFL being king on television. Did you see some of the TV ratings over the weekend? It's the juxtaposition between two different sports.
No.
Maybe you didn't catch this?
No.
The Golden State Warrior Laker game, which we would agree was a great game, and it was awesome, and I was completely tapped in. Do you know it had almost the exact same audience as the PGA Tour event on Saturday in Scottsdale?
No, I had no idea.
That's not good. That's not good for the NBA, man. And it's Lakers, LeBron, Warriors,
There is
Curry.
LeBron fatigue.
You think so?
There is LeBron fatigue. There is some LeBron fatigue. And it's a Saturday before the Super Bowl. I don't know how those games usually rate. I don't know. A Saturday before the Super Bowl, people getting ready for the Super Bowl parties, pre-Super Bowl parties. I don't know. I don't know how that works. That's a little surprising, though. I'm not going to lie to you.
And I think it goes back into, I was listening to a Daryl Morey podcast with Colin Cowherd, and he was explaining how the 63 games that are in the NCAA tournament actually generate more revenue TV-wise, and the cost of the contract and everything, it generates more money than the NBA regular season as a whole. I'm talking about all 32 teams combined. I couldn't believe that when I heard that. And I'm just looking at this NBA season, and I'm like, if the Lakers and the Warriors on a Saturday night with LeBron and Curry and that with nothing else, I know the Super Bowl's the next day, but like nothing else really big going on. That can't, on ABC, not on cable, not on TNT, not that matters these days because people are going to find you no matter what program you're on. That can't outdraw golf. That was shocking to me.
Yeah, that's a little. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Golf, yikes! Yeah,
right?
Yikes!
I mean, this goes back to, and I know,
but like
today's
March
not the
Madness,
day for it.
but March Madness. Let me say something about that.
Because of the one and done.
It's not really that surprising to me that they would generate more money than the NBA regular season. That's not surprising to me because of what March Madness brings. You talk about the Vegas element where everybody travels to Vegas. You talk about the neutral site games, the package that CBS has. You can watch it on CBS, TNT, True TV, and TBS. It is, Capital One. You got big league sponsors, man, and all those crooks in the NCAA. They know how to make some money, man. That place is, you think about the Final Four being placed in these stadiums. You know what I'm saying? It's 60,000 seat stadiums.
The stadiums aren't how they generate their revenue.
I know it's not everything there.
Daryl Morey was talking about the gate is nothing.
The gate is probably nothing, but the TV money is a big package for CBS.
Huge.
It's a huge package, and it's been like that for years. And then you got national brands, Duke. You got Carolina.
Is Duke
you got
bigger?
Kansas.
Are Duke and North Carolina bigger than the Lakers? Bigger than the Celtics? I don't know. I'm asking you out loud. I don't
Duke
think
is a big time brand. Duke basketball is huge. There's Duke fans everywhere. There's so many Duke fans here in San Francisco. Guys, I went to high school. I love the Duke Blue Devils. Everybody loves Duke. Kansas, or you hate them. Syracuse, Villanova. You got national brands. So I don't think, I don't know. Me personally, I'm not that surprised that a March Madness package of all these games that you have would generate a little more than the NBA regular season. That's just me, though.
Understandable. I get where you're going. It's just, I think the sense of urgency, the one and done, and we love one and dones just in general in terms of like sense of urgency games. Game 7s, we love them. We'll watch them. And I don't know. I'm not saying that you got to radically change everything, but clearly something's off. The consumer is not being served appropriately in the NBA. And if your regular season can't generate what the NCAA tournament generates in their 63-game bracket, like that to me is a problem.
Well,
and you're a big league business.
I also think that some people are turned off from the NBA because of what happened during the pandemic with the social justice and the Black Lives Matter. A lot of people were turned off by that. And the NBA is such a players' league. You know, the players run the league. And a lot of people scoff at that. And they're like, we're not going to support this product when you got so many the NBA has some of the most outspoken players in it, and I like it. I love player empowerment because these owners get away with a lot there. A lot of owners are frugal, not Joe. Like, you know, you get a lot of frugal owners who don't care about the team. They don't care about winning. They just want to flip a dime. You see it all the time in baseball where they just don't care. Some of these organizations just do not care about winning. All they care about is the bottom line there. NBA has a lot of players who are outspoken, and they're enabled. They're enabled to kind of voice their opinions and voice their displeasures in the league. And I think a lot of people are turned off by that. I think more than you know. A lot of people are turned off by that stuff.
No, I think you're hitting the nail on the head. There's absolutely a sentiment and a backlash against that. It's funny, people in their own employment, they want employees to have power, but yet when they watch sports, they don't want employees to have any power. They want the team and the bosses to have all the power, and so there's a contradiction there, and it's a reality that definitely exists. And that's why there is an element of a meritocracy in terms of merit for the NFL, where you can get cut at any time, and it is very performance based. You do not see a Keith Van Horn contract get stapled and traded 7 times in the NFL. If you're no good, you're done. And that's how most people are in their work life. And so the consumer is served much better in the NFL because of the 1-game sample sizes, because of the way the contracts are structured, because of the meritocracy involved in it. So you're 100% spot on. There's a lot of people that don't like that stuff. People don't even like when they put end racism in the end zone in the NFL.
Exactly. And there's a lot of bad basketball teams in the NBA. There's a lot of bad teams. A lot of bad, like you go into the season, like Oklahoma City has no hope. You know what I'm saying? You go into the season, the Orlando Magic have no hope. A lot of teams go into the season, they just have no hope. So a lot of people are just going to cross them off the list saying, no need to watch this team. There's no need to watch the Orlando Magic. There's no need to watch the Sacramento Kings. There's no need to watch some of these downtrodden teams. And I think that hurts the league. It really hurts the league.
There's no question it does. And getting back to the Daryl Morey thing, I mean, his recommendation was 58-game schedule. You play everybody twice. You have a midseason something or other. You have a 3 or 5 game first round, right, to make it nice and quick. And then one and dones before that in terms of the teams playing in the play-in game, because then you create more sense of urgency. And his idea was if you expand the television package for playoffs, you will offset any losses and make way more money than whatever gate losses there are for these owners, because I know everyone's worried about the gate. It's a television product at this point. And so they're looking to get the biggest top dollar up front from the networks, and they're not getting it right now with the way the regular season is calendared out.
I've always thought maybe a 60-game season. And again, you package it like the Premier League. I keep going back to this. You play 2 to 3 times a week. You have the marquee teams play on the marquee nights. Thursday night, Saturday, and then maybe Tuesday night or Monday night. You could do Monday night basketball when football's done. Monday night basketball, you just fill that market. And then there's another point, too, that the 408 is making here on the Comcast Business Text Line. I wanted to read this. No loyalty in the NBA, so you don't get loyal fans for the NBA. Players get traded or demand trades yearly. That has something to do with it, where the super team-ups, where they start, hey, I want to go play with my buddy. And the league is starting to get back to old school basketball, where you get some teams bickering. Like I look at the Memphis Grizzlies, they don't care about the Golden State Warriors. They ain't trying to high-five and switch jerseys or whatnot. The LeBron era, the one thing I had a big knock on, everybody was friendly. It was like an AAU tournament. Everybody wants to team up and play with their buddy, and you create these super teams. That, I think, had another effect on the league as well. And people are like, man, I don't want to watch this. These guys teaming up with each other. How about you just stay where you're at and try to do what Giannis did with the Milwaukee Bucks and do what Steph Curry did with the Golden State Warriors, which is lead them to a championship, and stay with one squad. You don't see that no more.
So the NBA superstars, to me, are the equivalent of quarterback royalty, right? Could you imagine Aaron Rodgers? I mean, we're talking about him leaving Green Bay for the first time. For the first time. Tom Brady leaving New England one time was a huge deal. Peyton Manning leaving Indianapolis and going to Denver was a huge deal. How many teams has Chris Paul been in the last he's a great player. He's an all-time great. I would put him in the quarterback royalty category in terms of name recognition and what he means to the NBA, you know, being on par with like a Drew Brees or a Peyton Manning, you know, in terms of impact and Q rating. Monte, he's been on the Rockets. He's been on the Clippers. He's been on the New Orleans Pelicans. Like, they just go down the list. Oklahoma City Thunder. Now he's with Phoenix. That's a lot of teams. That's a lot of teams. What the Warriors have accomplished right now, and this is part of why I think what they're doing is so unique right now. Clay, Dre, Steph, 10 years together. That's very unique in this era. And then you're also adding in a Kuminga and a Moody and bringing in someone even like Kevon Looney, who they've kept around, and Iguodala comes back home. It's very rare what they're doing. They're trying to thread the needle of keeping their own and developing these young guys. It's so unique compared to the rest of the league.
You know, and 650 here, he's spot on here with March Madness. This is probably another reason why I'm not surprised they would make more money than the NBA regular season, because it's packaged in 3 weeks. We're in an instant gratification era. You know who's going to be crowd. You know who's going to be cutting down the nets in 3 weekends. So you're right out the first 4 days of the tournament. You get all the buzzer beaters. Then you get the Sweet 16. Your crowds over the weekend. It's perfect packaging. It's perfect marketing. And it's right there for you, and it's accessible to everybody, streaming-wise, television-wise. Like, it is just a great television product. So it doesn't surprise me. But the NBA definitely needs to tweak its regular season somehow. I thought they had the perfect chance to just reset the calendar.
Yeah.
Go around Christmas Day. You go into June or July. We all take vacations at the end of July, early August. Boom, you're done. They got to do something here.
Well,
there's no doubt.
Their obsession with starting the year in October made no sense to me. We're at the All-Star break right now, and it doesn't really feel like the All-Star break. Like, it just doesn't. It doesn't feel like we've played 2/3 of the regular season games for the whole league.
72% of the season has already been completed.
Wow. I mean, but it doesn't feel like that, does it?
No, but you know what? When we get back, it's going to be a sprint to the postseason. So
I agree, but isn't there like I'm even looking at like the Lakers, like even the most optimistic Laker fan is saying, well, if we could just get in, like nothing else matters. If we could just get in,
and they will.
And right, like that's all they're looking at. And then you look at teams like Phoenix. Phoenix knows it's got a playoff spot wrapped up in one of the top for how many weeks now, B?
I mean, they're already going to wrap up home court advantage.
Cruise control.
No doubt. They're going to have cruise control. They're going to get a lot of rest.
What happens is when the league is telling the teams, hey, wake me up in the playoffs, well, the consumer is cognizant of that, and they pick up on it. I think that these leagues don't realize how smart the consumer is now and how many people are vying for them. You're not just competing with the NFL. You're competing with Ozark on Netflix. You're competing for my time on Apple Plus and all the other streaming platforms that I can go to if I'm not a diehard NBA fan.
It's time for the flex moment of the show. And by the way, Shasky, I had no idea. It's producer John Curley's birthday today.
What?
It's his birthday. It really is.
Happy birthday, John.
How old are you now? 42?
32 today, my man.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Same birthday as Michael Jordan and Jim Brown.
Oh yeah, the greatest of all time.
Wow.
Jordan, the greatest basketball player of all time.
So you know what this
Jim
means,
Brown,
right?
one of the greatest football players of all time. John Curley, would you say one of the greatest producers of all time?
I love you, John, but you're not going to reach Michael Jordan status in terms.
Is he going to be in the Hall of Fame of producers one day?
Oh,
I'm Irish.
This is like the Matt Stafford conversation. I need to see a couple more years of body of work.
No Super Bowls.
I'm not willing to go that far yet.
No Pro Bowls.
Hey, Johnny, what are you going to do today? Are you and your girl going out for a nice meal? Are you going to to a steakhouse? A House of Prime Rib? Are you going to stay home? Are you going to go see Mom's cooking? Like, what do you got cooked up? I'm sure you've got the Shannon Arms in your future at some point today. But what do you really have cooked up for your birthday?
We got mom's cooking tonight, dinner with the family, and then on Saturday we'll go out to a nice steak dinner, hopefully House of Prime Rib.
Ooh.
Come on, Curly, do better. I love House of Prime Rib. But do something
What do you have
different.
against House of Prime Rib?
I don't have
Honestly.
anything, but everybody just goes there like it's the only rib in town. There's other steakhouses.
Joe, is that your number
really
one
good
spot?
steakhouses.
For
I mean,
places to go?
Alexander's is excellent, and they're just different. Like,
Yeah.
and it's not really a steakhouse. House of Prime
Right.
Rib is roasted prime rib. Like,
Right.
it's a steak, I guess, essentially what they cut you. But to me, it's more of a roast, and it's the ambiance, and it's the old school. Like, there's more
Right.
to it. You know me. I'm an original Joe's, Westlake Joe's guy. You can't go wrong there. That's a great meal. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Alexander's is probably the top of the top, though, for me in terms of steakhouses.
Dude, we had no... Man, I
Izzy's
had no
is bomb,
idea.
too.
I had no idea it was Izzy's. You should go to Izzy's on
Izzy's is
Steiner.
bomb. They got the
Izzy's is
scallop
really good.
potatoes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those scallop
that
potatoes
can't
are
go
on
wrong
point there. We got to get to the flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity. Trey Lance, with the supporting cast that he has, and you telling me he's not ready? He can't play well? He can't play just as well as Jimmy? We acted like Shasky that Jimmy Garoppolo set the world on fire. The same Jimmy Garoppolo that didn't lead the 49ers to a touchdown in the fourth quarter against the Dallas Cowboys. The same Jimmy Garoppolo who missed Brendan Ayuk wide open when he could have gone for the throat. The same Jimmy Garoppolo who threw a pick that changed the game against the Dallas Cowboys and made it a game. Talking about the same Jimmy Garoppolo that didn't lead the offense to a touchdown against Green Bay. The same Jimmy Garoppolo who basically wet the bed in the second half. That one, and you want to say Trey Lance ain't ready? Again, I'm saving receipts. I'm saving receipts, folks.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Sorry, I'm saving receipts because the
Still an
laziest
envelope?
take in 2022. The laziest take in 2022 so far is Trey ain't ready. It's the laziest take. It's an easy take. It's a take that fence sitters love. Trey ain't ready. It's all good. What's up, Whitey? What's up, Dibs? How you doing?
Bonte Hill.
Yeah,
I heard you
coming in hot.
earlier, and man, you were coming in hot.
A little hot. I'm a little ticked
Yeah.
off. I heard some things yesterday that got around to me. The streets were talking, and I had to, kind of had a chip on my shoulder.
I get
Add
it.
that to the Warriors
I get
loss.
it. Yeah, man. We're going to get into the Warriors loss, but I don't think it's a lazy take because the head coach himself told you he wasn't ready.
He almost started him for the rest of the season if Jimmy didn't ball out against Chicago. By the way, Joe Shasky's gone. Joe Shasky, condolences to your grandfather.
Joe.
Have a great weekend. I'll see you next Friday, Joe Shasky, as I get ready for vacation. Whitey, it's good to see Whitey, man. Say something, Whitey. Say something to the masses.
Struggling with that loss last night. Coach Malone's a good coach.
Yes.
Right? Maybe we start there looking for some positives, but man, what a gut punch, huh? I think you said it last night right afterwards. What an absolute stunner. It's one of those games you had to stare at the TV a little bit, for a few seconds. So they lost, right? That's it. Denver won? Denver won?
Denver won. The Warriors were leading by 16. They were up 8 with 2 minutes and change left. But the entire fourth quarter, I remember sitting there next to Festus and Darrell, and I'm like, man, this game's still in the balance. Like, how are the Nuggets still in this basketball game?
Right.
Well, the Warriors struggling from the three-point line. They're not hitting free throws. They missed 8 free throws. They missed 9 against the Lakers last Saturday, 29% from 3. Turnovers, bad shot selection. And then Nikola Jokic is just a dominant force. I mean, he took that game over.
He's so good.
He's so good.
So many great
But still,
He's
you're
one
like,
of the great slow
Right.
motion players in NBA history.
NBA history. But I was just like, wait a
Luka, Larry Bird, Jack Sikma. These are guys who were able. I mean, Sikma never exploded on anyone, but you couldn't stop him. That's the slow mo players in the NBA.
No doubt. Slow motion, he could pass. And, what do you take away? Do you take away his passing? Do you take away his scoring? Well, he decided he was going to do everything, especially that second half. So, Denver, a nice little win there for them.
Yeah.
Warriors going to the break limping.
Hack-a-loony, is that a thing now? Is Hack-a-loony a thing?
I guess, is a thing. Well,
What?
Hack-a-Warrior is going to be a thing.
Hack-a-loon, yeah.
Hack-a-Warrior. Draymond Green shooting 57% from the free throw line. Wiggins is down to 66%.
Wow.
If there's one knock on Andrew Wiggins, he can't shoot free throws.
Wow, there's more than one knock, but yeah, that might be. I don't even know if that's on Mount Knockmore. And again, make an impact is my only thing about Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, but they're number 2 in the West, and here they are at the break, and it's been a great season. And I'm just not in the mood for that today, Dibs.
You're not in the mood for that.
Not
Wow.
in the mood for that.
Game 59. They're 2 in the West, Whitey.
I know they
I
are.
give you an A- through 59 games. Did you really think they'd be at the spot at this point of the season when we started back in training camp talking about this Warriors team?
But 2 weeks ago, or when they won on Christmas Day at Phoenix and then in Utah on New Year's Day, did you think they'd be in this spot where they are right this second?
Good point. It's a good point. I did not think that.
They're leaking oil a little bit, but can the break be the cure for what ails them? And really, it's about Draymond Green. It's about number 23. He's big on ceremony right now, which is good. All-Star game, and he was out there for 8 seconds during Clay's return. But we need actual Draymond. We need Draymond on the floor. We need Draymond making an impact on both ends, because last night was a perfect example of why that game went sideways.
No doubt, no doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco at Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified, the 9 a.m. hour of Dibs and Whitey. Brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. So good to see Whitey Gleason in the building here. Maybe some jock breeding today. By the way, how'd that tea time go yesterday? You took some people off with the tea time, but I was intrigued to what the tea time was.
87 played pretty well, actually.
Wow.
The knee is in good shape, so if the left knee is healthy, then I can be mid-80s.
So did the over win?
No, cash the under, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cash me out one time. 91.5 was where the line was set, so.
Did Steiny catch up with you after his show for that tea time?
No, he actually sent me one text with mid-show for him, who you playing with, and I responded, and I'm sure that he wasn't happy because I was playing with some elite players. Yeah. Some of the elite members of the group.
He did not sound happy with you going to that tea time.
No, and that's the nature of 9 to noon versus noon to 3, and that's just one of those, it's a bad beat. Because when I did mornings, like you are now, and I did it for 20 years, I did it for about 30 months with Whitey.
Sure.
Until he...
Unforgettable.
Until he
it was unforgettable. The Rise Guys, baby.
Yeah, people still ask me about it.
Dude, Rise Guys.
Best 30 months of my career.
True story? I have a DM from you, Whitey. Back in those days, I'll look it up here, where I asked an intern on that show, and you almost got me an internship.
Oh, yeah.
You almost did.
Sure.
Didn't come through. Maybe I see why now, but
yeah. And that's really get back to that whole show. That whole show should be titled Almost.
Right. Right.
Brandy almost doesn't count.
Yeah.
Here we go. July 16th, 2012. Just want to say thanks for the follow. As a student at SF State, I really admire what you guys are doing at 95.7.
Wow.
Your station was needed. Whitey replies 2 days later, thanks and go Gators. Yes, sir. On another note, do you know if and when your station would start an internship program? Whitey 2 days later, sorry for the late reply. We have one already. Guy to contact, I think, is Jeremiah Crow. If you can't find contact info on website, let me know.
Let me know.
Then I reply, no worries. I'm assuming you're busy. Thank you for getting back. I would definitely look into this ASAP. So Jeremiah Crow, let's just throw him under the bus. Former assistant PD here at 95.7 The Game. He never got back to me.
That's so great, though, that you were on the grind even 10 years ago, and now here we are.
I was hitting up Whitey, baby. He was replying to me. You know what that did for a young Bonte Hill? You can tell me nothing. You can tell me nothing walking down the blocks.
Well, the payback is now. Like last night, I was staying at my mother-in-law's in Pacifica, and we're watching pregame, and I'm pointing out, hey, see that guy right there? I know him. That's Bonte.
He's got to wake up for an
internship.
I blew him off for an internship.
10 years ago.
That is unbelievable.
But I didn't.
I did it.
No, you did it. He's the best guy in the business.
That is the best guy in the business.
Yeah.
And it shows that I was a Rise guy, listening to the Rise guys, rocking and rolling. It's like, man, you guys are needed.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
Thank you.
Not
everyone agreed with you.
Yeah, no, I know. Now that guy's writing blogs.
We need more edge.
That guy's writing blogs, ranking us 19th in the world as a morning show.
I need Rick Bucher. Probably too soon.
You needed that baseball player too, right?
Boy.
What do you guys have coming up here? You're ticked off about the loss.
Yeah. Hey, just real quick, our next job after this, we were replaced by, among other, Aubrey Huff. My next job, I go into the studio, and they had a Aubrey Huff bobblehead in there. And I'm like, okay, do I call him on this? Is this just weird coincidence? So
it's motivation.
It's motivation.
Anyway, to answer your question, Kyle had an interesting question. Can you, as a Warrior fan, can you get a little frustrated now with Clay, but especially with Steph? Is that in bounds right now? As great as he's been, as great as the season has been, as you pointed out, is it okay to get a little frustrated with Steph and these late game defensive lapses? So we got that coming up. Dibs, I think we also have some Kevin Hart tickets to give away today.
Yeah, I love it. Kevin Hart, 10:30. One of the funniest men in America. We're giving away tickets to Kevin Hart show. But, what Whitey says about at what point can you get frustrated with Steph and Clay? And, Steph says, my fault, mea culpa. I shouldn't have sloughed off.
Yep.
I didn't know how much time was left. But the way that whole thing unfolded late, I'm watching it. Typically in bed with one eye open, trying to hang in there. And I'm thinking, man, this thing is in the bag. Like you said earlier, well, it's not in the bag. Oh my God, it's in the balance. Is it going to overtime?
Whoa.
They lost? What?
You know what? I don't like saying this, but at least there was no OT. At least there was no OT,
it's a man needing sleep.
No, man. I was like, oh, it's a light one. They're going to go out with a 3, Denver. That's right. Go on the road. Go for the win, baby.
Welcome
no
to
OT.
mornings, Bonte.
Yes, welcome to mornings,
That's
man.
a morning guy right
That's
there.
That's a morning guy right there.
In a nutshell.
Oh, these late games. I'm already thinking about the playoffs, how those 7:30 TNT starts. Your boy's just going to bring the sleeping back here and just sleep on the couch. That's where we're going. We're going to pull some. I know other hosts around here have done that before. Just go to sleep in the studio.
Yeah, you might as well, but just so you know that some of our producers are so young, you may still end up changing diapers.
Oh, that's tough. That's
too soon?
Too soon.
I mean, Curly's 32nd birthday.
Yeah, I know.
I think he's clear of that. But.
Way back when we were doing the morning show, somebody was living in the building and no one knew it, and there would be these reports. Somebody stole my lunch. What's going on? They ended up, there was a producer, I think he might have been at the station. He was living here because he couldn't afford to, get a place in San Francisco. So for meals, he would just go in the fridge and see what he could find.
Oh, yeah.
Why not?
Exactly. Grab something, look at the date underneath. Yeah, close enough.
No one's going to notice.
I'll eat that yogurt.
Oh, man.
I'm
Dibs,
good.
Any tea times today, Dibs?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Coming off yesterday's 87.
I'm so happy you're smiling ear to ear. I like
yeah.
the smile, man.
My leg got a little cortisone shot, and, when you have a front side that is stable, golf's a lot more fun.
Sure. Any refereeing? Anything?
Saturday, I got a 9-pack. Wow. 9 games coming up. So
Sky Whitey.
Looking forward to that.
Sky Whitey.
Hustler.
Sky, man.
Yeah.
Hustler.
You got to grind, Bonte.
Got to grind. Got to grind. Well, I'm getting out of here. Vacation starts for me.
Enjoy.
A stretch 7 coming up for your boy.
Nice.
We're resetting for the All-Star break. I'll be back next Friday. Whitey, good to see you. Maybe I'll listen on Odyssey app. I'll probably delete it for vacation, though. You've been sounding good on Saturday. So
Thank you.
You can't listen to the show. That's my old pet peeve. You're on vacation, go on vacation.
Yes.
Like my buddy Shasky.
Totally agree.
He goes on vacation and he's calling the shows.
No.
He's texting the shows. You can't do that.
What I learned is when you're out, if it sounds great, you feel bad. Like, wow, it's great. If it sounds bad, you feel bad. I should be there. So what's the point?
Just
Enjoy
don't listen.
yourself.
Just assume that the show's a train wreck and you come back and you're the savior.
You're grinding so hard right now. Enjoy your break with your lovely partner and your beautiful daughter. Just enjoy it, because when you come back, there's going to be plenty to talk about.
Plenty to talk about. Hopefully
Plenty.
Jimmy G doesn't get traded when I'm gone. I'm going to be a little ticked if that happens.
He
Not gonna
won't.
lie.
He won't. Don't go Damon Bruce on me. Every time I'm off, something happens.
Something that always happens in sports.
Exactly.
All right, Dibs and Whitey, have a great show. Roaster, see you next Friday. It's been real. All-Star break. Langford, good stuff. Curly, happy birthday. See you next Friday. Shasky and Langford tomorrow. Here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. In for Mark Willard today, Whitey Gleason. Thrilled to be with you, Dibs, and thrilled to be with Kyle Madsen and Spadone and the smartest listeners in radio. But I've had it with the Warrior excuses. And I know this is a time, as I did in the morning show, It is a time for reflection, and it's true. You look at the season they've had so far, and wow, they're doing well, and they're doing a lot better than a lot of people thought they would be doing before the season started. But right now, they're playing like they did last year. Right now, the Warriors remind me of last year's Warriors, and it's just not a good look. And I know there's reasons that explain what's going on, but you're tired. Oh, they're tired. Everybody's tired, right? Everybody's tired. Oh, they're tired. Oh, well, you got, you don't have all your players. Well, look at Denver last night. So I'm not saying the sky is falling, but I'm saying right now, yeah, the Warriors off to a great start here the first 3 quarters of the season, but I just don't have much of an appetite or any patience for these excuses we're hearing right now for their shoddy play of late.
Well, shoddy is one way to put it. If you replace the ODD with an ITT.
I don't work that way, and you know that.
I know you don't usually work blue, which is why I'm trying to highlight the fact that you are very PG, not even PG-13, quite frankly. But last night in particular, when you look at where they were in that game with the lead, you think about, well, this thing's in the bag. Well, it's not in the bag, and then the bag was ripped, and then there was no bag, and then next thing you know, you lose. There had to be 5 or 6 things that went wrong for them to lose that game, and they all went wrong. And you can blame Kevon, and you should. You can blame Kerr, and you should. You can blame Curry, and you should. But it's a whole team breakdown, and bottom line is you go into the break, which, by the way, is way too late for the NBA. The All-Star break should be in January, but it's not. But you're losers of 4 or 5, and it's not time to panic, but there's problems.
Why do you think that is that they have it so late? I assume it has something to do with TV, and TNT wants, although networks don't typically like to broadcast big events on holidays because people are out of town on holidays, but it must have something to do with TV. Everything has to do with TV, right?
It's the NFL. It has
exactly.
only to do with the NFL, the National Football League, because you want to have the All-Star game on a Sunday, and honestly, you should put the All-Star game where the Pro Bowl is. That would be perfect, Okay, Pro Bowl, fine. We don't want to compete with you, and that actually would be interesting to see who watched the NBA All-Star game more or the NFL Pro Bowl, but the fact that you have this now after the Super Bowl, it's way too late. And, you've got, 23 games left for the Warriors. The All-Star break doesn't have to be midway, but it should be at least closer.
Yeah. The Comcast Business Text line is always open at 888-957-9570. You want to participate? We'd love to hear from you here. Give us a call on the text line already from the 925. No, Mark, long show today. Don't let Whitey talk about Wiseman, please. Well, they could use Wiseman right now. I don't know how much they're going to get out of him, but last night, Dibs, we saw that the Warriors had to keep Looney on the floor because there was no even pretending that Bjelica could have guarded Jokic. And he knows that. When Bjelica came here, they didn't bring him here to be a backup defensive-minded center. He's not that guy. But last night, you had to leave Kevon Looney on the floor. Looney was working for Coach Malone. That was brilliant, wasn't it? Because at that point, it was almost like, well, if you're Mike Malone, I got nothing else left. I got to try this. This game's slipping away here. We've hung in. Looney, give it a try. And it worked. And sure, Kevon Looney needs to make 3 throws, but you got to give the Nuggets credit for actually trying that and pulling it off.
Right, and realizing that the Warriors had to have Kevon on the floor because no one can guard, Nikola Jokic. I mean, Kevon did his best, and even with Jokic trying to do what he did offensively, you knew that with Looney on defense, you would have had to double anyway. So what were the Warriors going to do? Bjelica, no. Porter Jr., no. And other than that, JTA, he can't defend. None of them can defend him. Now, Draymond Green can defend him, but all we saw from Draymond was a pregame hug and an all-star ring because he's not ready to play. So,
and the players didn't know it, but their kids are giving him the rings, and apparently the kids didn't know either because they look terrified.
I mean, imagine being a kid.
I know.
The reluctance. I remember when I threw out my first pitch in Major League Baseball at the Giants game. I had my 2 kids with me, my 5-year-old Quest and my 3-year-old Keon, and my 5-year-old Quest was like overwhelmed by the noise. He didn't want to go out there, My little 3-year-old came out with me.
Nice.
But, we held hands. It wasn't one of those things where, like, go give this to Daddy.
Right.
And you saw last night, it was like, even Cannon was like, oh, my God.
No, I know. It was nice.
Then he finally zeroes in on his dad, and it's like big hugs, and it's a wonderful moment.
And then after that, Cannon didn't want to leave the floor. It's like when Kerr's trying to take Steph out. It's like, no, I ain't.
Exactly.
Nope, not get me off the floor.
It's my time. And, you know, maybe Cannon would have knocked down a free throw late in that game, but it's just hypotheticals. But the way that game unraveled slowly but surely, it was painful because we all love Kevon Looney, and he's such a good warrior. He does all the dirty work. He does all the hard work.
Everything they ask and a little more. He really does.
Except for the one thing that we all look at and we all think, oh, I could do that. If there's one thing in sports that we look at as fans and think, I could do that, it's the free throw.
Easiest thing in sports. What is it? 888-957-9570. How about the easy throw over to first? And not even trying to pick a guy off, just keep him close.
Well, you still have to step off.
I know. I was pitching in a sophomore game for Hogan High. We're playing Napa.
I love these stories from the 60s.
And it's a dead ball era, so I could throw it right down the middle. It's just they hadn't invented the live ball.
I was Lester.
But to your point, I had never pitched before, and the guys would take a lead, and it's like, I don't know what to do. Just step off and throw over. I'd never done it. So all I'm saying is, the reason I bring it up, it is a little trickier than it looks. That's all.
Yeah. Yes. I remember when I was Wiseman, when I was 13, and I got on base, 13-year-old All-Star game. Drew Miller pitched for San Rafael. He's a lefty, crafty lefty.
Tell me that.
Glavin-esque.
Yeah.
He was Glavin before Glavin. And
sure.
I got on first, and my late father, Dwayne, he pinch ran for me. And Eric Tepley got a lead, and, he got picked off. And we lost that game, but luckily we had to be beaten twice. So we took a break, and we came back to Marin Academy later that day, and we played again. And you know what, Whitey? I got on base again.
Yeah?
And my father, he pinch ran for me a second time. It was the same Eric Tepley. And you know what happened? Yeah, you guessed it. Drew Miller, he faked. He bluffed to home.
He had a good move.
Great move. Elite move. And he picked off Eric Tepley a second time.
Oh, he stinks.
Well,
that's why none of us have heard of Eric Tepley. That was it. That was pretty much the end of Tepley's career.
Yeah. It's actually when I was Valieva. I was not even 15. I was 13. Picked off.
Story.
Yeah.
The best story I've ever heard like that, real quick, we'll get to the phones here. Dad takes his kid out of the Little League game, and the kid on the bench, F you, Dad.
That was me.
Oh, was it?
That was me.
Okay.
That was me when I was 14. And my brother. Because my dad said, hey, Daniel, go ahead and play third base. And my brother said, no. Mikey 1.0, go play right field. I said, Dad said I could play third. He said, go play right.
No.
I said, find you. And the ump said, excuse me? And I, of course, had to repeat it to make sure that everyone heard it.
Right.
And the ump said, you're out of here.
Goodbye.
So,
Goodbye.
Not only didn't I play right, I played left out.
Here's the thing on the Warriors. Before everything was computerized, doctors, they take, say, an x-ray, and they'd have to hold it up to that light screen, right? And they say, okay, here's how everything looks good. So how the Warriors look right now, it depends which light you're holding that x-ray up to. And pardon me for using an x-ray. I know they've got injury issues, but here's the thing. You hold it up to the light of preseason expectations. You're like, okay, here you go. Wow, everything looks pretty good. Right? I mean, you're second in the West. You definitely have shown, people wondered, but you've shown that you are a legitimate contender. So things look pretty good. Your prognosis is good. But if you hold it up to the light of the expectations that we had mid-season and on, it's like, ooh, you've got some issues here. Am I right? You've got, all right, Draymond, you missed Draymond terribly. Is he going to be back? Hopefully he'll be back. Wiseman should be back. Okay, but we don't know. If neither one of those guys is back full-time and is able to play and they're not healthy, then you've got a real issue size-wise. Defensively, all of a sudden, the team is struggling, although there were some positive steps in the right direction last night, but they still gave up 117. So it's whether you're looking at how we thought this team was going to be before the season started, or if you're looking at this team, comparing them to the raised expectations that we were dealing with ever since we found out, wow, this is a really good team this year.
We're comparing it to the raised expectations. Because,
yes.
Everything as we go on, we get renewed hopes, renewed dreams. At the start of the year, you thought, okay, top 4 seed, maybe. Top 6 seed, probably. Can this team be a 2-round winner? Just get to the conference finals and we'll feel good about the year. Well, then you start out 18-2 and you don't even have Clay yet or Wiseman or the vet min guy. And then you start to really roll as a team and you get to a spot where, man, they might be the best in the West and the odds makers make them the favorite to win the NBA title. And you get to that spot where, you start to dream, and then you see what we've seen of late, where you're losing games in different ways. And last night was just one of those ones where a championship team doesn't really lose that one at home.
Well, I will say, and we'll get to the phones here in just a second, I promise. One of my first thoughts after the game last night was, well, this is not a championship team. But then I thought, well, we knew that. Without Draymond, they're not. Right? And there's no Draymond now, so hopefully he comes back, addresses some of those issues. But right now, clearly, they're not. They still should have won that game, and you still should beat the Knicks. 888-957-9570. Stockton, Keaton, and Danville on 95.7 The Game. Keaton, was that just a humiliating kick in the crotch or what last night?
Yeah, no, that was rough. Thanks for having me on today. Yeah, that was a bad game last night. Can't tell you how many times where I looked up at the TV and I just kept seeing the Nuggets just hang around and eventually pull that game out. One thing that I wanted to touch on was Steve Kerr at the end of quarters and the end of halves. If we're on defense, Steph is usually taken out of the game. And in this instance, the biggest defensive play of the game, I know Steph is having the best defensive season of his career, but why is he in there for the last 6 seconds of the game? Why is it not Kuminga or somebody else with more size and just a better defensive player all around? I just wanted to know if you guys can answer that for me.
Good question, Keaton. Thank you, and I apologize. I'm supposed to ask him what he's doing, aren't I? I apologize.
No.
That's your deal.
That's
your shop.
It's one of our deals. It's one of our go-tos. Yeah. We like to know what people are doing.
I understand.
Because, it's one of those things where there's so much going on out there.
Yes.
It's nice to know what people are doing. So
right.
If you're not interested in what people are doing, if you're so self-centered that you don't even care what people are doing.
I will attempt to make amends. But can you answer Keaton's question? A lot of people wondering, where was Peyton there? And this is, well, if you include the end of the Laker game, and I know the 2-minute report said it wasn't Steph's fault, but if you include that, that's 3 times now in recent weeks where you've had a defensive lapse by Steph on a 3-pointer at the end of the game that's been nearly very costly.
I believe,
2 of them have been costly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Whitey. I think they were out of timeouts last night. So if I'm not mistaken, you're thinking that, if they get a 2, you want to have Steph in there, and just in case you can get the quick catch and shoot to avoid overtime. And also, it's a situation where Steph just made a mistake. I think that it wasn't a case where he got beat one-on-one defensively. He overhelped on Jokic and left his man. He thought there was more time left. I wouldn't necessarily put
Or he thought there was less time left, right?
Right. Yeah, he thought there was less time left on the clock to where they didn't have time to get a 3-point shot off. I think the game unraveled before that. And, it kind of leads us to our song of the day. And I hate to be the guy to throw Kevon Looney under the bus, but when you get to a hacka, the old hacka strategy, hacka Shaq and hacka Howard and all the rest of the hackas, we didn't think that it would be a hacka Looney, and we didn't think that it would work, but what happened was this.
Did I miss again?
Oh.
I missed again. I think about it from time to time.
Yeah.
Oh.
15 feet away.
Wow.
At the foul line.
So can we...
Kevon missed again. I think he missed again.
Yeah.
A free throw. Oh man.
The question we had earlier was, is it okay to be a little frustrated with Steph? To me, it's more fair right now to be frustrated with Steph than it is to be frustrated with Kevon Looney. And I know he missed the free throws last night. We're establishing free throw shooting is the easiest thing to do in sports. But they're asking so much of him, and he's carrying it. And I know Steph is too. But for Kevon Looney to miss those free throws, in a way, it's more forgivable to me than Steph Curry having another defensive lapse at the end of a game that costs you a game, just like what happened against Indiana.
I'm on the other side of the coin because the free throw is the single easiest action in all of pro sports. It's unguarded. It's like a 5-foot putt in golf. A 5-foot putt straight uphill, no break. You've done it millions of times. You've done it. I've done it. Everyone listening who's ever played basketball has gone to the foul line, and it's the same thing. 15 feet, 10-foot rim, unguarded. It's an unguarded action. There are very few unguarded actions in all of sports. Like hockey doesn't have them. Football, even the PAT, hufanga?
Everything in your beloved golf is unguarded.
Yes.
Although if you did have block shots in golf, that would be a lot more interesting.
There would be, he's pressured from the outside, they're bringing the blitz. And golf would be totally different. I wouldn't mind seeing DeChambeau face a 6-man front, quite frankly.
What's up, guys? Brooksy.
Yeah, exactly. Brooksy, I think, would stiff arm people. But take aside golf, like tennis, the serve is an unguarded action, but you can't just lollipop it in there because
that's the only way you can get it in, Dibs. But I understand your point.
I got a nice little second serve kicker, and I heard Brad Gilbert earlier this morning, and he would speak to it. But the free throw, it's the same thing from the moment you play your first basketball game to where you're in the NBA. So that, to me, it's frustrating. I love Kavan. I don't want to blame him, but that's why we went with Missed Again as the song of the day. I think he missed again, Whitey.
Poor Kev. He did. What more do you want of Kevon Looney? He had another good game. They're asking him to do everything. He needs some help.
A free throw.
He made 3. He made 3.
But if you're a hack a target,
yeah, I know.
That's
he didn't know he was. You're right. And free throw shooting,
that's a problem.
Has been an issue for this team. I know Fitz has talked about the fact that when you have Jordan Poole and you have Steph Curry, and you rank where you rank in the team in the league free throw standings, that's not acceptable. By the way, coming up at 10:30, your chance to win 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart at Chase Center, courtesy of Live Nation. Just wait until you hear when I play the sound. Yeah, wait till you hear this sounder. Okay.
You're gonna learn today.
Yeah, wait until you hear that sounder. That'll be your cue to call in and win Kevin Hart tickets. That's coming up at 10:30. And coming up next here, we'll get back to the phones. We'll get to your texts. Curry and Curry's positive spin on last night's just spleen-bending loss. That's next. It'll be brought to you by Whole Foods Market. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Save on dinner staples at Whole Foods Market. Get animal welfare certified 80% lean ground beef for $3.99 per pound through February 22nd, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads.
Come into the Golf Mart and get custom fit today. The Golf Mart is home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Morris has it left wing. Forbes comes over, flashes to the ball. Ball goes to Jokic. Deep in the left corner. Dribbles on Looney. 3 seconds down to 2 seconds with one. Ball over to Jumpers up. It's good by Morris. It's a 3 at the buzzer, and the Denver Nuggets have come back and won. Jokic had such poise to not hurry the play. And the Warriors are stunned. The Nuggets have to come back on the floor in case they put time back up on the clock, as they'll take a look at it.
Get a look at this and see. It looked like he got it off in time.
Yeah.
In real time. You're right, Tim. If you're Jokic, how do you not panic in that situation? I mean, just so calm, so collected. And Steph.
So the call is confirmed. The game is over, and the break is on for Golden State.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Whitey in for Willard today. So last night, Denver won 17, Warriors won 16. And speaking of giveaways, Dibs, next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, giving you a chance to win this framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Going to be a text-to-win contest. You'll have opportunities to qualify throughout each show, 6A to 6B. Tune in Monday through Wednesday next week for your chance to win. I know things didn't go the Dubs' way last night, but my goodness, beautiful piece of memorabilia right there.
Absolutely beautiful frame. Klay Thompson signed jersey with a couple of Klay pictures as well. And I was arguing earlier this week and in previous weeks, I think that Klay Thompson is the favorite, quote-unquote, Golden State Warrior. He's not the best. You give that to Steph, but I think that fans, if you had a choice between an autographed Steph and an autographed Klay, not taking resale value into account, I think fans would rather have the Klay.
Don't you think? I know I texted you this, so I don't mean to be redundant, but to me, Klay is kind of like Hunter Pence and Steph's kind of like Buster Posey.
I didn't really get that.
Well, Hunter Pence is more like he's every guy, everybody loves him, so popular, and Buster was like, man, he's Buster. We love Buster. And Steph is like that. He's like, well, he's one of the greatest of all time, but Clay is more, well, he's kind of crazy. He's like one of us a little more.
Yeah, I give you 3 for the analogy, and I think maybe
you don't even really want to give me a 3. You're being nice.
You're right. It feels more like a 2, but I love you, Whitey, and you know that. You and I go way back, Whitey. I was thinking Clay might be closer to Tim Lincecum.
Okay.
Just more of like, the freak, and not just the let Timmy smoke and let Clay boat kind of comparison, but just Clay is like a cult figure. But I think Clay's career ultimately will be better than Tim Lincecum's as far as, body of work and all that.
Yeah. Comcast Business Text line always open. 888-957-9570. Warriors right now heading into the break, as Bonte said earlier, limping into the break, the 3-quarter break. So where are we with the Warriors? Wither the Warriors. Our own Kyle Madsen had a great question. Was it okay as a Warrior fan to get a little frustrated with Clay and Steph right now? As far as Clay goes, since we're talking about Clay and the jersey we give away next week, I mean, he's still recovering from injury, right? So there have been ups and downs. You can't really get frustrated with Clay right now. It's just inspirational to see how well he's playing, and he's had already some big games. So to me right now, the fact that he's recovering from 2 major injuries means that's not inbounds to get frustrated with Clay right now.
Yes, not frustrated with Clay, but frustrated for Clay. If there's a slight difference there, then I apologize. But you watched Clay yesterday in the game last night where he goes over to the bench late in that 4th quarter and he slams his hand onto the bench because he's frustrated with Clay. So if he's frustrated with himself, we can be frustrated not with him, but for him. He's 8 for 29 in his last 2 games, and that's not to say that, they need to start sitting Clay and, cut back his minutes. No, Clay's going to work his way through this. Clay is still going to be an elite scorer, but you can see that he's frustrated with his plight because he doesn't have his legs like he used to. And you know what? It's not going to be until next year probably to where he really feels like, okay, now I've put this behind me. The only way you can get through injuries and 2 injuries is to play through it. And so it's a little frustrating to see him not playing as well as he is, but to see him frustrated makes it so that I'm not as frustrated with him as I otherwise would be.
From the 510, Steph dominates in popularity among non-traditional NBA fans, moms, aunties, etc. You say aunties or aunties? Which way do you go there?
Aunties.
Okay.
Aunties. Yeah.
I didn't, and I regret it. I wish
aunties,
I had.
Yeah. Your Vallejo background, I thought, would have come through there. But
Show-guarded.
It's been a long time since you've represented the V-Town.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to TJ in Tiburon. TJ, what are you doing?
It's not bad.
Nothing much, just chilling. So, talking Warriors, let's talk rebounding. Without Draymond Green, we have been getting out-rebounded the last couple of games. We got out-rebounded by the Knicks, and we got out-rebounded by the Jazz without Rudy Gobert. And we got out-rebounded by 10 by those Denver Nuggets with Joker in the lineup. No shame in that, obviously, but with Draymond Green on the floor, that margin is less. And the great Pat Riley once said, no rebounds, no rings. You can't keep getting out-rebounded in the playoffs and expect to get away with it. It's just not going to happen.
Thank you, TJ. Here's the thing, though. If I'm the Warriors, and I'm not, okay, but if I'm the Warriors, I'm thinking, yeah. Thanks, TJ, but we got Draymond coming back. At some point, maybe Wiseman is going to at least contribute a little bit there. They don't seem as worried about it. The Warriors feel when they're shooting the ball better than they did last night that they can compromise other teams' bigs more than other teams' bigs can hurt them on the backboards. There's no question. Of late, they're getting battered. So that gets you back to the whole question, Dibs. The buyout market, you need to do something. To me, it's crystal clear. They know more clearly than we do what's going on with Draymond and Wiseman and when they could be expected back. If you can't expect anything from those guys, you have to, and I'm sure they're doing this, you have to really take a long, hard look at the buyout market.
You got to find a big, I think, if there's a big that fits what you need a big who can come in and defend and rebound and otherwise kind of stay out of the way. You don't need a big that you can throw the ball to and score. You don't need somebody who can play more than about 12 to 15 minutes. So if you find that guy at the right price, and again, the price is not up to me to spend. Joe Lacob is going to spend whatever he needs to spend. If Bob Myers goes to Joe and says, this guy can help us, Joe's going to crack out the checkbook, or as we were talking about yesterday, there are no checkbooks anymore. It's a Venmo, it's a PayPal, whatever it is. It's maybe Bitcoin, whatever your modality is, but he will do what they need to do to bring in a piece. And I look at last night, though, and if they do add a player, you have to take a player off, and you look at the DNPs, Juan Toscano-Anderson, Damian Lee, and Chioza. I don't know if Chioza or Quindary are rostered enough to where they would come off, but it feels more like a JTA, Damian Lee, or, Bielitsa. 16 minutes of 4 points. You're on the floor to score. You're not out there to rebound or defend.
Right.
You're a stretch five who we're looking to stretch the floor and knock down shots, and he only took 3 shots.
Teams are going right at him. And if you notice, every time he comes in, they have to stop the game and get the mop out because the players of the other team are
drooling.
Yeah. Like, hold on. Yeah.
The
but
drool
again,
cup.
Yeah, it's really not fair. Bielitsa, you got to play better defense. You knew when you got him. That's not what he is. I was wondering why, before the season started, why the Warriors didn't address the lack of size with their roster. Because last year it was clear to me they need to be bigger. So why didn't they address that? We got a report earlier last week, that they actually had tried, but here's the rub, and it gets me to the question I want to ask you as you describe the situation here. Let's say you're Robin Lopez, okay? And you look at the Warriors situation now, okay, they got Looney, and they want Draymond back, and Wiseman. You don't know how much you're going to play. Would you even want to come here? I think that's part of it. There are some bigs, I think, look at the Warriors situation and don't necessarily want to come here.
It depends on 2 things. One, how much do you want to play, and how badly do you want to win a chip? Because if you look at the Warriors, they're definitely one of, 4 to 8 teams that you think could win a championship. I think it's a little bit more wide open than ever before. You can look at the East and say, Brooklyn, Philly, certainly. I don't know if Miami can quite get there, but in the West, you've got, Denver still looks formidable, and the Warriors and Phoenix. And if you're a guy who is a ring chaser, quote unquote, the Warriors are somewhat desirable. But if you're a player who really wants to play and play a lot, well, you're not going to play a lot here because you're automatically going to be probably 3rd on the center depth chart, maybe 4th if you play Kuminga as a stretch 5, because, we know Draymond's going to play in the big games 10 to 12 minutes at center. Kavon's going to get probably 20 to 24 minutes.
Yeah.
That only leaves about 12 minutes for you as a big. So if you're a guy who really wants to play, you're probably not coming here.
It would make sense to me if you're the Warriors. You look at what's going on now, and you got to see what Wiseman can do when he comes back. And I know he practiced 5-on-5 this week. And you got to get a better idea of Draymond's situation. And then at that point, I think, then you will have a clearer idea. Okay, we need somebody or not. Now, I don't know how long that's going to take. And even once you get to that point, to the point you just made, there's a chance that other bigs will say, you know what, I a better situation for me somewhere else. But I think that's where it is. They're still waiting to see when they're going to know more about Wiseman and Draymond, because they do feel if those guys are healthy enough to contribute, they feel that they have all they need to win a championship.
I think it's more about Draymond than it is about Wiseman, because I think in Wiseman that you've got a guy who probably will be a next year player. Even if he gets healthy this year to return to the floor, I don't think that he's going to be a rotation player in the playoffs other than in really small doses, because defensively he's not, at least what we've seen from him,
right.
When he played, he doesn't really have the awareness and the ability to defend the way you need him to defend at 7 foot.
Somebody got mad at me a couple weeks ago on Warriors This Week with the great John Dickinson, because we were talking about that, and I was saying, somebody said, hey, when Wiseman comes back, he'll be a rim protector. And I said, the only way he's going to be a rim protector this year is if you send him over by, teams have an extra basket in the back. If you send him over there with a whistle and say, if anybody comes over here, you blow the whistle. That's the only way he's going to be a rim protector this year, right? Because it's just not fair to expect him to be this rim protector, because we've never seen that from him so far, and he hasn't played. I do think if you get Wiseman back, he improves you if he can play a little better defense in those minutes where right now you're asking Bielitsa to defend.
Right.
But I don't think we can expect much from Wiseman. It's just not fair, and he hasn't had a chance to improve on what he's done last year.
And one of the big problems, I think, defensively has been foul trouble. Not individual foul trouble, but you've been getting into the bonus, and that's where Jonathan Kuminga,
too many fouls,
you know, the 19-year-old, of course, you can't expect him to defend much better than he has because he's still learning about the NBA game and what you can get away with and what you can't defensively, but you're getting into the bonus, not sub-bonus, but the bonus too quickly in many of these quarters, and you saw it again last night.
Yeah. On the text line here, Bielitsa has played himself off the roster. Cut him and bring in a functional piece. We're close to that. I know a couple weeks ago, again on Warriors This Week, we had the great Nick Friedel on, and he said, yeah, if they bring in a big, Bielitsa is probably going to be the one to go. From the 925, Poole's mistakes killed us last night, and how was Looney not intentionally fouled? That's a great question, Dibs, because once you're inside of 2 minutes, if you intentionally foul someone, then it's you get 2 free throws on the ball, right? So
which one are we talking about? When Jokic is trying to fight through a screen?
Yeah.
That was genius.
It was.
That was Euro genius is what that was. Because Kavon's coming over to set the pick in the high screen and roll.
Right.
And all Nikolai Jokic is doing is trying to
get through
fight through the screen.
Yep.
Now, granted, that was like an MMA, shout out Sean O'Connell, the real OC, fighting through the screen. I mean, he mauled him, basically everything but the arm bar and the rear naked choke.
So
but
you needed to get Looney like on the other side of the floor, huh?
Right.
Just out away from the ball.
And that's where, as we assign blame for, and again, it's a regular season loss blame, an RSLB, Steve Kerr's got to shoulder a lot of it, because why would you put Kevon Looney in that action knowing full well that Michael Malone, right? Because we got to keep it formal now that he's a head coach. He was Mike Malone as an assistant, but now it's Michael Malone. But you know that Michael Malone is doing the hack-a-Looney, so why are we involving Looney at all in any action, Steve?
Great question. 888-957-9570, Comcast Business Text Line is always open. Let's talk to Jonathan in San Francisco. Jonathan, what the heck are you doing?
I'm in my LLB getting ready to deliver all this good news, bad news, bills, packages, and everything.
Yeah. Lots of bad news for the Warriors last night, Jonathan. What do you make of their they're standing here at 3 quarters into the season?
Draymond Green is the key. He's always been the key. The Splash Brothers is not the Splash Brothers that we like, that we see them as sufficient without him. I think Steve Kerr without Draymond Green is an average coach. Hopefully his back doesn't become a chronic problem, because without Draymond Green, you can say goodbye to all our dreams.
Thank you, Jonathan. We're going to say goodbye to you, Jonathan, on that note. Appreciate the call. I did mention that Steve Kerr and Steph Curry both had a somewhat positive spin on last night. I don't know if you saw these comments or heard them. Steph Curry said, optimistic, we'll get a couple guys back at some point after the break. He said, tonight was a decent step in the right direction, even though we feel like trash right now. He said, if we play like we did tonight consistently down the stretch and continue to elevate our performance on the defensive end, then we'll be just fine going into the stretch run of the season.
That's a huge if, and I don't quite see it that way. It's like when you're walking across a lawn and you step in something that is soft and squishy. Oh, no. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, God. Oh, blank.
Do I have shoes on or not?
Show you shoes.
Okay.
You got shoes, but you have shoes.
Diarrhea.
Yeah, you're hoping it's not that, Spadone.
I'm just glad I have shoes on at this point.
Well, so you step in it and you hear the squish, and then you're like, oh, I hope that's not you-know-what,
right?
Moby. And then you look at the bottom of your shoe, and it's like, oh, that's just mud. But you still stepped in it in your nice shoes, and so you still have to kind of clean out the sole of your shoe. That's where they are right now. They're stepping in it. They're not stepping in it, capital IT, but they have mud in their shoes.
Steve Kerr said, I think we found some things tonight, changed our rotation up a bit. So again, I get it, especially coach speak. And Steph Curry, it's like, superstar speak. When a team loses, you got to try to put a positive spin on it. I appreciate that.
And they both rush to take blame, which I do also like.
Right.
Steph, my fault for the no closeout. Steve, it was my fault for the rotation. Kevon, a disconsolate Kevon.
Yeah.
My fault.
Yeah, you got to feel bad. I mean, heartbreaking to watch Kevon. Of all the Warriors we don't want to see gack it away at the foul line, Kevon's the one.
Well, I am a little frustrated with Steph and the mistake he made because he just made a similar mistake against Indiana a couple weeks ago. But when you look at what happened there, Jokic says, who knows? He says, yeah, I was going to shoot the hook shot. That's what I was going to do. And Steph says, I thought he was going to shoot the hook shot. So he was right, but then he overcommitted. And then Jokic says, and it's a great call by Tim Roy. Jokic says, okay, once he did that, I realized it was Monte Morris, right? I had him open. It was a great play. Steph was right. But then the other thing is, even if Steph commits, what's he going to be able to do with Jokic when he's that close to the basket already with the, just throwing in a little hook
I
shot?
guess disturb him a little bit,
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Nikolai. I'm here. I'm doubling. You feel the pressure. But, when you leave a Monte Morris, you're not thinking about Monte Morris he's Ray Allen incarnate. No, it's Monte Morris. So there's a sense of, I'm sure for Steph, and I've never been an elite two-way threat in the NBA. I'm hoping to be someday.
Briefly.
Yeah, I was a B-League bench player until I tore my ACL. But
I'm sure one of the greatest basketball films of all time.
That's right.
Get better, Dibs.
And I scored the only points in the first half, Brian, at Palo Alto, not shown cutting room floor. But I'm sure Steph was partly deked by the fact that it was Monte Morris and not, Ray Allen or Reggie Miller.
Mm-hmm. And Steph did, I can't forget, of course, he made the clutch shot, the and one that briefly gave the Warriors that lead.
Yeah, the and one. I mean, I don't know how much contact there was there, but for all you Steph Curry files, Steph never gets any calls.
Yeah,
I don't know how much contact there was on that and one. That's one of those ones where the star got the nod.
Well, here we have Steph Curry's explanation. This is Steph explaining what went wrong on the play that ended up with Jokic going to Morris for the game-winning three.
Yeah, they ran, post-entry to give Jokic the world to figure out what he wanted to do. I took the bait, made a dumb read. Was a step late, thinking the clock had run down enough where it was only his opportunity to shoot, and he made a great pass. And then I realized where I was and tried to make a play on the ball and contest a shot, and Monty made a clutch bucket, and I gave it to him. So the last thing you can do in that situation is give up a three. I did that.
You know what the Warriors' biggest problem is right now? Of all the issues they have, and every
too
team
much
has
accountability.
It's the freaking Phoenix Suns. They're just so good. And again, this is a Warrior team that now you're trying to win a championship. And now, what are they now? How far behind the Suns are they? Is it 6.5 now?
It's a bunch. I'm more worried about Memphis than I am about Phoenix. Phoenix is gone. Phoenix, okay, Phoenix.
Go on.
Yes, thank you. Phoenix is going to be the top seed. Right now, I'm more worried about Memphis, and not only the 2 versus 3 semifinal matchup, but if you're the 3, you got to play the 6. And whoever the 6 is, they're not going to be a patsy. And you've had problems with the Clippers, and I know that everyone wants to throw dirt on Spadoni's Lakers, and you've got Denver.
What a win for them last night.
Yeah, I mean, you got Utah.
Gutsy.
You've got tough teams down there who you might have to face in that first round.
Spadoni came running into the meeting room today with his Laker jersey on.
Sprinting, actually.
Westbrook wasn't horrible. Yeah, so.
You call that sprinting? That's sad if that's sprinting.
Yeah, they beat Utah last night, right? That's a nice
certainly
win.
Did.
That's a nice
They
win for them.
certainly did.
So these are good problems to have, right, Dibs? Because, if you're no good, then you're like, oh, no, everything's great. Look where they are. But when you're trying to win a championship, the standards have to be higher. And right now, they're really struggling.
They are, and that's a good uptick, and I appreciate it. And especially when you look at, up 10 with 8 minutes to go, up 8 with 6 minutes to go. When you're in that closing window and it's closing time and you don't close it out, that's where you start to get a little bit troubled. But thank you. Good news is you get the All-Star break, and hopefully you get some positive news on Draymond Green coming out and Wiseman. Only about 24 games left to go. I think 23 games left in the regular year.
Wow.
And even if you lose all 23, you're still going to be in the play-in tournament, so you're not panicked at all.
Whitey in for Willard today. Don't panic. Willard will be back tomorrow. What are you guys doing now, Dibs? I know you got a regular deal going on here with Jimmy G and where he's going to end up.
Yeah, we've been doing, round the country. We've been trying to get other teams, other markets to take Jimmy. So far, we're 0 for 2, Whitey.
We're going to try Tampa Bay next, all right? That's coming up next. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
When you watch Team USA go for the gold, you don't just want Wi-Fi that's fast. You want Michaela Schifrin fast. You want Eat My Powder, blink and you'll miss it, iSki faster than you drive fast. You want Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, power all your devices and watch every single wow-worthy moment fast. You want gig speed internet from Xfinity.
Watch Team USA with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Or get started with Xfinity 50 megabit per second internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. This offer ends March 31st. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Great to be with you. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for Willard today. Thrilled to be with Dan Dibley. And we're going to check in on the Tampa Bay situation here as it relates to Jimmy Garoppolo in just a second. I know, Dibs, you and Mark Willard have been scouring the countryside looking for a city, an NFL team that it might actually want Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll just say this before we talk to the great Rick Stroud. All this talk about Brady, maybe he retired because he really wants out of there and he doesn't want to force a trade. So if he retires, it'll make it easier for them to trade him to the 49ers. I'm buying it. I'm buying it.
You are not
I'm buying it. It makes sense. It does make sense to some degree. The great Mike Sando had some information on that, and it would make sense.
Yes, it would if he wasn't 44, coming up on 45 years of age. I just don't. I'm not buying it, Whitey. I'm not buying that he wants to get out of Tampa to go to another place to try to win a Super Bowl.
Unhappy with the coaching there, and he's always wanted to come to San Francisco. Anyway.
Why unhappy in Tampa? I mean, you want
coaching,
a Super Bowl
something
there.
about the coach. We'll find out here. Nice enough to join us.
Yeah.
He covers the Bucs for the Tampa Bay Times. Follow him on Twitter at NFL Stroud. Rick Stroud with us on 95.7 The Game. Rick, how about it? The speculation about Brady retiring because he really wants to trade maybe to San Francisco. Is there anything whatsoever to that?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I mean, I do know this, that he, when he was going through the process the first time, the 49ers were the one team that his representatives contacted. And it's obvious why. I mean, he grew up there, a fan. I think at the time he would have probably embraced being part of that, quarterback hierarchy with Montana and Young. But, since he's come to Tampa for 2 years, been on the East Coast, his son lives in New York, I'm just not sure where that stands. And in my mind, if he were going to come back to another team, that would be it. Because, I think there's an emotional attachment there. It's his hometown, San Mateo. But we don't know if he's going to play again. And I don't think we will know until we get to the start of the season. And frankly, the Bucs have to proceed as if he is retired. And they're going to keep him on the roster probably until after June 1st when they can, defer some of his $34 million to next year, or $32 million to the next year, 2023. So it's going to have to play itself out. But if he came back, in my mind, I just don't think there's many places that would exceed, the 49ers for him. I don't know what they would be.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's a done deal, Dibs.
Yeah,
Rick Stroud just told us it's a done deal.
And before we get to that definitive Rick Stroud takeaway, which I'm not actually hearing, Whitey, I want to know what happened in Tampa with the arc of the 2 years, because it seemed like things were good. So assuming that Tom Brady does still want to play, did things go south in Tampa Bay?
No, they really did. And I know I've read that, and, to be honest with you, the Bucs have a really good relationship with him, especially Jason Light, who was with the Patriots organization when he was drafted. Those guys are very close. He enjoyed playing for Bruce Arians. He has teammates that he has, invested in these last 2 years. And the one thing he knows is, say the Bucs don't pull the trigger on a quarterback or a trade. The one thing he knows is that this franchise would do anything and have done everything that they can think of, to bring in whatever and whomever he thought he needed to win. So even though, there's always salary cap ramifications, they kicked a lot of that down the road a year ago to bring back 22 starters. They had a ton of injuries, including up until the last game, with the offensive line. They were really a bad defensive call away from beating the Rams and going, to the NFC Championship game at home against the 49ers and may have made it back to a Super Bowl. So, he invested a lot in learning the offense. I don't know that at age 45 he's going to want to start over entirely. But again, it would depend on the timing of that. And we're all speculating that he isn't really retired. And if I had, just based on everything I know, I think he is. I don't think there's much left for him to prove, and I think his wife's a big part of that. She wrote a very long and impassioned sort of how proud I am that you're now retired speech herself. And I don't know how you come back from some of those things. He's got business interests as well. So, the Bucks believe that if he plays, and they will own his rights because they're going to put him on the reserve retired list, which means somebody would have to trade for him. Now, I don't think they'd hold him up if they had a quarterback and he said, come August or, August, I guess, that, hey, I want to play. They'd probably accommodate some kind of trade for him without, holding it up for ransom. But they're going to retain his rights, and I think they would expect that if he's going to play, it would be here.
Just to clarify, Rick Stroud with us, covers the Bucs for the Tampa Bay Times. This is really interesting because you obviously know the team and the situation as well as anyone. So in your mind, Brady is probably retired. But given that, even you say there may be a chance he could play. Again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. And I know we get overly excited about these things, out here when there's a chance a big name player is going to come here. But that's where we are, right? You think Brady's retired, but all this talk about how he may come back, you think there could be something to it. And if there were something to it, San Francisco would be a likely destination.
Again, it would have to do with the timing of that. Yeah. I think that he has said you never say never. That is, and look, Bucs fans were clinging to that harder than anyone in the NFL, right? I mean, he's under contract for a third year here. They just won 14 games. They've won 29 games in 2 years and a Super Bowl. No fan base wants him more than this one. No organization would want him to continue playing here, than this one. So the timing would be the key. But I think out of Brady's own mouth was, hey, you never say never. Now, depending on what night you catch him on Jim Gray's podcast, he'll say, I'm very comfortable with my decision. But what's it been? A few weeks. I think the test is going to be, is he going to keep himself in shape? I would think so. Is it going to be football shape? Is he going to throw? It won't surprise me if there's a report somewhere that he's tossing the ball around in Montana over the summer, and he might just be doing that to stay in shape. But what's going to be hard is when he gets to, August, when he would typically come in and start playing. Is he going to get that itch? What's his family situation? Is he driving them crazy? What's he going to do? And I still think he's going to stay retired. But in that instance, the Bucs are proceeding as if he is done, and they have to. And they're looking at Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm sure. They're looking at Deshaun Watson. They're looking to see if Russell Wilson's available. And if they pull the trigger on one of those deals, then that means he's not likely coming back here. You're not going to give up draft pick compensation for another quarterback, and then Tom tells you he wants to play. They'd have to trade him in that instance. So the first chance of him coming back, I think, would be with Tampa, depending on what they do. But I'm just telling you that, in my mind, and I've not talked to Tom specifically about this, but we do know that Don Yee and others, whoever it was that represented him, reached out to San Francisco and John Lynch, and there was a discussion before he signed with Tampa Bay. But at that point, Garoppolo had come off a Super Bowl. They had committed to him for a ton of money. There would have been salary cap ramifications if they traded Jimmy. Jimmy was significantly younger. They at that point didn't have Trey Lance, I don't believe. So, they just didn't do it, even though it was a discussion. But, emotionally, to my mind, there's one place, and he's proven it, that means something to him, and it's the 49ers. But I think he is, me personally, I think he is retired. But listen, he left the door open, and so people will wait and see what happens in August.
And I'm with you as far as his retirement goes, but having spent time around my own children made me want to go back to the workplace faster than ever. The real question, though, that we have for you is, do you want, by you, I mean you, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the fan base, do you guys want Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, I think that's, that's a loaded question in a way, because I don't know that the fan base wants him. We haven't done a poll on that just yet, but listen, they're sitting here with Kyle Trask, who might be a good quarterback in the future, but he's not played. He was, at the end of the second round or something like that, almost a third-round pick. They have Blaine Gabbert, who they could re-sign, so they really don't have a quarterback right now. My analysis is that, if Jimmy can stay healthy, which has been one of his biggest problems, on a good football team like this one is, like the 49ers were, in the NFC South, which is wide open, he could win enough games to get them back in the playoffs. He's gotten his team to championship games. He's gotten them to one Super Bowl. can he win a Super Bowl? I don't know what their evaluation of Jimmy is, and again, so I'm a little bit out of deficit like that. 2 years ago, I could tell you that they were all in on Brady. If Brady didn't work, they were going to go to Teddy Bridgewater. If that didn't work, Jameis Winston was still a possibility. Now I can tell you Jameis Winston is not a possibility, and everybody else is, including Garoppolo. And the one thing we know about Garoppolo is you have an organization that's willing to accommodate him in a trade that says, we're going to trade you. We'll try to send you to a place you want to go to. Whether that's the NFC or not, they probably would prefer it not be. But having said that, I don't think, again, that they're going to hold him up if some team gives them the kind of compensation they want for him. So, these other players, Russell Wilson, I don't even know if he's available. Deshaun Watson has a pile of legal troubles, 22 civil cases, 10 criminal complaints. I don't even know if he's going to be available to play if you could work out a compensation, which is right now 3 number ones and a 2 and something else. So if you just look at who is going to be on the move, Jimmy Garoppolo is that guy, and I think he's better than a lot of the other guys, the Carson Wentz's and Andy Dalton's or whoever else is out there. Jimmy would I think trump them for sure.
Follow him on Twitter at NFL Stroud, covering the Bucs for the Tampa Bay Times. Rick Stroud. Rick, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it very much. Great information. We'll talk to you again soon, sir.
All right, guys. Thanks.
They don't want Jimmy either.
No. Next.
He's kind of left the door open a little bit there, but he said, I don't really know what their evaluation is of Jimmy. I think we know what their evaluation is of Jimmy.
It's everyone's evaluation of Jimmy, which he's Mr. Right. He's not Mr. Right forever. He's Mr. Right now. And if you're a team that wants to bring a guy in to move the needle for a year and, make you competitive, make you good enough to maybe make the playoffs, that's the guy. But if you want a quarterback of the future or somebody who can elevate you at that position, I don't think he's the guy.
No, I don't think so. And it's interesting because when the 49ers first got him, and I know that was a while ago now, but they thought he was that guy, right? The 49ers thought, this is our guy. This is our franchise quarterback. We have him. And now all these, how many years has it been? 5, whatever.
4.5, roughly.
And it's like, nope, he's not. And no one else is going to see him that way either.
But at the same time, when you look at your situation and you look at your guy, and if you're Tampa Bay, and he mentioned Kyle Trask. Well, Kyle Trask against Jimmy Garoppolo this upcoming year, Jimmy Garoppolo is better. He's done more. He's more win-ready, quote-unquote. But Kyle Trask, good quarterback out of Florida. Maybe he's a guy you can grow with. Maybe he's a quarterback that you can mature into being a guy. So what do you want to do? Jimmy Garoppolo is not like getting Russell Wilson or Aaron Rodgers, where these are proven winners, guys who are elite quarterbacks. If you plug and play them into your system, you feel like you can win now. Tampa Bay also has a cap situation where they don't know who they're going to have coming back. You've got possible retirements outside of Brady. It's a little bit of an unsettled situation.
Comcast business text line is always open, 888-957-9570 from the 510. And I wish you'd put your name on it.
Always.
Yeah. Is Jimmy G the new Fitzmagic? Dibs. Fitzmagic's got a better arm. He's a better passer, but Jimmy tends to win more. The thing with Jimmy, it's always so difficult to evaluate. Like right now, how hurt was he at the end of the year? As we look at what happened to him at the end of the season, the end of that game against the Rams, they need to get the offense going, going to have to throw it. He wasn't capable of that. Is that because he's Jimmy and he's got limitations, or is it because he had a fractured thumb and a sprained shoulder?
Both. And it was torn ligaments in the thumb, and the sprained shoulder and
bone chip. In the
yes,
thumb. Yeah.
Whatever. Chip Moore, Chip Kelly is not going to be on there. Chip Beck certainly ahead of Chip Kelly, but I digest. If you look
chocolate chip,
the chocolate chip's got to be on there.
Yeah,
and one of the various chipmunks. Probably Alvin. Although I think Alvin got too much of Theodore was the backbone of that whole operation, quite frankly.
Sure.
Simon was like the Larry for the Stooges of the Chipmunks, but...
you say so.
Yeah, and I do say so. Jimmy Garoppolo he's a winning quarterback, but when you want an elite quarterback, he's not going to be that guy, but that's what makes it so fascinating about Jimmy Garoppolo is he has won. When he's played, he's won games. And isn't that what Herm Edwards told us? That you play to win the game? Hello?
He did.
Yeah, and so...
He also said, put your name on it.
He always did, yeah. So if you are one of these teams, if you're Tampa looking at Kyle Trask or Washington looking at Taylor Heineke, and Jimmy G's better than both of them, but at what cost and what do you have to give up to bring him in?
On the text line here, how much is Jimmy's success part of Shanahan's system? And let's see here from the 415. Why do people discount what Tom did and what Montana has said about Jimmy? Legends. I'm not sure people discount what Tom did. As far as Shanahan, the system, and Jimmy, it's not hard to find some people who will tell you Jimmy was actually, his progress as a quarterback, his improvement was limited by playing in Shanahan's system. And playing for Shanahan, it seemed like it got in his head a little bit.
I don't think that his progress was limited by the system. I thought he was a perfect guy for the system. The system, quote unquote, is not designed to have a guy go out there and throw it 40, 45 times. It's not a Josh Allen system. It's not a Joe Burrow system. It's not a Mahomes, the rest of them, Justin Herbert or whatever. It's a system that Shanahan, I think, likes where you want to possess it for 35 minutes, you want to run it 30 to 35 to 40 times, and you want to have a quarterback take limited risks. And that's where it's going to be interesting with Trey Lance. If they don't go out and get Tom Brady or another quarterback, can Trey Lance thrive in this system of, ball control and limited risks?
Did you see the practice video of Trey Lance?
I did.
Wow.
Ooh, practice video.
I know, but it's whether it's practice video or Super 8 from the 70s, the throws he made. It's one thing to make a strong throw when you're rolling left for a right-handed quarterback. He threw one where he was moonwalking, Dibs. Not only was he going left, he was like backing up, like, right. Michael Jackson doing Billie Jean or something. Whew.
And
amazing.
Arm talent is just one piece of the overall pizza.
But a big piece of that pizza that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't have.
Right, but what does Jimmy Garoppolo have that Trey Lance doesn't have?
He gets the ball out quickly, I would say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got the ability to, experience, the ability to diagnose defense. And Trey Lance...
I would say win some smile, but I think they both have that.
No, both very handsome, statuesque and gorgeous in their own way. But when you look at Trey Lance, we think that he is a smart quarterback. Everybody who talks about Trey Lance talks about a high IQ and the ability to, take in the offense and digest, etc. But we haven't seen it really in real time. All we've seen is when he got his first start, Kyle Shanahan had the handcuffs on him. He didn't want him to...
Run the ball!
Yeah, run the ball. When in doubt, pull it down and run the ball. So that's not going to be the way they go forward with Trey Lance, but we still haven't yet seen his ability to diagnose the defense and get in and out of the huddle and, check with me and go to all of the audibles and all the rest of it. So there are things that we don't yet know about Trey Lance, but yes, watching him on video in practice, we're talking about practice.
Yeah.
The arm talent is extraordinary, and it's something that Jimmy Garoppolo has never and will never have.
Given that Trey Lance is probably going to be running the ball a lot, certainly more than Jimmy Garoppolo, and given that if he does that, there's going to be a higher chance of him getting hurt, then I think the question of who backs him up next year, to me, in some ways, that's more interesting than where Jimmy goes. And I know I'm in the minority here, and I know you got, we're talking about this and looking forward to seeing what happens and what the 49ers get. But I'm really interested to know who's going to be backing up Trey Lance next year, unless, of course, it's Trey Lance backing up Tom Brady.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, honestly. I think that Tom Brady is actually going to be retired, and we'll have to wait and see if that comes to pass. And if the 49ers bring in Tom Brady and have Trey Lance back him up, Trey Lance a backup for a second straight year, well, that to me is a fireable offense.
That
for Kyle
used to be
Shanahan.
the way they did it. And if it's for, you can't view it in a vacuum. You traded all this to get this guy and he's a backup again. Yeah, but he would be Tom Brady's backup. So extenuating circumstances.
Yes, but I would not want to be the guy to answer for that. Although, if you think about it in these terms, so they traded 3 first-round picks to move up to get Trey Lance. Really 2 first-round picks to get Trey
I won't
Lance.
quibble with you, however you want to frame that.
And I've always thought about it where, you traded 3 picks, but you got 1 back. So
Sure.
you really traded 2 first-round picks.
And one of the ones you traded away, at least one of the ones you traded away is like, what, 29?
29, that's my point.
Yeah.
And if you get a first-round pick back for Jimmy Garoppolo, which I never thought they would.
No, I'm glad you... No way.
No, but more and more you hear Peter King and you hear all these experts, Whitey.
No.
I'm still... I set the over-under at pick 99.5, which is the end of the 3rd round. And now, the more you think about it, they're probably going to get a 2nd-round pick. They might get a 1st-round pick.
I just don't see how.
I don't either.
I know you guys talked about it.
People who are smarter than me are saying that...
Come on. Who's smarter than you, really, when you think about it?
Peter King, barely.
You guys talked to the writer from Washington?
Totally. That's a 4.
And it was reported out of D.C. that the Washington football team, the Commanders, they might be able to justify spending a 1st-round pick to get Jimmy. No, they're not. I mean, I guess you could say they might, but they're not. This is ridiculous. We all know about Jimmy and his limitations,
crazy.
Right? Yeah, it is.
This is crazy.
There's just no way you get a... That would be great, but there's just no way you get a 1st-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo.
I agree with you.
But no way.
I'm totally with you. But the more we hear scuttlebutt around the league about, it's a thin quarterback market in the draft and there are no free agents and there are a handful of teams who need a QB and the price will go up the closer we get to the draft. I'm still with you. And, I changed my over-under to pick 65 as far as the over-under. I think they will probably get a 2nd-round pick.
See, that would be, I think, but that would be a huge win. A 2nd-rounder for Garoppolo. Massive. Build a statue of Shanahan now and Lynch now. Win.
Yeah, and Parag Marate maybe he gets a figurine as a part of that collection of statues. But because you gave up a 2nd to get him, and basically you would have gotten 4+ years of Jimmy G for nothing.
And I like Garoppolo. I understand the need to move off him, but I like him.
He's done great.
Yeah.
He's been a wonderful quarterback. He got you to 2 conference championship games, which, Kaepernick did that. Garcia didn't. And very few quarterbacks in this history of this organization have gotten you to that lofty spot. And I know it's more than just the quarterback, but you're going to get something back for him, which I think offsets what you had to spend to get Trey Lance.
Speaking of the arm strength from the 510, I don't know if I should read it because they didn't put their name on it, but I'm going to go ahead this once. Did you see the video of Jamarcus Russell throwing 80 yards from a knee? Some might say that's a big slice of pizza as well. Yeah, I see what you did there, but you really can't compare Trey Lance to Jamarcus.
We can win with Jamarcus. Get over it.
From the
That was a
408,
whole pizza, not a slice.
in my humble opinion, as a 50-plus year observer of the NFL, Garoppolo regressed under your boy Shanny. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some people will say Jimmy was a system quarterback. Other people will say, you know what? He didn't do well with that system. He's a worse quarterback now than he was then, in part because he never really felt like he was a good fit in the system. He felt too limited.
Well, we'll see wherever he goes, and he's going to go somewhere, and he probably will get a chance to start. If he goes out and he starts throwing for 4,400 yards and 38 touchdowns, yeah, then you could put that on Shanahan, but I don't see that.
How about this, Dibs? Drake from Mountain View. For the Commanders, if they run a naked bootleg, would that be going commando?
Yeah.
Then he added his own LOL, which I don't
normally endorse, but yes, you'd be going commando. I think that works. A naked bootleg for the Commanders, it's going commando.
All right.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Drake from Mountain View. Appreciate that. Coming up here, it'll be brought to you by the Exergen Corporation. More on where Jimmy is going to end up. Also, it doesn't look like we're going to have any baseball for a while here. Fingers crossed. The one thing about baseball and what the owners have done that is killing baseball. One thing the owners have done that is killing the grand old game. That's next year. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
Toyota's President's Day sales event ends Monday. New Toyotas are arriving daily.
AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
I need to apologize to Kyle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Willard today. Dibs, it kills me that I have to ask you this question, but I do. What did you think of the Rams Super Bowl parade yesterday?
What an embarrassment. Honestly. I mean, seriously.
Thousands or hundreds were there.
I've seen grammar school Halloween parades with more people and more fanfare, quite frankly.
I've done remotes at the state fair where there were more people.
I was thinking about our remote at the Domino's Pizza in Walnut Creek.
Yes, I was too.
Where we were begging people to come in. Literally, me, you, and Kreidler sitting in the waiting room.
We'll deliver your pizza.
Yeah. Please.
Hello?
We'll pay for it. We'll buy you a pizza and deliver it. If you wouldn't mind calling, brother. Hey, brother. I'm feeling a little neglectorino here.
Yeah. Well,
You're going to learn today.
You know, there's... Ooh, hello.
I learned a lot that day.
Yeah. All right. That was the sounder, right? I want to make sure. Got my ducks in a row. Yeah, all right. Fifth caller.
You're going to learn today.
844-999-GAME. 844-999-GAME. We'll get 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart on October 1st at Chase Center, courtesy of Live Nation. That's the fifth caller, 844-999-4263. Good luck. Kevin Hart tickets. We had an injury at that parade, Dibs, and Matthew Stafford was there. It's a photographer on stage, and she fell off, and he just saw her fall and kind of made a, ooh. He just turned around and walked away.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just cold video.
Fractured spine, Dibs.
Brutal. And, you know, you see Matthew Stafford's wife there.
Kelly Stafford?
Yeah, Kelly Stafford, who apparently went over and
she said it was crazy.
Attended to the person who fell.
Yeah.
But, yeah, really scary scene, and just kind of a bad look for Matthew Stafford.
Very bad.
And I don't know if he saw the fall, saw the severity of the fall, and walked away and, you know, sipped on his water, but certainly the optics don't go in his favor.
Right. Absolutely not. You know that it's weird when you're trying to judge how popular the Super Bowl is and the Rams are in LA, because the ratings for LA were way down, and Cincinnati was number one. They had a 40 whatever, which meant 447,000 people. But in LA, they had a 30 something. But that was like 1.2 million people because there's just so many freaking people down there.
Yeah, it just whatever number you want to throw on the parade. The optics of it were terrible. It just shows you that people in LA, they don't care about anything other than their mirror, their appointment to get their latest Botox, and their car.
But didn't the Lakers used to have more people at their parades?
Always.
Yeah.
It's because people care about the Lakers. The Lakers are LA's team, and the Dodgers somewhat, but, you know, baseball is not the number one big attraction.
Baseball.
You know, and then when the Dodgers win an actual championship that's not bubblified, maybe we'll actually see what the parade would be like for the Dodgers, but that that Ram parade was as expected. People in LA don't care about the Rams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's too bad in a way, but it's understandable, right? Because they've just been away for so long. Now, you mentioned the World Series parade. Will we have a World Series parade for anybody? We will, right? This year, right?
Assuming we have a World Series.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
I'm not holding out any hope right now, because one thing that baseball has showed through its recent history is that they can muck it up unlike any other pro sport. They're tone deaf. Coming out of a pandemic where it's been 2 years now since we entered into the pandemic, and we're still not totally out of it, but baseball is one of those time-honored things where you play 162, you have a chance to go, you watch it every day. Baseball is like a good companion. It's like a loyal dog, like your beloved Moby, who, he's there for you.
Yeah,
thick
not there
and
for you,
thin.
but...
No, he hates me, but that's neither here nor there. He and I have never made amends, and I don't know if we ever will. God love him.
He's mellowed a lot. I don't know if you have, but he has.
No, I actually haven't.
Okay,
I've gone the other direction where I'd like a rematch because he won the opener. Moby got me in the opener. He was all growl and bark, and I shied away.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won that first bout. Mm-hmm. But I'm trying to wait until he gets a little bit grayer and a little bit more gimpy before I come at him again.
Yeah, he didn't have as many teeth here, so yeah, I think you could handle him. Here's the problem with baseball. The problem with baseball is very simple. You got a commissioner, and I know this isn't all on the commissioner. He works for the owners. But baseball has a commissioner who doesn't even like baseball. I think it's possible he actively dislikes baseball.
It's possible.
Now, Bud Selig, I know you used to work with his wife and everything, and I wasn't a big Bud Selig fan, but he did like baseball, right? His whole mission as commissioner was to try to get Milwaukee back in the National League because when he was a kid, the Braves were in the National League. So, yeah, no matter what you think of him and his blue ribbon panel, he liked baseball. Bart Giamatti used to write poetry about baseball, right? Faye Vincent liked baseball. Ron Manfred, I don't even think he likes baseball. And so these guys are, they don't care what damage they're doing to the game. They're just trying to make money. And I know it's pro sports. I get that. But when it comes to addressing some of the things that baseball really needs addressed as a sport to stay relevant, I don't think he knows what is appealing to some about the game because he doesn't really like it.
Well, I don't think that he cares, and I don't think that the owners really like it either. And I was listening to Damon and Ratto yesterday, and they had a great long discussion about this very thing. And Ray Ratto, who's astute and knows more about, the actual, machinations of sport better than almost anybody, he was making a great point about the fact that most owners don't care about baseball either. They care about money. They care about making money. And the whole system that baseball has set up is not in order to make the game better. And Damon was making good points about how, a lot of younger people, younger fans aren't that into baseball either. Baseball needs to fix the number one problem with the actual game itself, which is the game is largely boring to a younger audience. People our age and, people who've been around for longer, we understand the nuance of baseball, and we don't have this instant gratification need that younger audiences have. And
which is worse, that it's boring or that it's too long, or do those just go hand in hand? Because the games last forever.
They go hand in hand. I think the too long factor is something that you can't really fix unless you go to, a 5-inning game or a 6-inning game. And I don't even think that would satisfy younger audiences. Younger people don't want to sit down and do anything for 3 hours in general, let alone watch a sport where there isn't much action. At least with football, if you go to a football game or you watch one on TV and you're a younger person, it's like, oh, okay, there's a play. You watch the play, and you've got 20 to 30 seconds to go on your phone or do something else, and then you can look up again. There's action. Every 30 to 40 seconds, there is action. Something's going to happen. In baseball, you might go 4 innings without anything really happening. Oh, here's a 3-hopper to third. Longoria up with it, throws, one away. I mean, what is that? That's like a delay a game in the NFL.
We're insulated from it here, aren't we? Because the A's won a few games, and Mark Kotze was at the Warriors game last night. And the Giants, they've played so well and they've been so entertaining that baseball fans here, I think maybe we're insulated from some of the problems that are really dragging down baseball.
Yes and no. I mean, if you're an A's fan, God love you. You go out to the Coliseum, and aside from the actual game itself, there's not much there for you. There's 8,500 people. There are closed concession stands as far as the eye can see. Everything is overpriced, and the product is good, but the experience beyond the actual product is not great. At least if you go to Oracle Park, you're among 30,000 people. And if you're not that into the game, you can walk on the concourse, beautiful view, upper deck, club level. There's enough, tertiary things to do to where you can be entertained even if you weren't a baseball fan. I think the biggest problem that baseball has, aside from the actual sport itself, which doesn't appeal to younger people, it's that the ownership and the superstructure of the league, they clearly don't care about you.
Right.
And that's where, if you go to an A's game, you can find a cheap ticket, you can take BART, you can get in and out as a single person for under $50 if you really wanted to, find a secondary market ticket and, you could park for free and, take BART, whatever it is. You go to a Giants game and it's $200 minimum per person to even get in there.
And yet, which ballpark is drawing more people?
It's because at least if you're spending the $200 to go to Oracle, you feel like you can get that secondary, that tertiary entertainment if you're not a diehard Giants fan.
The biggest problem, I think, aside from the fact that the commissioner doesn't even like baseball, is that the games are too long. Jason Stark wrote an interesting piece in The Athletic talking about how baseball needs to change. It needs to adapt. My dad was a baseball writer, and his uncle played, and my mom was a baseball fan, and her grandfather played. So I've always been more of a traditionalist. But it's clear now baseball does need to change, needs to adapt to the changing times, to try to stay a little bit closer to being in step with our culture now. It's never, baseball is just, it's the nature of the game is such that it's always going to be a little slower, but they do need to try different things. It seems like when baseball tries something now, it's all cosmetic. We got a pitch clock. We're going to no pitches on an intentional walk. You just send the guy to first base. And it doesn't really help. It's like you're trying so hard to show me you're addressing the problem, but you're not, right? I mean, you look at the Super Bowl. When the Super Bowl was over and you have all night, right? So, celebrate or whatever you want to do. Baseball, the World Series games, it's like, man, you're making it hard for me to be a baseball fan. I got to stay up all night to watch the freaking Astros and the Braves in the World Series.
And I'm not that interested in either one.
Right.
And I think the biggest problem that baseball has, and this is where people criticize soccer so much, it's if you're not a soccer fan, your number one criticism of soccer is what? It's boring.
No
it's
scoring.
So boring.
Yeah.
There's no scoring. And in baseball, if you think about an average baseball game, how many pitches are thrown in a 9-inning game? Would you say about 250, Whitey? Between 250 and 300
Sure.
pitches?
Yeah, that sounds right, yeah.
And how many of those pitches result in action? Something other than a ball that's not a striker swung at or a swing and a miss.
I believe now you end up, and this is not directly answering your question, but now you end up with like pretty much twice as many strikeouts as singles, whereas that used to be close to the other way around.
So your actionable moments in baseball are far fewer, and yet the games are longer. The one thing about football that we all love is that every single play, no matter what, for the most part, is going to be action. Now, false start or a kneel down, or we're going to spike it, or a kickoff that's a touchback, or a punt that's a fair catch. When
you're watching a bad game, football can be pretty boring too. Football does not have that reputation, but a badly played football game where, 3-and-out punt, that can be pretty boring too. But still, I understand your
it can be.
point.
And I think that's where the NBA has gotten so much better, especially with the three ball, is that every single trip down the floor, it feels like something is going to happen. You don't I think about the old college basketball before the shot clock. North Carolina, Dean
Four
Smith.
corners, baby.
We're going four corners. We're trying to beat Virginia 31-30 because we're afraid of Ralph Sampson. That was a problem for basketball. Well, they fixed it with the shot clock. The NBA now, with tempo and even the slow teams, they're playing a lot faster than the bad boy Pistons. And you remember the old slug it out Knicks and Heat games when it'd be 78, 77. Yeah.
But they changed the rules.
Exactly. So what can baseball do? First of all, what could baseball do to change the rules that wouldn't corrupt the sport beyond recognition? Now, they're trying with the universal DH, but that's only 1/9 of all at-bats are no longer going to be so boring.
You're going to have to do something about limiting the number of pitchers you can have in a game or something like that, but that obviously is a slippery slope because the guy's hurt or, whatever. But, the days of starting pitchers pitching into the 8th, 9th inning of postseason games is like, I mean, last year the Braves had a guy, Ian Anderson, Jethro Tull, and he pitched 5 innings at a no-hitter, right? And he's like, yeah, you're out. Sorry, dude, you're out. What?
The only way
That's
you could
just
do
the way
it
the game's played now.
would be to limit game day rosters to 7 pitchers.
Maybe. Yeah.
These 7 are the only guys you can pitch today. And then that way, at least you're going to have to, some guy maybe, but then to your point, my elbow twitch.
Right,
I can't pitch. Now you got to bring the shortstop in.
Yeah.
The other dramatic things that you could do, which will never happen, would be 7-inning games. For example, let's just play 7. Let's cut to the chase a little bit faster. That way it's a 2.5-hour game instead of 3:15. And the other ones would be, lower the mound, or
how about the pitcher pitches from a hole? So not only a low mound, but he have him throw from a pit.
I like it.
Yeah.
Or underhand only. Yeah. What baseball?
Well, they're talking about moving the mound back.
I don't know if they should need to move it back, but how about you lower it a little bit? Because the problem right now with baseball is it's so hard to hit that, and baseball players realize that if I can only make contact once or twice a game, I might as well swing out of my heels and try to do maximum damage. So maybe you eliminate the shift as well.
Yeah, and I think they're very close to that, making it so you got to have the infielder's got to have 1 foot on the dirt or something. And as much as baseball is struggling with these problems, I sure hope we get it back soon. Fingers crossed. Maybe they'll come to some sort of agreement. We'll have a 154 game season, something like that.
I wished it more. I wish I missed it more than I actually do. Yeah, I used to. Baseball was my world. I'd go to 15, 20 games a year, but now...
You used to get pinch run for by your dad in Little League all the time.
Twice. Eric Tepley, God love him, a good kid, but not the base runner that I was. Yeah. I'm not fleet of foot, Whitey, but there's no way I'm getting picked off twice by Drew Miller. Even though he quite a move, the lefty.
My brother said he was playing American Legion ball once, and I forget the name of the pitcher. It was a guy who did go on to play, I think, in the majors. My brother said he was tapping his foot on first base, and the guy picked him off between taps.
How?
I'm not even sure I believe it. My brother's, yes, his move was that good. I was tapping first base with my foot, and he picked me off between taps.
That's a slow tap.
Yeah.
Your brother needs to tap better at this level.
From the 510 on the Comcast Business Text line, which is always open at 888-957-9570. Baseball needs the ambiance of the WBC or Latin professional leagues where fans go wild. Thank you, Ernesto. How about Rob and San Bruno joining us here on 95.7 The Game? Rob.
What are you doing?
I'm chilling. I want to comment on the conversation. I just feel like I'm going to just say it. I think baseball need more brothers in there again. I think in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, you had speed, you had power, you had excitement. It's like the game then got stale. It's not the same game. So I feel like when I was growing up, I looked at the Ken Griffey Jr., the Loftons, the Barry Bonds, the exciting players that made the game exciting. You had a mixture. Now it's just like, to me, it's a still game, and I feel like they need to get back to it, running the bases, the Ricky Hendersons, that's exciting. The home run, just the athleticism of the game isn't what it used to be. So I feel like they have to bring that back. Once they bring that back, I think baseball gonna be back. But you can't have a still game to where it's no athleticism being an athlete. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Rob. I think that's a great point. Anytime you have a large segment of the population, and it appears that baseball is not as popular as it used to be with African Americans, there aren't as many of them playing in the major leagues, and that's just bad for baseball. Anytime any large segment of the population is not as interested, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very bad for the game.
And part of that stems from youth baseball, which it's harder and harder now to play youth baseball. Fewer kids are playing. You
got to play travel ball like your producer in there. I play travel ball.
More kids, the kids who are playing now are playing travel ball. And so if you are a young person who doesn't have the financial wherewithal to play travel ball, now you're, quote, falling behind.
Baseball is becoming almost like tennis.
Yeah, a little bit, to where if you want to be an elite player, you've got to pay. Exactly. You got to pay to play. And that's where, other sports that are less expensive are drawing athletes who maybe don't have as much money to them. And we've seen this. I obviously raised my kids in Oakland. I've been there for the better part of 20, 25 years now. And you see even the leagues over there diminishing as far as the participation goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's great that so many people from Asia and other parts of the world are playing Major League Baseball, but the fact that we don't have as many African Americans, it's bad any which way for baseball, especially people, Dibs, about our age. You remember some of the great stars in the 60s. And, of course, everything going on in the 60s, it was so significant that these players were breakout stars at that time, too. But, Mays and Aaron and Clemente, and I know Clemente was not American, but, wow, the game sorely misses that.
And to the caller's point, though, about, the different sort of baseball, right now there's only one style of baseball. It's I'm going to throw it as hard as I can.
Yeah.
You're going to try to hit it as hard as you can.
Don't steal. Why not? Let me show you my calculator here. It's a bad move. Yeah. Unless you're successful stealing 80% of the time, there's no sense stealing. So, but I'm really fast. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well,
Don't
even
stay
the
there
hit and run now.
Yeah.
What? The hit and run, where it used to be a guy would run and then the batter would try to hit it, thinking that.
What'd you call it?
So the runner would be running and then the hitter would try to hit it where the defender was no longer because he had to cover the base.
I'm not familiar.
A guy would go from first to third, touching second along the way. Don't get me wrong, but all the nuance in baseball is gone.
No, that literally, it very rarely did teams hit and run anymore because the guy's going to swing and miss because he's trying to hit over the fence. So why should I hit and run? Just not a percentage play, but the game's not as interesting. Or he's going to uppercut
and hit a deep fly out to where the runner's going to round second and go, oh, crap, I got to get back to first.
Yeah.
I don't believe I tagged up.
It's easy for people like us to sit here and go, baseball needs to be more like it was when we were kids. But as Bob Costas says, baseball doesn't even have to go back that far. You go back to the early 2000s, Jeter and Pedro Martinez and some of the things going on in baseball. And baseball was great then. That was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
But this is not the same game it was 20 years ago.
Bob Costas today, 5 o'clock with Damon and Ratto. Don't miss it.
Of course, that's why I mentioned it.
And of course, he will wax poetic about the good old days. And he also will opine about fixes to Major League Baseball. And I wonder if he'll weigh in as well on Kamila Valieva, the Russian figure skater, and the controversy that's taken place in Beijing. By the way, she stumbled and fell her way through the free skate and wound up off the medal stand. More on that straight ahead with the medal count update from Beijing.
Yeah. All right. Looking forward to that. So coming up here, it's a Whitey in for Willard today. Getting back to the Warriors. Wow. Tough loss last night, Dibs. One of those, wait, what just happened? Wait, they lost? They lost again? They lost another home game?
Don't talk about that.
Sorry, Jim. That was great. See Jim Barnett. A big ovation for him last night. They introduced him.
Beautiful homage, too, here on 95.7 The Game, authored by Tim Roy as the 75th anniversary player of the night.
Yeah, what a great guy he is. Coming up at the break, your Warrior Fun Cup. Is it half empty or is it half full? It's all sponsored by your Northern California Toyota dealer, Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exogen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at exogen.com.
Laugh out loud when Kevin Hart arrives at the Chase Center on October 1st. And 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day this week to Willard.
grumpy, Steiny?
Don't know where you got that.
Huh. All right. Okay. I just heard he wasn't... he was not in the best of moods yesterday, so hopefully we can remedy that.
One of the things that really annoys me.
I'll bet you he was annoyed with that Warrior defeat last night, huh? 117 to 116. How did the Warriors lose that home game to the Nuggets? They had that thing, Dibs, Chick Hearn used to say, this game's in the refrigerator. And the Warriors had it like they had the refrigerator door open. Am I right? The fourth quarter?
The Jello was jiggling. The butter was getting hard.
Yeah. And they're about to put it in like, hey, Warriors. Yeah. What? Huh? It was just about to be put in the refrigerator. They end up somehow losing.
Yeah.
Monte Morris's 3.
It reminds me of when I tried to put the milk back a couple days ago after using it to fill my coffee mug, and you go to put the milk in and the carton just slides right out of your hand.
Yes.
And as it's falling out of your hand, you're saying, please land upright, please land upright. And it lands upright, and then it topples, and then it's milk on the floor. You rush over to pick it up, and you accidentally squeeze the carton as you're going to pick it up, and more milk spurts out.
I don't mean to laugh at it. Yeah.
No,
But what are you going to do? Cry about it?
I actually did cry over spilled milk, and I didn't close out on the 3-point shooter, and I lost. And you got to get underneath the fridge with the paper towel, but that's not going to do it. You need to get the wet sponge in there as well. So
I had the same feeling that the great Festus Ezeli had, as he said last night post game with Bonte. By the way, Festus Ezeli played high school basketball in Sacramento, and they never played him. It's like, what? Festus Ezeli, he didn't play as a high school. My understanding is he played high school basketball, and he hardly ever played, and then he went to Vanderbilt, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So anyway, had the same feeling he did, which he was saying that he was feeling. Warriors have a lead here, but it doesn't feel safe. And that's, I don't know, for some reason right now, and I know there's no Draymond, and I know that, and he's so vitally important to everything they do, but the way they've played of late, the shot comes and it goes, the shooting comes and goes. The defense has been iffy. It's hard to feel like, oh yeah, they got this, because right now, there's just so many things that are in a state of disarray.
Yeah, and it's the defense, and it's the rebounding, and then you see a game last night where the defense was good enough. Jokic was a problem, but you pretty much contained everyone else, and you didn't have great games from a lot of players offensively, but you had enough offensively to where you felt like you were going to win the game, and then came down to really coaching. You got out coached in the final few minutes.
Whoa!
And there's no other way to say that.
Carry over here.
I'm not trying to say that, Kerr's on the hot seat, but when it came time for the end of game scenario, one coach, Michael Malone, had a strategy that worked better than the other coach, Steve Kerr's strategy. Malone's strategy was see player, foul player, make player beat you from the foul line. And he couldn't. And it took Steve Kerr a little bit too long, in my opinion, to react to that. And, you put Kevon Looney in a place where you didn't need to put him in the screen roll action where Jokic could bumble and stumble into, so did I foul him? My bad. Oh, wait, he gets free throws now? Oh, boy, nobody wants that.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that, down the stretch, a little bit of a...
One for your Jokic, but...
that was,
Yeah.
I was just joking. I wasn't doing it on purpose.
I
but
give 4 for that.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Comcast Business Text Line always open, 888-957-9570. Do you agree with Dan Dibley? Was Steve Kerr out-coached last night? Is that one of the things that went awry for the Warriors? Here's good news for Warrior fans. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're giving you a chance to win this framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It'll be a text-to-win contest. You're going to have opportunities to qualify throughout each show, 6A to 6P. So tune in Monday through Wednesday next week for your chance to win. You're watching us on Twitch and YouTube. You probably can't see it anyway, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's gorgeous.
It's the blue. It's the old blue jersey.
I love
Navy
it.
blue, Thompson on the back, autographed jersey.
The jersey is blue, and you know what else was blue?
What's that?
The hopes of a young Russian figure skater, Whitey, that went awry. She's feeling blue after finishing in 4th. It's time for the medal count update from Beijing, presented by the county of Santa Clara. It's Norway still atop the table. 29 total medals, 14 golds, ahead of the aforementioned ROC, which saw its Figure skater Kamila Valieva finished 4th, although Anna Sherbakova got the gold for the ROC. They're sitting on 2nd, 26 total medals. Germany 3rd with 22. The USA with 21. Canada with 20 overall medals in 5th, although one big gold in women's ice hockey over the U.S. yesterday. This medal count update from Beijing, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. On a scale of 1 to 10, Whitey, how into this Olympiad have you been? -5?
I just haven't. So I guess 0. And it's on sometimes, because they really want you to watch it, which I understand. And I feel like I should be watching some of this. And I was asking Shinya a couple nights ago, you want to watch the Olympics? I know my daughter, Lonnie, has been watching a lot. Just not really. I've been watching so much basketball. I think that's why. But I just have watched
just about none, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Chen's big finish, but that was almost by accident. It's like, I'm going to turn it to this channel before we turn it off. Oh, look, ice skate. Oh, it's great. Not proud of it, but I haven't been watching.
Close to a 1 out of 10?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably like a 4, and I've actually had to kind of seek it out at times because I like the Olympics, the summer, the winter. I like a lot of the different events, and I like the idea of, these individual people. You spend 4 years for just one moment, right? You have just one shot, Eminem. You better lose yourself, Mom Spaghetti, the whole deal. And then you either do it or you don't do it. So that part of it fascinates me, but it's been a little bit of a tough slog.
Yeah, my daughter says the half pipe is unbelievable.
That's unlike your daughter. I didn't know that she was into the half pipe.
888-957-9570 on the text line. If you take Looney out, who do you replace him with? Not even to just guard and rebound, but who can make free throws? Looney might be the best, worst free throw shooter we have. That's Kirk in Oakland. From the 650, Kerr did right leaving Looney in, but he should be nowhere near the ball, setting screens with under 2 minutes left. From the 925, Looney needs to make those free throws. Here's why I think you're not giving Steve Kerr enough credit. Last night he was trying some different things with the rotation, and he says he found some things that worked. And when Mike Malone went to the hack-a-Looney, it was brilliant, but it was born out of desperation. It's like, we're going to lose this game. It was brilliant. I don't know that it's fair to expect Steve Kerr to have had any counter to that.
Well, one counter is, hey, Kavan, go stand in the corner. We don't want you involved in any offensive action that might involve you getting fouled, because we know in the last, 2 minutes of the game,
correct,
you can no longer intentionally foul a player. However, if that player is involved in what's going on, then you can have your bumbling center bumble into sorry about that. I might have committed a foul there, Mr. Referee.
I know it's not your job. It's not my job because we're not coaches. But did you think of that at the time? Because I didn't think of it. I know sometimes teams can do that at the foul line in the lane. You can foul a guy intentionally without making it look so obvious. But I didn't even have that thought at the time.
Well, and that's what separates you from me and me from Steve Kerr, quite frankly.
Well done.
Of course, I thought that. And, especially when you saw Kavan go to the line previous to that, and, you're up 5 with 2:30 to go. Kavan gets fouled. He makes 1 or 2. It's like, that's right. Kavan's on the floor. We need him on the floor. We don't need him on the foul line. How do we keep him off the foul line? Well, you're not going to run the offense through him. It's one thing if they foul Draymond Green, who's only a slightly better free throw shooter than Kavan. Draymond's going to be a part of the offense. You know that. But Kavan Looney's not your offensive threat. Let's keep him away from any possible situation where he can get fouled. And again, this is not me, Steve Kerr's got to go. Steve Kerr's an amazing coach, but I feel like in some of these end game scenarios where, in that previous game, you didn't foul. You're up 3 and a 3-pointer will beat you. You don't foul. They hit a 3 to tie it. And then last night...
The Indiana game you're talking about, right?
Thank you. I couldn't even remember the exact opponent. And then last night, you got a spot where you've got a lead. You think that they might want to foul you. We don't want Kavan Looney to get fouled, yet you put him into a spot where he could be fouled.
and you've got such a good staff. And obviously, it's not just on Steve Kerr when something like that happens. He's the captain of the ship. But, there's so many other guys there who have been head coaches who could say, hey, by the way, we got this going on. So maybe the thinking was just, the rule is they can't foul him intentionally, so we're good. Oh, didn't know they were going to do that. Maybe that was just Jokic. Huh? Just that was a really clever play.
Yeah, maybe.
No?
Well, and again,
but how could the whole staff not have thought of that? That's what I don't understand. I understand your point. It's just baffling to me.
It is. You baffled? Are you baffled?
Pretty baffled, yeah.
Well, then how did that whole thing unravel? And it was more than just Kevon Looney not hitting free throws. It was an offensive stagnation sensation throughout the latter part of that fourth quarter as well. And then it was the defensive lapse, which I don't put that on the coaching staff. That was on Steph Curry, who overhelped in a situation where he shouldn't have overhelped.
Yeah, and he admitted it. So is your Warrior Fun Cup here half empty or half full at the break, the 3-quarter break? To me, the most alarming thing is that there are things that we thought and the Warriors thought they could count on that right now you can't count on them. Obviously, shooting comes and goes, but they're a good shooting team, right? Well, when they're not shooting well, last night they didn't shoot well, then all of a sudden that reveals all your other flaws, which now rebounding is a real issue, and the defense is the biggest thing, because we thought, all right, even without Draymond, they're a good defensive team. Not as good as they are with Draymond, but you go back to the Clipper game Monday, they were getting beat at the point of attack. And Draymond had nothing to do with that. They just look, I know they look tired. Wiggins looks tired. And there were you addressed this already, Dibs. It looked like defensively they were better last night than they had been against the Clippers, but still, there's too many things that you thought you could count on with this team that right now, for whatever reason, you can't count on.
Yeah, I think they have two different lineups when it comes to the end of the game. You've got your defensive lineup and you have more of an offensive lineup, and you didn't have GP2, Gary Payton II, on the floor late in that game, one of your best defenders, if not your best defender outside of Draymond Green. And it's just one of those things where the coaching staff has to try to figure out what they want to do, pick your poison kind of a situation. And I know that they made a late switch. They took Kevon off the floor after that game had gotten close, and offensively you wanted Jordan Poole out there. But even when you put on your, quote, offensive lineup, you don't have a lot of real consistent offensive contributors right now outside of Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm. That's the other thing, right? Steph Curry, well, he's the greatest shooter of all time. And 1 for 7 last night beyond the arc. And he struggled all year long. And it looks like he's adjusting to the way teams are playing him. And I know he made the key shot, the and one, that gave the Warriors the lead. He did slough onto Jokic and left the three-point shooter open. But also, before that, Steph took a really bad three-point shot.
Yeah.
Bad shot selection.
Which is rare.
Forcing it, yeah.
But when Steph makes those, we all applaud. So for me, I will allow Steph Curry to take a, quote, bad three-point shot. That doesn't irk me as much as a guy who is heading to the All-Star game, 4 of 12, 9 points. What? Mm-hmm. You're an All-Star? And I don't want to be overly harsh on Andrew Wiggins, but you've got Klay Thompson, who is currently struggling. He played 31 minutes, which might be a season high for Klay, or darn near it. Klay Thompson's still trying to find his I'm back NBA footing. Exactly. Mm-hmm. And, Klay goes 5 of 15. So, again, for the second game in a row, Klay is scuffling. You saw him get frustrated and, pound the bench during a timeout. These are the games where you need your all-star, not Draymond Green, not Steph Curry, who, Steph is carrying the water. He had, 25 last night in a, pretty good game, 1 of 7 for 3, like you said, but he made a couple of big drives to the hoop in that fourth quarter. Andrew Wiggins, you're an all-star, bro. You got to play like it. 4 for 12, 9 points. That's not good enough.
He looks flat out spent. And I know I said earlier, no excuses here because everybody's tired and everybody's without players. I mean, Denver last night, they had no Murray, they had no Porter, they had no Facundo Campazzo, right? He didn't
watch your language.
So, yeah, it's not an excuse, but I think it's a fact of the matter right now that Wiggins just looks like he's out of gas.
Flat? Yeah, not fat, but flat.
It's a 3.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take a 3. He is a little bit flat, but these are the games where you need him to be 20 or 25 points, where Klay is struggling, and, Jordan Poole contributed 15, a better game for Jordan Poole off the bench. But if you need a second scorer, and Klay Thompson is not the same Klay, nor should he be, that we expect him to be. This is where, if you're an all-star and you're Andrew Wiggins, these are the games where you need to contribute 18 to 24. You can't go 4 of 12.
Nope, you're right.
These are the games you end up losing.
Yeah, not even fourth quarter Porter could save the Warriors last night. Here's how the Warriors remind me of last year's team, and it's not good. I know last year they finished strong in the regular season, then they got bounced. Last year, and there were so many different factors contributing to this, but they were getting like nothing out of the front court. Draymond, I know, had some moments, but the front court was pretty flat for the most part. And right now, that's where they are again. And I know Looney's doing everything they ask, but he's Kevon Looney, so he's limited offensively. And I know Kuminga is playing well, but they don't put him into the game necessarily at the end of the game. So Wiggins bringing you nothing. And right now, they're so backcourt heavy. They remind me of that team last year that was frankly pretty mediocre. This year's team is better than that, but right now they're really struggling.
They are, and you need a little bit more front court help, especially on the glass.
Yes,
where,
sir. Thank you.
Again, you're minus 10 on the glass last night, and ultimately you were minus 12 points from the 3-point line. Free throw wise, you were pretty comparable, but when you needed the big free throws late, you had Kevon Looney at the stripe and you couldn't get it done. It just seemed a little bit like, that game was like a microcosm of the entire first half where, you're great, you're rolling, everything's wonderful. And then, well, can we get to the finish line? Mm-hmm. And much like the first half of this year, quote unquote, the first half, I know it's 59 down, 23 to go, but it feels like they're leaking oil a little bit. And in that game last night, they were leaking oil and they couldn't get to the finish line.
The good news is the Warriors issued another update on Draymond, and it's positive. It's still so vague here. Obviously, it has to be. But if Draymond comes back and he's able to get through the season, I know you guys talk to your medical experts every week, and the doctor this week wasn't he talking about pain management right now with Draymond?
Dr. Feely.
Yeah, Dr. Feely, sure. So that's where that is, and if Draymond comes back, we still haven't seen Draymond and Klay and Steph on the floor at the same time, other than those 4 seconds before Dre limped off.
Yeah, and that's really the concerning thing for me is the fact that Draymond hasn't been able to come back, and it doesn't feel like he's close to coming back. And I know the All-Star break will be key, and then he'll have to go through a certain amount of practicing and a little bit of a return to play, not as long as Wiseman and Klay Thompson certainly, but Draymond's going to have to get some sort of a ramp up to get back on the floor. And how soon does that happen? And what's the state of the Warriors when he actually does make it back?
On the text line here, I can't say I have confidence. Wiggins, Dealey, Bielitsa are pooling the playoffs. So what does that mean? I have to hope and pray that our core is strong. So if Bob Myers, and I know you hang out with Bob Myers, talk to him all the time, if he calls you up, Dibs, and I know you couldn't divulge this if it happens, so wink, wink. He says, buyout market, what do you think we should do, Dibs? What's your advice?
Find a big. Find a big if you can find a big, and if not, then don't worry about it, because I don't think that Goran Dragic.
Well, there's two. I think there's Goran and there's Doran. There's actually two of them.
Yeah, the twin brothers, Doran and Goran.
Yeah.
Goran Ivanisevic, but I don't think that either one of them is going to help this team. You don't need more backcourt help. And if you do, what's that going to do to Jordan Poole? So now you're going to slough him down to the Moses Moody minutes?
Isn't that interesting that they have that keen of an interest in Dragic? Because so many of us look at this and go, you need more size. And they just don't necessarily see it that way.
I don't know how much interest they have in Dragic. I guess ultimately,
according to reports, there's legitimate interest, and they're one of the teams in the running for him. And again, that's based not on anything that they've said, but what's been reported.
But he hasn't played all year. He played one game this year, if I'm not mistaken. So how much can he really be ready to ramp up and help you? And what does that do to your rotation? So, okay, great. We have another guard in the mix.
That's why it's so interesting to me.
Yeah, I don't know if their interest is real or fake, or I don't know, even in the buyout market, if they see anybody as viable. I think that the Warriors are looking at James Wiseman and saying, this is our trade deadline piece. This is our buyout market guy. And hopefully, when the All-Star break ends, he'll be ready to come back. But that'll be almost March, and I don't know how much he can help you down the stretch.
Ideally, they'd probably like to have him come back and then watch him play a little bit and get a clearer idea. Do we need to get somebody or not? But I think one area where you can see right away Wiseman should improve them, even if he's nowhere close to what we think he can be. If you have Wiseman guarding the other team's bigs rather than Bjelica in limited minutes, I think you're much better off, right? Because Bjelica, and again, that's not why they brought him here, but he's overmatched. And again, last night, they weren't even pretending that he had any chance of slowing down Jokic.
Yeah, and that's where even if Wiseman comes back, can you put Wiseman on Jokic? I don't see that being the matchup. It's Draymond Green, for me, is the key to all this. Not only defensively against guys like Jokic, and you saw Randall abuse, Kevon Looney and the other bigs, and Kuminga did his best, but he's given away about 80 pounds and about 12 years of grown man strength in that matchup. Draymond Green, to me, is the key to all of this, and even when he comes back, Whitey, we know that Draymond Green is double ice pack on the knees when he comes off the floor. He's got the calf strain that's based on the back, or the back is based on the calf. Draymond is breaking down. I don't know if he can be sturdy enough to really be your stretch five in the playoffs.
On the other hand, on the brighter side, how about my wife's favorite new Warrior? How about Jonathan Kuminga?
Look at your wife going bandwagon, just discarding the likes of Steph, Clay, and Draymond for the new flavor of the month.
Well, remember, she was David Lee. She loved David Lee, as you well remember. You should tell her, he's terrible. No, I like David Lee.
That was our first fight, your wife and I. We fought over David Lee.
I'm glad you like him and all, but he's awful.
He's a bum. Yeah, I probably came a little too strong back in 2012.
And now it's Kuminga.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
You have to watch when Kuminga's on the floor, both ends, because even if he's not guarding the player with the ball, he's 2 strides and a 47-inch vertical away from trying to block the shot. He wants to dunk on you. He wants to block your shot. And so anytime he's out there, he is just a fascinating watch.
Yeah, I know that he was starting earlier and then he wasn't starting. And Draymond, when he was talking with the media, let it be known that, Kuminga was late for a few things, and I'm wondering maybe that's why he wasn't starting there for a while. But you can almost see on his face, and who knows what's going on in his head. But it's almost like, okay, I'm 19. I got to do what they say. I got to learn here. Got to know my place. But I know and they know there's already things I can do that these guys have never been able to do, and they will never be able to do.
He's the best athlete on the team by far. And I was thinking about this yesterday. Like, if you had a decathlon of all the Golden State Warriors and you put them through all 10 events in the classic track and field decathlon, he wins the thing going away. He probably wins 7 of the 10 events outright. He just is such an unbelievably freakish athlete. However, he is a foul waiting to happen. Defensively, he still makes
foul last night, very costly at the end of a quarter.
Yeah, he reaches, he overextends at times. You don't want to tamp down his aggressiveness because that's what makes him so fun to watch, and that's really his difference maker. But he does have a lot to learn to be a true NBA pro.
Knocking down a couple of threes last night.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, and he just moves, to your point. He just moves differently. Your eye is drawn to him because just the way he goes back on defense, or sounds like, whoa, who's that?
He's explosive. Even like you said, the way he runs with the ball, without it, both ends of the floor, up and down. He's a fun watch right now.
So looks like maybe this 2 timeline thing, maybe they're going to pull it off, right? With this core that has a chance to win this year, as they've got the Moody and Poole and Kuminga and Wiseman core of the future. I was very skeptical that they'd be able to do that when it became apparent that was their plan. But the way Kuminga's playing, I think they got to like their chances of pulling that off.
Yeah, competitive for sure. Can they win a title with this core, the old core and the young core? And can this young core eventually win a title? That's pretty tall cotton.
All right, coming up here, since we got a positive vibe going here, last night's loss brought reasons for Warrior optimism. That's what Steph Curry says. That's coming up here. It'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. Don't look now, but the Nets, the team with the worst record against the spread in the NBA, is on a heater. Last night, after rallying from 28 points down to beat the Knicks, Brooklyn has now won 4 straight against the number after losing 8 of 9. Tonight, they host the Wizards. Both teams are on the back end of a back-to-back, and sure, the Nets have the worst covering record at home, but the Wizards have
future. That's from the Postman in Capitola.
Yeah.
Thanks for weighing in.
Very excited
Postman.
for the future. And you think about the core of Moody and Kuminga and Poole and Wiseman. Yeah, certainly. And, you can build around and off that in the future. It'll be fun in about 5 years.
From the 650, the Warriors front office reluctance to admit they need to augment the 5 position seems born more out of a reluctance to admit wrongdoing on their long-term planning than it does confidence in who they have returning. Go get some size. What a very eloquent text.
Eloquent, but I think it's a little bit misguided because you can't just get size like that because size matters. And you can't just walk out on the street and find a 7-footer or find a big somebody who can come in and help you. That's just not as easy as you want it to be. It's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah.
And, you drafted James Wiseman to be that guy. And Wiseman is, quote unquote, close to returning, whatever you think close is. So you feel like that is your player who you're going to get at the buyout market.
Size matters.
Thank you.
Get off Twitter. How do you think it would look right now if they had drafted LaMelo Ball?
I think it would look better in the short term, but I'm not sure if LaMelo and the way he plays would necessarily fit with the way this team plays, especially getting Clay back, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins.
Poole wouldn't be who he is. There's no way. You couldn't have LaMelo and Poole both be who they are right now if they were teammates.
Right, and I think that's a big reason why they ended up going with James Wiseman, because you looked at your big man position, and remember when they drafted James Wiseman, they had Marquise Chris, right, as their primary big, and they had Kevon Looney, and they didn't really have an answer at center, and you saw this 7-footer with great upside, a guy who has some guard abilities, not the ability to guard, but guard-like abilities, and you thought, man, if we can coach him up, bring him in, imagine what he could be, and you still believe that. Now, it hasn't gone the way you had hoped it would go throughout the first 130 games of his career, of which he's only played about 30. Mm-hmm. This is not what you envisioned, but you're not ready to give up on him by any stretch.
No, the numbers last year, his numbers were solid, for a rookie, but I don't even think you can look at that because defensively he struggled so much. But the one play that he made last year that just I'll never forget is against Detroit when he blocked a shot by one of the various Plumlees. I'm not sure. Marty, I don't know. They got them all over the league, right?
Totally.
and bless
Plumlee
him.
was it?
And bless him. But he blocks his shot, then goes length of the court and slams it. It's like, wow. Yeah.
Yes.
More of that, please.
Right. And the ball handling and the ability to shoot the three, not on the regular, but to be able to knock down a three. And with that wingspan of 7'7" or 7'8", whatever it is, he's got the ability to be a rim protector, but also be able to defend on the perimeter some.
Don in SF on the text line says the window for Dre and Andre to rejoin the team and practice and play with them is getting smaller. I hope they have enough time. Really interesting what Iguodala said. I know you're not the biggest fan of the way he's been available this year, but he said just a couple weeks ago, he said, I had my knee drained once in my whole career, and I've had it drained 3 times since Christmas. So he says that's just kind of where my body is right now at this stage of my career.
Yeah, and I wonder how it affects his ability to transfer his weight and his golf swing.
Probably makes it a little trickier.
A little bit, yet he's able to get rounds in. I've got sources around the Bay Area who indicate he gets plenty of swings in, even though he's not able to necessarily get a lot of dribble, shoot in.
See, that would only to me be a thing if he is walking the course, which I can't imagine is. If he's using a cart, he gets out, hits a shot. What's the big deal? It's a lot different than playing basketball, Dibs.
Fine. I mean, live your life, do what you need to do. And I'm just wondering if he's playing at twilight because, making just the vet min, I'm sure he can't afford to pay the high price of primetime tee times.
Yeah, when I first started playing golf at Lake Chabot in Vallejo, which became Marine World, which was wonderful. It was like, that was a really nice.
Chabot?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
It was, yeah.
Oh, because Lake Chabot is the golf course in Oakland.
Yeah.
There was a Lake Chabot.
Yeah, the lake is still there, but yeah, the golf course.
You're talking about the 9-hole at the playground, at the fairgrounds?
No. Lake Chabot was an 18. It was pretty short, but it was it was a really nice course.
At where Marine World is now.
Yeah.
Or Discovery Kingdom.
Right, pardon me. Yeah, but we used to play there and we'd get the twilight rates, and sometimes they'd have the sprinklers going on the greens. It was like, okay, well,
that's fine.
2-putt, yeah.
I never knew there was a golf course there.
Really nice course. Like I say, smaller course, but really the first real course that I played. On the text line here from Jay, despite the mistakes, Kuminga forced his way into the lineup with great play. Do you think Wiseman can do the same?
Yes, to an extent, but again, when you get down to April and we're in the playoffs, you're not going to see a 12-man rotation. You're going to get down to probably a 9-man rotation. I don't think they're going to do what they did last year, which was 8-man rotation. This is all we're playing. The rest of you go ahead and show up in street clothes. But I think when you get down to real playoff action where you're going to want your best defensive lineup in there, this is where the vet min guy is going to be needed. So play all the golf you want until April. You're not going to be needed until then. But when you get down to those games, I don't know how much you're going to be able to play Wiseman, like Bielitsa. Thank you, but no thank you. Maybe you come in at the end of a quarter for a 3-ball, but you're going to need your defense best lineup out there.
In all fairness to the Warriors, there are reports that they had interest in, I think specifically Isaiah Hartenstein. He looked like a halfway decent reserve Monday when the Warriors played the Clippers. But again, if a guy, this was during the preseason or even before the preseason, if a guy doesn't want to come here, there's not a lot you can do. Go ahead and get a big, like you're saying. Go ahead and get somebody. Well, it takes two to tango in this case. And as far as Kuminga goes and the comp to Wiseman, Dibs, it looks to me like the Warriors have learned from how they dealt with Wiseman, and they've applied that to Kuminga to his benefit and to their benefit. Last year with Wiseman, he's going to play, he's going to start. Now he's not going to start. He's going to earn his minutes. No, we're going to play him. Okay, now he's hurt. And with Kuminga, it was clearly you're not playing until you earn your minutes at the defensive end.
Yeah, and that has to be the way it goes in the playoffs, especially where, defense has got to come first, because when Clay is right and he's out there and he's ready, Draymond and Steph and Wiggins, they're going to be on the floor in crunch time. So it comes down to that fifth player, that fifth spot. And, at their best, Kevon Looney hasn't been in the finishing lineup, which is where last night I give them a certain amount of a free pass, because that won't be your playoff finishing five. Kevon Looney, we know, is a guy who's going to play about 15 minutes a night. He'll start the first quarter, maybe play a little in the second. He'll play some in the third, and then that'll be it. He won't be a part of your finishing five.
Defense is the foundation of everything the Warriors have accomplished. It'll be the foundation of anything they accomplish from here. Steph Curry, despite the loss last night, said that he thinks they made some progress in that regard. He says, optimistic we'll get a couple guys back at some point after the break. We got to figure out what our rotation is. If we play like we did tonight consistently down the stretch, continue to elevate our performance on the defensive end, we'll be just fine going into the stretch run of the season. Tonight was a decent step in the right direction, even though we feel like trash right now. That was not my immediate takeaway after watching the game last night.
I thought it was an indecent step in the wrong direction, more than it was a decent step in the right direction, because of the way that game kind of evaporated, disintegrated down the stretch. You didn't make the free throws you needed to make. You didn't execute on offense the way you needed to execute. And then defensively, when you could not give up a three, the only thing you can't do on that final possession is leave a three-point shooter open.
And it's your face of the franchise making that mistake.
Right, and that's where, and I applaud the Warriors, I always do, for their quickness in the mea culpa. Steve Kerr immediately, this one's on me. Mm-hmm. Steph Curry, this is on me. Kevon Looney won't even talk to anyone. He sits alone in a chair because he feels like it's on him. And I love that about this Golden State Warrior team. There's never any finger pointing. However, I, as a professional finger pointer, am happy to point the finger, because you got to make your free throws. Steve Kerr, you got to do better coaching up the final sequence. And Steph Curry, you can't leave that guy open.
Right. You have to execute. You can't fail to execute, 3, 4, 5 times down the stretch in the most critical junctures of the game. This team is too good for that. Real quickly, Dibs, I want to ask you if this is a thing. It's not Warrior related, but it's NBA related. So is this a thing? Is this like, whoa, how about that? Or, you got nothing there. It's not me. It's the fact that ESPN says DeMar DeRozan eclipsed a Wilt Chamberlain record for scoring last night. DeRozan scored 38 points on 59% shooting, making him the first player in NBA history to score 35 points while shooting better than 50% from the field in 7 consecutive games, surpassing a mark that had been set by Wilt Chamberlain. Is that a thing?
No, it's not a thing. I don't even know what you're talking about, really.
That's it, right? If
DeMar DeRozan's had 7 good games in a row.
Yeah.
is basically what I'm hearing.
Let's see. 35 or more points while shooting better than 50% in 7 consecutive games. No one's ever done it before.
Some said the record would never be broken.
Right. Is this one of sports' most unbreakable records that finally has fallen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wilt Chamberlain did it. He had 2 streaks of 6 games in a row, and now DeMar DeRozan stands alone. Move over, Wilt Chamberlain.
So the Dipper never went 7 straight games with 35 or more while shooting 50% from the floor.
Right. Never.
Man.
Only DeMar DeRozan has done that.
I'll say it, he stinks.
He's overrated. That's a little surprising.
It's surprising. Yeah.
Well, he averaged 50 a game for the season. So you figured how many games in a row did he have 35 or more? He probably had 25 game stretches.
Oh, yeah. If he had 39, it's like, man, what's wrong with you?
But he had 39 probably on 16 of 33. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Wilt. You shot 48.8%.
Yeah. The key is that when I explained this to you, and you were like me when I first read it, you're like, wait, what? And if you can't understand what the record is when you first hear what the record is, then it's not a thing.
Right. And, we always draw these lines. Like, yesterday, Mark Willard, my one-time partner, the Warriors have won 10 of 13. Well, it depends on where you want to draw this line of how, now that's 10 of 14. Right. I say they've lost 4 of 5. Right. He says, they've won 10 of 15.
He talks like that?
Kinda.
All right.
So I remember it.
That's a 5, actually. For
I got 5 on it. Pick Your Battles is coming up. That'll be brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit, hiring bus operators and mechanics now. Bring your skills to AC Transit. Enjoy exceptional benefits with a side of work-life balance. It's more than a job. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities.
succeed.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer? A big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at TrackPhone.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah, I don't do drugs. Why?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard, but our time is coming to a close here, Dibs. It's been wonderful being with you. We're not done yet. We got crosstalk coming up. Pick your battles. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you and Spadoni in his Kobe jersey. Does he know that Kobe missed more shots than anybody in the history of the NBA?
He doesn't want to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Whitey, so there you go.
Yeah, and you miss 63% of the shots you do take in your final year when you're allowed to shoot every time down the floor.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
Yeah. Which jersey do you have on? I know he wore like a bunch of
Number
different
8.
Number 8.
He wore
Thank
2
you.
numbers,
Yes,
8 and 24. Won championships in both.
Yeah, hanging out with the great Kyle Madsen as well. So when do we get to, how quickly here do we get to pick your battles?
Normally in the 53 or 54 range. This is a big one now because this is the last pick in our 2-week cycle. Tomorrow, of course, is payday, which means it's Donut Friday. And whoever is in last place of the 4 of us is charged with providing donuts. So it's a big one.
There's a weird rumor going around here, and I don't believe it, but that Mark Willard, who's not here today, of course, that's why I'm here, that he actually came in to bring his pick. What?
He was here to deliver his pick and handle a few. I mean, act like you've taken a day off before. When you're off, you stay off, and apparently the pick is, in fact, in. The chime would tell you that. And you know, Whitey, I've divorced myself of making picks, and I've turned to the dear listeners who have done very right by me. I was riding with a guy named Bet Smart from Philadelphia, a.k.a. Bet Smarta. He was 2-0. He lost yesterday, so I actually was going to look to another listener to help me with my pick today, but I have a better idea.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
You pick for me, Whitey.
Okay.
You are my alpha and my I wouldn't go that far. Philip Bailey. You're my alpha, you're my omega, you're my original OG host here on Sports Radio 957. Well, not the original. That guy won't be. That guy's not getting a mention. Oh boy. That thing just kept going. Oh boy. That was the longest 6 weeks of my career. But I thought I would turn the pick over to you. You've picked for me when I have been off, and you've really done right by me. Instead of me trying to cull the listeners one last time, although I love the listeners, I thought I would turn it over to you, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. If I get a win today, then I'm off the hook.
Okay.
So a lot of pressure.
I feel badly because I have a pick, but I didn't know that you were going to be needing my pick. I thought I'll have one, and what difference does it make? I won't be there tomorrow. So I have one for you, but fingers crossed. Let me just mention this real quickly, or actually ask you, because we have a text here. Whitey, I miss Jockberty so much. When are you guys bringing it back? Best thing on radio. Thank you for that. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I've heard things that...
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Oh, you have you? Yeah.
You hear more than I do.
And it's an orchestration sensation is what it is, because as much as you... Yes, you are the maestro, you are the conductor, you are everything when it comes to Jockberty, but I am the Bit's biggest fan, so stay tuned, dear listeners. More details straight ahead, but Jockberty will be returning. I am in the process of concocting a return of the Bit with your permission. You and I have talked offline about my grand plan, and you and I are in lockstep on it. I'm just looking for look. I'm looking for final confirmation from the powers that be. Look, all the bits go through me. If I say yes, I'm in. We go with it.
What is no chance?
I'm out. You talk about a bit. I'm out. So I'm hoping he's in. I'm hoping all of the powers that be and all the players therein are also invested. It's going to be a triumphant return of Jockberty in the near future.
All right, thank you. I hear from people now and then, oh, what's going on with Jockberty? So appreciate the fact that you listen and stay tuned. All right, it's time for Pick Your Battles. How do we want to begin today?
We begin with Kyle Madsen and an update on the records, knowing that there's one game remaining, and I go to Kyle for the records, not only because he's captain spreadsheet, but he's in the lead, aren't you, Kyle?
Yeah, I sure am. I'm 6-3. You and Spadoni tied at 5-4. I just tweeted out the standings at Willard and Dibs on Twitter if you want to check those out. But I put Dibs ahead of Spadone because Dibs has won more recently. And then Mark Willard bringing up the rear at 4-5. So a big pick coming up here in terms of who's buying donuts.
Yeah, so Kyle will not buy donuts because he cannot possibly be in last. And Whitey, the tiebreaker comes down to most recent loss. So a Willard win, like that's going to happen. A Willard win combined with a Spadoni or Dibley loss, Willard would win the tiebreaker. So if Spadoni loses and or I lose and a Willard win, Willard's off the hook. A Willard loss, he buys donuts. So
I feel really badly. I obviously did not know that, and I had kind of a pick like, wink, wink. So I have to roll with that. I had no idea it was this significant, and there's no NBA tonight, right?
Well,
so
if you're not feeling confident, if you're going to go Yertle the Turtle on me, I'll go
there
elsewhere.
Is NBA? Well, all right. I've already made a selection. Do you want me to make your selection now, or you want to?
Let's build up to it because I'm starting to feel a little.
I need to know what Whitey's pick is.
Oh, you'll know. But let's start with Willard, and then we'll go to the hazmat room, building all the way up to Whitey Gleason. Let's start with Spadoni because, that's what we like to do.
So we want Spadoni or Willard? He did tell us.
Let's go Willard then Spadoni.
Okay, Willard is on the Sixers, for the 50th time, and I don't think they've ever won for him. Plus 6.5 Philadelphia 76ers against the Milwaukee Bucks tonight.
Lock it up.
We'll lock that one in. There we go. And for me, we are going Europa League, Dibs.
Of course.
This match is starting in about 4 minutes, so get to your phones, your computers, whatever you need to do. Leipzig money line over Real Sociedad.
Ooh, Leipzig over Sociedad. Who saw that coming, Whitey?
I did not see that coming.
Did he take your pick?
Let me check. No, he did not. I love an underdog, especially an underdog getting 24.5. So, Oregon State at Arizona tonight.
No!
Yeah. Jabari Walker's going to have a big game. Oregon State. Don't worry about it, Dibs. You're in. Oregon State, they're 3-20. They're due at Arizona. 24.5. The Beavers getting 24.5. What's not to like?
Are you taking the money line?
Yeah. Yeah. We got the Beavers and the points, Kyle. How do you like that?
No concert. Comment.
Justin Bieber.
Yeah. Bieber in the points. My pick doesn't matter. I'm gonna go with the Heat -5 in Charlotte.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't matter because you're in the clear. Congrats, Kyle.
Nice.
You get to just show up tomorrow and I'm being told neither Kyle nor Spadoni will be here tomorrow for Donut Friday, so the payoff will not be that rewarding for the two of them unless they want to have a stale donut come Monday.
Okay. Well, he's in the clear, and so are you, Dibs. Don't worry about it. You're good with the Beavers.
Well, now I got to care about the Beavers on the road. Arizona, I've seen Arizona play a couple of times.
22-2.
Yeah, good little team.
Yeah.
Good little squad. And I'm not sure the Beavers aren't fighting tooth and nail to get in the NIT or the CBI if it still exists. So
Coach Tinkle's got them ready for tonight.
You're telling me the Beavers are coached by a guy named Tinkle?
Ray Tinkle.
Yeah.
It's like he's making this up. Beavers and Tinkle?
Yes.
This is like some old 80s slapstick routine.
R-E-L-A-X.
It's Beaver and Tinkle in the morning.
Relax.
Yes. Beaver and Tinkle. Mornings from Missoula.
Yeah. So we get to talk to Steiny and Goo now? Yeah. Matt Steinmetz. How are you?
Whitey? What's up, gentlemen?
Hey. Tough loss last night for the Golden State Warriors. One of those stare at the TV after the game's over, trying to process, wait, what just happened?
I was watching it over today with the guys, and with about 2.5 minutes to go, I said, how'd they lose this game again?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those games where if one thing goes right in the last 90 seconds, they probably win the game, but...
Hack-a-loony, is that a thing now, Steiny?
You know, I think that was a little overblown. I'll get into that during the show, Whitey.
All right, I look forward to that. Was this overblown, Goo?
Call the these people.
Dan Dibley. Dan Dibley says that Steve Kerr outcoached last night.
Oh, that's as clear as day. And why it was so brilliant by Malone is Looney was gassed. He looked like me at the 24 trying to keep up with my son. We love you, Loon. But, man, he went up there, made 2 free throws. But I'll say this, the Splash Brothers had good looks before Steph hit what I thought was the game winner. And they had chances, but to lose that game, yikes.
There was 5 different ways that they could have not lost the game, and all 5 went Denver's way. Like you mentioned, Splash Brothers with pretty good looks.
Man.
Didn't knock him down. Klay Thompson, by the way, clearly frustrated with the state of his own offensive game. Kevon Looney at the foul line, and this is where I put it on Steve Kerr to an extent. If you have a guy who can't shoot free throws very well, why are you involving him in offensive actions where he can be fouled legally? You know, Jokic can bumble, I'm sorry, Kevon, did I crash into you on this screen and roll, thereby preventing Steph from doing anything? My bad. That to me was Malone greater than Steve Kerr. Steph Curry not closing out on an open three-point shooter. That's on Steph Curry. I don't put that on the coach, but there was 5 or 6 different moments in the closing 2.5, 3 minutes where if the Warriors do one of those things the right way, they win that game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. But Guru, some of that was things that don't go your way, and some of that is things that you did not execute properly.
Okay, those are all true, and I'm going to take a page out of Tom Hanks' book. The biggest thing to me was your best defender, who's probably on his way to Cleveland, Draymond, was not there. Why was GP2 not in the game? Now, you tell me, Goo, who would you take out? Not my job, but why was his ass standing on the sideline when you needed to stop or you try to defend to win the game? I think that's very valid to ask.
Curry's the guy
and I would say probably Steve Kerr says he fouls a lot. Gary Payton II, because he's, what do you have, 6 steals last night? You kind of, so he gambles a little bit. I'm not saying he's not a great defender. I'm just saying what Steve Kerr might say. You're up 2 in that situation. You make a foul off the ball on the inbound, being too aggressive. Now all of a sudden, they're shooting 1 with the ball or 2 with the ball if the foul occurs before the ball gets inbounded. But no, they're legitimate questions for sure.
You ever seen a player like Jokic? I know you've been a fan for a long time. You compare this guy's like that guy, and he's one of those guys. You can see pieces of him in other players, but there's nobody that I say, Jokic is like so and so.
Just Sabonis, a little bit like Sabonis.
The first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, not
Daddy.
Oh, not this one. But boy, hey, the Kings they really struck some gold, huh?
He's back to that.
I put him he's probably on the all-time slow motion team.
Man.
Guys who play, like Larry Bird is a guy who never exploded by anybody, yet he was unguardable. And Luka Doncic, his moves, everything about him is so slow, you can't stop him. And Jokic, he backs you down. He's doughy. He's slow. He looks like a schlub. You can't guard him. He's going to beat you 7 ways to Sunday. And maybe I'm thinking about Jack Sikma the wrong way, and maybe it's just because when you're here, I think Sikma because you're such a
I used to have a crush on him. Yeah.
But Sikma would remind. I don't remember him well enough. Maybe I'm off base here, but he reminds me as another one of those guys. It's like the dude is moving in mud, yet you're 28-13.
He got a move named after him. Very few players, right, have the Sigma move. Actually, a move where it's like a front turn. You kick your foot out, front pivot. He got a move named after him. He was
Again,
that
it's
good.
a turn, it's a kick, and it's a pivot. It's not one dribble and I'm going over you.
Right, you're right.
I got to be honest. I did my Steiny when it looked like he turned his ankle, and I thought, oh, he's done for the night. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Get back out there.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he got back out there. He's a beast. And a guy that goes slow motion, not as good as the guys you mentioned, Zach Randolph. A guy play, you sit there, Debo. But man, dude is he more of an MVP than Embiid?
Yes.
Even though Philly has a better record and a higher
Obviously,
seed. I was telling Steiny, like, I get it.
After Harden gets there, that's all going to unravel.
Okay, all
it's
right.
all coming apart.
Embiid's getting the MVP.
Okay, look
I
at
don't
him.
think you're not going to give Jokic another one, I don't think.
What's coming up today, Steiny?
Ryan McDonough going to join us at 1:30, talk some hoops. And then because it's the All-Star break, I mean, the Warriors lost 4 or 5, so I want to take the pulse of Warrior fans. Are you optimistic right now or pessimistic? What do you think? What do you think that meter's running?
Little on the pessimistic side. Still dealing with last night. Little on the pessimistic side. Before the season started was, wow, this is great. Look, they're a really good team. And now it's like, can they win a championship? Oh, the way they're playing right now doesn't look like it. You got Draymond coming back, so people still licking their wounds after last night.
Well, we'll try to rub some salt in there.
There you go. That's what he does. Steiny and Guru coming up next. Thank you, Dibs. Thank you for listening. Yes, Guru, Steiny Guru. Next, right here, 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally. That is whack. Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
I'm interested to know what Warrior fans think of that loss last night. Seems like some fans taking it really hard, and I get that. And I kind of thought, wow, boy, that one hurt. But then I'm listening to Steve Kerr afterwards, and he was pretty positive. I don't know if he was sincere or not, but I was a little, I think they lost 4 or 5. They lost the home game to Denver. And he basically said, I'm pretty happy with the way we played. If we keep playing like that, we're going to win a lot of games and we'll be fine. I don't know. I just expected him to say, we slipped a little bit here in the last week or two, and we got to get some rest over the break. And when we come back, we got to be a more focused team. But then again, I'm not the coach of the Warriors.
And when you look at the totality of the first half, though it's 70% completed, I get the sweet nothings, and you look at where the Warriors are at in the standings. But the last 5 games, and they're not all playoff teams, this defense has given up over 110 points. But I don't remember the last time I've watched a Warrior game. I'm without my mustache, so bear with me, where they were up 6 with 1 minute and 32 seconds, 1 minute and 90 seconds at home, and they give it away. And I'm not coming in here to play the blame game, but my question to you and Dub Nation is, all that you have now, all that we have to fix this defense, if something's amiss, is Draymond coming back. So I'm asking you, partner, is that all that ails the Golden State Warriors? Because, and I love the chef, but that's twice in the last, I'm going Indiana, that you left your the one thing you couldn't do, you gave Jokic an option not just to tie the game, to win it. And he robbed himself of the moment of giving them the game winner and added to his tally.
Yeah, he lost Morris. He acknowledged it, and it hurt him. It ended up coming back to bite him. The thing that obviously one of the things we're going to focus on is Looney, and it's easy to say, well, he should have taken Looney out. Looney had been on a stretch with his free throws where he'd made 28 of 34. So he had raised his percentage to a high amount. Now that wasn't quite leading up to last night's game, but it was. I think it was through 2 or 3 games ago. So he had come in, obviously making free throws. So I guess a lot of people are blaming Steve Kerr for not taking him out there. Here's the way I looked at that sequence is the first foul. Okay, maybe catches you a little bit by surprise. He steps up there. He misses both.
Caught me by surprise.
Okay.
Yep.
So now the next time they foul him again, well, he makes them both. Looney made both free throws the second time he was fouled. So that's not that bad. You foul him twice and he makes 2 out of 4. The next possession, there was no foul. The Warriors just didn't score. They ran a possession and they didn't get a bucket out of it.
Splash brother missed.
So I guess what I'm saying is it's easy to say, well, Looney, and then, of course, was the foul and he missed 2. But there was more to it than just Looney missing some free throws because Denver wasn't knocking free throws down either. Jokic missed a couple in the last 2 or 3 minutes. So I don't necessarily blame the Looney situation. They couldn't get a stop when they needed to, and then to my way of thinking, Curry and Clay
had looks, Steiny.
Well, and they're really fishing for looks.
4 of 17 from 3 combined.
I mean, I don't know how. I'm just saying their shot selection, I think, can be a little better at times. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I think that's like a parking ticket. That's valid. But I'll say this: you got to give Malone credit because I've never seen. I don't. If you can help me, back me up here. I've never seen hack-a-loon. It slowed the game down. And the one thing I marvel from the greats like Kobe, Michael Jordan, Steph, Bird, they're going to make those free throws. And as much as I love Looney, he is their rock, Steiny. He played 27 minutes. This is what I do know. When you're gassed, it's going to show up at the line. And Looney was gassed. And point goes to Denver for just having the thought and the inception of hack-a-loon. And I'll say this. I'm not overly concerned because how many games does Looney actually finish? But Steiny, I thought it was brilliant. And again, I talk about the 4 of 17. I believe Fitz, or was it Kalina, called the fadeaway from Clay at the top of the key flat. And then Curry missed one to where Denver got the ball and got a layup to take the lead. But then Curry came down and Curry got the foul, shimmied and did whatever. And I'm thinking this is a wrap. So now I don't know how to feel going into the break, but we've been spoiled, and if you want to go totality, record, seeding, you got me. But Steiny, nothing more now. It's all about Draymond. Is this all about Dre not being there and everything will go back to normal? That's what my question is until they play Thursday against, guess what? A Portland team that's acting like an NBA team.
I would say that it's not all going to get fixed when Draymond gets back because they weren't perfect with Draymond. Steph Curry wasn't playing like Steph Curry a year ago earlier this season when Draymond was his teammate. Draymond should help, obviously, but I just think you look at the way this team's shooting the ball, they're not a great 3-point shooting team. Or they haven't been this season.
But that's who they are, right?
Well, then, no, it's not all who they are. It's not all who they are. This is a team that when they shot the 3-ball well, they led the league in points at the basket because they spread the floor so much and because they have to be guarded so far out on the floor. This is also a team that's gotten an identity this year through defense. they're not 42-17 because of their offense. They're 42-17 because of their defense, I think. So you got to start thinking, well, is there a way we can win it? And I'm saying we, as a Golden State Warrior fan, is there a way we can win it without shooting the ball like we're used to shooting the ball during our championship years? And there's only one way to do that, and that's to play better defense. And they've not been playing great defense the last, 2, 3, 4 weeks.
Let me piggyback off of that. Alley-oop. Well, I know it's a short sample size, but losing 4 out of the last 5, my answer to that question would be, a short sample size, Steiny, small piece, would be no. And here I go. It's not about second-guessing Kerr, because I believe Kerr's biggest blunder last night, where was Jordan Poole, 22 minutes? Okay, and I'm not saying he was bad or awful, but I just can't get over having, and you said, you know what, Goo, he fouls a lot. But with that, he's still, if I ask you who their best defender is without Dre or Iggy, it's Gary Payton II. And then you say, well, do you take Curry out of there? Does he look at it like it's disrespect? And I can remember some games where that's happened, to where Curry's come out of game, on the last possession. But the basketball guys, they burned Curry for his decision-making or their lack of.
888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors are at the All-Star break. They're 42-17. Season's over 70% done. So when we get back from the All-Star break, it is the stretch drive, no doubt about it. And despite losing 4 of their last 5, they still have the second-best record in the NBA. And that's what I want to ask Golden State Warrior fans right now. How you feeling about this team? Are you optimistic or are you pessimistic? And the reason I'm asking that is because obviously there's reasons to be both at this point. They have the second best record in the NBA, but after their 18-2 start, they're about the 6th best team in the Western Conference. So what is this Warrior team in reality? Are they the 18-2 that they started? Are they the losers of 4 or 5? Are they somewhere in the middle? What do they have to do? Where do they have to get better? How healthy do they have to get? I mean, there's a lot of questions right now with this team. And I still think they've got a lot to figure out. And it mostly centers on Klay Thompson. I mean, if Klay Thompson's going to play 31 minutes a night, then that's going to impact Wiggins and that's going to impact Poole. But also, Klay's got to be better in 31 minutes than he was last night and that he was the game before.
You said something to me, and we talked about it yesterday, because my guy Klay is not bashful, but the one thing he can improve on, Steiny, you tell me if I'm off bases here, is his shot selection. I don't know what grade you would give him in that regard, but he hasn't met one that he didn't like. But, all of them don't go in. But are we back to K-Wig? And I say that because he only had 9 points and he had 12 shots. So, again, he's not going to make them all. But I feel like something's going on. There is no blame because they are pros. And Jordan Poole only 22 minutes, Steiny, 6 of 11, 2 of 4 from 3, -2 on the night. But my question to you is, why wasn't that 30 minutes? Why was I'm asking.
I got to know for whom. Who's not playing.
Well, Bielitsa played 16 minutes. He wasn't bad, but 2 or 3, -4. And were you shocked? And here I go yesterday. Give me more GP2. Were you shocked that he started?
No, I think there's something going on with Kuminga. I don't know what it is.
5 of 6, 21 minutes.
I think they feel like he maybe doesn't play hard all the time, because why would you want to go away from him, who he seems to be playing pretty well. But Kerr I think he's probably going to start Gary Payton II. This is one of those games where, because you lose, now you're like, well, should Poole have played more? Should Payton II have played more? Should Bielitsa have played less? I don't know. This is one of those where, again, I don't like to talk about role players on a night when your best player made a shot with 6 seconds to go and then blew an assignment with no time left. That's what we got to talk about. This was less to me about Steve Kerr's rotation. And here's the one thing I was thinking. People say I always come down Curry's road too hard. me ask you this, Goo. If that play and Evan and Spadone, if that would have been Russell Westbrook on defense last night and that would have happened, you don't think how much would Warrior fans have just been absolutely making fun of that guy?
It would be going
absolutely
on right now.
Laughing at that guy.
I'm gonna say this
for that play.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Steph has more than earned the benefit of the doubt because we don't see that. And Steiny, I don't know if you were on Twitter last night. I was. Warrior fans expressed how disgruntled they were with Curry. That was a blown assignment. And when we talk about this loss, let's put the right on the table early. This was a collapse. They collapsed right in front of our eyes.
You looking for that button, Evan? He is.
Oh,
there it is.
Yeah. But that was a collapse, Steiny. Let's call it what how many teams come back and win a game like that?
Well, I mean, it happens in the NBA. Hell, the Knicks lost a 28-point lead last night.
But they're the Knicks.
But the point is yes,
okay.
they blew a 16-point lead, but it happens once a night in the NBA. It's just kind of the way it is. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't, but it's not like, to me, they've been collapsing all year long, or getting, losing games all the time down the stretch. 408 Goo says the main defense, Goo, is defense. Steph's gone down a few notches. He looks tired. Clay is trying and seems to have some confusion. And Wiggins, who guards the best player, Wiggins has also been average the last few games. So the 408
points, 5 straight games. Knicks, Lakers, Clippers.
For the Warriors?
Yeah. The Warriors'
for their
opponent. Yeah. So again, all I'm holding on before I really panic, shout out Joe, is Draymond. Now, what if you tell me, hey, Fitz yesterday, the last 14 games was his threshold. Like, if you can get Dre back and Weissman, then the last 14, they'll mesh. But I don't know how to explain it. I just don't, and I hate the stain of the Splash Brothers had looks at the end to kind of seal it, and they missed. But then Steph did miss. And I'm going to throw this one thing. I'm going Derek Jeter on you. This is his second air. He did it against the Pacers.
Right.
So
you want me to stick up for Steph?
No, I'm
he
not.
also made a bucket against Houston that won him a game, and last night, could have been another game winner for him.
And he owned it, but that don't change the loss in the L column.
He did. He did. Let's go to let's take a couple calls here. Wallace is in the city. Hey, Wallace, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I was at the game last night with a couple of Nuggets fans, so I'm still a little annoyed.
All right. You want to elaborate on that, or go ahead?
No, I just wanted to answer your.
Okay.
No, they beat us at the last second. I don't know. You're asking the question about being optimistic or pessimistic, and just in regards to last night, what I don't understand is, Kerr says before the game we're starting Gary Payton II for defense. I think he had. I read this somewhere. I can't confirm the stat that he had like 6 steals last night.
It's 6.
That's true, but I know he was getting some steals.
No, you're right. Yeah.
So why isn't he in on the final? Why isn't he in on the final play? If he's starting the game for defense, he's playing well on defense, and the final play of the game, he's not in. I don't understand that. But I've been a Curry fan my whole life, and I'm not going to just blame it on him, like you said. He hit the last second shot to put us up with 5 seconds left, and then has the blunder. But I do agree. What the point was earlier, that this is the second time in a month or so that he's done this. That, Holiday hit that 3-pointer against us in the Pacers, and we lost that game. So it's just bad coaching in the moment and a blunder play. But just to end my point, kind of optimistic or pessimistic, I'm legitimately worried. We're going to get Draymond back. We're going to get Wiseman back. It's like you are putting all the eggs in the basket of Draymond's been out for 2+ months with a serious back injury to have him just come back and start taking abuse again. And then on top of that, Wiseman is still basically has barely played. So it's like I am worried because I don't know. It doesn't seem like they have that same juice. So that's my point. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Appreciate it. Wallace is worried.
Man.
Here, I'll make it feel a little bit better. At least they have two guys coming back, ideally. Excuse me. If this would be their team and they'd have no wild card up their sleeve, I think it'd be worse. But they do have a proven, and the two guys who are coming back, they're perfect. One guy's proven, and the other guy's kind of a wild card. So you're going to get something or something you're sure of, and then you have another player in Wiseman. Maybe he'll give you something that you're just not expecting. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm hoping for presence and defensive presence, and also, my boy, I call him the Black Hubie Brown. Bill Alexander left me a voicemail.
And who's he? Nobody knows who that is. Is he? How many career wins does he have?
He has none. He's coaching his son, but he said he called it this: basketball 101. 101 is what Steph failed at last night, leaving his man, and then he wasn't going to alter Jokic's shot, and he gave him an option to lose, and your boy made it. Shout out, Bill.
Yeah. Here's Curry on that last possession.
Yeah, they ran, post entry to give Jokic the world to figure out what he wanted to do. I took the bait, made a dumb read. Was a step late, thinking the clock had run down enough where it was only his opportunity to shoot, and he made a great pass. And then I realized where I was and tried to make a play on the ball and contest a shot, and Monty made a clutch bucket, and I gave it to him. So the last thing you can do in that situation is give up a three. I did that.
I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want? I'm imagining
accountability.
I'm imagining Russell Westbrook in that situation saying, humana. I thought I had help. We're supposed to switch. There's double and ding, yeah.
He had a good game last night.
Good for Steph, just owning it. Steiny, if this is stuff that I can't answer. Steiny, if Draymond's back is an issue, why was he lifting his daughter up at the pregame ring ceremony? She's just a tyke.
I saw a little cannon girl out there, too. That was awesome.
That actually was pretty cool.
Who came up with that? Give him a raise. Kind of hit me in the cardiac muscle.
In case you don't know what we're talking about, the 3 All-Stars for the Warriors were honored last night, and they had their kids, Wiggins' child, Draymond's child, and Steph's child, gave them I guess.
Should have let Rocco win for Clay.
He's not an All-Star.
Damn. Early. Flagrant, too.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. How are you feeling about the Warriors? They're 42-17, but they've lost 4 of 5. Optimistic or pessimistic? And Steve Kerr did something after the game that, to me, just didn't add up and didn't feel like the right thing to say. I want to run it by Goo and you all, and you tell me if you think Steve Kerr gave a strange answer to a specific question last night. Next week, on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're giving you a chance to win a framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It will be a text-to-win contest, and you'll have opportunities to qualify throughout each show, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So tune in Monday through Wednesday next week for your chance to win. That's a Klay Thompson autographed jersey. Yeah.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with the Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully.
hate the feeling of being manipulated. I downloaded DuckDuckGo and I saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Don't be scared, dog.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Goo, I don't know. I don't know what it is with Clay.
Working his way back.
Something's different. Not sure exactly what it is. I looked at some numbers, and he's shooting the ball a little bit more than he has in the past, taking more shots. He's taking more threes.
10 last night.
Yeah, he's averaging, I want to say, 11 threes in 36 minutes, which is a higher rate than he's ever shot him at before. People are saying he's dribbling more.
Now that's a fact.
That's, to me, not a good thing, because even though his assists are up a little, do you really want Clay dribbling more to get one more assist a game. I don't know. What do you guys out there think of how Clay's been since he's been back? 16 games. See, I think here's what I think. I think Clay's looked pretty good. I think he's looked about as good as we could have expected. But you know what? He ain't Klay Thompson right now. That's not Klay Thompson. It's a player. It's a good player, but it's not Klay Thompson yet.
I'll say this. He has yet to play 1 minute with Dre. So I got to tell you, Steiny, the catch and shoot Klay, I haven't seen much of that. Will that change when Dre comes back? Or will Dre say, hey, dude, in his mind, you've been shooting them. I'm going to wait and give it to Steph, or I'm going a different direction. Because he's the maestro sometimes when those guys are coming off screens of which way the ball's going.
I think it'll help.
Because right now, your boy's getting it, and he's 24-hour fitness now. He's bringing it up, and he's jacking.
Let's go to Jace. Jace is in the city. What's going on, Jace? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing good. What do you got?
All right, so I'm not concerned at all with the Warriors right now. I feel that as long as they're in the top 4 seed by the time the playoffs come, they'll be fine. I think what's going on right now is Clay's finding his new game, and what's different was Clay's playing with a different team. So he's getting used to his new teammates, coming back from an injury, just finding his groove. I think with Draymond, Clay has missed the past couple years, Curry has missed a year, and they're giving Draymond an extra break for his body for the postseason until they find their rotation with their new team.
Thanks, Jace. Appreciate the call. I mean,
like that.
That's what it's going to come down to, you would think, is can the big three start playing together in mid-March?
Right.
And put 3 healthy months together, because that's what they're going to have to do. And I do think there's something to what Jace said there. You know, get Draymond right, get him back in 2 or 3 weeks, see what you got,
and
see how he affects everybody else.
You have no choice, Steiny. And it's a compliment to not that Dre's somewhere happy, but remember how I used to fight you about, Dre's important. I know, but if you got the chef out there, it's all good. It's not all good, in different facets of this team. So I'm picturing him now, Draymond. I got 2 receivers, Steph and Clay.
Let me ask Warrior fans what they thought or what they think of this. This is Steve Kerr after the game last night. They just lost a game at the buzzer. They lost a 16-point lead. They were up 8 with about 2 minutes left. How do you feel about everything, Steve? Here's what he said.
Thrilled with the way we played compared to the last few games. I thought we were engaged. I thought we competed. I thought we did a lot of really good things and spent the entire game ahead and just couldn't close it out. But I told the guys if we continue to play with that kind of fight and connection, then we're going to be in good shape, after the break.
That raise anybody else's eyebrows out there? It did me. I'm not saying he said anything wrong.
I was going to ask.
And the word troll is way too strong. But there was a message behind that, as far as I'm concerned. And the message was this. We're not the best team in the NBA. We can't just throw our uniforms out there and beat anybody. In fact, I reserve the right to be pleased if we lose to a team that's 6 games over 500 at our place. Like, there was just something there I felt that Steve Kerr was trying to convey, and it was basically this to Warrior fans. Stop expecting us to win a title, and stop thinking we're by far the best team in the NBA, because we got a long way to go before we do that. In fact, we're at a point now where if I see a great effort, I'm going to be happy with it even without the result that we wanted. That's a little different than championship or bust. Unless he really believes that unless he was really thrilled. Do you think he was thrilled with last night's game?
No, I don't. And I'll say this. Jokic, Steiny, if you want to give him MVP, I'm just talking about to the league, you get no quorums from me. But the fact that they're where they're at in the standings is all that would raise my eyebrow. I'm saying this. He said Jokic was basically unstoppable. 35, 12, and 8. He was balling. But to me, that doesn't answer what I think the offense inefficiency is, and they're lost, and they're trying to find their way. Like Wiggins in crunch time. You remember that fadeaway? He kind of, in my mind, he was like, I got to get a shot at some point, and he tried to get in, and he missed it, a little turnaround jumper. But to me, that has nothing to do with Jokic. So this is going to be an ongoing, problem until they fix it. And you're not going to be able to fix it until you get Dre back.
I mean, and the other thing to me could be a big issue is, I'll be honest with you. I think he came into the game shooting about 67%. Looney. This can't become a thing. If this becomes a thing,
I did not see it coming.
The Warriors are really going to feel it. If opposing teams can get Kevon Looney off the floor the last 6 minutes of a game, good luck. Because they need him on the floor. Because he's their only competent big guy right now. And he's only one of 2 or 3 competent big guys when they're healthy. So you start thinking about having to take Kevon Looney off the floor. Man, now you're asking Draymond to do so much without Looney.
Let me throw something at you. Now here, we saw that list that came out, the top 15 coaches. Kerr's name was on there, rightfully so. Malone's wasn't. Do you think there was any ego involved from this retrospect, Steiny? The fact that he's like, you ain't going to make me take Loon Dog out. Do you think maybe Kerr was like, I could take him out, I should take him out, but I trust Loon to make these free throws, but I'm not going to make Malone.
That's the other thing.
Steiny, because when the whistle blew, I go, what happened? I was telling Lil, what happened? And I go, you got to be kidding me. Hack a Loon, and it worked.
But here's what I
like. Malone,
I kind of resent.
Who told you to do it?
Well, okay, and he did it, but like everybody now acts as though, we got to take Looney off the floor. Oh really? Oh, really? It's that easy of a decision. You're taking a guy that was 28 for 34 from the line. Four games before that, he was on a 28 for 34 streak from the line. Kevon Looney. And now you're going to get on Steve Kerr for not taking him out because they're fouling him? Sorry. That's
Monday morning quarterback?
Yes, I think it is. Now, is it something to move forward and say, hey, you know what? Maybe we got an issue with Looney?
But how many games does he finish, though, Steiny?
You're going to take out your best defensive interior player against Jokic, and it's like a no-brainer? Okay.
And that was good D on him.
All right.
He didn't even need Curry's help.
That's what you think.
Yeah, Jokic could have made it, but it was going to be a hard shot, Steiny.
Leroy's in Oakland.
Our guy.
Hey, Leroy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, fantastic to be on, man. I miss you guys. I'm working now when you guys are on, but I snuck out to chime in. Always good to see you guys, Guru and Steinmetz. Listen, I'm going to put the rat on the table, and I've never said that because I always reserve that for Guru. But with the Warriors, answer me a question. Belichick and the New England Patriots, was it the system or was it Brady? Is it the system or is it Curry? Because I think it's the system. And I think some of these games that we've been losing, I think Curry has been going back and forth with guys. Like last night, I think he got into a little bit of back and forth with Morris. And Curry doesn't need to do that, man. Curry is a proven champion, MVP. Stay within the game plan. You don't have to go back and forth with guys. I know guys are chirping and talking mess, and you have that competitive juice, and you want to go back at them. But there was some shots that Curry took before that last shot that just was questionable. You know, that just was bad shots because I felt like he was going back and forth with Morris. So the Warriors will be all right, but I'm specifically looking at Curry and going back and forth with some guys. And Curry, you're bigger than that. He doesn't have to do that. Just stay within his game and stay with what he's been doing, and the Warriors will be fine. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it, Leroy. I'm gonna stick up for Curry.
The protector.
Yeah, I'm gonna protect
And
Curry here from Leroy.
Yeah.
You don't want him to go back and forth unless it's what? Kevin Porter Jr.? Isn't that the guy for Houston that got in his ear and Curry kind of and then Curry's level of play raised? Curry
40 piece.
Yeah, Curry can handle it, Leroy. Come on, buddy.
But listen to this. And the chef knows I love him. There are times, Steiny, and I'm whispering this, where he'll come past half court and try to me, shoot the 5-point shot like that long shot from Union City to where just to remind everybody. And I think I go Dr. Phil, like, is he trying to get the percentage up, even if he makes it? But too many times or a few times, Steiny, there's that long ass shot and it kind of doesn't fit, but who am I to say, your shot selection? But Leroy may be onto something, Steiny.
I think
he
Steph
was
Curry
1 of 7, and we're 72%, 70%. Like, when's this going to get better? And he made the game, and he's taking more twos. I like it. But, like, when's this going to get rectified? His shots from deep.
What if this is the start of his decline as a shooter?
I don't like it.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but I've thought all season his shot selection has been a little bit worse than usual. I do think he's taken more of those shots that you're talking about, like last night, than he ever has.
And it always hits the back, Steiny, like, go ahead. I know the other team's like, I got a funny 510. Steiny sticking up for Curry. I saw a pig in the sky. That tickled me.
How come?
Because you never stick up for him, and you accuse me of doing that too much.
That's not true.
Dude,
I'm objective about Curry.
Did you see him come get Cannon with Cannon? They couldn't stop him. Cannon, that was great.
I felt bad for Raymond Ritter. I was like, oh no, poor Raymond's got to pick this kid up. This kid doesn't want to get picked up by Raymond, and even though Raymond's trying to do the right thing, he's going to come off as looking bad.
That's right. You can't use any authority, right?
That's where I'm like, if I'm Raymond Ritter, I'm like, hey, Steph, get your boy. Let's go.
And Curry came over. Oh,
he did. Man. I must say, and
Cannon got wheels.
I usually say this, but that was kind of cute.
I've never heard you use that word.
It was darling.
No, it was.
It was. I'll give him a little kiss. Draymond picking up, give him a kiss.
And I was like, what are they running out to him? That was great.
Let's go to Casey. Casey's in Marin. What's going on, Casey? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. I hope you're having a great day. In regard to Warriors, a couple of things. One, don't you think part of this Clay shooting, this Clay dribbling, the last 38 games of the regular season until playoff starts, and I'm thinking that from a organizational standpoint, they want him to shoot as much as he wants and to get his bearings right before the playoff starts. And then, real quick, I'm thinking they're going to be really, really busy with the buyout market. They've got some money to spend, not a lot, but a little. They've got some roster spots that they can play with, and they really do need a Goran Dragic. I'm not saying him, but that type of player who doesn't have really he'll put it up at any time, can put in some points, and just be a good team player. Have a great day. And real quick, don't you think Guru would have loved to have been there instead of Raymond Ritter to pick up Steph's son and just have that I'm your new best friend, Steph bonding moment? Guru would have loved that.
When did he think of that? Guru loves the kids, but
he's thinking about how you.
I'm good with kids, dude.
Why did he talk like Guru wasn't on the show today?
Well, he just talked about how Guru. Guru would.
Guru loves the kids.
Throw his firstborn off a balcony to be Steph's best friend.
Stop, too. I'll stop.
What?
That was a moment, man. I watched the fourth quarter. Like, honestly, I know you think I'm playing at least once this morning and last night. And when Fitz said oh man,
when Fitz said what?
When the shot went in, like Denver wins. Oh man.
Yeah, it was Guru. There was a game last night I didn't think the Nuggets were going to win.
Okay,
but it wasn't in the first quarter.
7 with a minute. Man, I'm gonna stop.
You don't have to. I mean, please don't, because we got 2 hours and 15 minutes left.
So I asked you a question in the green room. Since we keep it real, 12 to 3. That's what we do. I want to see Dre on the bench. And you said, Gooey's like, what? I'm just asking, where's he at? And he'll probably be in Cleveland, right?
I don't know if he's going to. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Brandon Williams is on his way to Cleveland.
But he was at the game last night, Draymond.
But I like to see him on the bench.
What if he's doing rehab in the back watching the game?
Right. I'm asking because I think him out there means something. And I'm going to throw a name at you. I stole it from Twitter. People are saying Tristan Thompson is going to be bought out. He's probably a couple of Starbursts and a Twinkie. You could get him.
Tristan Thompson will be waived by the Indiana Pacers, and he will then be signed by the Chicago Bulls.
Ooh.
He's already committed to the Bulls.
Yeah. Well,
I'm with you. You know what?
They
stick
need
the buyout market right up your Guglioni. Seriously.
This team is 42.
Oh, yeah,
17.
Robin Lopez. That's going to be the difference.
Well,
that's going to be the difference between winning a title and not winning a title. Come on. Who are you getting rid of for Robin Lopez? Who are you getting rid of for Marcus Gasol?
Well, if I told you now, Bielitsa or Tristan Thompson, if he wasn't going to Chicago.
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Take Tristan. I love Bielitsa.
Well, I know. And you know what? I take Bielitsa. Why? Because Bielitsa's already showed me how he can help you win a game, even if it was the first game of the year.
But how many minutes or seconds would he even be an option on Jokic? I saw him a couple times. Like, Thompson could.
Really?
Well, not stop. You know what I mean. Stop. Give him a couple hard fouls. When the last time the Warriors made a hard foul? It's since Draymond left.
You ever watch Damian Lee?
Yeah.
All he does is foul people hard or cheap or dirty.
Yeah, that's my dog.
D. Lee, I'll tell you what, man. You keep an eye on him.
He got a chip on his shoulder, and it ain't lazy. Yeah.
Damian Lee, I'm telling you. He's not afraid to take a swipe. Rich is in Oakland. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Guru, great talking to you yesterday on the Twitter Spaces. I love that, man.
Oh, right on, Ray.
Yeah, what I was going to say, though, is that with Curry, right, we're talking about Curry and Steiny. He might be the start of his slump. And the thing about Warriors Twitter and Warriors fans in general, that he's untouchable with slander. Let's keep it 100. You know, he's been messing up, and I don't know if he's not concentrated. I don't know if he's got something at home going on or that HBO show that he got going on with Aisha. But this man, before the game, I'm at the game, he's taking all these crazy shots from half court, making this and that from the tunnel. But you can't make a wide open three, bro. Make the shots when they matter. I don't want to see all that hoopla in the beginning before the game starts. Make the shots when it matters. We better pray to God that Draymond comes back and he's healthy. Well, Wiseman also, but Draymond is what makes this team go. We better pray to God he comes back healthy, fellas. See you later.
Wow.
That is.
Wow. Rich calling out Steph Curry.
And I called him Ray.
Stop the trick shots and get back to the basics.
He got you the game winner. And he's making
that's not a game winner.
You know what's
funny? It's Chris Steph. It's a game winner. Jimmy Garoppolo does that. He leaves too much time on the clock.
Like, what makes you compare the two?
Jimmy. It's so easy to, it's you just got to try to look at things objectively.
Man, that was his moment that he took away from it. I bet that's never happened
in
his career.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, that's never happened.
Because I've been supporting Steph Curry the whole first hour.
Yeah.
Where's the foul on that play?
Look at it.
Can somebody?
They called it.
Somebody? Where was the foul on that play with Steph?
Well, what about Clay at the end of the? I didn't think that was it halftime where they called the foul. They threw the long pass.
How about? I mean,
I'm Mr. Dr. Foul.
And there was also what was the other play where Curry was driving left on Austin Rivers and
Rivers hit a big three.
They got a bunch. You cannot say the Warriors got a nice whistle last night.
I'll say this.
Hey, I do not love to hate on Curry. I just spent an hour talking about the positives last night with Steph Curry.
I need you to get on the bended knee here. I'm going to throw something at you. I'm on the mound. The man had 6 steals.
Who?
I don't care if he fouls a lot. You know who had 6 steals. That was an error not having him out there. Just meet me halfway on that.
I don't know if it was or not. You could certainly ask the question. What's that?
They lost. Curry blew the aside. Your best defensive player should be out there in that situation. Egos aside. Hey, Steph, I'm going to have GP. GP's got to be out there, and he had 6 steals. So it was his night. That's defensive version of being hot.
And I know, listen, I don't know what the answer is. And I'm not saying it's not a fair question. I'm just giving you a possibility. He goes for steals a lot, and he's got that move where he's really strong and he can strip you as you're driving down the lane. It's incredible how he can do it.
Would he have left? He wouldn't have left, though. Curry was improvising.
He might have fouled. See, that's he's so aggressive, and that's the thing I was saying. Here comes Denver inbounding the ball, and just knowing Peyton. Listen, I don't know why he wasn't in. I'm just trying to give you a reason. Right. You can't have Peyton fouling before the inbound there, because then you're giving up 2 shots in the ball. And he can be, and that's he and Toscano Anderson sometimes do a little aggressive, do some goofy stuff out top. I'm not saying he shouldn't have been in there. I don't know why he wasn't in there, and I'm just trying to take a stab at it. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about the Warriors right now? They've lost 4 of 5, but they're still 42-17, second best record in the NBA, second best record in the Western Conference. 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
Ciao from Whole Foods Market. Save on your next Italian night and get 25% off Rayo's.
Is it not having Gary Payton second in there, the last possession? Was it what? Not see the one
not
that
starting Kuminga. He's earned that. I just thought, and I wanted Gary.
I'm just saying. Kerr said he found something. Kerr said he found something with the rotation last night by starting Gary Payton second.
Oh, I missed that.
Let's see. Yeah, take a listen.
Tell him how much we love him and how great he's been for us all year, and another game next week. But I just told the guys to go enjoy the All-Star break and get some fresh air. And we've had a hell of a run to be, where we are right now, 42-17. And like I said, I thought we found some things tonight, changed our rotation up a little bit. I thought Gary was fantastic. I thought Otto Porter played a brilliant game. As I said, our defense was much, much better. But Jokic just took over the game, and, he was amazing out there. So like I said, if we come back and play with that kind of fight, you start to get healthy, get some guys back, I feel great about this team and about where we are.
So, yeah, he seemed to indicate that the change in the starting lineup, he liked what he saw.
They gave up 117 points.
But Jokic is great.
But he scored.
So what are the decisions, or what? Let me think here. What are the decisions we're talking about that Kerr opened himself up to criticism on? One, I think, would be no Payton, the last possession. Yep. The other that I think has no merit is taking Looney out of the game after he misses the first two free throws. I don't think
some validity to
I don't think that's a no-brainer when a guy's coming into the game shooting 65% from the line. That's just me. What else do we have here? What's he going to do? Not play Klay Thompson down the stretch? What else could he have done
for Jordan Poole?
22 minutes for Jordan Poole. Is that the problem? 888-957-9570. What'd you think of last night's ball game, and how optimistic are you moving forward? Season's 70% over. Pretty hard to believe.
Man.
Let's go to Anthony in Vallejo. What's up, Anthony? How are you, man? What do you got?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, guys. So, Guru said something pretty interesting. I think it was yesterday. He mentioned that is no one else able to kind of direct traffic on the defensive end. And I've been kind of thinking that for the last 2 weeks since Draymond has been out. Like, I understood it would be an adjustment period for a little bit, but, like, these guys have been playing together, the whole season, and obviously some guys have been there last season. Like, somebody does have to step up and be like that defensive guy to kind of like call out the rotations and stuff, because I feel like they should already know it. And I don't want to take anything from Draymond, but like, come on, guys. Another thing is we got to try to just get easy buckets. Like, chucking up threes is not helping us, and sometimes the ball is just stale. And I remember, earlier in our early runs, and even a couple of times, years ago, moving the ball around and passing up, not so good shots for better shots and getting those backdoor cuts. We aren't doing that, and that's I've noticed that we aren't doing that lately.
Appreciate the call. Tell you one thing that does have to be acknowledged is, Curry's went inside the line yesterday more than normal. He shot the ball well overall. He still didn't shoot it well from three, but he was 10 for 19 overall, 1 for 7 from three. So you take away those threes, and he's 9 for 12. 9 for 12 from two.
But that's his game, is the threes. And we've seen games with 14 or 16 three-point attempts.
Well, what do you want?
Well, obviously that's going to change with Clay now.
What do you want? Do you want Kerr going 1 for 7, or do you want him going 3 for 14?
I want him to get back to his old self. So.
Well, we all want to get back to our old selves, but...
Me too.
What are you going to do, get in a time machine?
I wish.
510, I can't say I have confidence in Wiggins, D. Lee, Bielitsa, or Poole in the playoffs. So what does that mean? I have to hope and pray our core is strong enough to make it through. Yeah.
What'd you make of Wiggins, Steiny?
What about him?
4 rebounds, 12 field goal attempts, so that's moderate. 1 of 5 from deep, and he just had an off night in 36 minutes, but 9 points.
I think it's got to be tough for Wiggins.
That man.
I really do.
But what'd you say yesterday? They're pros, Goo. They got to figure it out, or he's got to figure it out. I'm not saying that's
look, he's not going to be as good a player with Clay.
Yeah, wow, man.
I don't think. I mean, think about this for a minute. So Wiggins gets here a year or two ago, whatever. Clay's hurt. Reputation stinks. Comes here, gets his reputation back. Everybody starts acknowledging he's playing better. Named to the all-star team. So now he's an all-star.
Man.
But now here comes Klay Thompson. And that's not just your starting two guard. That's one half of the Splash Brothers. So what's he supposed to do? Not consider Klay Thompson? How many shots was I averaging before Klay came back? 17? I'm taking 17 with him here. I don't care. No, that's what Klay says.
Yeah, right. I got that.
Clay's been here since day one. Wiggins... I mean, any basketball player with a conscience in Wiggins' spot would have to be conscious of, wow, how's Klay feeling?
Yeah, no doubt. Stepping on toes.
Is Klay getting enough shots? He is Klay after all.
Man, you are on that. You saying it all, but I'll say this, and I'll bring his name up because we were having fun with him. In his prime, a Westbrook wouldn't care, but he would block that out. He would block if I'm stepping on Steiny's toes out.
Right, and that's bad.
Oh.
Would you want Russell Westbrook to come in here and have absolutely no deference to Steph and Klay?
No, I'm saying it from the standpoint of what's the solution? Only Wiggins has a solution, right? He could just let it flow and not think about that, block it out.
I'm sure that's what he's trying to do. I'm sure right now, last night, he's like, I'm gonna get my stuff in the flow. Well, guess what? When Steph and Klay and Poole are playing a lot, you're not going to be able to get in the flow.
And you can tell when a dude's not in rhythm, too, when he ain't took a shot in a minute. But that little fadeaway he did, I was like, oh, they need it. Yeah.
I mean, the bottom line is that Klay and Poole they're volume guys right now. Bernard, Antioch. What's up, Bernard? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, first of all, Guru, you said it earlier, and Steiny, you said it before, I think also. We are spoiled, man. We got to appreciate this. They're still in second place. And as much as we talk about Draymond Green, it's a fact. And he's not only a factor on defense, he's a factor on defense. So Curry is playing more of a traditional point guard, And lately, we don't see him running off screens and stuff because he's having to handle the ball way more than he's really used to. So he is forcing shots. So, I mean, they're in second place. And look at all these other teams where they're missing one of their top players. They're struggling like crazy. The Warriors are still in second place. And Bob Myers said something the other day. He said the Warriors have an intricate, he didn't say complicated, he said intricate offense and defense. Draymond runs the point on offense, and he runs the point on defense. So hopefully, if he comes back healthy, they can get back in the groove. And they are struggling. They don't look the same, but they're still winning games, and they're losing games at the buzzer. It's not like they're getting blown out by these teams. So they have to make an adjustment. And Clay, Kalina said it, he's hunting for shots. Clay needs to just get in the flow, take his shots, in rhythm. He's hunting shots. Some of these shots, as soon as he gets the ball, he's just shooting it like he was when he was a rookie.
Right.
Yelling at the spring, Clay, don't shoot the ball. But he got to get back in rhythm. When Draymond gets back, they'll be better. If they're going to win a championship, no, but they're still one of the best teams in the league. So we're spoiled. They're not like they were when you were covering them, Steiny.
No, thanks, Bernard. Appreciate it. No, they're not. No, they're not. And for me, this year's
it's already a about blessing.
I mean, to me, this is the way this is perfect. They're not overwhelming favorites to win it all, the Warriors, not like during the 5-year run. They're one of the top 4 to 6 teams in the league. Let's see if they can make a run. They might win it. They might not. That's what I'm here for.
I'll say this about my guy, Curry. The rat on the table, too, is Draymond's missed about 20 games, so there's been 39 games that Steph has played with Dre, and the shooting has fallen off with them. So this is not Dre's not here, I'm not shooting it, I would feel better. This is, I was throwing, I wasn't myself when Dre was here. But then we said, it was the record. And now we're way past the record. The record happened before Clay came back.
He hasn't shot the ball well all year.
But we didn't panic because it was the beginning, the embryo stages. Then it was the record. Now Dre's out, but like he says,
well, there's a need to protect him and not just say he's having a bad year. God forbid, because he might be getting old. I mean, seriously.
You top 5 MVP candidate?
Who cares?
I do.
Okay, well then you can answer that.
But that's your no. That's your no.
Yeah, he's top 5. Curry, of course. Sure, he's 5. Okay.
How hard was that?
Well, it's
real. We talk about Jokic and Embiid.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant to me.
But it tells you if he's in his zone.
I'd rather talk about teams than players.
No.
But
tell me how you really feel. I appreciate that. But MVP, he was the runaway, and they were 18-2.
When
and
was
I was
he the runaway?
When I went to sit courts, I'll never forget that day. When I went to sit courtside, I know it was early on, but the Warriors had a rhythm. They had a rhythm to their team. Now we don't see JTA. And I'm not saying they're losing because he's not playing, but things have changed. And guess what? They're going to change again when Dre comes back and Wiseman. And everybody's trying to find their new role. And look at Wiggins. And I'm not saying that's enough of an excuse, but it's real. We are running out of time. Time waits for no one.
Al's in Oakland. What's up, Al? How you doing? What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
Doing well.
What's up, Al?
Okay, what I want to say is what you guys are overlooking is all the teams have centers. And they have 2 centers so that when a center get in foul trouble, they bring the other center in. You'll never be Phoenix if you don't get another center. It's not about Curry. It's about your bench and having a center. You see what Jokic did in the game? That they kept throwing the ball to him. They can't stop him. They're too short. And if I was a coach, I would tell them to throw the ball in the middle. Throw the ball in the middle because they'll win every time. Every time. So if they don't get a center in the buyout, I don't think.
What about Wiseman?
Memphis is right behind them.
What about Wiseman?
Right behind him.
What about Wiseman? Isn't he supposed to be that guy?
That's only one person. What happens when he gets in trap foul trouble? Who you gonna put in? Everybody has a center.
You got Looney.
He says they need more than Wiseman.
You feel that way? No, you would have said it. Wiseman.
There's
and
nobody
Looney.
good enough. To me, Tristan Thompson.
I didn't know he was going to Chicago.
This is Steph Curry, not on giving up the final shot, but on where the team's at right now.
It's always, I guess it kind of goes back to the fine line of winning and losing. Like, winning is obviously fun. And when you're not playing well and your deficiencies are kind of highlighted, game after game, that's not ever a good feeling. So you do have to bring joy and bring energy to kind of get yourself out of it, but it's never going to be an easy fix or something that just happens by itself. So it's a little bit of both, but I think considering how the last 4 games we came out with really good energy and had some fun tonight, and put ourselves in a pretty good position to get a win going into the break, and then it didn't happen. So
Curry had a good ball game last night. See, that to me with Curry is why he's not just a 3-point shooter, because he didn't have the 3-ball going last night, and he still was a big positive out there on the floor.
Was he best player on the floor?
No.
Yeah, that's what
the MVP was.
Man.
But that's the other thing. I mean, there's an advantage. There's advantage to have your best player being big. Warriors had trouble handling.
And I may
Jokic.
sound panicked. The game's just playing back in my mind. Steiny, he got an and one and went up and made the free throw just like you knew he would. He's talking to the crowd like Russell Crowe on Gladiator. Chase is going crazy. It wasn't supposed to end like that.
He missed some foul shots last night.
The team is not good at foul shots. Take Curry out of there.
I'm talking about Jokic.
Oh,
like Jokic wasn't.
But
Jokic was only 6 for 9.
Well,
what?
Compared to what he was doing with the Steiny, your boy is bad. Is he better than
Who's
Embiid?
my boy?
Jokic. Like they're different, and there's no loser in this. It's Ali Frazier, I think Embiid plays with more power, huh? Or tries
better
to at
defensively.
least. Yeah.
See, get Marc Gasol off the couch in Spain. See,
he's not trying to get off the couch.
I think those guys are done.
Right.
I
Hello.
think they're just done.
Right.
That's all.
Way to go out on a limb.
I just don't. I mean, can they go out and play? Yes, but they need to help.
Dwight Howard not even getting off the Lakers bench.
He's still in the league?
Well, I don't know
what's
what
going on. Is he hurt?
He's top 75. Steiny.
No, he ain't hurt.
But he wasn't actually.
He just
think about
there.
that. So Jokic is not top 75.
Oh man,
no.
In AD,
I think he is.
But on the official list,
he's not. He was not on the official
list. AD is.
So Jokic probably has more of a gripe than Clay, right?
MVP.
Anthony Davis, get him, loan him your ankle. I got low arthritis in mine.
Do you really?
No.
39 minutes for Steph. 39 minutes.
That doesn't bother me as much as 22 for Poole.
Okay, well, let me
6 of 11.
Let me hear how you feel about all these minutes when we're into the playoffs.
He's got a week off.
My question is this: so we got Steph and Clay, and I get it. Clay's just coming back. Are we going to assume that they're going to get stronger the second half of the season?
Well, Clay for sure, because he don't have the miles on him from this season.
What about Steph?
I got to believe Kerr knows, and Curry knows he wouldn't be out there if it was detrimental. But 39, good Lord.
You know what shot I hated last night?
I'm trying to think.
Oh, my God, did I hate this shot.
First half, second half.
Well, it's got to be second because it's fairly important.
Go ahead.
Minute left. Warriors have the ball up 3. And Clay takes the first 3 he can possibly take.
I'm laughing because
with 14 on the shot clock. Misses.
I think Kalina called it flat.
I mean, see, to me, that's the difference right now between Clay and Steph and 5 years ago. It's not. It's like their shots they're good, but they're not. They need to be better. I think
that's real talk.
I think it's going to be harder and harder for them to make tougher shots the older they get. And I just think their shots have been a little tougher this year.
And what did the caller say previously that my 2 ears heard? Kalina said Clay was hunting. And anytime you use it, ain't thirsty, Steiny, but anytime, that's not coming in the flow of the offense. It's when he feels like I got it. And Steiny, you could beat, man, your boy's letting him go. I ain't mad. He's trying to work his way back, and by April, it'll be all good, right? Because you said yesterday, it's not just Steph shooting, it's the combo, round table, a combination
I'm
of both.
putting all three guys in there.
Who's the third one?
Poole.
Well, last night he was 6 of 11, 2 of 4 from 3. It's 22 minutes. Peyton played more minutes than Poole. And then you didn't have him in at the end.
Poole's shooting 34% from three-point range.
He had 5 assists.
Okay.
I'm just telling you.
All right.
Dude, I can't wait to see how this ends, man. Who's got more questions than the Warriors this second half? Not
I would
Phoenix,
say every team.
not Milwaukee, not
oh, really?
Who's the other team? Denver. Murray ain't coming back. I heard somebody in the broadcast, Murray's done.
Is he? You know that for sure?
No, I just assumed he was like Kawhi, not coming. He ain't coming back.
I didn't hear Murray was done for good.
Then, wow, if that's
How
a
about the
possibility.
Nets?
Well, there
How
you
about
go.
the Sixers?
No, Harden. That's one guy.
Oh, they don't have to worry. They don't have to figure things out. Philly, Harden and Embiid don't have to worry about playing together.
It's not about medicine. It's no Red Cross. In Brooklyn, it's Red Cross.
Bottom line is the Warriors don't have to. The Warriors have the least amount to figure out. They got a championship core.
Well, they're figuring
they played together.
It's been 2 years. Dre and Clay haven't played together.
I would rather be the Warriors. Big three than having than Embiid and Harden and trying to figure it out with 2 months left in the season.
Wow. I disagree.
So you're disagreeing with the Warriors? Like Clay, Draymond, and Steph have played together for a decade.
Okay. Yeah, but it's been 2.5 years, and we're seeing right now that everybody is off a tad bit, and nobody will really say what the adjustment or how hard it is to play with the new Clay. And now you throw
think the Warriors
Dre
have
in
a
that.
Tougher adjustment from this point on.
I think we're watching it.
Than the Nets or the Sixers.
I'm leaving the Nets out of this. I'm going Sixers. Harden has led the NBA in pass and assist. He knows he knows what time it is. So I believe with him, it's just he'll know how to distribute and how to find his.
Okay, what about Tobias Harris?
Okay, I believe Harden will be able to implement him in.
But
because it worked in Brooklyn, the 16 games they played with those three
you see how Clay's return has impacted Poole, and it's had a ripple effect with Wiggins. You don't think that same thing's going to happen in Philly with James Harden taking 25 shots a game?
See, and I think we can see a Harden that doesn't do that. Clay's coming back, and he ain't changing his game for nothing. And now you got to, incorporate Wiseman and Dre. And that may go easy and smooth as a baby's behind. But I'm just thinking about Harden and Embiid. Harden knows what time it is. Let me just distribute. Let me find mine.
See, that's
protecting?
Yeah, a little bit.
Harden?
No. It's protecting the Warriors a little bit.
I'm saying theirs is the most difficult
Exactly, and it's not. It's not, but
we're watching it, Steiny, for the last 5. We're talking about Wiggins, and we could be so wrong. Wiggins be like, what y'all talking about? I'm fine. You don't look fine. Now 22 minutes for Poole, and then out of nowhere, the guy that I said I want to see more of starts the game over Kuminga. Kuminga should have, to me, got that start. And it's not about Gary Payton II. Kuminga should have got that start.
Okay, so why?
It's a Rubik's Cube now.
Hold on.
All right.
Steve Kerr changes the starting lineup.
Why?
Right?
I'm asking you why before we even get to
because they lost 3 or 4. So he changes the starting lineup. They lose a game at the buzzer. Then after the game, he says, I like what we found with this new rotation.
But there's
so
no
what
proof
did you
in that.
see? What did you see that Kerr didn't see?
We got to wait. Those are words. I'm watching the follow. What's happening? So there's no game to back up him saying we found something.
Yeah,
and I'm just looking at 3 people.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
And here's the thing. You're not going to want to hear it.
Right.
But what he saw is the Warriors have a 16-point lead. Like, that's what he can say. He said, and we pissed it away. But, man, I like Peyton's energy as a starter. I love Kuminga coming off the bench. I thought he gave us more consistency off the bench. I mean,
they did have a 16-point lead.
So, listen, I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I'm just trying to provide what Steve Kerr's rebuttal would be to some of the questions you're asking. But
I'm nervous.
The Peyton not being in, I don't know the answer.
After he had
to that.
the great game or his version of a great game.
Yeah, I don't know the answer. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation on the other side, we've got Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough. Going to get his perspective on the Warriors and how bullish he is on them. 95.7 The Game. We'll be right back.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
When you watch Team USA go for the gold, you don't just want Wi-Fi that's fast. You want Michaela Schifrin fast. You want Eat My Powder, blink and you'll miss it, iSki faster than you drive fast. You want Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, power all your devices and watch every single wow-worthy moment fast. You want gig speed internet from Xfinity.
Watch Team USA with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Or get started with Xfinity 50 megabit per second internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. This offer ends March 31st, so go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New Xfinity Connect customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 1 year, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible gateway. Gig speed Wi-Fi is shareable across all devices. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. Every new year brings on new challenges, ambitions, and adventures. At Stevens Creek Subaru, our ambition is to better serve our community and to provide a happy and healthy environment for our customers and employees. With that being said, we are excited about 2022 and helping you with your adventures this year and beyond. With Subaru's all-new Wilderness Editions, it doesn't matter what path you choose because you can rest easy knowing your Subaru will get you there. Stevens Creek Subaru is also excited about the all-new and all-electric Solterra. With Subaru's go-anywhere ability and all-electric motor, the Solterra lets you explore the outdoors and help you protect it at the same time.
Stevens Creek Subaru is now taking advanced orders for the all-new Solterra. They are also an official Cali Blue Book buying center and will buy any vehicle regardless of condition, even if it's a lease or still has a loan.
We're easy to find in San Jose on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester, near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. That's StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Princess, we believe everyone deserves a real vacation. And there's never been a better time to book than during our best sale ever. With drinks, Wi-Fi, stateroom location upgrades, specialty dining, and more, all included. Because when you're on a real vacation together where you don't have to think about anything, you can enjoy everything. Book now during our best sale ever. Visit princess.com or call 1-800-PRINCESS. Offer ends 3/2/22, subject to availability. Visit princess.com for details. Copyright 2021 Princess Cruise Lines Limited. Ships are Bermudan and British Registry.
This President's Day, your NorCal Honda dealers are celebrating something we can all agree on. Cool cars, great gas mileage, and the pursuit of happiness. Honda's fuel efficiency, reliability, and style are legendary. Honda has the happiest drivers in America and is the most fun to drive, period. And with thousands of new Hondas on the way and happy customers taking delivery daily, it's Honda by a landslide. And if there is a landslide, you'll thank your sweet donkey elephant that you drive a Honda. Just ask anyone who owns one. See your NorCal Honda dealer now through President's Day for very happy savings on Civic, Accord, CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, and more. Come in and buy or reserve yours today.
Happiest drivers based on the 2021 American Customer Satisfaction Index survey of customers rating the performance of their own automobiles.
For more information, ask anyone who owns a Honda or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com. This message is approved by millions of happy Honda owners.
Catch Willard and Dibs anytime, anywhere with the Odyssey app.
Brady and his family,
have a grudge against the 49ers. The word is not happy that they passed on him 2 years ago when he wanted to come. You don't look at the GOAT or the FAFOT or whatever you want to call him. You don't look at him when he wants to come and tell him no.
The Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're waiting on Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough, former general manager of the Phoenix Suns, assistant GM of the Celtics when they won it.
Always good to talk to him.
Yeah, for sure. Draymond Green going to the All-Star, going to Cleveland, I got to believe, right?
I told you I saw Brownie Blends on his way.
Uh-huh.
Trey will be there. Yeah.
So is he going to be doing work for TNT, you think? Thumbs up from Evan.
They're doing the game. The All-Star game. Chuck Kenny and Shaq. Steiny, I'm going to do the game.
What's Draymond doing?
Probably, I'm guessing, I would have him do sideline. Well, no, he can't walk. You don't want...
Please, he lifted up his daughter last night.
You're right. I love Dre. I miss him. I hate injuries in sports, man.
707, Steiny, last year you stomped your feet. By the way, stomped, S-T-A-M-P-E-D. Stomped. That's the original way to spell it. The nuanced way. And pounded your chest. Steph can't be MVP if the team is 6 through 8, but his stats are so good.
I love this.
Well, I got news for you.
I loved it because I said this yesterday.
I got news for you. Jokic's year this year is better than Steph's last year. It's not even close.
And it's better than his MVP year last year.
Jokic is averaging more assists per game than Steph averaged last year.
But 32, and I know we don't really have the metric, but 32 a game was phenomenal.
He had led the league in scoring before last year.
Yeah, but
right.
To get top 3, you think Jokic is, if it ended today, he's put together? Because I think Embiid's MVP.
Man, one of those two.
Yeah.
I think one of those
two. The big
two.
men are back.
Who would you rather have, Jokic or Embiid? We got Ryan? All right, joining the show right now, Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ryan, who you taking, Jokic or Embiid?
Uh-oh.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Always great to be on with you. I am taking Nikola Jokic.
Me too.
Jokic is having one of the best statistical seasons in the history of the NBA. When you look at not only his PER, his player efficiency rating, basically a catch-all stat that encompasses points, rebounds, assists, but also, guys, his on-court, off-court numbers are staggering. When he's on the floor for Denver, they're a very good team. When he's off the floor, they would be the worst team in the league. That's how big the delta is between on-off. And I think what he's done, keeping the Nuggets in the top 6 in the Western Conference at 33 and 25 heading into the break without 2 of their 3 best players. Jamal Murray hasn't played a game yet this year. Michael Porter Jr. has missed most of the season. So to me, it's really close, but if I had a vote today, I would vote for Nikola Jokic.
Wow. Ryan, let me ask you about the 42 and 17 Golden State Warriors. Everybody's happy. They got off to a great start, kind of come back to down to earth a little bit. But when you see this version, I'll say that word, version of Steph Curry, do you see anything different, Ryan?
Well, I mean, he struggled with his shot a little bit. I've been really impressed with Golden State with how they played really all year. I mean, obviously they've had a little bit of dip lately. I think a lot of that is due to the injury to Draymond Green. You guys know how impactful he is, and I think in a roundabout way, Draymond's chances to win Defensive Player of the Year are actually being helped a little bit in the short term. When he's been out, the team has struggled. On the defensive end, they still have the best defense in the league. But so with Steph, I don't see anything different. I don't see anything mechanical with him. Really, guys, I think a lot of it is just a byproduct of the talent around him. I think if and hopefully when they have their full complement of players, with Klay Thompson healthy and in rhythm, with Draymond back in the lineup, we'll see what happens with James Wiseman. But I think Steph will become, the efficient player we've grown to know and love, and is probably the most efficient scorer and deep shooter in NBA history. So I don't see anything different. I do think the break will be welcomed by Steph, and hopefully coming out of it, on the other side, the Warriors get a little bit healthier.
Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough joining us on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. You know, I don't know if you watched last night's game or not, Ryan, but Michael Malone intentionally fouled Kevon Looney late in that game. Looney went 2 for 6 from the line. And, you know, Looney came into the game as a 65%er essentially. And I didn't really know that was something that was on the table for an opposition. But can you see more teams giving that a shot? Because without Looney, the Warriors are even smaller than when they're normally small.
Yeah, really good question. I haven't seen that much, if at all, with Looney. As you mentioned, he shoots in the mid-60s, 63% this year, and he's above 60 for his career. So usually, guys, you don't hack a guy shooting above 50%, never mind 60%. Because obviously the simple math, if shoots 60% from the line, that's about 1.2 points per possession on average, and that's would be very good. Most teams would take that. So I think a lot of it with Malone was situational. We talked about how Denver is depleted without Murray and Porter Jr. and some other players in and out of the lineup for the Nuggets. So I think it was a calculated thing in terms of taking a risk. I do not think it's something that a team would do consistently over the course of a playoff series unless Kevon Looney melts down from the line and really struggles. But again, for me, the guys usually do that with are Shaq, DeAndre Jordan, those kind of guys who, Andre Drummond, who are shooting sometimes even below 50 or 40%. Right. I don't think that's the case with Looney, so that's not something I anticipate seeing a whole lot going forward unless Kevon gets in his own head and struggles from the free throw line.
Ryan, I'm curious to get your assessment on Adam Silver's comments about the situation in Brooklyn, mainly with Kyrie Irving. And I was shocked, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but I was shocked that he came out and kind of questioned the fact that the visiting players can play with the COVID stipulations and Kyrie can't. How did those comments strike you?
Well, it was interesting. Adam, at least with those comments, is seemingly taking a hands-off approach. On the one hand, I understand, I guess, what he meant with the inconsistency of it. It doesn't seem to make sense that a visiting player who's unvaccinated will be able to come into the Barclays Center and try to beat Kyrie Irving-less Brooklyn Nets team. On the other hand, Adam Silver is the commissioner, and he could, certainly weigh in on the rules or lobby for the rules to be changed, or certainly not enforce them, especially with the testing. Relative to the way he and the NBA have done. And I contrast it with the NFL, which, as you guys know, as the season went on, as we got into November and December, late in the NFL season, they really stopped testing unless players were symptomatic and, or reported symptoms or wanted to be tested. And the NBA has been very different than that. The NBA continued to test and put players in the protocols and, giving teams more slots to sign replacements and things like that. So, I think and hope, we all think and hope that the pandemic is, I don't say ending, but certainly getting to a less significant stage, and life is getting back to somewhat normal. So I'll see. We'll see what happens with Kyrie Irving in the league. But it seems like the league's position now, and will continue to be, defer to the city of New York and basically follow their lead. And it seems like Adam can weigh in, but it doesn't seem like he's going to step in and try to get any more directly involved than he has been, which has been relatively passive so far.
Yeah. Hey Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Anytime, guys.
All right, that was Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough. All at Odyssey calls presented by BetQL. BetQL here to help us make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Ryan McDonough.
Good stuff.
I wonder if that will continue with Looney. What if Looney just kind of lost it? What if Looney becomes Andris Biedrins?
And Steiny, he uses every bit of petrol in his tank. So why it was brilliant to me is, and I told you earlier, he was tired.
Yeah.
And if I say 2 or 6, that was brilliant. But my question to you is, and you kind of didn't answer, Steiny, we were up against it. Looney doesn't finish all the games.
No.
So that kind of helps you already. But I mean, man, that's out there now. There's video of if he's out there. Oh my gosh.
I don't think it's anything to worry about. Looney's too solid. Looney's all of a sudden not going to be a 40% free throw shooter. You heard it here first.
Well, 60's a D.
But 60 gets it done. All you got to do is make 1 out of 2. That's all you got to do.
Well, that's 50.
That's all you got to do.
And when he made the two, I was like, nothing to see here. And they went right back at it. And came down, and they let a possession go and didn't foul.
Good point by the 925. You know, they got 3 guys who can get fouled. Draymond, not a great foul shooter.
Damn.
Wiggins. What's happened to Wiggins this year?
Man.
And now Looney.
I hadn't thought of that.
It's all right. Curry, Thompson, and Poole don't miss. So
Malone had to be feeling good on that. That win just, they stole that one.
So you seem to be feeling some kind of way about Draymond. What is he doing? Work for TNT over the All-Star break? So he's going to be on their coverage. That's interesting.
And it's probably a good sign that he's up and moving. But like you say, he's picking up his daughter, Steiny, and people telling me I'm worrying. I'm going to slow down, but it's all good, and he ain't doing nothing that would set him back. And the whole thing about Dre, when he does come back, no pun intended, we got to see how the back holds up. It ain't about he's in uniform. It's the residual after that is what scares me. When you go, dude, because he's a man, Steiny, I appreciate him way more than I have. How about that?
I'm glad. I'm glad.
Is that a cause?
I'm glad. Glad you came around to
and
Draymond
Iggy can't
after
shoot
you've been
free throws.
Foul-mouthing him.
Where's he at?
Who?
Iggy.
He's
We're
hurt.
talking about what ails him.
He's back.
He ain't been back. He'll come out the minimum, Steiny. All I keep thinking about, they're paying him the minimum.
Father time.
I don't know if it's
he might be Father Time.
Man, this is.
He may be the one who's undefeated.
He's come back, play 32 minutes.
Iguodala. I'm telling you.
Where is he?
He is the greatest.
Let's play some trivia. His last game that he played, I know it.
No idea.
I'm guessing.
It's that game he played 3 minutes and then he went out.
More birdies this year or free throws?
Man, I miss him, though, Steiny. They miss him.
Apparently, my sources tell me there's never been an active NBA player who's improved in golf so much when they're supposed to be in season.
Wow.
He's the only guy in the league whose handicap gets better during the season.
We love you, Iggy. I miss him.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Golf's part of his rehab, though.
Next time he makes a 3, he shot that from Pebble Beach, right?
Exactly.
Fitz has got to use that.
Exactly.
I think he played at Utah.
I don't.
JD.
I don't have a strong opinion.
But they miss him.
Do they?
Well, he was.
I don't even know what's there to miss anymore.
Well, the big 3 and Fitz. Iguodala. That's my Kellerman.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want Iguodala.
What's your take on the Warriors' second option and second all-star starter? Andrew Wiggins going 4 for 12, 9 points, 4 rebounds. He also didn't rotate defensively on the last play.
What?
I think Wiggins needs to be more consistent. That's from the 510.
So we went from me being only the Wiggins defender. I'm the guy that was in that club. To now he's blossoming. He should be an all-star. Guess what? He is an all-star. And now people want to do this and say he's being inconsistent. This is blackjack with Andrew Wiggins. He's going to Cleveland. That's where it's at. All-star game. I'm not mad at Wig. What I'm worried about is how he's taking this new role if he considers it third fiddle.
Let's say he does.
Then we got a Houston, which is Golden State. We got a problem.
What's your okay, Andrew? What's your problem
When he
with
was
being the
second
third option? Do you think you should be a second option over Klay
it's just
Thompson?
something mental and lack of aggression.
Well, you're gonna have to figure it out.
Dude,
You're
his
a big
footwork
boy.
is second to none.
Whose?
Wiggins.
What are you talking about?
Dude.
He can't even go left.
No, the footwork to create his shots. He's Fred Astaire, even Fitz, Kalina. Dude, in the way a guy will be right up on him and then he'll go backwards to Steiny. His footwork, man.
I have never noticed Wiggins' footwork.
I got to slow down.
Wiggins has 2 moves. He'll go right, and if you overplay his right, he'll come back to the left.
But he can
if
go
you don't
backwards,
overplay his right, he has that little
but
half
he can
hook.
go backwards and create space to get that jumper or that 3, Steiny. His footwork is Kobe-like. It ain't Kobe, but who's my guy? We got to get your boy you played ball with. Stu Jackson. He said it.
You haven't seen that Haspin movie does, like Penny Hardaway, Steiny?
And that's
I have no freaking idea what you guys are talking about.
You're kidding.
No.
All I know is I just heard Wiggins get compared to Kobe Bryant.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
he should be on cloud 9. Lakers got to win.
Drew's in Oakland. What's up, Drew? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Great show today.
Thank you.
Hey, just a couple of things. I think the Dubs are here running out of time. Guru was just talking about where's Iggy, and you got to get these guys together for at least a 15 game minimum just to get that cohesion and get that gelling up together. And then here's another fact do you guys think that this might be the last run he's going to finish this contract, Draymond, and then go to TNT? Because I heard Big Charles just say the other day that he's retiring in 2 years. When he turns, when his contract runs out, he'll be 59 and he's done. And so you think this might be Draymond easing into that in 2 years and breaking this the big three up? What's your take on that? Appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
Good. What do you think?
I'm being real here. When I heard that news about the great Charles hanging him up and how phenomenal Draymond is, I hate that I defaulted to give me another person, entertainment, sports, that is better for that seat than Draymond. Like, he's already showing us that. Okay, now this is where I'm going, Steiny. What if he comes back and sometimes in sports the body just it's not going to get back to where he was, and the decision is almost one of those decisions to where I have no choice. I can't. What's the great Niner where his feet went bad? Patrick Willis, one of those type of things, and he has to leave. So I'm hoping I'm wrong, but Draymond to come after Barkley is Frank Sinatra after Sammy Davis, something
they
like
were contemporary.
That. Well, I'm trying to think he's somebody else. Sam Cooke. But I'm telling you, Draymond's a natural. Steiny, I didn't like hearing Barkley say that. And now we got a diss back issue. I'm just throwing it out there. I didn't like it because I'm like, Draymond would be perfect.
Draymond's under contract, obviously, this year, next year, and then 2023, 2024, he's got a player option at $27 million.
Oh my God.
$500,000. So the question is, and he's 31 now. He's going to be 32 in March. 33. So at 34 years old, is Draymond walking away from 27.5? Doubtful.
But if he's injured, and they're saying
then he definitely doesn't walk away from 27.5 if he's hurt, because he still gets paid.
More likely to go to the booth in 2 years, Draymond Green or Sean McVay?
That was the biggest crock of
McVay. McVay.
Who?
McVay, the guy who's
the narcissist.
Got nothing else to prove. 5 years, 5 playoffs, a Super Bowl.
Hopped up on every caffeine thing. Yeah. He wants to get 8 rings. Running down the sideline. Hey, he got it done, man.
Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, what's going on, man? Optimistic or pessimistic about the Warriors coming up?
All right. Well, thanks for taking the call, first of all, and I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I think I'm realistic. Who here, me, you two guys, the guys in the booth, think that the Warriors are the best team in the NBA this year? None of them. Who thinks that, even if everybody's healthy, they're the favorites? None of us. An earlier caller said, be happy for the revitalization, for what we've got in the future. I'm hopeful it would be great, but, too much would have to go right for them to even contend. I think I said this a couple of days ago. If you look at Phoenix's roster, they've got all the parts, and they've got the motivation. So, no shame in competing hard, and Kerr's got to put all these pieces together. It's a real, it's kind of a puzzle this year. But let's just be happy with what we got, and if they exceed our expectations, great. If not, we're doing a lot better than a lot of teams. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate it, Doug. I'm not with you.
Yeah, that's glass half empty right there.
Okay, who would say the Warriors are the best team? Probably not a lot of people. If they get healthy, they're the favorite.
Okay.
The point is they can win it.
Oh, there's no doubt. I think Vegas has them second, Steiny.
They can win it, the Warriors.
They can beat Milwaukee in the series. They can beat Phoenix.
I don't know.
Whole though. Won't be no damn blowout.
They got to get to the finals before they talk about Milwaukee.
And they got to get healthy before you get to the finals.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Coach Durant's in Union City. Hey, Coach, how you doing, buddy? What do you got?
Yeah, Steiny Guru, the dynamic duo. Love it. One of the best and top shows in Bay Area history. I think the Warriors are going to be better as time goes on. I think they're on the uprise, and they're going to start winning soon. So there's a lot of faith, hope, and love. Shout out to Dub Nation. It's going to be brilliant in these next couple of weeks.
Yeah, faith, hope, and love. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sound like we had service.
That'll get you an NBA title. Faith, hope, and love. Let's get George in here from Los
McDonough
Altos.
agreed with you with Jokic. Why he may get it back to back.
Make who? I take Jokic ahead of Embiid. That's just me. If you said Embiid, I'm not going to get into a fight with you.
Right.
Well, you, I might. Nobody yet. No. No, I know you'd probably take Embiid. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Embiid's better defensively. George in Los Altos. Hey, George. How you doing, buddy?
Hi, hey, fellas. I never saw it.
He didn't do what I just think he did. The hell is wrong with people?
What on purpose, though?
It's the third word he said.
They feel like we're
that was
having
the
a beer.
earliest hook I've ever heard.
Spitoni on top of it.
Yeah, he was flabbergasted at whatever he was about to say. It was natural.
415, hey, chicken. What does that mean?
Talking to me.
Hey, chicken. So Draymond is our savior now. Wow. Has it come to that? That's from the 415.
Now,
you want to get back at him? You want to?
No, I think
you want to rebut.
No, I think that's not what he's saying. Is that there's problems if that's the narrative? Dre will make everything
but I think he's
go
saying
away.
That is the narrative.
No,
everything will be better.
No, Wiggins ain't going to be better.
No, what I'm saying is he's saying that everybody who thinks it's going to get better,
exactly,
is wrong.
Yeah.
It's going to get better. I don't know how much better.
People still asking for the merch. I'm on it.
What merch?
The Steiny Guru merch. It took off yesterday.
I don't see anything on the text line.
Oh, I'm on Twitch,
it.
and I got people that want to make it.
How many people are on Twitch?
72.
So we're not getting anywhere on Twitch.
Dude, other shows have like 40, 30, 20, 70. It's pretty damn... I checked it. The 72 ain't what it used to be. It's better than I thought. And I'm going to say this. We may need some funding for the merch, so I'll give you a call. Because you know I got it. Gas is on... Oh, my God.
Hey, why don't you get an electric car? By the way, a lot of people asking me. Yeah, I know you didn't have an answer to that. I'm not cutting him off. He likes his gas. He likes his caddies.
Yeah, but
and when I say he, I mean you.
Yeah, but dude,
I've got gas.
Well, there you go.
You know, people have asked. Not a lot, but one guy has asked for me to update my car situation.
I can't believe you haven't done anything.
Well, we have 2 drivers at the house, and we have 2 cars, so I don't need to buy another car now. But
you were so gung-ho about getting it something new and big.
But again, like this is like Brady, how things change. All right,
he changed on him.
Susan doesn't have to go into the city now every day.
Okay,
just me. So then I can use her car, has a sticker, and she doesn't need one. So we're going to sit tight for a while.
I got you.
But let me tell you the car that I got my eye on.
Uh-oh. Da-da-da-da-da.
You may not have heard of this car. How about that? How about that? Maybe I'll tease the kind of car I'm looking at. It's a little different kind of car. 650. They started 18-2. They're still 24-15. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. That's still 600 basketball. Yes, they are. Everyone needs to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. See, now is the Kool-Aid, what flavor is it? Golden
Red.
State Warriors blue and gold, or is it Haterade? It sounds like he's saying stop drinking the Haterade.
Yeah. We're not spewing that.
No, I'm not spewing that.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
things are going to
concerned.
change.
Yeah.
I think things are going to change when Draymond gets back. It's like that old Neil Young song, Look Out for My Love.
Nice.
I know that things are going to change, but I can't say bad or good. Mm-hmm.
Now I was listening to Jay-Z coming in, and he said, I'm the Bob Dylan of rap. And I thought of you. He said he was. So he liked Bob.
Who said that?
Jay-Z. Jigga. He said, I'm the Bob Dylan of rap.
He
I
can't hold Bob Dylan's jock
okay,
strap.
I don't know much about Bob, but he can hold anybody's. Your boy is Pac first and then Jay-Z. Steiny, the
How many
dude
albums does Jay-Z have?
is a lyrical
How many albums does he have?
15, 14?
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it might even be less.
Tell him to get up to 75,
but
and
it's
I'll get back
about
to
lyrics.
him.
His lyric.
Stop.
75 albums. That's a lot.
Stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Don't talk about Bob Dylan's lyrics like somebody has something over him on lyrics.
It's close.
Stop.
Though. It's close.
It's a trap.
Lyrically, I want to rhyme like.
Don't talk about trap. All right, I'm going to tell you what kind of car I'm looking at, and then maybe somebody can tell me what they think of it. We're also going to get back into the Warriors.
What happened?
How does somebody on the text line know what kind of car I'm looking at?
That's not.
Steiner's looking at the blank, and he's right. Did I open my big mouth already on the air about it?
No, I hadn't asked you.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what that car is, although
Streets talking.
Streets are talking. All right. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
Make who?
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador.
1027
Let me tell you something.
I ain't mad at this.
Why don't you? Somebody made a joke about Jay-Z being a better lyricist than Bob Dylan. That's funny.
It's real.
Bob Dylan's written more rap music than Jay-Z. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. First rap song ever written. First rap song ever written was by Bob Dylan.
No, stop. Hollis Queens.
Subterranean Homesick Blues. Look it up. You got to Google it.
But for him to say, he respects Bob, for him to say that. I'm Raps Bob Dylan. Jay-Z in the verse. I was
what
driving.
Did he say?
He said, I'm Raps Bob Dylan. He was already into something. And then he said, I'm Raps Bob Dylan. I almost crashed. Like, that's cold. Both great. Why can't you say that? Both great.
Because Jay-Z's not in Dylan's league.
Over 50 million records sold. Dude, lyrically, I want to rhyme.
How old's Jay-Z?
I want to say about 52.
Okay.
He may be younger. Well, I'm 28. I don't know. I'll get it. But he probably heading in his 50s.
He's 52. You're right, Gil.
Oh, wow. Ray Lewis.
Bob Dylan, 80.
Is that it?
Still with us?
Yes, he's still with us. Not for long.
Don't say that, man.
Guy smoked about 4 packs of cigarettes a day
80,
for 60 years. He's still living.
That's me. Oh, he's doing something well.
He's still alive.
No.
It's time to play. Is
I
Bob
knew
Dylan
it.
alive?
That's the other
survey
thing. All Jay-Z does is sample.
Now,
all he does is sample.
I'm going to leave that
Come
alone
up with an original lyric and get back to me, Jay-Z.
No, you mean the original beat.
Yeah, that too.
The lyrics are real.
Yeah, both of them.
He says some simile. He was awake in English class. That's what I appreciate rappers, not this mumble stuff we got.
Dylan was awake in English. He was awake in poetry. He was awake in history.
He was in there too.
Awake in philosophy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not this Dr. Seuss stuff.
All right, you want to hear the car that I'm thinking of getting?
Yeah, somebody sound like they know something.
Somebody had the car. It's called a Polestar. Polestar.
P-U-L-S-E?
Oh,
Pole, like Jordan.
Pole
Yeah,
Star.
just chew it and do it.
Polestar. Apparently it's made by like the old Volvo.
Okay.
The old Volvos. Nice sedan.
Ooh, I'm about to bring it up.
Nice sedan.
So how close are you? You got your eye on it?
I like the car. It's a little expensive, but I've never had a nice car in my entire life.
That shocks me.
I'm thinking.
What'd you used to pull up to the facility with the Warriors?
Which year?
Whenever you worked, I would have been like, "Hey, Susan,
I mean, you want me to run down my cars going backwards?
Where's the Mercedes at?
Oh,
you gotta
never.
All those guys driving.
Some of the cars I've had: Saturn, Chevy Spark, Chevy Leaf.
I can't even get in those cars.
Prius.
Oh, Steiny.
Sounds like a lot of domestic.
Yeah.
Way back in the day, I had a Toyota Tercel. Remember those?
We had one back.
I had a Volkswagen Rabbit back in the day. So
you don't like speed.
I think you're. Well, no. I just listen.
No, you don't.
No. I just wasn't those guys. I wasn't one of those guys. I wasn't a motorhead in high school.
Motorhead, right?
You know what I mean?
But there's
hey, what are you doing
Motorhead-
after school today? We're going over to Charlie's, working on his car that'll never run.
I wasn't either. I'll change your oil though. But still, you want to ride nice. Had a ladies looking at you.
I'm
with
finally,
back in the day.
finally feel like I'm a grown up, and I'm going to try to get a nicer car.
I'm looking at it now.
Steiny dodges real questions. What's the question there, 650? Did I miss one on here on the text line?
Yeah. Would you consider driving a Cadillac?
No.
But yeah.
It's too big. And it's too...
I can't even fit in the garage.
It's too big, and it doesn't... The gas mileage is not good enough.
Well, gas is bad for everybody except you with the electric car. But then where do you can, like, you go in the hood, they don't got those places where you could charge the car. What's going to happen then?
You can, but these
bothers
cars
me.
now have charges of 200-300 miles. So it's,
whoa.
Yeah. Steiny, do you want to buy an Audi? I've thought about those. I was thinking, I think Mazda we're going to get back to the Warriors in a second.
Audi
Trust me.
Makes
a hatchback or like an SUV and a sedan.
Right.
So one's got a trunk and then one's got why would I want one as opposed to the other? What's the advantage?
You got a bigger family. What if somebody has, people in the car, you take trips, you want room.
So I don't need that right now.
Okay.
Because I don't take a lot of those.
Gotcha.
So I'm thinking I probably want a regular sedan.
Gotcha.
So I can throw my clubs in the trunk where they'll be safer than in the back, right?
Totally.
Okay. So I think I want a sedan.
Not
Like a
put your
four-door.
business on the street is like when you say expensive, like Lexus.
The base is like 38.
All right.
But I don't think I've ever gotten a car over 20.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So anyway, anybody got a deal on a Polestar out there? They look nice. They look really nice, actually. We're talking about Bob Dylan. No, we're not. Talking about the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
They've lost 4 of 5, but they're still 42-17. All-Star break has begun. There's still a bunch of teams that play tonight. But how are you feeling about the Golden State Warriors right now? Are you optimistic overall, or are you pessimistic? Let's be honest. 18-2 start. Since the 18-2 start, they are
24-15.
24-15, which is still a 50-win clip. Still a 50-win clip. But do you think they're still, as Leandro Barbosa once said, championship? And if they're championship, are they championship right now, or what does it depend on? What does it depend on? Will Draymond Green solve most of their problems? Guru, will Draymond Green solve most of their problems?
I'm going yes, but it's a hesitant. I'm hesitant, and I've been consistent all year long about this Warrior team that put this 42-17 record together, Steiny. It's not the team now, and it's not going to be the team when the two gentlemen come back and Wiseman and Draymond. And now we're talking about Draymond and Draymond's health, and we're talking about guys accepting different roles. I'm concerned about Rob Lowe. I've been using that a lot. Last night, the Jordan Poole only got 22 minutes, and the Kuminga didn't get the start. So I want to find out now, and I got to wait a week to see what Kerr stepped to the podium and said, I found something. What could that be? See, and those are all questions that I feel like the caller earlier said, does this Warrior team have enough time? Normally, the Warriors would be playing the quote-unquote wink-wink Steiny, the stretch out. They know who they are because they're whole. But now there's questions galore. And if you come up not roses, then we got problems.
Let me ask you this. Why don't you just assume that Draymond's coming back and Wiseman are coming back in March, which they probably are?
Okay,
why can't you just let it there? Because that's.
But there's other layers.
How about this? We always talk about new information.
Yeah.
Wait till there's new information to worry.
Okay.
The information now is Wiseman early March, Draymond mid-March.
Why there's trepidation is that's not the only issue. We got one now that we can't answer.
Wait, what?
Wiggins. Is he going to be K-Wig now moving forward? Is Clay going to say, you know what, I'm jacking just a little too much, I'm going to get everybody involved? Does the Warriors organization say or already know we knew we're getting this Clay, nothing to look at? These are big. Now you got two other guys coming in.
Yeah, so what's happening that you couldn't have foreseen?
That ball is not moving like it was for the Warriors to get to the number 1 seed before Phoenix got them. That's one. And then now I'm doubting, and I can say I got proof, but I believe Wiggins is having trouble adjusting to the third fiddle. And then now Clay's going to have to adjust to Draymond. And you could say it's nothing. I get that. I hope.
Maybe
but I'm
Draymond-
keeping it real. This Warrior team, this second half,
go ahead.
has a lot of items on the list of things that need to go right.
But see, when you say Draymond, they got to do this. My feeling is, yeah, Draymond's going to make it easier. He's going to make it easier for Clay. He's going to make it easier for Wiggins. I think. Because he can spread the ball out a little more. It'll move a little more. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, and maybe you're right, and there's nothing to see here. But him being back doesn't change the mindset of Wiggins. I don't know if it's going to change the mindset and the hunting from Clay.
Not just to be contrarian, but
we don't do that.
It might be the impetus that Wiggins needs. Draymond saying, hey, Wig, shoot the ball.
I ain't looked at
shoot
it
the
that
ball,
way.
Wig.
I ain't looked at it that and barking at him.
Don and Hayward. What's going on, Don? How are you, buddy?
Just wanted to say that there's really nothing to worry about with the Warriors. I think they're going to be okay as soon as long as Wiseman back, like at least 15 games end of the season. I think we'll be all right. They'll fix a lot of the issues. So, shout out to ZZ Coffee in Berkeley also. Thank you.
That's a car dealership, I think.
No, it's not. What was it, ZZ Top in Berkeley?
I thought so.
I thought it was coffee.
Yeah.
Some shout out Timeless Coffee, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, shout them out. Get sponsored.
ZZ in Berkeley.
Yeah.
What kind of?
I thought it was a car locale.
ZZ Cop. Oh, ZZ Copy. It's a copy shop.
Oh, okay.
Not coffee, copy.
Oh, copy.
They still have those copy shops?
Yep.
Hey, give me a mimeograph. Who does that?
A what?
Remember that term, mimeograph?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, whoa.
It's a
You go
copy.
to the doctor for that?
It's
how'd they come back?
I use that line on purpose. That's from way back. A mimeograph.
It's
Remember
like
you
the
get the
Versatiller.
mimeograph when they would have the copies and it would be like in purple, and you'd smell it, and it had that smell.
Oh,
guess not.
Yeah.
Beauty of the text line is
Somebody will help you. Wow.
They understand.
Yeah.
They understand. Steiny, why Polestar, not Lucid or Teslas? They give off a vibe I don't want to be attached with.
And I'm going to be quiet about the Tesla.
And it feels like the Polestar is like a bigger car, like a nice sedan.
Gas actually coming down though. 50 ain't what it used to be.
$50.
It's like the new $30.
Well, remember when we used to just go to the ATM and get a 20 out?
Man.
Where are those days gone? Let's go to Gary in the View. Gary's in Mountain View. What's up, Gary?
Hey guys, I just want to talk to you guys about like the Dubs and their lack of acquisitions. Like, I was wondering what you guys thought about like the lack of them, and like if you guys think they should have done something before the deadline.
Goo?
They're second in the West, and you got your reinforcements. They're getting better. With Dre, you don't need anything. That's a beautiful thing. Did Phoenix do anything at the deadline?
Yeah. They got Torrey Craig.
That was
and they got
that was
earlier
nice.
this season. They got Biombo.
Yeah, the guy that passed me the ball.
Well, the third, no, that's Mo Bamba.
Right,
that's Mo Bamba. But no, the Sun. I mean, you laugh at the Suns, but they got Ayton, they got JaVale McGee, and they got Bismack Biyombo.
I'm gonna say this about the Suns, Steiny. They match. You got Cam Johnson and Payne coming off the bench. I mean, they match. And poor Chris Paul. I just hate the way the game in America is right now in sports. It's about the sum, and it's about points. He's an MVP candidate, and nobody's saying his name.
But he doesn't have the ha-ha anymore.
Right. No, ain't no ha-ha. He got the mid-range game. He's a floor general.
Guru. He's averaging 17 a game.
That ain't. And unfortunately,
17 a game, he ought to be ashamed.
Right. You're laughing.
I am laughing.
That's sad that we don't appreciate what he's doing.
You don't appreciate it.
No.
17 and 10.
There's other
garbage.
things about basketball.
Really?
Did you say
no?
that's
It's
garbage?
about getting shots up. Not you. No, 17
No,
and 10.
I know.
That's garbage.
No, it's not. Watch Phoenix play.
They won last night. He got ejected.
I saw that.
Now they're saying the Polestar's not that big. I'm looking at it right here. It's a 4-door.
It's a nice car. A nice looking car.
It is a nice looking car. Get that nice silver.
You a Raider fan?
All right, I get green.
Well, sell to Larry Bird.
No, I'm looking at pictures of this car. I have never seen this driven anywhere. Are these like only in Sweden?
No.
And how did you find it?
I'll tell you how I found it. Okay, like for the last 2 months, I've been looking at cars on the road, and I'm like, people might not believe this, but every car I see, I'm like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Gotcha.
There's no car. I'm like, oh, I like that car. They're either too big or they're too small or they're kind of.
It is cool.
They're not nice. Like I want to get a nicer car, not a Mercedes $80,000 car, but
and I want you to get one
like a Honda Accord, something like that. That's not.
No, those are nice.
Those are nice, aren't they?
Yeah, but you see them everywhere you go. You want something unique.
Not necessarily. Altogether, I want something that I can enjoy. Yeah, I want something I get into it. It's brand new. I don't mess it up.
Dude,
it's bigger than the cars I've ever driven.
I know what you're seeking, man.
You also don't want something that other people are going to look at and say, I want to break into that.
Oh, man. Well, that's every car.
Exactly.
But if it stands out, though, if it's red, if it's big, it's just more of a target.
Yeah, no, the color. So that's about the color.
Concerned.
Well, if that's about the color, I'll just get a silver or black or something like that.
Yeah.
So it is under the Volvo umbrella.
Right.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, just kind of looks cool.
Maybe
I just want you to make a decision and go in there,
Well, I don't have
and
to do
it.
it. I don't have to do it right now.
Right.
Let me. Yeah. Things are going to come into focus in terms of professionally for, the family, and also my daughter's going to be back from college, so we're going to have to probably get a third car.
So she's about to be done
for freshman year.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So there you go.
So nothing worries you about the Warriors. I want to interview you. Nothing worries. Like, be honest. What's your big? Is it Clay?
Well, when you do this, I gotta almost go into a booth
People
and turn
already
into
know
a
how
Warrior
you operate.
fan.
Right.
All right.
No, just tell us what your eyes see. I asked you, are they the best team in the NBA? And you say emphatically no. Okay, that don't mean you can't win a chip. What are they missing? And you don't trust a lot of guys on the team. And that's okay. You don't trust Wiggins. You don't trust Poole. Who else? You don't trust any of them outside of Steph. Do you trust this new version of Clay that we've seen thus far?
Trust is yeah.
You need to see more.
You got to trust them, though. They're 3-time champions. What am I worried about if I were a Warrior fan? What I'd be worried about is essentially, there's two things, short-term and long-term. Are Steph and Clay declining? Are they declining?
And I'm going to say this to you.
And let's end Draymond.
Yeah.
Got to put Draymond in there. And if they're declining, does that mean this is your last best chance to get a title? Now, if you don't think they're declining, or you think, you know what, they are declining as anybody that age would, but our young players are getting better at a more rapid rate than they're declining. Is that possible? In other words, Curry maybe next year only averages 22, but Kuminga averages 15.
Perfect.
Can they win it that way?
Well, I think they can. And I'm telling you, when LeBron and AD won it in 16, they were declining to their standard that they set. And I could say that for Jordan and Bird and Magic. They're so great they could do that. But I don't think you flukely get to where they're at now. But what concerns me, people, and I'm being real with this, they didn't get this record with Clay along the way. So in essence, they're a new team. And I think some teams look at this Warrior team with Clay back like, oh, not he has an agenda, but like Kalina said, he's hunting. And maybe that works into the defense's hands like, oh, it ain't about ball movement. It ain't about giving yourself up. And I'm just wondering, is this part of the plan, or is Clay going to go, what word am I, not rogue, but it seems like it's roguish a little bit, Steiny, and I think it's throwing other players off. I don't think that's too far-fetched. I'm not blaming anything. I'm going to be able to watch when it changes.
It feels like the one thing I remember always saying about Clay is he just plays the way he's going to play.
And he
doesn't
told
matter
us
if you're
this.
up
You're
or
right.
down.
He told us this.
He's got to settle down, I think. I think Klay Thompson's got to settle down a little on the offensive end.
That's not a bad thing.
Is
you
that
think
unfair?
Kerr has said that to him, or Myers, or
No. And you know what? I don't know that they do say that to Clay because listen, Clay's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Hall of Famer.
But of all the Warriors,
right,
he's the one guy who I could see saying,
please,
I ain't changing my game. Like he's got a hair of Westbrook
that's
in him.
no
that
doubt.
way.
And that's what makes him great.
Blake's in San Jose. What's up, Blake? How you doing, buddy?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on. So I know one caller touched on this. Do you think the Warriors are going to be active in the buyout market based on some of the needs they need at like the 4 and the 5? And then as far as if you're looking at a new car, I know some people have mentioned Lucid along with Polestar. I have seen them on the road. They're not as well known, but not a bad car. And what are you thinking about, Is it just going to be electric, or are you looking for hybrid or electric?
Well, I'm looking for an electric if it can, if it's like that VW ID4 that, can get you 280 miles of the charge. Who makes the Lucid?
Lucid is their own. Lucid Motors. Their big thing now is 21 speakers, so you can have Dolby Atmos in your car.
Thanks, Blake. Appreciate it. Get some Bob Dylan on those 21 speakers.
Good Lord.
Some Jay-Z.
I don't need 21 speakers.
Thank you, E.
That's not a car. That's a concert.
Man.
The Lucid, huh? Have you ever heard of that one,
Sounds like a movie.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah.
No, I've heard of the Lucy app that you guys sometimes use at home.
Apparently, it's not good enough, though, to use at home anymore.
Can you dream in the Lucid?
And it's L-U-C-I-D. Lucy app is L-U-C-C-I.
How else would it?
Spadoni.
That would be Lucci. The Lucy app is L-U-C-I.
I had it. I'm close.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, you gotta.
Nice job, Goo.
Damn it.
Stephen from Hercules says, as a Warrior fan, I'm worried about Father Time. Curry, Thompson, and Green are going to get gassed a lot easier. You worried about that?
I'm going to say something. Okay. No, I'm not, because I feel like there's gas in the tank. I told you what I'm worried about, but I'm about to put a big rat on the table before we get out of here for break.
Is this kind of thing you could tease? Or is
You know
it a
what?
question?
Let's tease
hold on.
it. No, we can tease it.
Or is it a question you want to ask that's going to be
it's a
provocative?
statement that I've been, that just right now, I process in my body that I'm ready to say.
You know what?
Yeah, on the other side.
No, I think you should do it now so that people have 5 minutes to process it, because it sounds like it's going to be a big boy. You say what it is. I'll give the number. Then I'll do my little read here.
Okay. I got to change to the Warriors starting lineup entering the playoffs in the second half of the stretch.
All right.
Yeah.
Guru wants to change the Golden State Warriors starting lineup.
It just hit me.
When they get back from the All-Star
no
break.
doubt. Yep.
You know what? That's a tease, people. That was a terrible job by me. All right, Guru's benching somebody. He's flat out benching somebody on this championship caliber team. We'll find out who's getting the hook on the other side. And by the way, Steve, I see you there. Steve. And Mike. I see Mike in San Lorenzo. We'll be answering those calls about cars on the other side. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
This winter, Comcast Business is helping Team USA and businesses across America stay ahead during the Olympic Winter Games. Keep yours ahead too, with reliable connectivity and secure solutions on the network that can deliver gig speeds to the most businesses. And get access to over 20 million Wi-Fi hotspots from coast to coast to help you stay connected on the go. So no matter what big event comes up, your team can be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle when you order online by March 21st. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and 1 voice line customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. And subject to change.
There's a time for talking about helping the community, and there's a time for taking action. Fremont Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. For example, the Fremont Bank Foundation has donated over $1 million to relief efforts in our community. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
Like getting credit for everything you do? We created 102 reasons to switch to a Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro this year. The first 100 reasons, you'll get $100 to switch. Yep, $100. Reason 101, we'll track down every last tax credit so you get every dollar you deserve. 102, we guarantee your biggest refund. Want to discover Reason 103? Book an appointment at a participating location near you and get credit for everything you do. Offer ends March 6th. Available at participating retail locations for new clients only. Mention this ad when filing. Terms apply. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for details.
Dell Technologies President's Day business sale has arrived. For a limited time, save up to 45% on all our latest gear to work from anywhere with fast free shipping. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business, so now's the time for incredible savings on PCs, along with servers, monitors, and docks, all with free shipping and quick installation and setup through Dell Installation Services. Get started by shopping online or contacting your Dell Technologies advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL. Again, the number to call is 877-ASK-DELL.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get two great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
Have you ever kept your 30-year mortgage for more than 10 years? If you're like most people, the answer is no. Then why are you overpaying for a loan you probably won't keep? Introducing the Smart Money Loan by Owning. With an interest rate of 2.375% fixed for the first 10 years, 2.819 APR. Lock in your rate for how long you'll probably keep the loan. Lower your rate and payment and save thousands in interest.
Call 833-2-OWNING to lock in a 2.375% rate, 2.819 APR today. Or visit owning.com.
NMLS 2611, subject to credit approval. Savings may vary. Call 833-303-2169 for licensing and qualifying terms and conditions. Equal housing lender, not licensed in all states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
That's 833-2-OWNING or owning.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with the Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
I'll say it, he stinks. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru, you better get in front of the TV tonight. That's going to be your last time to watch hoops in a while.
Oh, man. We got college. When you put something on it.
Thank you. Let me tell you something. I mean this. I would much rather watch a good high school game than college.
Well, I got an invite for you since you said that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, my son's team is not in the playoffs, and I'm drunk of high school basketball that the championships are about to start. I went to Odell Logan. Yeah. We should go.
I might do that.
No, honestly, Steiny, just fall into one and just enjoy it, man.
So when's the next game you're going to?
I'll give you this. I'll look at the schedule and I'll pick a good one out.
All right.
I think Odell's playing Laney tomorrow. They're playing somebody at Laney.
Yeah, it's got to be at Laney, right?
Yeah, it's at Laney, so it's a big.
Who's O'Dowd playing tomorrow?
I got it right here. My boy Lawrence Monroe.
It's going to be.
Keep talking.
It's going to be like
dude, it's big time.
American Canyon coming in.
No, it's Monte Vista.
Oh,
that's your boy. Our boy Bob Byers. Isn't that his alma mater?
Yeah. Thomas Deku.
Yeah, Thomas Deku. There you go.
Who's coaching Monte Vista boys basketball? I bet you they have a name there.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Lady tomorrow.
Monte Vista's coach going up against Lou Ritchie. Where is that game?
At Laney.
Oh, that'll be a pro Bishop O'Dowd.
And Logan girls
crowd.
play Saturday. The Hornings. I shouted them out yesterday and today.
It's a good thing. Good thing the Vista's not going into O'Dowd. Into that jungle. They're lucky they got a neutral site. Because my Dragons, baby, Lou Ritchie's got them playing good basketball
and
at the right time of year.
Steiny. And I know they're just regular guys, but there's some bad high school refs. No, seriously, man. It's like, who do you know on the other team for you to make that? Like, there's something going on.
You sound like you're very difficult to officiate in front of. Let's go to Mike. He's in San Leandro.
I think got thrown out.
Mike, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, man?
It's good, man. It's another beautiful day in the Bay Area. Got to love it out here, regardless of the Warriors not winning and whatnot.
Yeah.
But, there's always future games ahead, so no complaints there.
Right.
Thought I'd throw a little thing your way. Right now, the Hyundai Ioniq 5. It's a beautiful car. They got a couple different off-scene colors, like a Nardo gray. It looks like a darker gray tone. It's pretty neat. I actually used to build Tesla Model S's, Model X's. I'm currently with Polestar.
Oh, there's my car.
Cheapest. Yes, sir.
38,000
right now.
Base model 38,000. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir. 38 to 48, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But right now, they're the top-selling vehicle matched with Lucid, and Lucid is one of our competitors, man. And unless you want a bunch of plastic that's all rickety and cracking, I wouldn't buy one. I wouldn't buy a Tesla either.
No, I want a Polestar.
Wow.
Can you help me out, Mike?
Let me see what I can do, Saint.
All right, Mike and San Leandro. Let's keep in San Lorenzo. Let's keep in touch.
You wish Shasky on them. The bad.
Nobody gets a car anymore. Those radio days are over. Well, you know how I want to say guys just drive Porsches.
Damon had a Porsche, remember? When we were another, I believe, yeah.
What if I told you this?
Uh-oh. You getting? I see you.
Well, I don't know if I'd drive a Porsche.
Well,
What do you mean?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Well,
you got the hair for
just
it.
kind of more of a single car too. Like it's really small. My dad had one before he met my mom, and he immediately got rid of it. So
Tom Cruise and Risky Business. Remember they had the Porsche. Remember his parents went away. He was at the house. He had the Porsche.
You mean Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
No, Risky Business. Tom Cruise, one of his first.
Oh, who's the U-boat commander?
And what was the young lady? Kim. She was Foxy. What was her name?
Rebecca De Mornay.
I always thought it was the blonde.
Kim Basinger?
Yeah, talk to me.
Batman?
No. Risky Business is Rebecca De Mornay. Also, that guy. I think Joey Paliantonio or whatever his name is.
But still, great classic. They had a Porsche.
Yeah, he did. And remember, they opened the door and the fish came out.
There you go.
You're right. Mm-hmm. Steve's in San Francisco. Hey, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, Steiny, I just want to last night I was driving home, and this car pulled up next to me. I was like, man, that's a nice car, man. What is that? It looked like one of them Porsches, four doors, but yeah, it was a Polestar, man. I was like, that's a good choice, man. But I thought they'd be over $50,000, man. That's pretty good for 48 or whatever the guy said.
Yeah, 38 to 48.
That's a cool car, man.
I appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. Some of the texts coming in about the Polestar saying, Steiny, a little smaller than you may think. Little smaller than you may think.
Man, you got action, though.
Let's get back to the Warriors. Peter in Fremont. Let's talk about Draymond Green. What do you think Draymond drives?
Something
European. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Peter.
Hey, the trade deadline just passed,
right?
And we didn't make the move on Ben Simmons. I want to, just want to know what you guys think.
Well, let me ask you this:
he hasn't started a game yet.
Let me ask you this, Peter. Who would you have given up for him?
Well, my buddies think Draymond Green should have left.
Man, where's Spadoni with the buzzer?
Thanks, Peter. I mean, listen. No.
Yeah, ain't none of that.
No.
That's a flagrant one.
First of all, it was being talked about a lot before the season.
I think I was one of them.
I was on the record saying no. I think Simmons and Draymond could have played together. I wouldn't have wanted to trade Draymond for him. That's just me.
I can't wait to see Ben, the new Ben. Simmons.
You think he'll play this year?
He said, somebody said it's coming. It was him or Harden.
925 says he drives a Mercedes wagon.
That's classy. Because you get to do both. You ain't flossing too tough, but you got a
Oh, no. I mean, if you're
Mercedes.
Draymond, it's like you got kids, so you get.
Oh, no doubt. He's probably got 3 cars.
But
I
yeah,
could
at
text
least.
Brownie and find
but
out.
I guarantee he drives to the arena in like a nice
SUV.
coupe.
Yeah.
No, he probably's got the family car. Like that Mercedes wagon's for him and his wife and the kids. But when he's coming to a game at 4:00, I guarantee he's in some kind of
Escalade, dude.
Some kind of.
They're $100K. The new.
No, I think something smaller.
Yeah.
I see
a
him.
Prius.
No, like a
He can't
like a
afford
Porsche,
that.
like a Porsche or something,
Yeah.
or a Lamborghini,
The big body.
or
Ferrari.
Ferrari. Yeah, sure.
They call them Raris.
Yeah, the Lucid starts at like 75.
Oh, good Lord.
That's a little too high for your boy. Joe's in San Francisco. He wants to talk about Steph Curry. What's up?
Oh, well, I think the chef's going to be fine, first off.
Yeah.
But, Steiny, I got to tell you, if you're just commuting, I got a Honda Accord for driving the family around, right?
Okay.
Hybrid, works really well. But for my leisurely travel, I bought an Indian motorcycle. Now, that's the way to ride. Just saying.
I couldn't see you on. Can you ride? I can't. I won't even get no fender benders on motorcycles.
Steiny on a Ducati.
No
That'd be
way.
so sick.
Yeah, I'm a.
I could know.
I think Tatum Channing rides a motorcycle.
Wow.
How about this? Text line saying I look like Tatum Channing. Here's where I got a lot. Here's where I got a lot in common with Tom Brady. I'm not allowed to drive a.
Oh, wow.
Wife's not going to let me drive a motorcycle. They're too dangerous.
Yeah,
They're too dangerous.
Yeah. I got buddies that got hogs and they dress them up. I ain't into it. No fender benders, Steiny.
Those are too dangerous. Yeah. Steph Curry drives only top tier cars. Okay.
Hello.
Steph Curry, you mean the guy making $462,000?
What about the 925 guys? Yeah. I could tell you what they all drive. I worked across the street from them where they pull up in for 4 years. How about you add what they drive? But we're not fishing. Dude, I got to pay off my tees. You forgot.
I totally forgot.
Wow.
But we got to get back onto sports because it looks like
the tees
looks like the Polestar is coming in hot for me.
Back to Wiggins.
Somebody said Mazda makes a pretty cool midsize.
I ain't seen a good Mazda in a minute.
That's
Volkswagen?
No, that's a deep cut from Mazda's old advertising.
Oh,
yeah.
Mazda. Maybe that. Maybe like or something like a Tiguan. A Tiguan. That's a Volkswagen spin-out. But see, Volkswagen's come out with this ID4. It's all electric.
Yeah,
we got one of those, and that's what I'm driving now. I kind of like it, but
somebody said get a scraper since you're from the
I
town.
have no idea what that is.
The big box sheds on the big tires with the gold rims. Those folks, it sounded like you got a gorilla in the back of the trunk pounding.
What's it called? Scrapper or scraper?
Scraper. You're from the town. You see them.
Is that like a hoopty?
Well, it's like
is
a
it
box
like
Chev,
a whip?
And you got the big tires on it, and you seen them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure I dislike them. Stay away from the Tiguan.
Starting man up.
What does that mean, man up?
I guess get on the motorcycle. I ain't on there either.
You know what?
Evil Knievel.
What a nice Beamer, Steiny. BMW? No.
To me, Beamers are
not played out, but I get you.
Yeah, I don't want to.
We
insult.
love BMW at Fairfield, though.
Yeah,
oh my God! I mean, well, that's
have you looked at those SUVs?
They got electrics now.
Yeah,
they got electrics.
No. The BMW
rolling. Yeah. If I had the money, I'd get one.
Me too.
Yeah.
I get two.
There you go.
What was the question you had?
Listen, and this is real, and it starts about last night. What happened with the star lineup?
Tell me more.
If this is about the war and not the battle, we have seen the Warriors win a chip with Kevon Looney coming off the bench. And since he is so tired and giving you everything he's had, it is time to reward the new star on this Golden State Warrior team that came with the 7th pick in last year's draft. It is time we take the Pampers and the training wheels off Jonathan Kuminga and insert him and let him be the lion that he is and learn with Draymond when he comes back. So when you go into this year's playoffs, you got Mr. Reliable Looney coming off the bench. You don't run him into the ground, and you got the star that is upon us in Jonathan Kuminga, who will be the MVP of that game he's playing in this weekend. But Steiny, I mean what I say, and I think it's their secret sauce that they're going to debut going into the offs. And people, 888-957-9570, you call in and tell me and Steiny why you wouldn't do that. Physically, he's a man amongst boys. He's ready. And he can give you. Did you see Looney last night? I love Looney. He had the ball, but he kind of fell down. He was trying to go up, but he fell down. The athleticism is out of this world and unique. Let this kid fly, and I think it would benefit the Warrior team moving forward. So Looney to the bench. He comes off the bench, and you put Kuminga into the starting lineup and let him eat. I thought you would be more mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just out. I have no interest in doing that. None. Zero. Nada.
Why?
What's Looney going to give you off the bench?
What he did in years past. Consistency, and you don't run him in the ground.
You don't have to run him into the ground just because he starts.
Well, they've been doing it. You can't even give him a day off. Hey, everybody, you said the dude that deserves it don't get a night off.
So they're going to start.
Spadoni, how you feel about that?
Okay, they're going to rely on a rookie.
Yeah, but Steiny, he ain't a rookie by himself. You need beef.
Go ahead and try to sell it. You just tried to sell it.
I want to hear our guys in the back.
Guru wants Kuminga to start and Looney because he missed a couple foul shots last night. Now he goes to the bench.
This is a reward.
For who?
Looney.
Try to sell that to him.
Yeah, why would you even say that? Why would you say that?
No,
it's not a reward to Kevon Looney.
My premise was they've been running him in the ground, right?
It's probably more realistic that he doesn't finish
games. He wants to play every game.
Yeah, he can still start. I don't know about the finishing part. I know last night was because he was on Jokic.
Back?
No, I want to double down on Kuminga starting. Forget Looney. He's ready, Steiny. Physically, I'm telling you, this kid is ready.
That's only part of it.
Well, hey, how many people you think would call and say he's not ready to start, or they would like that? It would give the Warriors firepower from the beginning. Honestly, I'm being real. The kid is ready. I sound
fall
like
in love with guys who see. Okay, what about?
He's not in over his head.
What about when Wiseman comes back? How are we using Wiseman the other?
Well, the real Wiseman is Kuminga. He hasn't had the setbacks with the injury. Physically, he's strong enough. And Steiny, I feel like last night, and I know it was about GP2, but it should have been about Kuminga. He should have got that start. He's earned it, and he's not perfect. But I'm telling you, he has something other teams. Denver didn't have any. Well, they had Jokic. But they didn't have an answer for Kuminga had he got more minutes. Take advantage of that.
Aaron Gordon can't guard Kuminga?
No, Aaron Gordon, I was going to talk to you about him. He ain't a myth, and I know he's from Midi in San Jose, and I dunks, and I got it, but he ain't ever going to reach his full potential, man. That dude should be a perennial all-star. And Kuminga could be that and deliver. That's what I'm talking about, dude. He's a physical mismatch, Steiny, and he ain't scared of nothing. The dude can get dunk and jump and cut. I mean, let's give me more Kuminga. Maybe I should have said that.
Played 22 minutes last night. That's not enough? And here it is. Well, who should he play for? That's outside my pay grade.
No, I'm just...
Who's Kuminga playing 30 minutes? Who's coming out? Looney?
Well, Looney played 27. What if he got 7 of Looney's minutes last night?
All right. Are you better? Is Kuminga better than Looney?
I think when you get to play these big boys, and I remember the Christmas game at Phoenix, he did the reverse layup, Kuminga off the glass. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you need more of that young athleticism that we talk about because it's all hinged on the big three. Just mark my words, guys, and mark the tape. Kuminga's going to have a bigger role second half and especially the playoffs. You heard it here first. It's real.
He might.
Oh,
he makes that. But you're omitting his mistakes on the defense.
Oh no, I'm not. And I say he's not.
And you're forgetting that when you're playing with Steph,
he blocked the shot last night.
Draymond and
Kuminga,
Clay.
Yeah,
that you don't need a guy who's erratic. You need a guy who's solid. And Kuminga's a first-year player. He's going to make a lot of mistakes.
You know what? I love the word erratic, and I feel like the more you get the opportunity to do something, you become less erratic. And he's trying so hard because he knows that, you know what I mean? The string is going to be pulled. But if he has that freedom, Morgan Freeman, that freedom, cry freedom, Steiny, you could get the best of this kid.
Kevon Looney is a terrific defensive player.
I love Looney, Steiny.
So you're going to take a hit defensively, probably. Wouldn't you agree with that? You got Kevon Looney, who's anchored a championship defense for 5 years.
How big a hit, though?
As opposed to Kuminga, who's 19 or 20, and now you want Kuminga to anchor a defense. Like, this is where Draymond Green will take his head off.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like, this
Dre's
is where,
the anchor.
This is where...
Is there two anchors or one anchor when it's Dre and Looney? I thought Dre was the anchor.
What do you think, Draymond? Hey, Draymond, we're going into the playoffs. Big games. Money time. Who do you want alongside of you, Kuminga or Looney? What's Looney?
Okay, I'll give you that, but I'll go back to this and I'll leave it alone. What Draymond said about Kuminga made me love and respect Dre more. What he has, we ain't got. And that's when I'm like, that's what the NBA is, Steiny. They got something with the kid, and you're not saying he's not. I'm just saying, what if he was to get that tutelage, on-the-job training with Dre in high-leverage situations?
You're going to do that in the playoffs.
Or 15, like Fitz said, 14, 15 games before?
I just think you're underestimating rookies in the playoffs. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, what's going on? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, how we doing?
Doing good.
Hey, man, so, Steiny, I don't know who you got to talk to, bro, but we got to get good drug testing, bro. I don't know what he's smoking,
that hurts.
What he's been sipping on. I don't know what it is, but, man, Kevon Looney's been our iron horse, bro. He's been, the guy wants to play all 82 games, so why are you going to put him on the bench? The only thing that I would agree with is that if we ever go to a small ball lineup, I would put Draymond Green at the 4 and Kuminga at the 5 so that we have that extra athleticism to try to grab that board. Let's say if Klay Thompson misses a 3 or Steph misses a 3, here you got Kuminga coming down the lane to just slam it back in and we go back on the defense. Now, I do have one hot topic for you fellas to talk about on Kevon Looney. If we were to win 2 more championships with Kevon Looney in our starting lineup, I believe he should be a Hall of Famer. All right, fellas, have a good one.
Well, I was getting ready to roar, but yeah, he is pro Looney. Look what I'm saying, people. It's not just about defense, and we saw that last night with Jokic. Sometimes you got to tip your cap, and there's all kind of offensive great players throughout the league you're going to see in the playoffs. I'm talking about offensively, Kuminga is way more dynamic than Looney, and that's not an indictment. It's just truth. So I just feel like the Warriors were tap dancing Gregory Hines on, he's a rookie, this or that. But he's everything Wiseman wasn't in his first year. And I'm saying use that. And physically, he's a mismatch, Steiny. So if you keep, it's going to be some turbulence and growing pains. But if you trust him, and trust what's around him, the Warriors become more dynamic on the offensive end. And I'm talking about rebounds, go up and dunk it. Not rebounds and pass them back out.
When you come out of dreamland, let me help you.
Go ahead, 3D.
So you've been complaining about size. You've been complaining about rebounding. So now you're going to replace your best rebounder, Kevon Looney, with maybe your worst front court rebounder. Kuminga averages 7 rebounds a game per 36 minutes.
I got you.
Looney averages 13 rebounds per 36 minutes. So you're going to get, and if rebounding is defense, now your defense got a lot worse.
Now, okay, I can't
He
argue
doesn't
that,
rebound, Goo.
But
Period.
You are up until this point. But now when you have that, Kerr, hey, let me talk to you in the office. This is what we got going. I'm going to insert you into the starting lineup. Things change. And then you watch and monitor it if you do it before the playoffs to see if he knows now what's expected of him because...
What's the reason you're going to a lineup change? Just because you've lost 4 out of 5?
No, because Jonathan Kuminga is a star. And if you're going to go toe-to-toe with these other teams... I want to use
Kuminga,
everything we have.
20-year-old Kuminga gives you a better shot against the Suns.
With that, you seen that body?
Than Kevon Looney.
When you put it like that.
But you just said you're taking Looney out of the starting lineup
Looney's
for Kuminga.
Playing still. It's just less. It ain't like Looney's not touching the floor.
Playing more.
And we got Wiseman. When Wiseman comes in,
you're going to play.
We can get those rebounds.
Two 20-year-olds on your way to the title.
I'm on to something. Okay. I'm just telling you. And Looney's not going away, people. I'm just saying we get more of Kuminga and less of Looney. Just a thought.
How much we got, Spino? Hey, Spino, how much we got?
We got a show meeting, too.
Is that official?
How do you not like it?
Because I want to get out of here. That's why. Spino, how much we got here? And do we have a meeting? Do we know this?
Yes, we do. Minute 10.
So we have a meeting?
There in attendance as well. So that makes you feel a little better, right, Steiny?
How much time?
A minute.
Topic of the conversation, Bob Dylan.
You gotta flood that. Just remember this conversation, Sonny.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
One of the things that really annoys me.
Biggest games of the year coming up for the Warriors stretch drive. And let's go with James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga to bring it home. Yes, you did. You said play them both more.
No, I didn't use the word both.
I don't even need them.
I guess not.
No, stop, guys.
You're not going to win a title playing those. You're not going to win a title playing those guys 20 minutes a night.
Right.
Come on,
I didn't say it was Guy. It was Guy.
No, you said Wiseman too. You said I'm on to something with Wiseman and Kuminga.
Wiseman.
You said I'm on to something with Wiseman.
You talked about the disadvantage rebounding. Wiseman will get some rebounds when he's in the game.
Wiseman's not a good rebounder either per 36.
Okay, but he has opportunity to show us he's gotten better. The premise of this is Kuminga's a star. I want more of him.
He's not a star yet, Goo.
Watch.
He's not.
Well, he's on the track.
So he's a starter on a championship team right now. Jonathan Kuminga.
I just want
Why would you want to do that
to
him?
More.
Seriously,
he's on his way, Steiny. Yeah. Buckle up.
All right. Who's now?
It's say both. Yeah.
Dan Devone and Ray Ratto. Bob Costas joining him at 5.
Oh, great. All right. Don't go anywhere, moves.
Make who?
The morning roast is the best way to start your day.
Trey Lance, with the supporting cast that he has, and you telling me he's not ready? He can't play well? He can't play just as well as Jimmy? We acting like Jimmy Garoppolo set the
Aimed at 555, don't get me wrong. But right now, you should be fine.
Literally, I was just happened to be walking through the lobby and they say, hey, what are you doing this afternoon? All right, we're not going to do this for very long, but let's just get into the Warriors losing by a digit last night to the Nuggets. Yeah, you can break this down, and we've been doing it all day long, but it just seems when you boil this down that, hey, listen, you're circling the drain. Can you keep afloat until Draymond Green is healthy, whenever that is, and things will be back to normal? Is that a scenario you're buying into, Ray?
No, because if you're second in the conference, you're not circling any drain. I mean, would it be useful to them not to end up behind Memphis? Sure. But do you envision a way that they don't make the playoffs? No, they're in. So once they're healthy, they have more than a counterpuncher's chance. The only thing that a Warrior fan should be troubled by is the fact that they're having a harder time stopping teams than they did earlier in the year. Now, part of that is because their schedule's gotten tougher. Denver's a tough out, and it's a tough out for them in particular because they have zero answer to Nikola Jokic. Now, a lot of teams don't, but the Warriors, because they are small, have even less of an answer. But in general, they're not circling the drain. People fell in love with the notion that this was the best team in basketball when they were 18-2. The problem is, at the very same time, Phoenix was 19-3. So there's never really been a point in the year where you could look at the Warriors and say, hands down, without question, they're the best team in basketball. Because Phoenix was always on their tail, and now they're 6.5 games ahead. That's more of a statement about how good Phoenix is than how, quote, bad the Warriors might be. The Warriors are perfectly fine. And the one thing that they have trouble with right now is a thing that they can fix without too much trouble, and that's better defense.
Does that defense include, because you always hear this oversimplified, that they got to go big. They need a legitimate 7-footer. They need somebody that can counter the likes of a Jokic, although I don't think that player exists on this planet. Is it Draymond? Is that enough? Or does this team need to get somebody like that of James Wiseman in-house? And how much can you count on a guy that, quite frankly, the last time I saw him was thoroughly confused when it came to defensive rotations? Is this a team that will be better defensively, or do they need to get big? Are they vertically challenged? And is that what we're looking at here?
Look, they are who they are. And their bigs essentially are going to be Kevon Looney, Jonathan Kuminga, and to the extent that he can contribute, James Wiseman. But you also have Draymond Green, who can play some 5. They'll be okay height-wise. It's their perimeter defense that is more of an issue, because if they're not allowing a lot of open threes, they are allowing other players to blow past them and get toward the basket and set up kickouts. And that's where the problem is. It's not that they're night in and night out getting bullied inside. It's that the defense that they were playing earlier in the year and had come to rely on is now no longer there. And it's not just Draymond Green's absence, because their defense, because Green's now missed 20 games since his back went out. The first 12, they were fine. They were still among the league leaders in defense. It's the last 9 where their opponents have shot like 48% that you can look and say, these guys aren't guarding well enough. That's the fix. It's not wait for Draymond Green or wait for James Wiseman. It's get better in the meantime, because you've been able to do that before.
It just seemed, well, let me get this first read in, by the way. I do the weekends. I literally turn the on switch on and then I leave 4 hours later. Here I got to do reads every 5 seconds.
See, that's wrong. Don't do them. Fight the power. Rage against the machine.
Yeah, I can't rage against BMW. They'll crush me. I'll end up in the bay in cement shoes. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. You know, Ray, listen, this predates me going back to the days of Nate Thurman and Clifford Ray, but ever since I've been around, the Warriors have never had a legitimate center. And Bogut really changed that culture because now you could effectively play this inside-out game, right? This wasn't run TMC. This season, it wasn't even Stack Jack and Baron Davis and company. Now you had a legitimate guy who could rim protect, who was a number 1 pick out of Utah. And then, that torch was passed on to Kevin Durant and then JaVale McGee, say what you will, but he was serviceable. And the Warriors seem to always address having that thumper in the middle, whether it was Mark West, granted not a 7-footer, and or Jaja Pachulia. I mean,
you mean David West?
David West, sorry. Should Dub Nation be concerned that this is a bit of a high wire act, albeit elevated in a much better defense with Draymond Green, but the absence of that big if James Weissman isn't good to go?
Jonathan Kuminga has solved part of that problem. Now, is he a guy you can rely on for 30 minutes a night in a playoff scenario in which they're playing good teams every night? As yet untested. But he's what they got. Every team's got a weakness. Nobody is the Warriors of 2017. Everybody's got a hole. Phoenix has a hole. You deal with it. The Warriors have been dealing with that much of the year, and they have the second best record in basketball, which means they've dealt with it pretty well so far. The concerning thing for Warrior fans is that they're having more trouble when they play better teams. They went 18-2 with one of the easiest schedules in the NBA. But you're supposed to beat those teams. If you take away, that start, they're still like 24-15. They're still a more than merely competent team. It's just that people's expectations went through the sky when they started as well as they did. And now they're realizing that, hey, this is hard again. I don't know that anybody in their right mind thought that with the Warriors off of last year were going to have the best record in basketball through 60 games. And they don't. But people are acting like they should. And the truth is, they've got holes. They haven't really been a great shooting team this year, but they've been a great defensive team. And the thing that makes you wonder about them now is that, like I said, the last 9 games, they haven't defended very well. But that's fixable. Defense is the easiest thing to fix in basketball, especially on a team that's been doing it for the previous 50 games. So the Warrior fans should not be worried. They should be disappointed that the defense has slipped. But if it's costing you a moment's sleep, get another hobby.
We're going to get to some of the teams that they got to walk down, the before-mentioned Phoenix Suns. But I mentioned Clifford Ray. You might be the only person that can attest to this. But I read an article that Clifford Ray, the former center, used to keep a Christmas tree in his house year-round. Any truth to that?
That could be. I was unaware of it.
All right.
His interior decor was not an issue.
The Phoenix Suns, this is a team, obviously, that's, stands between the Warriors and getting to that Western Conference title and or another NBA championship. Let's just talk about them for a minute. It's a Phoenix Sun team that's been very good, but listen, they've been healthy. And
actually they haven't.
All right. Well,
they have the fourth,
comparatively speaking,
they have the 4th most missed games of any team in the NBA. And so, yeah, they have not been healthy. They missed a lot of time when Ayton was hurt. They missed some time when Bridges was hurt. The guy who's been healthy,
CP3,
has been the guy everybody thinks, he's made of styrofoam and he'll pull a hamstring tomorrow. He's missed 5 games in the last 3 years. He's been an Iron Man. His health has not really been a concern, even though he hurt his hand last night on Jason Jason Tate, he's been pretty regular. I mean, even Devin Booker's missed 7 games this year. No, the Suns have missed but
not to the extent of maybe like that of the Warriors or some of the other teams in terms of guys being shelved for a good month. I mean, their core has been pretty much intact. Everybody, especially with COVID this year, has taken a hit. But I think that, the Suns, granted, they've missed guys, but healthier than most. Is that accurate?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, DeAndre Ayton's important to them.
That's true.
And he's missed 20 games
You're
himself.
Right.
So is he as important to the Suns as Draymond Green is to the Warriors? Probably not. But the difference isn't that great. It just the Suns have dealt with being shorthanded as well.
We are going to get into the Suns. We're going to talk about this team as well as the Warriors. How do the Warriors match up? Speaking of DeAndre Ayton, there's another big. He destroyed them the first time the two teams met. It is Dan Navone filling in for Damon Bruce alongside Ray Ratto. We're going to continue here on 95.7 The Game right after this.
See, it doesn't
Exogen
suck
agrees
yet.
with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exogen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exogen.com.
Don't miss a second of Steiny and Guru with the Odyssey app.
And filling in for Damon Bruce, this is Dan Avone alongside Ray Ratto. Look at that all-star break, and Damon's gone, man. Smart man.
Yeah, he's malingering.
Don't forget, we are sponsored by Exergen next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Actually, that's one read. We are sponsored by Exergen, Ray. Pause. Next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we are giving you a chance to win a framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It's a text-to-win contest, and you will have opportunities to qualify throughout each show, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So tune in starting on Monday of next week for your chance to win. By the way, the thing is sitting right behind me. It is pretty sharp. And the man that Klay Thompson, as well as the rest of the Golden State Warriors, are going to have to keep an eye on, go through, to get to the Western Conference and back to an NBA Finals of the before-mentioned Phoenix Suns. Just want to do somewhat of a deep dive because we don't get a chance to talk about the other teams in the NBA and those Suns. Are there any warts on this squad? How about the analogy that this Phoenix Sun team is essentially mirrors the one that the Warriors and that dynastic run of a couple of years ago are very similar with what Steve Kerr started and or inherited with what we're looking at currently with this year's Suns?
The run-up is similar. They have no rings yet, but they got to a final last year. The thing to remember is that 3 years ago, they were 19-63, which is awful. They were the worst team in basketball. The next year, they were pretty miserable until like that little play-in tournament that they had because of COVID, where they won all 8 of their games, and they still were 5 games under 500. And didn't get in the postseason either. Since then, last year, they were very, very good, got to the final, took a 2-0 lead on Milwaukee before losing the next 4. So their turnaround has been maybe even a little more abrupt than Golden State's, but you can see the similarities. That Golden State in 2012 was a bad team. In 13, they made the playoffs. In 14, they made the playoffs. In 15, they won a championship. So in that way, the Suns are on a similar pace to get to where the Warriors went. They're not close to being there yet. And there's no indication that in year 3 of whatever their run of success is going to be, that they're going to find a Kevin Durant. But if you look in the rearview mirror, they do have similarities. I mean, they have a dynamic guard in Devin Booker. Mikal Bridges is kind of a Draymond Green light. They don't really have a Klay Thompson yet, but DeAndre Ayton is better than Andrew Bogut was. So, I mean, there are similarities. But as I say, it's still very much a work in progress.
By the way, in a matter of moments, we will discuss all of this, including the Golden State Warriors, with ESPN's George Sedano, who's going to join us in about 3.5 minutes.
Unless he's drunk.
But he can still join us. We're drunk from yesterday and that Los Angeles celebration?
No, he might have been drunk from Friday.
Can I just digress for a moment? Speaking of Los Angeles, and I saw
Knock yourself out.
Matthew Stafford, throwing him back, having a good time. I did a show. This is going down a completely different rabbit hole. I did a show the other night of how Matthew Stafford, we were talking about Matthew Stafford, and all everybody wanted to talk about, of course, was that tweet by that of Richard Sherman. And the entire discussion was about how he's not a Hall of Famer and how this guy is not a top-tier quarterback. Is this an indictment of sort of where we live right now with all these coconuts on social media? Every idiot's got a YouTube network or a blog or a vlog. This dude didn't even have 2 hours to sort of dance in the limelight of a Super Bowl championship. The vitriol, Ray. What's going on?
He's done all the dancing he wants to do. It's easy to ignore the internet if you don't go on it. And most athletes are either learning to tackle it or ignore it. And let's face it, the internet has not been kind to him. But I don't know that he's a Hall of Famer yet. The idea that you have to suddenly ask that question after this year that he's had is probably the problem. It's because we don't have any sense of, big picture perspective. If they had lost to the Bengals, if Cooper Kupp does not make that play in the end zone, is anybody talking about him as a Hall of Famer? No. I mean, well, I answered for you. That was wrong.
No, but I guess my bigger point is, why are we even wallowing in that? Can't we even give him a week to 10 days? It just seems as though we live in vitriol. Yeah, he won a Super Bowl, but this is what he hasn't done, and that's all that's dominated sports talk radio, and that's all you hear about.
Well, that's the fault of sports talk radio for taking the bait. I mean, we haven't had the Matthew Stafford Hall of Fame debate here. I mean, I think Damon wanted to at one point, but like the events of the day get in the way. I mean, my feeling is if Matthew Stafford decides to quit tomorrow and go live in the woods, he's not a Hall of Famer. There are guys who are better than him. You know, Matt Ryan's got better numbers, but he doesn't have a ring. Kenny Anderson, better numbers, doesn't have a ring. I mean, there are 4 or 5 guys you can look at. Russell Wilson's got a ring. You know, there are guys out there. Do we have to rush and put him in the Hall of Fame? No, he's not there today. And you have to guess what kind of career he has ahead of him. Now, maybe he does become a drop-dead Hall of Famer. But, no, the beast has to be fed. There's more bandwidth than there ever was before. And most people in the media just want to talk about football all the time. It's stultifying. There is no baseball right now. The NBA's in the dog days. And now they're in the All-Star break. The NHL resonates some places, not others. The Olympics is, it's being played 15 hours, away from our normal viewing cycle. People don't want to put football down, so they have to grope for, well, what's the future going to be like for him? Who the hell knows? He just finished a parade. It's okay to say, I don't have an opinion on this yet, but nobody wants to get caught doing that. They need to have an opinion about Matthew Stafford. That's the imagination of people in the business, and it's their failure. Shame on them. They should all be fired.
I want to come back to that conversation, and I want to drop in that article earlier this year when it was the first time that the great Tom Brady intimated that he's thinking about retirement. It was in Sports Illustrated. But let's get back to basketball and bring in our man George Sedano from ESPN. Obviously covers the NBA. George, how are you this afternoon? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good, and Ray, I'm with you. I feel like we live in this world where everybody needs to have instant analysis and an instant take, and I think that could be dangerous too, right? Like, granted, not on something like Matthew Stafford because it's just sports, although it is his life. But yeah, like I do hate that we have to be so quick at everything. Like, sometimes it's better to kind of lean back and listen and think for a minute before you open your mouth or punch a keyboard.
Well,
or punch a producer.
Yeah, that's always a good idea. Luke, where are you?
Sure, too.
But Luke already looks like somebody punched him a couple of times, so it's not going to help.
Fair.
George, you know what? I wanted to go to NBA, but I just want to stay on that for a second because I'll bring up my Tom Brady analogy right now. So Tom Brady said what I thought was really poignant at the time, and this is like 3 months ago in an article in SI, and he said, winning now is not the same. There's no joy. It's just relief. You're keeping the barbarians at the gate. He says everybody has this level of expectations that everybody's going to be perfect at that quarterback position. And essentially he was like, I want to step out of this thing. Maybe to a certain degree it explains what it is that Sean McVay's thinking about. I don't know whether that's leverage, whether he's seriously considering walking away from the sport. And as it relates again to our conversation about Matthew Stafford and or players in the NBA, it's just the coconuts now that create a lot of this pressure because they have access to being, quote unquote, a media player with their hot takes.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. Like, I think all of it is nuts. Like, I can give you an example. I obviously didn't play professional sports, but I can give you like a fan example. I grew up a Yankees fan because my dad was a Yankees fan, right? And I never felt like he was joyous when they won. I felt like he was relieved, to your point, right? Because there's always this like notion like, oh, the Yankees need to win. They have to win. And I think that just living that kind of life sucks. Like, it's just joyless, right? And I don't know. It just, I don't love it. I don't love the way that we do it as media. I don't love the way that even fans now feel that way. But certainly when it comes to professional athletes, coaches, etc., I just think that we should just kind of take a moment and just take a breath, right? And just kind of look around and just be, happy for a minute. Like, yeah, I'm with you guys entirely on this.
Well, I mean, I think the Brady remark about relief has always been true. I mean, there are any number of athletes going back to the 50s who always found that losing was more damaging to their soul than winning was rewarding. Mm-hmm. So I think in some ways that's kind of a statement about the nature of competition anyway. But, you know, I think the idea that somehow somebody else is responsible for an athlete's happiness and victory is maybe a little misguided. I mean, I think too many athletes, because of the culture we live in, are worried about their legacy while they're still building it.
Right.
You know, it's just, history will take care of itself. You know, you just keep playing and enjoying, a great lifestyle, doing the thing you love until you can't do it anymore. Then if you want to worry about your legacy, knock yourself out. But, we always sit there and focus, well, what is Aaron Rodgers' legacy? Well, he hasn't retired yet.
Yeah, right. I'm 100% with you. It's so funny because, obviously, and I know Matthew Stafford's wife, Kelly, had talked about this openly, too, about everyone, discussing whether he's a Hall of Famer. And, she made the most astute point, which is that, you just said it, his career's not over yet. And, I know my colleague, Mina Kimes, was on First Take and basically said that, he's not a Hall of Famer yet, but he's probably got several more years to play. So can we just kind of hold off for and figure out all that stuff when the time is right? Let's just let the man have a few beers, smoke a few stogies, and worry about his legacy when that matters.
George Sedano from ESPN joins us here today. And George, let's bring this back home to the Golden State Warriors. Losers 4 of their last 5. Is this a team that, well, I'll let you handicap it. Is it more than they just need Draymond Green back in the fold?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me. It would have been funny if you would have asked me a Steph legacy question there. That would have been pretty hilarious. But
is he a failure because they haven't won a title in the last 3 weeks?
So, look, Draymond is a big part of it, right? Come on. Obviously, defensively, he's incredible. He would have been the defensive player of the year, a shoo-in, I think, to win this year. I know the Rudy Gobert people and the Utah Jazz people get really mad when you say that, but when you look at what Draymond does and how he affects the entire opposing offense and how he can guard anyone, basically, I think that changes it some for sure. I mean, there's really only a couple of players that can do that at a really high level, and he happens to be one of them. So I think that's a huge part of it. And look, we can't overlook what he does on offense. He allows Steph to be free, man, to just kind of roam around and run people off screens and do all the crazy fun Steph stuff that he does. When he's not out there, Steph has to handle more of the ball. And it's just not as... I don't know. I just don't think that they're as free-flowing when he's doing that. Not to say that when Draymond's there, he doesn't handle some. We know that, right? But the burden of that responsibility falls way more on him when Draymond isn't around. So I think, honestly, there's that. And Steph has had basically from the turn of the calendar specifically, right, has not had a Steph-like stretch. He's had some moments here more recently, right, where it's been a little better. But he, for 2 or a month and a half, he hasn't played with the guy we saw earlier in the season. I don't think that's anything more than just a slump. I'm not, going to have one of these hot takes and be like, is Steph Curry done? Have we seen the best of Steph Curry? That's ridiculous. Of course, he's not done, and he's great. And he's just going through a little bit of a pro slump, and everybody does in their career. Despite that, he's still a top 5 MVP candidate, in my opinion. So I think it's a little bit of the Steph stuff, where he struggled a little bit by his standards, obviously, since January 1st. And the Draymond stuff is absolutely the biggest thing.
Flipping this on its head, if Green comes back, are the Warriors then the best team in basketball? Or has Phoenix done enough to establish that they are now the team to beat?
That's a tough question, Ray. I believe styles make fights, okay? And I believe that the Warriors' style can beat the Suns over a 7-game series if both teams are equal from a health perspective. But I do think that it's not a foregone conclusion that they would win that particular series, by any means. So I think that when they're both healthy, I think that they're like 1 and 1A at the moment. The thing with Phoenix that's been fantastic to watch this season, we started just a little bit of it last year, but this season has been a real thing to watch, which is the fourth quarter, and particularly the last 5 minutes of games. And, you attribute that a lot to Chris Paul, obviously, but just Devin Booker, right? And all these guys, Mikal Bridges, they all know their roles, and they know how to close a team in a close game. And I think that that's the thing with them that I think they've made even bigger leaps from last season to this season, which makes them even more dangerous.
We're talking to George Sedano from ESPN. And George, a lot has been made of the fact that the Warriors just simply don't have that quote-unquote conventional big. Does this season sort of hang in the balance with the return of one James Wiseman, and what can the Warriors and or their fan base expect of the young man?
Well, I think if he can play like we thought he could play, and he can stay healthy, I think he helps. Because Kevon Looney, I love him as a role player. I think he's great. You probably need a more, particularly because if you play Phoenix, right, DeAndre Ayton game has evolved, and you need someone to perhaps keep up with him too, right? Not to say that Draymond can't do it, but I just think it'd be nice to be able to throw a different body at him occasionally, or a couple of bodies. And then if you get out of the West, you look at Joel Embiid, right? Like, let's say Philly comes out. You need someone there, right? I don't think there's any question about that you need bodies against him. Even Milwaukee, because of Giannis and just how much pressure he puts on the rim, that you just need bodies to protect the paint as much as possible, because he's the catalyst of everything they do. I don't know if the whole building the wall on Giannis works still. I think it works for certain teams that have the right bodies to do it. And I think that, like Miami has shown, even though last year they got swept, but they were all dinged up, and all these teams after the bubble was a disaster. Like, they've got a guy in Bam Adebayo who they can actually guard him with, like one-on-one, and he actually does the best job of anybody guarding him. And I think Draymond can have similar success against him. But, what if he gets into foul trouble? Like, you just need to be able to have somebody protecting the rim. And I think Wiseman and, obviously Looney, gives you a little bit more there. So I do think it's important to have him there. I mentioned Philly, Milwaukee, Miami, got Bam Adebayo. They've got guys that you're going to need some size with, right, just to kind of mess with them a little bit. Like, as much as I think Draymond can play Bam straight up if they met in the finals, I still think Bam's game has expanded so much recently that you need to throw different looks at him. And, whether that's the conventional big man or a guy like Draymond, I think that'd be important. So I think from a pure chess piece standpoint, you'd want Wiseman to be a part of it. Do I think it's a necessary thing? No, I don't know if it's necessary, but, man, you would love to have that luxury.
As you do what you do in Los Angeles, this may be a loaded question, but what are you most sick of discussing in the last 2 weeks? The Nets-Sixers trade or the Lakers?
The Stafford trade or the Lakers? Is that what
No, the Nets-Sixers trade.
Oh, the Nets-Sixers trade. We didn't do a ton on the Nets-Sixers trade. I mean, we did some. Listen, it's absolutely just like the disarray of the Lakers right now. And, you've got a general manager going out there at the deadline saying that he didn't act on the trade deadline because there was nothing there for them that he felt was a net positive, and that he was in concert with his two stars, who, by the way, that's something he's done in the past. He has said that. He has been in concert with them in the past. And then our own McMenamin at ESPN reporting on SportsCenter hours later that statement is totally false, is the way he described it. It's been a crazy, crazy season here with the whole Russell Westbrook drama. LeBron kind of subtweeting, for lack of a better phrase, the organization. Like, when he went back to Miami, he was glowing about Eric Spoelstra in Miami and this, that, and his time there. I mean, he went on and on and on and on, and people here are receiving the, like, well, wait a second, what's happening here? And, me as someone who's covered him for over a decade now, I'm like, oh, I know exactly what's happening here. This is like Mr. Passive Aggressive. And I say that with a lot of delight, to be honest with you, because he makes my life a lot easier because of some of his commentary, whether it's on a microphone or on social media. Even today, I'll give you an example. We're going to talk about this today in probably like 30 minutes, where they showed the Rams tweeted out a picture of Les Snead, the general manager, where he has that T-shirt where it says "F them picks," and LeBron's like, "Yeah, my kind of guy," because of course, not trade the picks to get off of Russell Westbrook's contract. So now, there's the great thing about LeBron, which I find fantastic, is that there's always plausible deniability. I can just be rooting for the Rams. Why can't I be rooting for the Rams? I think it's great. I think it's like a fun part of covering him for all this time is that you can kind of just see what he's up to, but he can deny it, and it's great. Like, you can't really ever pin him down on stuff. And despite, on top of just being a great player, like, he's just a fun person to cover because there's always something surrounding his orbit.
George, Nikola Jokic, despite being the reigning MVP, is he still underrated?
You know what? I would say yes, as ridiculous as that sounds. Because I feel like this is the way I judge this stuff, and maybe it's unfair, right? Like, if I walked up to a random person at a sporting event, and I'd be like, what do you know about Nikola Jokic? I don't think I'd get a lot of good answers, right? So, and certainly if I did that beyond a sporting event, I wouldn't get very good answers. So I think that stuff plays a role in it. And I think because of that, because they're on the West Coast, because they're not on a glamour team per se, I do think that he's still somewhat underrated in the eyes of people who are maybe casual sports fans or even just casual NBA fans. But, I mean, look, if you cover this league or you watch this game, like, you know how incredible he is. And he was a guy that a couple of years ago, not that long ago, Michael Malone would take him off for offense-defense. Like, this was like 3 or 4 years ago, like not that long ago. And now, like, you wouldn't even fathom doing something like that because he's improved some on that end, but because of his impact, particularly on offense and how he affects a game. I was actually watching a game, I want to say it was like a month ago. They were playing the Clippers on ESPN, and he had this unbelievable pocket pass across the court with like seconds remaining in an overtime to Aaron Gordon for a game-winning three-pointer. And it was as perfect a pass as I'd seen all season. Like, when I think of, like, the people who could have made that pass with that kind of precision, maybe LeBron and Chris Paul, but even considering he was being doubled by two big guys, like, Chris Paul could not have launched it over people the way that he did to get it to the corner. Maybe LeBron is probably the only person in the league because of the difficulty or the degree of difficulty. But yes, to answer your question, as crazy as it sounds, yes, he is still underrated to some extent.
George Sedano, ESPN, knows the NBA as well as anybody. Like always, strong stuff, and we really appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Have a good one.
A reminder, we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. When we continue here, Dan Avone and Ray Ratto, we are going to talk. Yes, I know it's been done to death, Ray, but we are going to get into that trade. Harden, Ben Simmons, we're going to dust it off, get Ray's take at a different angle. We continue here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any...
Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
This is Dan Bone filling in for Damon Bruce alongside Ray Ratto. A reminder that we are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. Ray, by the way, that reminds me. So when I was a television sportscaster out in Seattle, and it was the NBC, Sports Bay Area that flew me in for an audition. And so they had me do, I think it was like for a Giants pregame show, and I simulated a show. One of the segments, you probably don't remember this, they had me do like a mock postgame show, and they said, you're going to be with Ray Ratto, and I think there was some other bozo like Vita Blue or Bill Lasky. And I was saying to myself, you got to be kidding me. This is my audition in San Francisco, and it's Ray Ratto, the curmudgeon. He's just going to torch me. This is ridiculous. And you were actually really kind. You weren't really kind, but I think you recognized that I got to make this guy look good.
No, that wasn't it. I just, punch up, don't punch down. You were nervous. I got through it.
Yeah, you don't even remember.
It hastened my first drink of the day.
There you go.
That's all I can say.
It's all about happy hour when you really break it down.
Oh, no question. There's no other reason to do anything.
Let's get it. Speaking of drinking.
See, you like that segue.
I do. That's the perfect segue to just about anything. The James Harden, Ben Simmons, yes, we're going to dust that off, Ray, because I want to go at it from a different angle. First of all, you wanted to get into the landscape of the NBA. Who are those teams that are favorite to win it? Who is it that the Warriors are going to have to catch and or pass? Let's just take a little snapshot, a glimpse out there in the Eastern Conference. And this trade involving Ben Simmons and, of course, James Harden. And I asked you at the break, I'm like, what's that stat called? And you told me, boom, usage rate. I pilfered this from somebody. I think it was Ryan Russillo. I read this. You know the usage rate, the player with the highest usage rate? I think it was Westbrook dominated during that triple-double run. And then, of course, you have James Harden, who's year in and year out, right there, the player who dominates the ball. Even Kobe Bryant, going back to 2005 and 2006. This is well-researched. None of those guys have any success in the postseason. They're either one and done. I think Allen Iverson is the only guy who had the highest usage rate that actually got to an NBA Finals. You know what James Harden is. He leads that league in usage rate. What is it about him and Daryl Morey? What does Daryl Morey see in that guy saying, that's the centerpiece, that's the dude I need to get to an NBA title?
He sees a guy who has been an excellent player for a long time, but who has largely been alone. And what he sees in him now is a guy who can be a complement to Joel Embiid and a guy he has much greater comfort level with than he did with Ben Simmons, because he had no comfort with him, especially after the disastrous playoff. So when he decided to do this deal, when he decided, I'm going to have to move Simmons at some point, he got it into his head that he was not going to give away the best player in the trade. He wanted somebody that he regarded as better, and the guy who was available eventually was Harden. That's what he sees in him. It's somebody who made the Houston Rockets, while Daryl Morey was the general manager, an important team in the NBA. Not a champion, but an important team. And I think he's trying to recreate that in Philadelphia while getting rid of a guy who he knew full well was never going to play for him.
And I want to go there as well. And by the way, I know a lot of people go after Daryl Morey with good reason. I think this guy's brilliant. When I listen to him talk, I'm like, that is a smart guy. It's just this love affair, again, with James Harden, oftentimes doesn't make a lot of sense. But the guy he was traded for, Ben Simmons, and this is where I wanted to spread into, and that is, of course, the player empowerment, which just seems like it's got to a level with these two coconuts being traded for one another to epic levels. Because if you're a fan these days, I mean, just to go back to James Harden when he was at Houston, didn't want to be there anymore, so he got fat, went to strip clubs. Ben Simmons clearly was out in Philadelphia, although I don't know what the hell Philadelphia did to him. He's the guy who refused to play in the fourth quarter. And is it Clutch that sort of has changed this entire dynamic that, hey, listen, just don't play, will get you to where it is that you're going, starting with, Anthony Davis out in New Orleans. That's the game plan. And if it is, at some point, when does NBA fans or when did that fan base sort of catch on and saying, you know what, this is a load of crap, I'm out?
They're not going to be out because this has been going on since the mid-1960s. It's just that more guys have leverage than they used to because they make more money and the owner feels it when they decide they're not going to play. But Wilt Chamberlain forced a trade from San Francisco to Philadelphia because he wanted to be back home in the East Coast. Then, after they won a championship, he forced a trade to the Lakers because he wanted to be out in L.A. And that was the first real player empowerment move. In 1970, Oscar Robertson forced his way out of Cincinnati to Milwaukee to play with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So historically, what's going on now is not unusual. It's just that you haven't had guys willing to full out hold on and refuse to play like you do now. And back when Wilt Chamberlain did it, he wasn't making $1 million. I think he was making like $125,000, and that was like a staggering figure then. But now you're looking at James Harden, who's a $40 million player, Ben Simmons, who's a $35 million player, and when they withhold their services, the owner notices, because that's a huge chunk of change for a guy who's not working for you, and they want that fixed. So that gives players leverage. This is not new. It's just the numbers are bigger. Because there are not a lot of guys who have done what Simmons did. We just say, I'm skipping the first 60 games because I don't have to play. And Harden's essential holdout, such as it was partially injury, but it was relatively short. Simmons is the outlier here. It's not like there's a wave of players dropping tools and walking off the job site. It's no more than it was in the past. It's just there are a few guys who have the leverage to do that, and everybody notices it more.
Part of that leverage now, and listen, and I think Ben Simmons and his camp certainly are aware of this, that when you mention mental health, we're all hands off. I mean, that changes the entire dynamic. Now, I'm not saying that's a shield. I certainly don't want to mitigate something that we're all sensitive to. But the hell with him if he's using this as, for lack of a better term, an excuse to get where it is that he's going and getting out of Philadelphia. As Charles Barkley said last night, mental health only surfaced when, he realized he wasn't getting paid. The mental health as it relates to Ben Simmons, I'm not sure, again, because you got to treat this with kid gloves, but I'm not sure I can walk down that road just simply because of who this guy has been throughout the past.
So don't. I mean, too many people threw mental health around as a talking point just because somebody else had said it before. You could talk about Ben Simmons without delving into what's in his brain box. You can just say, he's not playing, and go with the things you know. He's very unhappy in Philadelphia, didn't want to play in front of those fans anymore, and didn't want to play for the Sixers because he had gone crossed shields with some of the other players, including Joel Embiid. You don't have to speculate on anything you don't really know about, and mental health is one of those things. Now, when he brings it up, he's the one who introduces it to the conversation. But you are not by law forced to take it up as a debating point. If you don't know what his mental health is, you're probably better off discussing the basketball end of it or discussing, the sociological stuff that comes with refusing to play. It doesn't necessarily have to be about mental health. We're in charge of what we think about, and we're in charge of what we talk about. So the mental health thing, Simmons sort of obliquely brought it up, but that was after a lot of other people decided to bring it up on their own. Like, is this guy nuts? How do you know? You've never talked to him. So to me, there are a lot of things you could just walk away from. And we choose not to because we think the beast must be fed with whatever ridiculous thing tumbles out of somebody's mouth at 6:15 in the morning. I just, to me, it's just, you don't have to. You have a choice too. And I don't mean you. I'm just talking about the hypothetical imperial you,
Well,
which is basically, if you don't want to talk about his mental health, don't talk about his mental health.
But if I'm Sean Marks, all right, now I'm going after the GM of the Brooklyn Nets, you do have to address his mental health because this guy, to me, he's sort of, he's Rick Ankiel. He's Steve Sachs. I mean, this guy, if you're not going to dunk a basketball, again, have we forgotten what it is that happened the last time we saw him on a basketball court? And I'll address this the same way about James Harden as it relates to Daryl Morey. Why in the world would you trade for this guy, whether it's mental health or whatever the reasons were, whatever the demons that were running through this guy's head, where he wanted nothing to do with a basketball in the biggest games of his young career?
You would trade for that guy if you think you can reach him. 2, you would trade for that guy if you have a problem on your own team, which Harden became, and you need to make the numbers work, which means that you can't move Harden for just anybody. It's got to be somebody in the same salary neighborhood. What happened here is not that Daryl Morey thought he could save James Harden or that Sean Marks thought he could save Ben Simmons. They were getting rid of problems. Do they inherit new ones? Maybe. We find out when we find out. But this was a trade of convenience as much as it is anything else. And part of it is, man, if I have Ben Simmons and I get the best Ben Simmons, I'm in a great position. And Kevin Durant loves me and Kyrie Irving loves me. If you don't get that, well, you played your cards and you saw what the flop was. And it's the same thing in Philadelphia with Harden, because the Sixers gave up a lot to get him. So there's, if anything, more pressure on him than there is on Simmons in Brooklyn, because Harden comes at a much larger cost. He's a much older guy, and his window to be an impact player on a potential champion is much greater. I mean, it's the window is smaller. He doesn't have a whole lot of time left to be James Harden. So, long story short, Sean Marks had a problem. He thinks he fixed it. We'll find out. If he's wrong, maybe he gets fired. Same thing with Daryl Morey. If he's wrong about James Harden, maybe Josh Harris rises up and fires him. It's the chance you take when you're general manager and you want to roll big dice.
It's time for the 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo.
Oh,
Privacy
God.
Simplified.
I have arrived. I got to toss to the 4 o'clock hour. I've done that before, but you've never been sitting 5 feet across from me. So this is a special day. They're not.
Your definition of special needs to be examined some. You should view the world as I do. Nothing happens until 5:54, and then you're free.
I just need to get there, man. I just need to be in one piece saying I got through this.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Right. Lucas is going to get you a bottle of Old Overcoat. You'll be all right.
I took a shot at Lucas earlier. Lucas is a good-looking young man. Luke, I love you.
Okay, stop. Just stop now. I mean, I don't mean to interrupt, but when you open with a lie that brazen, I must step in.
Yeah, you're making it worse, Dan.
He looks like a bag of melted cookies.
He's got a mustache now, though. Somehow that works. Some guys can pull off the mustache. Ray Ratto is one. I don't know. Would you accept him into the mustache family as of right now?
I'm trying to figure out whether I want to accept him into the mammal family.
All right. You guys think I'm sucking up to this dude, but hey, Ray, I got to be honest, man. I grew up reading the man, and nobody has made the transition to this medium of whether it's television or sports talk radio, and he is the best that's ever done it. I'll stop with the suckage right there.
Yeah, that's just... Yeah. Right. Look at it this way.
I got to read one
I'll
of
be
his
dead
promos.
soon, and then you won't have to worry about that ever again.
Wait, what am I supposed to... Oh, we got Bob Costas coming up in an hour. Bob Costas is going to join us in an hour. I know on the text line they were asking about him. Do you have a good relationship with Bobby? I just called him Bobby. No idea. I'm sure you appreciate
I don't know.
That.
He's never shared any particularly deep animus or love for me. I'm probably just another schmo, but I'm fine with that.
Well, we'll get into all things baseball, and we'll go.
He will help us get to 5:54.
He's a man who likes to talk a little bit.
I'm good with that.
I got to go feed the meter. That might be a good time.
No, you stay and listen. You'll learn something. Okay. Feed the meter at the break. Or, better yet, send Lucas to feed the meter.
Makes sense. Hey, listen, speaking of that trade, we'll just put all that other side, that stuff aside when I'm talking about player empowerment, mental health, as it relates to two teams that maybe, should the Warriors meet these guys in the NBA Finals, how did they improve themselves on the court? Are you good? Do you like that? You know, because that's what Daryl Morey's been all about. I need a good tandem. And now he's got two of the best, and Embiid's having an MVPs season. That guy is amazing this year. Is that enough to win the East and get past Milwaukee?
The East is a hot mess, and Philadelphia is closer to the heart of the mess than Brooklyn is. But if this trade turns out to be good for both teams, I kind of like Philadelphia's end of it better in the short term, not in the long term. But they would need everybody that they got, Harden, everyone, to be playing at or near their best. They don't have a lot of margin for error. The teams that have some margin for error, to me, are Miami and Milwaukee. Chicago, I think, is about tapped out. They look like a 3 seed to me. Cleveland, they're a year away, but they're going to be fun getting there. I think the other team that maybe you want to start concerning yourself with is Boston.
Really?
Because as awful as they were, they are now very, very good.
Aside from Tatum, who are you looking at?
Just never mind the individual components. Look at what they've done over the last month. Wow. They were a team that was hanging on to the 10 spot. They're now, I think, safely ensconced as a 6, and they're only getting better. I mean, 2 nights ago, they boat raced Philly by 48. I mean, that's a team that has finally figured out who they are and what they want to be. And it took 60 games to do that. But, you know, I think they are as well positioned as any team in the East, with, again, the single exceptions of Milwaukee and Miami. I think they've got a better puncher's chance of going deep than either Philly or Brooklyn. Because I think Brooklyn, even if they somehow find a dispensation to get Kyrie Irving to be a full-time player, they don't have a whole lot else. They desperately need Seth Curry to be a brilliant player for them, because they need a fourth guy who's passable. You don't get to do this with just 3 players. That's one of the myths of the whole. You need 3 great players to win a championship. You need 3 great players and a good support roster. That's what the Warriors did in 15 and then in 17. They had other guys to contribute. It wasn't just Durant, Thompson, Curry were fine. You know, it didn't work that way. And I don't think it will work in Brooklyn either. They need to get big results from guys who have not been big for them yet, or guys who have not played for them very much yet.
Celtics, 34-26. You're right. The last time I looked at them, they were sub 500. They've won 9 of their last 10, and they've suddenly become relevant. You are spot on. Well, the Chicago Bulls, everybody thinks they're just warming the seat for Milwaukee, and here comes Philadelphia and or Brooklyn. But I don't sleep on this team. Because, you get Caruso, and I always felt that Lonzo Ball was the better Ball brother. I just see that guy at some point. If one of those two is going to win a championship, it ain't LaMelo. LaMelo will grab you highlights, and he'll lead off ESPN and SportsCenter. But a guy that has the fabric, I think, of being a winner, it's his brother, because he likes to play defense. And then Caruso's one of those glue guys. And then they got this guy that I can't even pronounce his first name, who has been amazing. And he's a local product that's got an opportunity to play out there in Chicago. Exactly. What's his last name, Lucas?
Ayo Dosunmu.
Dosunmu is he is. Thank you, Lucas.
You got it.
He's been nothing short of amazing. But that Chicago Bull team, I just, Not a lot of love, but
their problem is that Ball doesn't come back for another month from his injury. And it's the most important month because this is now the time where you start jockeying for playoff spots. And in the East, where everybody is about the same, you need the best possible matchup to advance because there's nobody who's head and shoulders above everybody else. And I think if Ball doesn't come back at full strength, they're going to have a problem with some team. I don't think they're a very good matchup with Miami. I definitely don't think they're a good matchup with Milwaukee. And everybody else is a crapshoot. I mean, I could see them losing to Cleveland. Cleveland is a weird team, but they're a good weird team. The East is going to be infinitely more interesting than the West is. I mean, frankly, if you're not a Warrior fan but you like basketball, you can essentially ignore the West. But the first and second rounds of the Eastern Conference will be dynamite because there are so many moving parts. You'll be surprised on a nightly basis as to who steps up and matters. I think it's going to be way more entertaining than this side of the bracket.
You talked about Lonzo Ball returning to the Bulls. At what point as we bring it back home to the Golden State Warriors? And we don't know. We just don't know when Draymond Green's coming back. We're thinking March at some point. But is there a cutoff point where this becomes too late? Where you're saying, well, we just got to get everybody healthy. You know, Clay's got to play. Weissman comes back. And then as we make that kick to the tape, we'll be okay. But there are some moving parts here that the Warriors and especially Steve Kerr and company can't put their finger on right now. Is there a chance that you're going to run out of season before you essentially put it all together?
Well, as it regards Green, there is no bad time to bring him back, even if you can't bring him back until the playoffs start, as a hypothetical. Weissman is a depth piece, so when he comes, has a bit more of a time element to it. Because, I think in some ways his skill set and Jonathan Kuminga's are kind of duplicative. And they can get some of the things that they want Weissman to do from Kuminga. But if they're playing Denver, for example, they're going to need to spend fouls. And because Kevon Looney cannot hang with Nikola Jokic. Maybe nobody can.
Yeah.
So maybe you go to the, foul spending route, in which case another 6 fouls can't hurt you. It's better that Jokic get 35 points with 18 of them coming at the free throw line than 5 of them coming at the free throw line because he could do more damage when the ball is moving. So that's Weissman. Green, you get, when he's ready to go, he's ready to go. You're not saving him. They'll be careful with his back, but once they get a green light, they're not going to worry about how much time it takes for him to reacclimate. He's going to go 25 minutes, then he's going to go 30, then he's going to go 35 because that's when the haul starts, and everybody knows how important he is. Weissman is not yet a vital piece here, so they will need some run-up with him.
I think you can kiss that number 1 seed and chasing Phoenix goodbye. It's 6.5, 7 games
it's
now?
It's 6.5. Yeah, that's done.
So right now you're looking at holding off Memphis, and we got to get to a break. We'll talk more about that. We are brought to you by Northern California Toyota dealers, but I want to continue with that conversation. Should the Warriors slip to number 3, that team they'll see in the first round and how they match up. It is Ray Ratto, Dan Avone filling in for Damon Bruce here on 95.7 The Game.
Hurry! Toyota's President's Day sales event ends Monday. Get low 2.99% APR financing on 2022 RAV4 and Highlander, including hybrids. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime. Offer ends 2/28/22.
Can you name one Avenger?
No, I can't. I've never watched the movie.
You can't name one Avenger?
I've never watched the movie.
Up at the top of the hour, Bob Costas will join us. See, that's the difference when you're doing this show as opposed to my shows on the weekend where, I'm waking up Sal Castaneda. Will you please join us for 3 hours? A reminder also, next week on Monday, Tuesday. I'm sorry, did you want to comment to that? Do you have anything to say about Sal Castaneda?
He stinks. I had no reason to say that. I just felt it was what you were asking me.
All right. This is a difficult read right here. You know what? I need to put my feet up with a cocktail and enjoy the show instead of trying to explain how next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we are giving you a chance to win a framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It's a text to win contest, and you will have opportunities to qualify throughout each show from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So tune in starting on Monday of next week for your chance to win. By the way, Sal Castaneda, we love you, my man. It's Ray. Just Ray. Nothing to do with that. Want to get back to the Golden State Warriors and just taking a look at some of the scenarios that they could draw in that first round. Let's just say the proverbial, if the season were to end today, they'd have that matchup again with the Denver Nuggets. And then it's Jokic against...
Well, no, if the season ended today and the play-in games went the way they would, the Warriors
that's
would go
right.
to 2, so they'd get Minnesota in the first round.
Let's talk about Minnesota, because I know you mentioned, and I'll let you explain for yourself, Minnesota scares the hell out of me. That's just a young team, young and dumb, right? I mean, and that Anthony Edwards, I don't know, he's playing out there in the Pacific Northwest. A lot of people aren't familiar with what it is that he's doing. They know he's a number one pick. That guy can go, and that is a young, dangerous team that's only getting better. Your thoughts, Ray?
They remind me of Cleveland in that I think they're still a year away from making a deep run. I don't think they defend well enough. I think they're your classic make or miss team, and Anthony Edwards has literally no shame about how often he shoots and from where. So I think in some ways, they're the kind of team that can be outsmarted, not because they're dumb, but because there's a level that you have to hit when you're playing the same good team over and over and over again in a series. I think the Warriors are probably, happier with Andrew Wiggins than Minnesota is with D'Angelo Russell. The one thing that Minnesota does have is Karl Anthony Towns, and I don't know that the Warriors, as constructed today, have a huge answer for that yet. Now, maybe that changes if Kuminga gets bigger minutes and Green comes back in playoff shape. And I don't mean physical shape. I mean just sort of everything shape. That's a 5-game series to me. I think they get through Minnesota fairly easily because Minnesota is just now sweeping the styrofoam packing peanuts off their shoulders. They'll be good. They're kind of good now. I think they're better than the Clippers. They're better than the Lakers. But if the Warriors had their druthers, they'd rather have Minnesota now than either of the three teams than either the Lakers or the Clippers. They'd love to have Portland or New Orleans, but I don't think they're going to get out of the play.
You talked about that 5-game series. I just wanted to go back to what it is that I was talking about, usage rate. And this is one of the things that was highlighted in the article. One of the reasons why players that lead the league in usage rate, whether it's a Westbrook or a Harden, even going back to Kobe when he led in 2005, 2006, was done in the first round. It's because of that very reason, is that you're in a series in the postseason where you see its redundancy. So it almost becomes homogenous. As a defense, you know exactly what it is to expect from a team that has one guy that's dominating the basketball. And I guess my question would be why, again, whether it's, I'm not going to go after Daryl Morey again, but why you don't see more teams just do what it is that the Warriors are doing, because ball movement has been proven time and time again the only way to be effective as far as making a run in the postseason.
Because you have to have guys to make that usage rate seem excessive. Harden had huge usage rates because the players around him weren't nearly as good, and the general philosophy was have the ball in the hands of your best guy as much as possible. I think with Westbrook the same was true once Durant left Oklahoma City and came to Oakland. That team was very clearly Russell Westbrook's. And he believed, and I think still believes now, that his team is better when he has the ball and making the decisions than anybody else. So some guys, I mean, it's just roster construction. Some guys, it's just a personal philosophy that worked for them earlier in their careers, and they just want to hold on to it. Stephen Curry did not have that. That sort of, you need to have the ball in your hands all the time. So it was easier, once they got good, especially in the two Mark Jackson years, and then especially after that with Kerr, he was playing with other guys who could reward him if he was making the decision about where the ball goes, as opposed to just making the decision to shoot. So he learned how to live with a lesser usage rate. And the Warriors have been built that way since, because when they've been good, they've had multiple options. They weren't a one-player directed team the way Houston was, the way Oklahoma City was post-Durant. So, it's not always just a choice you make. Sometimes it's just the roster you've got and the guy you've got handling the ball.
The Comcast business text line, I know you said, hey, young fella, do not read this thing. Don't listen to what it is that they have to say. But I'm going to go there because somebody has chimed in. Best rotation last night for that Warrior loss by 1 again to the Denver Nuggets. Cut Lee and get a buyout big. And I've heard this, especially over the last week to 10 days, buyout big, get into that buyout market. The reason why, Ray, I don't think this is going to happen, is that if you're cutting Lee, or if you're going to get rid of Bielitsa, you still, if I'm not mistaken, have to pay out the rest of their contract. And then if it's a Tristan Thompson that you're going to bring in, as an example, there could be a bidding war for this guy. You just don't have that sort of coinage right now if you're Joe Lacob. And there's also fees that you're going to incur. So realistically, as often as I hear buyout big, financially, it's just not going to happen.
Well, who's this magical buyout big that they're talking about?
I've heard Tristan Thompson, Lopez.
Yeah.
Just,
Lopez is more appealing than Thompson is, but does he give them a material advantage? I'm not sure that he does. I think you would change the character of some of the things the Warriors do with him, and I'm not convinced that they can't recreate that with at least Kuminga, if not Kuminga plus Weissman. I think they made up their mind some time ago that the buyout market had nothing for them. And it's not like Lee is getting in the way of your success. You're having success, and he's not a big contributor to it. So the only thing that you really have to worry about is not having him in the rotation. So that problem is solved without taking on more money. And the question of, are you big enough, probably gets settled when Green comes back and Weissman gives them depth that they're already starting to establish with Kuminga as a 5. So it seems to me, barring injury, if Kuminga went down tomorrow, that makes a lot more sense. But on the assumption that he's going to be healthy, I think they're big enough.
I hear a lot of Damian Lee's got to go. I think Steve Kerr sees a lot of himself in this guy. A journeyman, sort of a gutty player, not to mention the relationship. I mean, how do you treat that with Steph Curry? It's his brother-in-law, after all. I mean, that's a conversation that has to be, at some point, I'm assuming you bring Steph into the room if you're thinking about making that deal. But you mentioned Jonathan Kuminga. I just want to go there for a minute. Is this team better with him as that small 5? Because I was, last night's game, Jokic couldn't stay up with him. One of the few times they had some success is when, he's either beating him up the floor or back cutting. Could Jonathan Kuminga be that one guy, that one X factor as we get to the postseason that the other teams, whether it's the Phoenixes or the Utahs, whoever they meet in the postseason, Memphis, just has no defense for, simply because they have no idea who this guy is as far as the ceiling where he might be in 2 months from now?
No, they have an idea who he is. I mean, they scout like everybody else does.
But the Warriors don't even know how good he potentially could be.
Well, if the Warriors wanted to play him more because of all these magical things he's supposed to have, they would play him more. You know, he gets into foul trouble fairly easily, and they are not deep enough, certainly not now with no Weissman and Green out, to be in foul trouble. You know, they sort of need him, you know, not to make the mistakes that put him in foul trouble. His defense comes and goes. Not because he doesn't feel like playing it, but because, you know, defense is a complicated thing in the NBA. His growth is not being, you know, cut short. It's just those are the minutes he's earning. And I think the Warriors found out last year with Weissman that you don't just give a guy minutes because he's on the roster. I think, you know, Kerr has been, I don't want to say tough love because that's too strong a phrase, but Kerr wants him to learn through loss of playing time what happens when you don't do what you're asked to do. And there are times when he's superb. There are times when he's kind of meh, like he was last night. I mean, he wasn't awful, but he wasn't that guy who you would look at and go, X Factor. Their X Factors are their veterans. So they're not really X Factors because everybody knows what X equals. You know, Kuminga is a support guy.
How about in the buyout market? I forgot to mention this name. Enes Kanter, now Enes Freedom. And I just say that to get your response on his changing of a last name to Freedom.
Whatever he believes politically is of no interest to me.
Gotcha.
What he is as a player is a guy who's washed. You know, the Warriors do not need a lumbering lug, which is what I sort of see him as now. Just a, you know, not a useful contributor on a team built this way. Though Warrior fans are going to have to accept the fact that this is something that they're not going to be able to do a whole lot about other than get Green back and hope Weissman can give them 10 to 12 minutes a night. That's really it. You know, and yeah, they're going to have to play small and they're going to have to win small, but, you know, they're 42-17 playing small. It's not like this is a barrier to anything. You know, I mean, how many really great big guys that terrorize them are there in the conference? There's Jokic, maybe Ayton. You know, Memphis is a tough out all the way around, but I don't know that, you know, Jaren Jackson's the obvious, you know, reason why. I just don't see that there's a big man in the market that makes them dramatically better at that spot. And mostly when people are talking about the buyout market, it's not for what you get, it's for getting rid of Damian Lee. And that, you know, Damian Lee is not really a factor here. You know, if you don't like him the way he plays, just sit and relax. He didn't play a minute last night. You know, they can activate him or not activate him. They can put him on the 12 or not put him on the 12. You know, that's not a, you know, he's not a stumbling block to anything.
Again, I think when it comes to the buyout, financially, it just doesn't make sense for Joe Lacob right now, especially when you think about him as it relates to the luxury tax and having to pay out those contracts and then get into a bidding war for whoever that big might be. But
he's got all the money he can possibly eat. So where he is on the tax, you know, if that's a bigger concern to him than winning or losing, then he's not the guy he's purported to be. You know, if there was a guy out there that you could take a tax beating on, they do it. But the buyout market is kind of thin.
Taking a look at the Denver Nuggets, but in the postseason, should that, and there's a good chance that's who they're going to lock up against. That matchup, again, maybe nobody has an answer for Jokic, but he literally salivates when he sees the Warriors coming to town or when he's going to play against this team. I mean, because there is just that last play of the game, it was literally like an 8th grader playing against preschool kids. He just backed himself down 3 feet from the hoop and said, instead of tying this thing, why don't I just kick it outside and win it to a guy who's wide open for a 3? He was having his way. Should it get to the postseason and you're taking on Denver, that is not a favorable matchup for the Warriors.
No, it's not. It's probably next to Memphis, it's the most difficult matchup I think they would have. And especially if Jamal Murray comes back before the end of the year, I don't know if Michael Porter Jr. is going to be a factor or not. But Nikola Jokic is a bear for everybody. You know, it's not that the Warriors are the only team against which he feasts. It's either him or Joel Embiid for the MVP. And it's probably going to end up being Jokic. So, at least by that definition, he's the best player in the league. You know, he may not be, you know, your aesthetic cup of tea, but, you know, last night, 35, 17, and 8. And that's not an unusual line for him. You know, he's just simply great. And, you know, I mean, if they played Milwaukee in the finals, you could probably expect Giannis to run wild too, because Giannis is great. You know, but it works the other way too. If they got to the final, you would expect Stephen Curry to be great because he is a great player. And that's, very often series and championships are won at the margins.
He's great, but a lot of what he does, listen, if he's matched up against somebody that's around his area code as far as height, he can take you outside and his passing ability. But what he does to the Warriors, and I think Joel Embiid would do the exact same thing, is recognize that I can just back these guys down or I'm going to live in the paint. There wasn't a lot of what you typically see out of Jokic and the Joker, and that's a perimeter game. He's living in a place where the Warriors have no business being, and that is inside. And I don't see that trend, changing. Maybe I'm wrong, and I'm on board with the long-term plan when it comes to James Wiseman. But James Wiseman trying to body and deal with him, 5 feet from the hoop. And you might be right. There's nobody on the planet right now that can do that. But there's got to be other teams that at least give you a fighting chance. And with the Warriors right now, the way they're currently constructed, they got nothing they can do to combat him.
Well, but I mean, I'm looking at Jokic's game log. And for the most part, to the extent that he has a problem at all, the Oklahoma City game was a throwaway. But Milwaukee, when they won by 36 and he played only 28 minutes, he was held relatively in check. And that's the last time he didn't score 20. The time before that was against the Lakers when they won by 37. So essentially, he's not been stopped by anyone. The Warriors will have to do this, with a small gang. Nikola Jokic is not impervious to defense, but the Warriors have to do it a different way. There's no one guy that they're going to have access to who's going to shut him down. Not even Draymond Green, because he'll use Draymond Green too. If Steve Kerr puts Draymond Green on Nikola Jokic for 35 minutes, Green will foul out because Jokic is that good and he's that smart. Everybody talks about Draymond Green's smarts, and he's got them and plenty of them. But when you're giving up 5 inches and about 30 pounds, and you're playing a guy with an IQ for the game as good as yours, you're at a disadvantage. The Warriors, if they play Denver, will have to figure out how to beat them by working around Jokic, not working directly against him, because he'll eat them alive. But you can beat the other 4 guys, and that's how the Warriors should presume they'd be able to do this.
The Warriors have to expend so much energy these days just to get a rebound. It's finding a guy, boxing out, tipping it to somebody, getting on the floor. It's just nice to be big. Now, we know they don't have that luxury. But again, and I talked about this in the first hour, even with a healthy Draymond, and Draymond being that Draymond that we saw in the first 2 months of the season, that defensive-minded Draymond, and offensively what he provides for you. Even with him, is this not a bit of a high-wire act that you don't have that Bogut, that JaVale McGee, the David West of the world, somebody that's just sort of looming there that at least you can bring in for no more than 10 minutes, use up some of their fouls to counter some of the other bigs?
Well, that would be Weissman. Because if you took this Jokic and played him in 2015 against Bogut, he'd eat Bogut alive too. I mean, Bogut's a bigger guy, but Jokic is a mobile big guy. He would have done the same to JaVale McGee. Jokic is a special player. And by special, I mean top 5 in the league and almost impossible to stop. So it's not like there's a body type out there that you can just sick on him. You have to either gang defend him or try to stifle the other 4 guys to the point where Jokic gets his 40 but loses by 8 because he has nobody else to pile up assists with. I mean, he's going to get points. He's going to get rebounds. I mean, a night when he doesn't have 10 rebounds is a rarity. I mean, a genuine rarity. Look at his game log. You can see that. He's going to deliver numbers. He's going to be the most impactful guy on the floor most of the time. But basketball is won with 5, not 1. And if Jamal Murray isn't back, I don't know that that's a roster that can win a 7-game series against the Warriors if the Warriors are healthy.
Well, that's where I wanted to go next. It's hard to do because there's so many moving parts, as you just alluded to. But who wins that 7-game series?
Probably the Warriors, but it will cause them to expend an awful lot of energy early on in the playoff process. If they play Denver in the first round, now they've got to come back from that, and then their second round would probably be against Memphis. And Memphis is another bear. Part of winning the finals is having at least one series, if not 2, where you can just go into cruise control. The Warriors' 3 championships, they lost 5 games, 1 game, 5 games. They breezed. And that's how you do that. You don't do it by winning 4 straight 7-game series that are grinders. In fact, you could probably make a bit of a case that one of the reasons why the Warriors didn't beat Cleveland in 16 is because they had to go 7 hard games against Oklahoma City earlier in the process. I mean, they were down 3-1 to Oklahoma City, and they had to rally from those. And Oklahoma City was beating the snot out of them. You extend more energy earlier, it's energy that, to a certain extent, you can't call on later. So the Warriors, if they're going to get to a final and win it, they need to have at least 1 easy run, if not 2. And, maybe they get that, maybe they don't. Maybe somebody beats Memphis before they get to them, which is possible. But, you have to have some luck. You have to have series outside your own go your way.
We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll continue this conversation coming up at 5 o'clock. It's the one and only Bob Costas to talk all things sports, especially baseball, and whether or not we're going to even have a season this year. We will. We'll kick it around with Bob Costas when we continue. It's Dan Avone filling in for Damon Bruce alongside Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Tonight in college hoops, Houston a 13.5-point home favorite against Central Florida. Houston looking to bounce back after back-to-back losses to conference foes. I think they do that. UCF going to have a tough time putting up points in this game, so let's lay it with Houston. Houston minus 13.5 points tonight against UCF. That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
And filling in for Damon, this is Dan Avone and Ray Ratto. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And a reminder, coming up in about 12 minutes, Bob Costas will join us. We'll talk all things baseball. We'll even get into some Olympics with the one and only Bob Costas. That is coming up at 5 o'clock. Last night, the Golden State Warriors limp into the All-Star break after getting beaten by the Denver Nuggets on a buzzer beater. I want to just go here for a second because everything is like, even Steve Kerr, a lot of mea culpa last night. He was talking about how he screwed up. Steph Curry said, no, it's on me. Kevon Looney, last guy off the bench, missing all those free throws. But it was somewhat curious that towards the end of the game, not the end of the game, that last possession, because we've seen this before. Would you have, or do you think that maybe could you go after Steve Kerr a little bit and saying GP2 would have been a good substitution for Steph Curry? Is this just all after the thought?
Nobody's a good substitution for Stephen Curry.
Well, defensively,
Generally.
I mean,
defensively,
that one possession.
No, because I think by and large, Curry's defensive deficiencies, such as they are not usually going to the wrong spot on the floor. He can get muscled by some guys. He made a mistake there, and there's no guarantee that Peyton or Otto Porter or anybody else wouldn't do the same thing. It's just stuff happens. That's what that was to me. That was not a coaching failure. It was just a momentary judgmental choice that Curry made that didn't work out. It's not a thing that happens a lot, but it happened in a clutch moment there, which is why we watch these stupid games. Stuff happens.
Let's hear from Steph talking about the game-winning shot last night.
Yeah, they ran, post entry to give Jokic the world to figure out what he wanted to do. I took the bait, made a dumb read. It was a step late, thinking the clock had run down enough where it was only his opportunity to shoot, and he made a great pass. And then I realized where I was and tried to make a play on the ball and contest a shot, and Monty made a clutch bucket, and I gave it to him. So the last thing you can do in that situation is give up a three. I did that.
I would think the other thing you have to take into consideration is his psyche, right? If you're taking him off the floor, you're basically sending that message that you're a defensive liability. And he's been so much better defensively this year, I think, than we have seen in previous seasons, especially just a short couple of years ago. I remember with the Western Conference Finals where it was Paul and Harden that were just salivating as to, who's going to go after Steph Curry next because he was just so bad. He is so much better that I guess another reason Steve Kerr doesn't do that is that you don't want to plant that seed that we don't like you defensively.
Yeah, I don't think that really enters into the thinking at all. I think Kerr had a choice there at the end. Who's the guy most likely to try to shoot the ball? Jokic. So that's why he put Looney back in for Peyton. He wanted to, he was playing the percentages that the best guy would take the last shot. But the best guy doesn't always have to take the last shot. He has to decide who does get the last shot. And Jokic made what turns out to be an excellent decision to kick the ball out to Morris, who's looking at a wide-open 27-footer. Now, you have to do that mental arithmetic. Is Jokic from 3 feet to tie the game more of a bother than Monty Morris from 27 to win it? And I think most coaches would say, I'd rather have Morris take that shot. I mean, I think they would have liked it to be a little more contested than it was, but that was Curry. That was not a coaching thing, and Curry copped to it. I just think you're playing percentage here. Who do I want to hurt me? Is it Jokic or Monty Morris? And 105 times out of 100, the coach would take Monty Morris.
You mentioned GP2. Every time I see this guy play, it's just, he's always on the plus side. They're a better team when he's on the floor. Now, Granted, we had no idea, especially Kerr and company. They cut this guy how many times? He had no idea the sort of impact player he was going to be. But is he at a point right now that not only he's in the playoff rotation, but as you look at those rotations going forward, that you now are taking minutes away from the likes, certainly of Damian Lee, Bielitsa? Are you recalibrating what it is that you're doing because of the emergence of that of a GP2 and a Jonathan Kuminga going forward?
They recalculate constantly. The rotation changes all the time when they need it to. So that there's nothing new about that. The rotation may change one more time between now and the end of the season. In fact, it surely will, because when Green comes back, the rotation will change. When Weissman comes back, I don't know if the rotation will change, but some minutes will be lost by some players so that he can do whatever contributing he's going to do. It's a constant move. I mean, it's not like hockey where you're changing lines every 40 seconds, but you're changing your prime 8 players a number of times during the year based on necessity. So, it's, right now, maybe Peyton gets more run, and some guys get less, but, that's always fluid. That's part of coaching 15 guys for 82 games. It's just, who works best in what situations and over what period of time. It's part of the nature of coaching.
There's a question for you on the Comcast business line, and I'm going to give it to you.
10.5.
No, this isn't bad, actually. Typically, the stuff we get on the weekends from the text line, these dudes are, you talk about drunk.
What's the haunted and the dead?
Question for Ratto. Would you rather have Jokic right now or Curry? See, that silence means you've already won out there, whoever put that question together.
No, it's a thought-provoking one because they're that much different. I think I'd rather have Curry because one guy in isolation, that's not how I view basketball. It's Curry as part of a greater whole or Jokic as part of a greater whole. And the fact is the Warriors' greater whole is better than Denver's. If you told me, okay, you're going to start a team with Jokic or Curry, and I have no guarantee about how that rest of the team is going to be made up, I might be inclined to take Jokic. But they don't operate in a vacuum. What you're really asking me is, what roster would you rather have, Golden State's or Denver's? And I'd rather have Golden State's.
Where do you fall? Lucas has got a question I'm going to get to in just a second.
Lucas is a dope.
No, but he's got a question for you. He says, I'm just going to nail Ray, so we're going to go with him. But where do you fall on the whole Steph Curry, or are you one of those believers that Steph Curry in the second half of the season, last April he went nuts? Do you think he's got another bullet in the chamber where he's going to be the Steph Curry that we've all grown and loved and adored over the years? Or is he sort of plateaued? He's been under 40% from three-point territory, which has never happened with this guy, I think, aside from his rookie year. Because I think that this new Curry is somebody I enjoy watching. I love the mid-range game. I love his ability now to be more of an assist guy, that I don't think you're a one-trick pony where you need that guy to fill it up for 40, 45 points a game. But where are you with Steph and his shooting this year?
Well, he hasn't shot very well by his standard. He still shot very well by most standards. But by his standard over the last 6 or 7 years, this has not been as good. And it's certainly not as good as he was last year down the stretch when he had to be the offense. Don't forget, he took more shots because they needed him to take more shots. That was a conscious choice that he made that Steve Kerr allowed him to make. If Stephen Curry is bashful to shoot last year, they're not in the play-in games. They're not close. That was necessity. And I think Curry is still the best decision maker in terms of what shot he should take and when should he take it. He just has not gotten the kind of results that he got last year when he was exceeding his norm. You only have two choices here. Do you believe that Stephen Curry can relocate that rhythm, or do you think last year was his last peak? I tend to think he can recalibrate. But he's not going to shoot like he did last year, I think, for that extended a period ever again. And I don't think the Warriors want him to, because they have a team where other guys can contribute. They have Wiggins, they have Thompson. Are they shooting great right now? No, but I think that's reparable. I think unless you believe that they're going to disappoint the hell out of you, they will shoot better down the stretch than they have to date.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think that they need Steph Curry to be that Steph Curry. I make the analogy of like a Major League Baseball pitcher. By the way, speaking of Major League Baseball, we are going to be talking to, in a matter of moments, the legendary Bob Costas standing by. But, the analogy of a baseball, Bartolo Colon, his first year in the majors was pure octane, pure gas. And then, of course, like that of a Jamie Moyer and company, you learn to work the edges. And, is that a little bit what you're seeing with Steph? Or, I can't be that guy, but I'm still effective in a different way?
No, because what you're talking about in the Cologne example is a guy in his 40s. I think, Curry has just not been as jaw-droppingly dead-eye as he was last year. But he's still a guy that gets double-teamed, and he's still a guy who, is the prime focus of every other team's defense. Part of this is he's looking at a double-team all the time, and they're committing to that. They're saying, if Klay Thompson beats us, then Klay Thompson beats us. But for the most part, they're playing Curry the same way, so I think the Warriors have to play Curry the same way.
Time for the 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
Bob Costas says he's about 3.5 minutes away, which gives us time for Lucas, who's now playing Stump Ray Ratto. What do you got, Luke?
I don't know if it's Stump Ray Ratto. It's Ask Ray Ratto. New segment. Ray loves segments.
Yeah, this. I already hate this.
My question: you guys are talking about Jokic, and the two best players, at least leading MVP candidates in the league right now, are Joel Embiid and Nikola Jokic, two obviously centers. Historically, over the last 10, 20 years, we haven't seen a team win a title with a center as their best player. Do you still believe that?
I don't think if that's how you draw out your roster, you necessarily win, because Jokic is a unicorn. And so, to a certain extent, is Embiid. It's just that on those two teams, their best player happens to be the center. I don't think it's a wave toward, more big guys in the league. More teams' best guys are not centers. But on those two teams, it happens to be, and the fact that they're 1-2 or 2-1 in the MVP race does not necessarily make a trend. In fact, it probably doesn't. Steve Kerr says all the time, the league's getting smaller. But there are some places where you go, well, my best guy's got to be a big. So that's what I'm working with. If Michael Malone thought that your center being your best player is so awful that he decides to take the ball out of Nikola Jokic's hands, two things will happen. The Nuggets will not make the playoffs, and Michael Malone will be fired. And both things will be rightful, because you can't be that stupid. Fortunately for all involved, Michael Malone is not stupid. Nikola Jokic is special. And you let your most special players define in large part what kind of team you got.
We always know how things are cyclical in sports. Can you ever see a return of the big, maybe not to the days of the 80s and the 90s where you throw it down on the block, but where guys playing with his back to the basket? But there's more DeAndre Aytons. People look at Phoenix and say, you know what, let's get a big, but not a European, quote-unquote big, who's shooting 25-footers. But let's go the conventional route of Patrick Ewing and David Robinson and company. Could that ever come back?
Everything comes back at some point. But the teams that succeed don't sit there and make the system the first thing you worry about. DeAndre Ayton fell in their laps. And the first year, he was god-awful. To his credit, he became the best kind of big he can be on a team that has other weaponry. Phoenix has Devin Booker. They've got Mikal Bridges, and they've got Chris Paul. They don't need DeAndre Ayton to be the focus of their offense. So they adapted. They made the best team they could make, and Ayton figured out how to contribute to that. So it's not really a system choice. It's a roster choice. If DeAndre Ayton is the guy you believe is the special guy, that's part of the battle. The other part is, well, how is he special to you? Because it doesn't matter how he fits in the league. It only matters how he fits on your team. And Monty Williams figured out how DeAndre Ayton fits on that team. And that's why Phoenix is 47-10.
You talk about a 47-10 team.
48-10. I lied. I cheated them.
And this team is like, every time I look up, they've won 8 games in a row. But, we could focus on DeAndre Ayton, and with good reason, and Devin Booker and company, and you talked about Mikal Bridges, who I really like. But this Chris Paul, he makes it all happen. Without him, they're not even sniffing the sort of success they have. And this guy, it's the subtleties of we always talk about a guy who can, have the proper tempo, put the ball in the right. It begins and ends with this guy. I mean, and I know a lot of Warrior fans love to hate on him, but I don't know how much
they'd like him. They'd like to have him on their team.
I don't know
they're stupid.
How much they've seen of him play this year, but he might be having one of his best years over the last decade.
His usage rate has gone down, but that in part is because the guys around him are better. He is, and this is not an exact comp, but it's a useful one. He is Phoenix's Draymond Green because he is the smartest guy on their roster. And I'm talking about in terms of on the floor decision making. And that's why when you look at, how do you build a team? Well, tell me what players you got. Monty Williams and the Phoenix Suns got Chris Paul because he knocked off a bunch of check marks. Good handling the ball, makes the right decisions, still defends okay, makes his teammates better, makes his teammates dramatically better. And in that way, that's what Draymond Green does here. You take Chris Paul's brain away, it's what you get when you take Draymond Green's brain away. You don't become a stupid team, but maybe you don't react to a situation quite as quickly as you would have. There's a reason why Chris Paul is going to be a drop-dead first ballot Hall of Famer, because every team he's been on has been made better by his presence there. And he's played on several teams, so this is not a one-off.
Let's get to the one and only Bob Costas standing by. Bob, are you there? How are you this afternoon? And thanks for joining us here on 95.7 The Game.
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We are doing well. And so, Bob, I got to start here. As, of course, we all witnessed the Olympics, is there a part of you that misses the chair, so to speak?
No, I did a dozen of them. I'm glad I did all 12, and I'm just as glad that it's behind me. It's a great memory. And I follow my colleagues and friends there, and they're doing these Olympics under extraordinarily difficult circumstances, and I don't think they'll ever get full credit for how well they've done, given all the obstacles of doing an Olympics in China during COVID and all that implies. But I have never once, honestly, never once had a thought, and there have been 3 Olympics now since the last one I did in Rio, never once for a second have I said, I wish I was there, or I would have said this, or I would have done that. I root for them to do as well as they possibly can, and I'm glad if a handful of people still remember that I did it. I'm good with all of it.
Do you watch much of the Olympics now? I mean, or having done as many as you did, it's sort of a been there, done that situation for you as a fan as well?
Ray, I don't have to watch all of it and keep up with everything as I once did, but I watch a fair amount of it. I'm interested in the bigger picture. How will they cover China? And I thought they did a very credible and responsible job the first night of framing the circumstances under which these Olympics take place. And then the controversy surrounding the Russian skater is something very interesting to me. So the way all of that is covered and commented on is of greater interest to me, generally speaking, than the result of any particular event.
You just mentioned the figure skating, which basically ended today in what can fairly described as a completely hot mess for the Russians and sort of a completely hot mess for figure skating in general. Is there a way that you could have been covered differently under normal circumstances that clearly can't be done here because of the restrictions? Or would that have been a hot mess no matter when it happened?
Well, under normal circumstances, if there can ever be normal circumstances in a country taking place, in an Olympics taking place in an authoritarian country, you would like to interview the heads of the IOC, the heads of the various federations, someone from the Russian Olympic Committee, such as it is, which is the banner under which they are competing, through an interpreter, if it were possible to interview the trainer involved and some of the medical people involved. Those were all ideal things, and you don't automatically have that kind of access. I think that everyone agrees that the young skater, Valieva, has been exploited and is a victim and has no choice and is unlikely to have been aware even of what she was being given and what effect it might have on her performance. And we've all learned a bit more than we knew before about the nature of figure skating and how young prepubescent women can execute certain kinds of moves, quads and whatnot, that as they mature, their bodies will not permit. So they're I'm searching for the right word here, which is not usually a problem for me, but they are trained and tended to in a way that holds off that maturity. They're put through extraordinarily grueling training sessions. There's some element of abuse here that is not unlike what we've learned about female gymnasts in the United States and elsewhere. And so to say, well, Valieva can wait till the next Olympics, by the next Winter Olympics, she may be incapable of executing the kind of maneuvers that made her the favorite in this particular Olympics. So the big picture is that while it's very unfortunate what's happened to her, and she leaves in tears and expected to win the gold and finishes fourth, the bigger issue is that Russia, even despite whatever sanctions they've had to compete under the last few Olympics, they continue to do what they always did, what they did right under the noses of the IOC when they hosted the games in Sochi in 2014, what they did going all the way back to the days of the Soviet Union and their satellites in the Eastern Bloc, the East Germans, infamously, with female swimmers and other competitors. It was a steroid fest during that period of time. And maybe they can't do it as blatantly now. Maybe they have to do it with more sophisticated cocktails of PEDs, but they're still doing it. So what has to happen going forward is that there needs to be a real sanction that has real teeth in it, and no euphemism, the ROC or Olympians from Russia. No, they're out. They're out. They're out in Paris in 2024, and they're out in Milan in 2026 if sanity prevails.
We are joined by the one and only, the legend, Bob Costas. And Bob, just to bring it back home and talk about baseball and or the lack thereof as the lockout continues. Pitchers and catchers were expected to report a couple of days ago. If you were to handicap this, one or two things, what's the biggest difference between the two sides right now?
Well, there are a number of issues, and they're complicated. I refer you to, and I'm sure you guys have read it already, but I refer your listeners, if they have access to The Athletic, to what Evan Drellich and Ken Rosenthal and Jason Stark have been writing. It's very, very comprehensive. The players are concerned with manipulation of service time, where young players who have the chance to be big stars are held in the minors so that they're in effect under team control for more than 3 years before they become eligible for arbitration. They're concerned about that and other issues. I will say this, the owners have made proposals. Now, the players may find those proposals lacking or even regressive under some different guise, but they haven't countered, at least that we're aware of. The players have not really countered. And this is supposed to be a negotiation, and eventually it's going to become a game of chicken if it gets to the point of where how many games are we willing to lose, and revenue for the owners and paychecks for the players, how many games are we willing to lose, and at what point do we recognize our mutual interest? The game has issues, and it's had issues for a long time, issues that they're not addressing. The game on the field, pace of play, and other things that make the game less entertaining as an entertainment product than it used to be. Can the game take another work stoppage? This is a work stoppage, it's a lockout, but it doesn't matter to the fans until they start missing games that matter. But if they start missing games that matter, that's mutually damaging, not just to the owners, but to the players as well. So at some point, they've got to see that mutual interest and decide, look, where's the middle here, and can we meet in the middle?
Since we're looking largely from the outside, we really have only quality access to the posturing more than sort of the nuts and bolts of negotiation. Does this, with that as the framework, does this look a lot to you like 1994, where you're getting largely the same arguments from sort of the, not if not the same people, but the same positions? You know, I mean, the thing that struck me when Rob Manfred talked about baseball's not a great business to invest in, sounded a lot like the owners don't make much money in 1994. Do you see a lot of the same similarities, or is this an entirely different way that both sides are framing the debate?
Well, I think that the owners in 1994 were either intent on breaking the union or didn't care if they broke the union, if that's what it took to get what they wanted. And the players thought that if they struck, as they did in August, that would leave enough time to come together for a deal and save the postseason, because they didn't think the owners would hold firm. And to the surprise of the players, they did. And the playoffs and World Series went away. And in truth, had the owners not made a misstep, which we won't get into with all of its complications, and the players then were able to prevail in court with a decision that was handed down by Justice Sonia Sotomayor before she became a Supreme Court justice. Had that not happened, the owners actually would have prevailed. Had it gone into the next season with the players still not receiving paychecks, and the owners having been willing to blow off the World Series, what did they care if they blew off the first month or two of the ensuing season? The owners would have prevailed there. But fear pulled a rabbit out of his hat and saved the players' position way back then. I don't think the owners are intent on breaking the union now. They're just intent on making a deal, as any side in the negotiation is, that's more or less favorable to them.
The going away from the lockout itself, do you think, from your more distant view of the industry, do you think that baseball can pull out of what seems to be a malaise where when they have an issue, they immediately look to what the cost-cutting move is, like getting rid of 42 minor league teams, arguing that players in spring training are essentially interns. Do you think that is irrevocable damage, or do you think at some point somebody within the structure of the game, or some people within the structure of the game, can pull this out and get them on a course where basically the average person is more interested than they were 5 years ago?
Well, baseball does have problems in the present entertainment landscape, the short attention span landscape. Baseball's supposed to have a pleasing, leisurely pace. It's always been part of its appeal, but too often in recent years it has a plodding, lethargic pace, and I think it's become abundantly clear that the analytics revolution, which may be good, in fact it is good in certain instances for gaining a competitive edge, is not good at all for baseball as an entertainment product. And baseball shows an awareness of that by bringing Theo Epstein into the commissioner's office and, in effect, saying to one of the Dr. Frankensteins, help us rein in the monster you created. I don't mean that as being critical of Theo. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame as an executive for helping to break curses both in Boston and in Chicago. So we know that the methods work, but Theo himself has indicated that he understands that the ball has to be in play more. There can't be these long pauses between any kind of action, and the action cannot be so unbalanced toward home runs and strikeouts. There used to be more singles in a game on average than strikeouts. Now, there are almost double the number of strikeouts to singles in a game. And as people think, well, what's the big deal about a single? Well, a guy's on base, next guy gets a hit, maybe he goes from first to third, maybe he steals a base, maybe there's a ball in the gap. More baseball plays instead of guys standing around. So they understand that they have to address that. I hope the players as a group understand that as well. And it may mean a pitch clock with nobody on base. It may mean outlawing shifts, the definition of which would be that you have to have two players on either side of second base. I mean, they could be spaced out any way you want, but you have to have two on either side of second base. All those things, adjustments to the strike zone, limiting the number of pitchers on a roster so you don't have a constant parade out of the bullpen, and some of the drama of a starting pitcher pitching deep into a game is returned. You know, maybe we sound like old-timers when we say this, but we used to look in the paper back in the day when you held the paper in your hand. Who's starting tonight? Oh, what a great pitching matchup. Well, we know that most often that doesn't matter anymore because the starter isn't going to be around in the sixth inning, let alone in the eighth or the ninth inning. So they've got to turn their attentions, apart from the economic issues, they've got to turn their attentions to the game on the field. And to part of the point you were making earlier, when you're in a situation of always grabbing for the last nickel anywhere you can find it, then you can't look at the benefit to the game long range. It infuriates me that baseball allows league championship games, the half, whichever LCS Fox has, for some of those games to be on FS1, which most people can't even find. How can you have an LCS game on FS1? How can you give up so much of your game and put it in shadows just because you're getting paid for it, so that to a large portion of the country, the World Series participants, at least half of the World Series participants, come almost out of nowhere? How can you not play at least the occasional World Series game early enough so that kids can say that they saw an exciting game, and this is part of them becoming fans who are paying fans 20 years from now when they're adults? If you're constantly in a state of we've got to grab every last nickel, then you can't make decisions based on the long view.
Toward that end, then, would it make sense to you to make Theo Epstein the face of baseball management rather than Rob Manfred, because of the message that Theo Epstein is basically being charged with advancing, which is fixing the game itself?
Well, this is not a criticism of Rob Manfred, but if Theo Epstein is interested in someday being the commissioner of baseball, and if Rob Manfred is tired of the slings and arrows that come with it, I can't think of a better candidate if Theo was willing. He's young, he's dynamic, he has a track record within the game in terms of affecting the game on the field and doing it in a very effective way. It's clear that he understands the challenges that the game faces, both as a business and as a sport and entertainment product. He makes a very good public presentation. I can't think of a better candidate if he was interested.
Well, not necessarily as commissioner, but as the guy that baseball sends out to talk about baseball. He doesn't have to be the commissioner. You can leave Rob Manfred for negotiating duties. That's fine. I'm not trying to take Rob Manfred's job away from him. But what I'm wondering is, would baseball be viewed more sympathetically if the guy who is essentially their front face is a guy who's talking about baseball rather than about business?
Yeah, absolutely. If they can have that kind of arrangement, and if he's the point man for that sort of thing, maybe even is perceived by the public as having input on disciplinary decisions because he knows the game in a different way than most commissioners do. I could see that. Again, only if Theo was willing, sure.
He is the 28-time Emmy Award winner, Bob Costin, the legend. Costa's joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And Bob, you were talking about, the plight of baseball. And just to sort of tack on, I think there was a recent poll that the triple, according to fans, is the one thing they like to see the most. People want to see the game played rather than home runs and strikeouts. Two areas that I wanted you to comment on, and that is sort of the devaluation of base running. And I don't know where you're at with robo umpires, but one of the few things that you're seeing out of the catcher these days, because nobody steals anymore, but catchers would frame pitches. Mm-hmm. If you take that away from them with these robo-umpires, you may as well just roll out a beach chair and do the Sunday crossword puzzle. Talk about the catching position as it relates to robo-umpires potentially down the line and what you think about base running in Major League Baseball.
Well, I'm not a big fan of robo-umpires. Maybe it's a generational thing. I don't think that I'm a traditionalist in the sense that I never want the game to change. The game has changed and will change, should continue to, but it should do so in an enlightened way. And I don't like the human element being taken out to that great an extent. The value, to your point, of someone like Yadier Molina would be not completely out the window because he has other skills, but that's an important skill. And it's kind of interesting to watch pitchers work when they know that maybe they can get an inch off the outside corner or whatever it might be. So that part I'm not so keen on. I think this is a revealing statistic. The overall strikeout rate in baseball is now equal to Nolan Ryan's career strikeout rate, meaning that all pitchers cumulatively, because many of them come out of the bullpen knowing they can just let the throttle out and throw 97 miles an hour on every pitch for one inning, and because the philosophy of hitting has changed, cumulatively, pitchers strike out as many hitters as a group, and hitters strike out against those pitchers as a group as frequently as occurred when Nolan Ryan was on the mound throughout his quarter-century career. What sense does that make? When Nolan Ryan was doing it, when Sandy Koufax was doing it, when more recently, whoever you want to pick out, Randy Johnson was doing it, that was exciting because it was exceptional. When it's par for the course, it's boring.
Maybe you vote every pitcher.
I left out the base running part. Again, this is a throwback thing, but the St. Louis Cardinals won 3 pennants and nearly won 3 World Series. They won 1 and the 2 they lost. They lost the 7th game both times. Won 3 pennants under Whitey Herzog in the 80s. And I don't know that they ever hit 100 home runs in any of those seasons. And you forget about the 1-loss record. That was important. But you can't tell me that wasn't a wildly entertaining team to watch. They were so exciting and entertaining to watch. I don't know if anything close to that style of baseball will ever come back, but it sure was fun to watch.
Do you think there is a general manager or general managers among either the present group or maybe the next generation of them who will figure out a different way to make a great baseball team? Because I think one of the things that even baseball fans find a little stultifying is the notion that every team is built on the same sort of framework. That there really is no team like those Cardinals teams where you say, those guys built this with speed, and these guys built this with power, and these guys built this with relief pitching, and these guys built it with fielding. That there really is such a homogenized way of building a team that every team is the same team ultimately.
I don't know if it's to that extent, but you're mostly right. Yeah, if not every team, then certainly most teams are built in the same way. It's kind of interesting when a team like the Tampa Bay Rays, with the 4th lowest payroll in all of baseball, wins 100 games and is continually a contender, and using the approach that they use, not just to team building with what they do with their rosters, sometimes ruthlessly trading away good players because they figure, well, they're going to be eligible for arbitration, and that doesn't fit, but we've got something else in mind, and they always seem to have someone else to plug in. It's interesting how they build their teams, and it's interesting the strategy they use to win games. They're the ones who came up with the idea of the opener and used it more than anybody else. But the criticism there is that what works over a full season shouldn't automatically be applied to any one game. Does what works over 162, is that a formula that should apply in Game 6 of the World Series, as it did in 2020 when the Rays played the Dodgers and Blake Snell was cruising and was yanked in the 6th inning or whatever it was? So that's the criticism of that. But you can't deny that given their limited resources, that their approach has been successful and interesting, and they deserve a lot of credit for it. But when every team has less distinctiveness about it, to your point, Ray, I think that the game is less entertaining. It's less interesting. I realize it doesn't require a PhD to make a double switch, and it's sometimes boring to watch a pitcher strike out on 3 pitches. But the National League style of play, even in this power obsessed era, you'd occasionally see a sacrifice bunt. You'd occasionally have to play small ball. There occasionally are double switches, and now there's going to be a universal DH. So even that works toward the homogenization of the game that you're talking about.
He is the Broadcasting Hall of Famer, the one and only Bob Costas, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. One more, and then we'll let you go. But getting back to the problems of baseball, you hear this time and time again, how this doesn't fit with the attention span of Gen Y, the millennials, the pace of the game. Not to mention that, the gate, people just aren't going to as many games. And people always underline this, making that comparison that a preseason NFL football game will have as many viewers or as high, if not a higher rating than that of World Series games. So that sort of begs the question, how then does baseball stay relevant and or make its money?
Well, baseball cannot make itself into anything that resembles any other sport. Part of baseball's strength and appeal is its very differences. It's a game without a clock. It's a game that has places more importance on records and generational comparisons and all the rest. So baseball needs to go back to the future. And when I say that, I don't mean back to when people wore, fedoras and arrived on a trolley car and women got in for a quarter on Ladies' Day. I mean the relatively recent past, when there was an appropriate balance between offense and defense, pitching and hitting, when all aspects of the game were in play, including the running game and the ball in play and different elements of strategy, besides trying to draw a walk and then the next guy hits a home run. And where the pace of the game made more sense, where you could play the average game in 2.5 hours, 2:45, where you didn't have postseason games that lasted 4 hours. Obviously what I'm about to tell you is an extreme example. But in 2020, admittedly an odd season to begin with because of COVID, just the 60 games, the Yankees and Cleveland played a 10-9 postseason game. There was a rain delay of about half an hour, but I'm subtracting the rain delay. This 10-9 game took just under 5 hours, 450-something, 456, 457. Famously, the 7th game of the 1960 World Series between the Yankees and Pirates was also 10-9. It took 2 hours and 36 minutes. Now, again, I'm not saying you should go back to 1960, and even in 1960 it was an oddity that nobody struck out in that game. Nobody on either side struck out. But still, when it takes twice as long to play a game that has the same score, something is out of whack. And it was more out of whack in 2020 than it was in 1960.
We need more fedoras.
You're right. It's a good throwback look. Works for Tony Kornheiser.
He is the one and only Bob Costas. Hey, Bob, like always, thank you so much for taking part of your afternoon and spending it with us here today.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Bye.
All right. Bob Costas joining us. Hey, listen, I don't know, Ray. Maybe you can explain to me. I mean, is Major League Baseball, they're not that stupid, are they? Tell me they're not that stupid to go back to the early 1990s where they canceled with 938 games, even if it's 2 games. We're in 2020, 2022, are we? What's it?
22.
22. We can't please tell me these guys are a little bit more advanced.
No, they're just as greedy as they were before. But it's not stupid. They've penciled this out. They have armies of accountants. They have legions of lawyers. They are every bit as greedy, if not more so, than they were in 1994, because that's what led to the lockout then. I mean, there were things that turned here and there that made it, a full year of baseball not being there. But I would not put it past them to shut down the season this year in order to win a negotiation, because with all due respect to Bob, they would like to break the union. They would like to make this the sort of sport where Max Scherzer gets $35 million, but Austin Voth gets $70. They'd absolutely sign up for that tomorrow, and I think they will push this for as long as they need to, because they perceive that the union is weak. Just as they perceived that the union was weak back then, and it took Don Fair, as Bob said, to basically whip the players in the line and say, you're going to get your hats blocked if you don't stand up now. That's what is going to end this lockout, is the players just finally just saying, nope, we're not doing it. Let's see you guys go without income for another year. Because they got no income in 2020, a limited amount of income in 2021, and then to get shut down in 2022, they'll feel that.
At any point, do they factor in the fans?
No.
It never comes into play.
No.
Well, then shame on the fans. How often, how many times, once a decade, every other decade, can you get kicked in the teeth like this and still come back to the gate the following year?
Because the one thing about sports as an entertainment vehicle in America is it works the same way heroin does. People still want baseball, and they'll be willing to wait a long time to get it. People who walk away from baseball don't walk away from it because they don't like labor v. management. They walk away from it because it's either too expensive, or it takes too long, or it doesn't have enough action. But they don't do it based on, I think the players are getting screwed, or I think the owners are getting worked over here. None of that resonates. It's about, is this fun for me to do or not? The real problem is that for an increasing number of Americans, it isn't considered fun, that there are other alternatives. And that's why you look at this lockout and go, this seems stupid.
Bob Costas, who just joined us here moments ago on 95.7 The Game, I don't know, I wanted to get more into the finances as to how baseball continues to make its money. Because by all accounts, nobody's watching. It doesn't appeal to that generation that, advertisers want. So where's the coin coming from?
The coin is coming from any number of other things, because baseball pivoted some time ago away from being a gate sport. They make money through MLB Advanced Media, which is not just their website, but the software that makes that website. They make it through real estate. A new stadium is always a cash windfall. They make it through local television, because last year, people wanted to watch the Giants because they were winning 107 games. They find other ways to generate money. They're making more money now than they did 25 years ago when they did rely on gates. It's more expensive to go see a game. It's more expensive to buy the MLB package. You're going to pay for that regional TV network. They're making more money now than they ever have, but they're not doing it waiting for a big walk-up crowd. They are slowly but surely realizing what the NFL did, which is you can't sell out every game. So sell out all the ones you can, charge as much money as you could possibly make to do that, and then make your money elsewhere. Because that's what the NFL does. Yeah, Is TV hugely important to them? Yes, but they have other ways to make money now too. The only sport really that still is a heavily gate-dependent sport is hockey. The NBA surely isn't.
Then what's the justification or the logistics then behind the powers that be at Fox and or whoever it is that's bidding and giving $100 million to get a baseball package?
Because live events still draw more than serial dramas or reality shows or anything else. I mean, the reason why, when you look at the list of the top 100 television shows in any given year, that so many of them are football games or other sporting events is because live events still do some business. And they can always make money, if not on the ratings of the game itself, on the advertising that they get on either end of the game. I mean, there's a reason why they always start like a night game on the West Coast at 7:30. It's not because of traffic anymore. It's because they want to go on after their local television stations have gone through their local news, Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, because those are money makers for the local station. Then they give you baseball. But they get lead-in audiences. I mean, that's the television world. There's a reason why Fox starts postseason games at 8:15. On the East Coast, 5:15 here, and why the games go on until midnight or beyond. It's because they're making money on either end, and they're making money on the game itself. Those guys can hear a dollar bill hit the snow.
No, it makes sense. When I broke into television in Seattle, it's when the X-Files were huge, and that was our Sunday nights were our big show after the X-Files at 10:30 at night was our inaugural show every Sunday night. So I get it. We are brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. We're almost home, Ray. How do we typically close out the show here in the last 10, 15 minutes? What do we do?
We wait for 5:54, then we grab our stuff and leave.
So dead air until then?
Fine by me. I get paid the same whether I talk or not.
We continue here. That's right. There's just a few moments remaining with myself and the legend Ray Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
Tired of searching for sports updates in different places? The Xfinity Sports Zone gives you the ultimate sports hub experience. Find games, commentary, news, and highlights.
Because I don't. If you can help me, back me up here. I've never seen Hack-a-Loon.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
The concerning thing for Warrior fans is that they're having more trouble when they play better teams.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
And filling in for Damon Bruce, this is Dan Avone and Ray Ratto. Next week on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we are giving you a chance to win a framed Klay Thompson autographed jersey. It's a text-to-win contest, and you will have opportunities to qualify throughout each show from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So tune in starting on Monday of next week for your chance to win. Ray, how are we closing out this show? I thought maybe we would just break down Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo and just dig that up since I know you enjoy it so much.
I'll tell you what, if you want to do that,
Turn your mic on, Ray. I'll do it for Damon today.
Okay, yeah. I didn't turn my mic on again because that is my job. I think you should do that. That way I can leave now instead of at 5:54.
I do want to stay on a football beat for a second because I'm reading here. I don't know if this is breaking news or not, but Sean McVay, according to his fiance, is coming back. He's not retiring, which I know.
Yeah, he mentioned that. Or she mentioned that earlier today.
Okay.
I don't think this is a surprise to anyone. He hasn't coached enough to be the sort of person I'd want to listen to on television yet. You know?
But
John Madden did 10 years. He did 10. And he did 10 winning years. When Sean McVay can say he had 10 winning years, then he can hang that and his Super Bowl ring, and I just say, yeah, go broadcast. Enough. Stress is enough. But the rule of thumb has always been 10 years is enough. He's only done 5. So tells has to get back to work.
I can understand the logic. Maybe this gets back to sort of we were talking about with Tom Brady entertaining retirement, albeit 3 months ago. Listen, pressure, right? I mean, there's a guy digging a ditch in Texas feeding a family of 5. We're talking about pressure for a football coach, but in sort of the money, he's pulling down $8.5 million a year. Tony Romo is making nearly 12 for putting on a headset and talking about the sport. Sean McVay is actually coaching it. So the dynamic there, I can see sort of entertaining, getting away from, the pressure and all of this. I mean, the champagne hadn't even chilled and they were talking about, are you ready? Are you going to run it back? You're going to run it back? Another Super Bowl?
Well, they were talking about that before because he's the one who shot his mouth off and talked about broadcasting in his future. So, if you're going to float that, expect some driftwood. But Tony Romo also did 10 years. I think, and this is probably too harsh a way to put it, but if you only do 5 years and then you decide it's time for you to be a broadcaster, I think you come across as a bit of a dilettante. Hey, put in your decade. It's supposed to be hard work and we'll take you more seriously if you do.
Is that a credibility issue? as a listener, a viewer?
I think it's more a matter of we're used to guys who have been veterans in the business that they're talking about. And yeah, you could count all of Sean McVay's prior jobs as part of that, but no assistant coach has ever gotten one of those network jobs. They all count, the clock starts for them when they have their first head coaching job. You know, nobody credited Bill Cowher with the years that he was a linebackers coach, you know, or whatever, a tight ends coach. He made his name as a head coach. And the truth is, those network jobs go to names. And Sean McVay is not yet at that standard as a name. You know, he's just a hot name today. But if he comes out next year and they go 7-10, nobody's going to be asking him anything. You know, they want cleverness, they want wit, but they want sustained excellence. And the Rams have not been excellent in a sustained way yet.
I wonder if this again gets back to, because you don't see coaches at age 35 in the NBA, Major League Baseball, considering retirement, and or players walking away. But the NFL, it seems to be a bit more recurring. Does this get back to, again, Tom Brady saying the sport has changed as far as the way we cover it? And when I say we, I mean whether it's sports talk radio or the yo-yos on their blogs and vlogs, and just the level of pressure where you've got to not only win a Super Bowl, but you got to be perfect. And anything short of that, you suck.
Brady is untouched by most of that, so he's not the one to make that case. But the stress of football is largely internal. Coaches, you know, they're up 18 hours a day, or they're sleeping in their offices, or if they're sleeping at home, it's probably in another room so the kids don't wake them up. They never let the job go away. I mean, that's what ate Madden up, you know, and he didn't have near the technology that guys have now, or near the staffs to take care of some of those chores. It just wears you out. And it's not us. We think we have power. We don't. I mean, they use us like doormats. And, you know, probably wisely. We're not helping them win down one. You know, we're just loud and we pay attention to each other and we think we have throw weight that we don't. You know, we just, you know, the only time that the media has any power is when the owner starts thinking that the media is right. And for the most part, owners don't. They'll fire guys for their own reasons, but it won't be because, you know, the guy doing morning drive is complaining about who the backup quarterback is. You know, that's just our vanity. We don't matter.
No, you're. I don't mean to laugh, but that is.
No, it's true.
You're
suck.
beautiful. You're a beautiful human being.
Yeah, no. I mean, just, you know, in a just world, football players would make $50,000 a year, and we wouldn't have these jobs at all. But we don't live in a just world. We don't live in a normal world. This culture is made up entirely of weirdos and nutcases. You know, there is no reason why either of us should be getting paid for this. But because of the way, you know, people get selected for celebrity, here we are. We're frauds. Embrace it. Where's my check?
I'm a fraud. I'm willing to embrace it. He, of course, is the one, Ray Ratto. Ray, we got 10 seconds and then we're cocktailing. Or at least I am. I did it, man. We got through it.
Yeah, see, not a problem. You know, it's not like waiting for a phone call from your doctor for a result. It's just BSing for 3 hours. In fact, not even that. In fact, it's 5:54 now. There's no reason to go on.
We're out. We're at Damon Bruce, Wally Pipp story, my man. Wally Pipp.
He's done.
All right, for my man Damon Bruce and the guys behind the glass, this is Dan Avone. Damon will be back tomorrow. So long, everybody.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
Welcome to IKEA. What are you doing?
Hi, I'm juggling a lot these days, so I've decided to embrace it and actually learn juggling. Whoa.
Our IKEA Better Balance Trail might help. Whoa. IKEA family members can follow the trail for a chance to enter to win great prizes. And check out offers like when you spend $250 or more pre-tax, you can save $25 on eligible items when you scan your IKEA family card.
Cool.
Find out more at your local IKEA or IKEA-USA.com/The Better Balance Trail. Offer valid 2/18 to 2/21 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms and restrictions.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
The President's Day Sell-a-thon is on at your California Ford dealers with incredible offers across our full line of Ford vehicles and new inventory arriving daily. We're locking in great President's Day deals on any custom order. Get 0% financing for 60 months on some of our most popular Ford vehicles like Escape, Edge, Explorer, and Expedition, Ford Ranger, and Ford F-150. That's 0% financing for 60 months. The President's Day Sell-a-thon is on. Order your new Ford. Lock in a great deal. Visit buyfordnow.com, then see your California Ford dealer today. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Valid on 2021 model year EcoSport, Escape Gas, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, Ranger, and F-150, and the 2022 model year Ford Explorer. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 2/28/2022. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
When you watch Team USA go for the gold, you don't just want Wi-Fi that's fast. You want Michaela Schifrin fast. You want Eat My Powder, blink and you'll miss it, I ski faster than you drive fast. You want Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig, power all your devices and watch every single wow-worthy moment fast. You want gig speed internet from Xfinity.
Watch Team USA with Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig. Or get started with Xfinity 50 megabit per second internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. This offer ends March 31st. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions